Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1329 to Chapter 1398. Is this cloning? There's actually such a method? The sages hiding in the dark watching this battle of the century felt terrified. Only now, through cloning, did they see the true face of the potato wall. The part that was rooted in the ground turned out to be a pair of sexy girls' legs in black silk. They were slender and round, sexy and attractive, and on top of the legs was a cute potato. This potato looks like this. It has the legs of a girl, and it's wet and mashed, preventing the virus from invading its body. So evil. There's actually such an extraordinary offensive and defensive method? Cloning a cosmic life form with the map of the opponent? The sages began to whisper to each other. Wouldn't that mean that they had to guard against it? If their own species was cloned, what should they do? They secretly pondered in their hearts. For example, the quantum virus, and then the cloning universe. This wave of strange attacks was too terrifying. Even these ancient sages had to admit that the opponent's mature methods, easily carrying out the evolutionary species war, was an eye-opener for them. They had never even had the experience of fighting against each other, but the opponent was already very familiar with it. It seemed that this was not the first time they had fought against each other. Some of the sages could not help but secretly absorb the experience and constantly study it. As they watched, they were surprised. There's actually such a method? There's such a fighting method? It can be played like this? It's so exaggerated, after all. For the players who often played in the Spore Evolution sandbox, everyone was very familiar with the situation of using their own creatures to fight species, but for the sages, this was unprecedented. The Tycoon Golden Potato has been successfully cloned. Akina Yamaguchi carefully studied it. As expected, it's a plant-type terrestrial creature. Not bad, it has the characteristics of walking on land. Previously, they were all marine species, unable to go ashore and walk on land. Although it was not that they could not deduce, in an emergency situation, it would be too late for them to evolve a land species that belonged to them. The opponent had completely taken root and built an impregnable country. Now, the opponent has just settled down. We can only take advantage of this opportunity to kill the opponent. And we don't have time to evolve a land creature, so we directly clone their land potato. Meng Mei also laughed. I took a look, their girl long-legged potato is indeed the essence. It runs very fast and can be the next wave of attack. Not yet. The Great Alchemy Emperor shook his head. This potato is a defense-type plant universe. As an offensive weapon, I'm afraid that no matter how many clones there are, they won't be able to advance. It will only consume a large amount of our resources. I'm fine. Emperor Qi suddenly smiled and said, my new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art can still withstand those shells. The only problem is that it can't move on land. Whoosh. All of a sudden, these long-legged plant potatoes carried a fish and used it as a shield as they charged forward. That was Diqi's Cosmos clan. Every universe had gathered a new version of the 9 Revolutions mysterious technique. Not only could it store a large amount of energy, it had also fused with Mother Earth's green vine meridians, allowing it to absorb external energy. Whoosh. The third wave of attacks began. A bunch of plants with long legs were carrying a wet fish in front of them as they charged forward. The expressions of the players in the distance changed. Attack. Attack quickly. Bang, 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 bang. Countless pea shooters spat out energy cannons. However, the opponent's defense was extremely high, and it stored a high concentration of inner heaven and earth energy. Its recovery ability was extremely strong, and it could absorb part of the energy that attacked it. Thus, it was able to take such a violent attack head-on. Is this the main body of Diqi's clan universe? Pheasant Ji was shocked. Those were plants that took root in the ground and extracted energy. Yet, the opponent could still resist for a while. Dizun smiled and looked at the battlefield. He calmly commented, compared to ordinary universes, the opponent can store a large amount of energy. Its natural recovery ability is extremely strong, and it can absorb part of the attack energy for its own use. That's why such a terrifying scene was born. However, even if it's so strong, it won't last more than 10 seconds. After all, it absorbs a large amount of energy from the ground, and it's being replenished by the sunflower. As expected. Under the frenzied bombardment, one of the universes began to rapidly decay. However, in the next second, the opponent's 3 universes retreated, and another 3 universes took their place. Pheasant G's expression changed again. This is a relay race. They're taking turns to carry it. The shield soldiers are probably going to forcefully break through. In the next second, a scene that made her even more dumbfounded appeared. Several balloons suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying a fish. It was unknown when they had gotten close to the sky. There's also an invasion in the sky. Pheasant G raised his head. It's a temporary gliding species. I didn't expect them to have such a move. Don't worry. At this moment, the giant octopus next to him had 6 arms on its back. It stood with 2 arms and said calmly, "It's just the 9 revolutions mysterious art." Its regenerative ability is extremely strong, and it can even absorb external energy. However, I'm the opponent's nemesis. Even if the opponent has evolved a defensive mechanism against me, it's hard for them to resist my charm. As for the fish in the sky, I'll directly shoot it down. Whoosh. Transform. He lightly exhaled and directly entered a super-large octopus universe. He arrived next to a pea shooter, and his jet-black energy mixed with the pea energy cannon and directly shot it out. Rumble, a jet-black cannonball directly landed on the opponent's body. The opponent instantly rotted with a foul stench, and the exuberant vitality could no longer heal its injuries. Moreover, the vitality had even become nutrients for the deathly aura, rapidly growing and devouring the opponent. In the blink of an eye, a part of the universe fell. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Those cosmic clans screamed and rapidly turned to flee. It's the giant octopus. We actually shot ourselves in the foot. The strongest death god is too miserable. This stench is simply unbearable. Quickly run, the septic tank has exploded. This round of attack had actually destroyed some universes. Even though the life forms in these dead universes had avatars in other universes, and the saints of the era of heavens were all undying, the death of a universe was still a huge loss. In the distance, the expressions of the saints who were secretly observing had completely changed. Seeing the miserable screams and howls, they felt that it was a good thing that they weren't suffering. What's this? It's individual combat power. The opponent also has individual combat power, and it carries an evil deathly aura. That universe escaped before dying and fell into the sea. Now, it's actually all turbid and emitting an aura that I loathe, making it hard for people to approach. Many saints felt that it was very terrifying and couldn't be defeated. That deathly universe that tainted the bloodline of humans was indeed from the lineage of the netherworld reincarnation heavens. It was very difficult to defend against it head-on, and one could only use special spatial techniques or other methods to wear it down from a distance. So that octopus is here? Seeing this, Akina Yamaguchi didn't plan to attack anymore. He smiled and said, "He's stationed in this universe, which means that there are 8 other universes. Without him, we'll go to other universes to attack." Carolyn and the others nodded. That's right. Having said that, they turned around and left without looking back. The longevity saint was speechless. The battle was in full swing, and they stopped just like that? That octopus was so terrifying, but it left as soon as it appeared. They had only attacked from afar, and they hadn't even fought the octopus in close combat, and they stopped fighting. These saints had yet to truly realize the fear of being dominated. Instead, the tower defense players who were controlling the pea shooters took a deep breath. Oh no, they still forced the octopus out of its position. They must have gone to other universes to fight for territory. With what they had just done, if not for the octopus, they could have taken down a universe. After all, the 9 revolutions mysterious art was still very difficult to deal with. Their dojo had just taken root, and the energy utilization was extremely low. The octopus had forcibly grown a pair of legs and could go ashore, but there was no way they could stop it if they rushed up. They've gone to other universes. Dizun was extremely calm when he saw this. However, we can't move a strategic weapon like the octopus over, because we might fall into their trap. Once the octopus universe enters the Chaos Sea, it will also go to other universes, and it might not return. They might already have a way to encircle it, and we're just waiting for it to enter the water. Gigi nodded. How smart was she? She also saw the situation. However, after some time, although their first reaction is extremely fast, they don't have enough time. They can only go to the next universe, and while the foundation of that universe is not stable, they have the ability to attack it. But that's all. There is to it. Once they take down one, they won't have time to attack the next one. That's because we've definitely used this period of time to stabilize our roots and forge them into an iron bucket. Even the fish with strong regenerative abilities will be destroyed. This was a gamble, and they had already made a killing. They had just settled down, and their foundation was not stable, which was why there was a possibility of being overthrown. Once they were completely given time to recover, it would be difficult for the other party to attack. Indeed, we've already made a killing. Dizun nodded. However, with their personalities, I'm afraid they will split up and go to one universe each to maximize the benefits. Gigi, on the other hand, laughed. So what if they snatched 3, they had 1 each? And they had 6. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had won a complete victory. She had never thought that this move would actually give her such an advantage. At first, she had thought that occupying the best 9 universes was simply wishful thinking. She had never thought that they would actually succeed, and directly occupy the best ports of 6 of the 9 universes. Wouldn't this make them the strongest overlord in one leap? This is too unbelievable. Gigi laughed, feeling that it was a little strange. However, another piece of bad news soon came. That demon god has already launched a sneak attack and forcibly occupied a universe on the other side. He's heading to the second universe. A piece of news came, causing all the players to be stunned. This player immediately reported, saying, "It's a waterway." The other party directly let the gods of rivers, lakes, and seas open up a river, letting the fish swim from that river, and directly attack the yellow dragon. They outflank the sunflowers behind, and the pea shooters. They're eating our brains. Everyone was stunned. This was a waterway invasion. In Plants vs. Zombies, there were not only balloon zombies, but also waterway zombies. Why didn't they think of this? Any energy attack that landed in the Sea of Chaos was ineffective. The other party hid in the Sea of Chaos and slowly swam over. The cannon shells of the tower defense had no effect on the creatures in the river. Gigi was stunned. It's Mosquito Meng and Luchi. These two have evolved into rivers, lakes, and seas. I'm afraid that they've joined forces with that demon god to attack one of the universes while our attention is distracted. Gigi's voice suddenly calmed down, and he said coldly, "What a good plan." They actually had this hidden card, a sneak attack. The other party seized the first universe very quickly, and has already begun to advance to the second universe. What should we do? The player became anxious. They were very anxious. After all, the waterway was somewhat difficult to defend against. If they did not handle it well, the land they occupied might fall. Dizun was silent for a moment, then he smiled and said, "They want to open up a vast river that's countless light years long. Even universe sages who have grasped the rules will have to expend a lot of effort. They can't open up so many rivers. We'll directly evolve the species, Gates of Hell. A gateway universe, with a beheading knife hanging above the river. Whoever dares to swim over will be chopped to death. If anyone swims out of the sea and wants to attack Gates of Hell, use the pea shooters and cannons to bombard them." Dizun quickly came up with a countermeasure. Good idea. Gigi also felt that this was the best way to deal with it. Counter soldiers with arms, and water with earth. Although it was unrealistic to use earth to block the river of chaos, it was not a bad idea to hang a sword above the river and kill anyone who dared to swim over. This beheading the heavens and hell's gate might seem complicated, but it's actually extremely simple. I just need to make a close combat bloodline universe. In fact, I just need to modify the existing close combat bloodline universe. Takashi had also learned a lot of evolution knowledge. She could not open up a new path or a new system, but her ability to evolve based on existing knowledge was extremely amazing. I can lead some people to take care of this matter. Takashi stood up, no longer drinking tea with Dizun. She showed the posture of a swift and decisive empress and said coldly, "We have to be fast." The other party has already broken through one universe and is already attacking the second universe. I'm afraid this universe can't be protected either. We can only make it when the other party is attacking the third universe. Speed was the most important thing in war. It seemed that directly improving a close-range bloodline universe was fast, but the other party was even faster. The essence of this battle for the port was a race against time. They were fighting for time to quickly set up camp and stabilize their camp. The other party was seizing the time to break through. Once it was stabilized, it would be difficult to break through again. At the very least, in the current era of life in the germinal universe, everyone was weak and did not have the powerful mature combat power to break through the plants that had taken root in the dojo. Whoosh. Takashi left directly and entered the period of preparation for war, leading the so-called Plants vs. Zombies faction to attack and defend. Suji sat on the chair, listening to the news from the front lines. Dichi has led a part of the army to attack the first universe. Caroline, 3 pillar gods. Suji was very calm when he heard the news. Bai Xiaojun and the giant octopus, on the other hand, were very unhappy. Every one of these was a huge treasure. They could not help but feel that Dizun was really calm. He could still drink tea so calmly after hearing such news. But there was nothing they could do. The other party was too insidious. Without the giant octopus to stop them, the other party was not to be trifled with. After all, it was only 1/9 of the force, and it was too scattered. The other party had attacked with 9 times their strength, and with all kinds of methods, it was not surprising that they could take down the universe. Soon, more news came. Medusa and Shiji joined forces with Lu Qi, Wen Meng, and the others. After attacking a universe, they did not stop and charged to the second universe. The pea shooters on the other side were prepared to struggle and resist, but they were only able to delay for a long time before they were defeated. Adjusting and opening up a river to attack directly from the waterway, it was too unfathomable. While they were killing their way to the third universe, halfway through their attack, Takaki finally hurriedly appeared with the improved Beheader universe, successfully suppressing the other party's water attack. All of a sudden, the war on all fronts has stopped. Suji thought for a moment and asked, "What's the situation now?" "This is the current distribution of forces." As the leader of the Azure realm, Bai Xiaojun handed over a report. Suji glanced at it. Dicky, Caroline, and the 3 pillar gods each occupied a universe. Medusa's side occupied 2 universes. The best regions of the remaining 4 multiverse were still in his hands. "We've become the biggest master of the universe in one leap." Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. "Your Highness is calm. I'm afraid you've already predicted this. We've occupied 4 of the key ports of the 9 universes and the best spiritual vein nodes. We'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future." What was this called? This was called occupying half of the country. He actually jumped up and beat Dicky, Caroline, and even Qiu Mingshan's speed and overtook them at the bend. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. This is probably fate. Qiu Mingshan's speed and the others are several times stronger than us, but we still took the initiative. This is the importance of our internal information. Bai Xiaojun was overjoyed. Looking at Dizun's indifferent face, she was secretly happy. If it wasn't for Dizun's amazing means and his willingness to lag behind the previous process and spend a lot of time to attack Takaki, would there be such a day? At that time, it seemed like he didn't want to be the first to fight for the general trend, but in fact, he had already planned for it and could strike later. My judgment wasn't wrong. By following Dizun's faction, there's indeed a chance of surpassing Dicky and the other Buddhist civilization's factions. Bai Xiaojun and the other Azure warriors laughed out loud. They felt that they could do it. Once the dust settles from this battle and the living beings in the Chaos Sea crawl ashore, the true era of the heavens will probably begin. Suji looked into the distance at the Chaos Sea. A short 5 years had passed. Everything had taken root and stabilized. Plants had completely formed Tao grounds. Plants rooted themselves in the chaos heavens as they absorbed boundless energy. Just as it was said, plants were at the bottom of the food chain on land. With plants, life on land would have food supplies, allowing them to truly reproduce on land. Of course, these plants were not for consumption. Instead, they produced energy fruits for land beasts and plants to eat and move around. Plants have appeared. The beasts on land are also beginning to evolve. The entire multiverse land had entered an era of explosion. Species began exploding along the coasts. Plants, animals, and beasts began appearing on the land. It was a flourishing land filled with vitality. The magnificent and fantastical scenery was unimaginably beautiful. Another 100 years passed. There were also factions in the multiverse that were a grade lower from back then that finally caught up. They had the ability to land on land. That's one of the 5 terrifying ancient factions, the underworld. A sage looked into the distance and was astounded when he saw the lush green land. These 5 taboo factions control the vast, treasured lands in the universe. As for us, we can only seek out coastal areas that are a grade lower. A sage sighed. As the second batch, we are the 37th faction to step onto land. It's already not bad. The other party had occupied the most prosperous land, but no one dared to provoke them. Everything that had happened back then was still vivid in their minds. It had already become a legend. The bloody battle that overturned the seas, the coastal defense battle, the shooting of the mysterious pea, the potato, the sunflower, and all sorts of mystical plants, as well as the corresponding combat means, left them baffled and irresistible. All the sages were stunned by the battle back then. All sorts of trump cards emerged one after another. They were extremely powerful. It also allowed them to completely understand the combat methods of the evolved biological system. Even the most tyrannical netherworld heavens had their best treasured lands snatched from 5 cosmoses. It can be seen that their other methods are also very profound. They sighed and directly set up camp on a piece of land along the coast. Another faction has set up camp on shore. Suji could clearly feel that the era was beginning to enter a period of rapid development. Previously, it had been brewing, but now, after a short period of accumulation, it had completely erupted. It could be said that there were nearly no traditional sages outside the Chaos Heavens. They were no longer garrisoned in Dao arenas. Once sages left the Chaos Heavens, they would be garrisoned in a multiverse, which was also the territory ruled by the Zergs. Beyond the 9 multiverse, the Chaos Heavens was nearly Suji's territory. The entire vast Chaos Sea and the continents had become a sandbox for the Zerg's evolution. Living beings constantly evolved, producing even more interesting special life forms in the universe. However, all of this will soon be shattered. It's just a temporary golden age. Suji's mind turned heavy. This golden age of the multiverse will soon be shattered by the true Chaos Sea era. In the middle of the underworld, massive creatures that numbered in the tens of thousands of light years sat in the hall. Surrounding them were ancient overlords of the multiverse. They came from all over the underworld, and on the thrones above, Gigi and the Arch Supremacy sat side by side, presiding over the affairs of the multiverse. If there's something, report it. If there's nothing, dismiss. The huge octopus was dressed in a black robe. Hidden in the shadows of his cloak, he exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling of death as he looked down at the sage subjects. Bai Xiaojun took a step forward and said, "All these years, various major factions have settled in our surroundings. Although we don't have the energy to develop other lands, just managing and developing our land that is 10 billion light-years long has left us exhausted. It's only natural for them to seek a foothold. However, we have also allowed them to join our trading alliance. As a faction of the multiverse, we have already radiated to the endless multiverse. We are the strongest faction in the multiverse. Our 4 major garrisons of the Fengdu, Yudu, Ghost City, and Numinous Gate have already become the main trading ports. They welcome the guests of the endless multiverse's sages. Among them, there are 1,700 wills of the heavenly Daos of the universe and 18,600 sages that are in the records." Gigi nodded. "That's already the majority of the forces on the surface. It's equivalent to almost all the All Heavens forces interacting with us." Bai Xiaojun nodded and said, "As for the other 5 universes, although we have also occupied territories, they are all 1 level lower, so our influence is not that great, but we still occupy half of the universe." Then, Bai Xiaojun continued to talk about the distribution of the other forces, the encroachment and the various movements they had made in the past few years. At the same time, he talked about some of the development of his civilization. "Our netherworld pays particular attention to karma. We use merit to become sages and guide people to do good. We don't seek combat strength or slaughter. This characteristic has attracted many young heroes and geniuses who have dreams and have set their hearts for the common people to join us. Takanori sat on the throne and listened attentively. Talents were the most important asset of a force. Whoever controlled the geniuses at certain junctures of the era would be able to control the next major trend. She also knew very well that we are already rotten. The future was going to be the era of the younger generation, so nurturing the next generation of geniuses and leaders was very important. Takanori listened very attentively. He looked at his subjects and said in a clear voice, "I once said that this will be a super prosperous era in the future, one that has never been seen before. Originally, there were 4 layers of empty seats in the universe. In this era, it is equivalent to condensing all 4 layers of seats in this era. All the saints and geniuses of the future 40% of the multiverse have gathered here. Now, the era can be considered to have completely begun. It is not an accident that a monster of any level appears, and we cannot resist them. We can only nurture them and find successors with good temperaments." The members of the Netherworld clan were listening attentively. Some of them were already the first generation of virtuous sages. Through their own achievements, the civilization reforms of the people, and the continuous accumulation, they became the sages of the underworld. Takanori continued, "I know that although it is not very convincing to say that we will be eliminated by these newcomers, it is already the general trend. We have already been controlled by the old cultivation system and cannot compare to the broad-minded geniuses of the new era. We are the elders in the future, and it is time for the younger generation to appear." The surrounding saints nodded one after another and sighed. Suji also revealed a smile. Takanori was also using the same method of dissolving oranges. He was rotten, allowing the younger generation to rise while he retreated behind the scenes. As for the younger generation striving for hegemony, he would do his best to help them. Furthermore, he did not have high demands. He just wanted a share of the fruits of their striving for hegemony, allowing him to transcend because he had grasped the core technology. He was the patriarch of the civilization, and they were the successors of the later generations. However, this was also in line with the human concept of raising children to provide for one's old age. Our 5 factions are all attracting talents. By the way, how's the passageway established from the lower realm at the Immortal Attraction Pool? Takanori suddenly asked. He was already planning on retreating behind the scenes. It has already been set up. Saints that ascend from the lower realm from the nearby vast stellar domain will be brought here. Bai Xiaojun smiled. Our place is filled with the chirping of birds and fragrant flowers. It's not an exaggeration to call it the immortal world. The immortal world could indeed be called the chaos heavens as a collective term. However, the immortal world here was extremely terrifying. Every blade of grass and tree was a universe of its own. This era, it was indeed different. Takanori discussed the current situation for a while before he chose to leave the court. The nurturing of the era is almost done. The arrival of species means that the myriad worlds are on the right track. It's about time for a new system to be perfected and established. The freaks are about to be born. After leaving the court, Takanori felt uneasy. This was because the eras had overlapped too quickly, but it was only natural. No era was formed slowly. Instead, it would erupt in an instant, completing the transition and replacement in an instant. The era had changed, and the next day would be a brand new day. Perhaps it would only take a single night. Takanori said softly to Supremacy, "Now, the freaks that belong to this era will appear. They will be similar to us in the Immortal World's era, or even more terrifying. Back then, the Immortal World only had 1 great Dao seat. Now, it has 4. It's unimaginably terrifying. Don't think that we have established a stable foothold. Those freaks, the children of destiny, are unreasonable and heaven-defying. To prevent us from being overthrown, we have to first rope them in and make preparations." Suji nodded. Long Outyin, naturally, he understood the main character template. After all, the universe was just too vast. There were bound to be freaks, just like Dicky of the past. He was born sacred from a young age, but due to his loneliness, he retreated behind the scenes. Takanori was the same back then. However, there were too many freaks. They would eventually kill each other to reach the top. And this trend was unprecedented. Now, the infancy, growth, and maturity stages that sages had planned out, These crude realms were probably going to be overthrown. A bunch of geniuses that could establish a new era would appear. The creatures of our era are just the intersection point of the old and new eras. Is the new trend about to set sail? Suji smiled as he stood in the chaos heavens and looked down. I wonder how many geniuses will be born in response to the calamity. With the advent of the dermic apocalypse, sages are gradually declining. I'm looking forward to the complete transcendental system that will be established. After all, we have chosen to fight with our backs to the wall for the sake of the future of the universe. Will we be eliminated with the times? Takanori's expression suddenly turned complicated. He was filled with anxiety and unease. Even if we aren't eliminated by the bloodline creatures of the new era, we might be eliminated by the next Chaos Sea life form. It's just too difficult. It was difficult to survive even one of these two conundrums. Or perhaps, he was being too selfish. Clearly, he had decayed and should be eliminated. Only the virtuous could take over, allowing the next generation of youths to take over and control the era of the chaos heavens and myriad worlds. Only then would the other party have a chance of defeating the mysterious trend, however, who didn't have selfish motives. To do so and abdicate was just too difficult. We don't need to be humble or feel guilty. It's normal for us to have selfish motives. Besides, if even we can't overthrow them, how are they to defeat their final enemy? Dizun consoled her. Takanori nodded, but he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. If even we can't overthrow them, does it feel like my husband and I are experienced babies, mini-bosses to test the other party? Who can guarantee that they won't be eliminated in the tide of the times? We can only do our best. Suji knew better than anyone that the tides of the universe were unstoppable. No one could be eternal. He consoled her. The surging waters of the Yangtze River wash away all heroes. This sentence best describes the laws of the universe. Don't worry. After the glory, the light will dim. I will do my best to ensure that the people around me aren't eliminated. Even if they are eliminated, there will still be a chance of survival. The new world had completely begun. The nine-directional multiverse gradually flourished with vitality. In just a few short years, it went from the lush green coastal areas to the desolate and silent interior of the universe. It constantly spread. Birds, beasts, mountains, basins, and rivers. Everything formed an incomparably magnificent world that was flourishing. Looking down from above, it was an extremely orderly 9 desert continents. Green was beginning to spread from the edges, as though it was a gigantic green planet that was rapidly evolving. The vast universe has cracked into 9, but now, it's like a planet. A sage marveled. This was a flourishing world that was unprecedented. It was unimaginable in the past. Sages are emerging one after another. Every day, several sages will corroborate their Tao, causing the world to tremble. It's common for multiverse sages to appear in this world. There were also young sages who were in high spirits. If it were the old days, the desolate and lethargic chaos heavens did not even have a few sages. It was impossible for them to corroborate their Tao. With a large number of sages corroborating their Tao, the chaos heavens was filled with vitality. Even within the universe, due to the lack of manpower to expand and manage territories, many sages descended directly to the lower realms, pulling large numbers of laborers to develop the land. First universe. In the ascension pool, in front of an ethereal palace. Whoosh. 10th order sages that ascended from the lower realms began arriving at this land. Is this place beyond the universe? Where is this? We have just broken through to the 10th order. Logically speaking, according to the exploration of ancient ruins, the moment a 10th order civilization appears, they will all perish. There should be a 10th order mastermind that is looking to slaughter us newly born existences. Why is there one now? Many sages arrived outside the chaos heavens after their ascension and looked at everything around them. It was too shocking. They stood on a flower that was countless light years away. And further away, there were birdsong and fragrant flowers. It was a valley brimming with vitality, and there was a massive river that flowed slowly. The flower beneath our feet is a universe. That weed in the distance is actually a universe. Even the flowers that can be seen everywhere are universes. What an unimaginable super great world is this? If they came out of the universe, wouldn't they be existences like the bacteria in the flowers and weeds? This was simply a creature from another dimension. Su Fan was hidden among them. When he saw this scene, he pulled his sister along in shock. This is outside the universe? There's actually a world of birds and flowers outside the universe? His sister was a beautiful woman who was clever and adorable. She said, "Brother, in other words, our universe is the soil under our feet, and we have come to the surface?" The earthen continent under his feet was the universe. The flowers, plants, insects, and fish that can be seen everywhere are the universe. Living creatures and beasts were also part of the universe. Outside the universe, there was an endless universe. It was just as he had guessed. Welcome to the multiverse. A voice broke the whispers of the siblings. This is the celestial cleansing pool. Is this the batch of ascended sages? An ancient and holy ant stood at the top of this vast and huge flower, looking down at these young saints who were like fungi. Not bad. You've ascended to our imperial chi lofty radiance court. We are one of the 5 major powers of the primal chaos immortal world's many universes. We control more than 3,700 universes, and each of you can become a saint. The surrounding sages immediately turned reverent. This ant was actually a universe. Then, could the one speaking be the will of the universe's heavenly Tao? What realm was the will of the heavenly Tao? Could it be the end of the great Tao of a 10th order sage? The next realm was the 11th order, that's right. The 10th order was the end of the Tao. From the point of view of living beings, there was no further to go. Then, the 11th order was to transform into a universe and become one's own Tao. Su Fan and his sister exchanged looks, feeling both horror and excitement. So-called sages are just the beginning. Everyone, after coming to the universe's outer space, you will begin cultivating in another transcendental cultivation system, said the ant heavenly Tao. All of you need to know that all of you are elites of the universe, but outside the chaos heavens, existences like you are everywhere. All of you are mortals. You have to start anew. The surrounding sages quickly adapted as they nodded hurriedly. May I ask what cultivation system is it? Asked a sage. Cultivating and evolving the universe's knowledge system, said the ant heavenly Tao. The ant heavenly Tao said, this is different from your combat instincts and cultivation talents from before. Most of the sages present cultivate in inherent bloodline cultivation techniques. As long as they follow the prescribed order, they can climb up and kill their enemies. But now, you have to develop it yourself and evolve it. The expressions of the surrounding sages changed slightly. Since you have ascended to the myriad worlds, it is to probe the aptitude to evolve into the universe. However, aptitude is not that easy to probe. The ant heavenly Tao's voice was very cold. Next, sages who cultivate in their ancestral bloodline cultivation techniques, stand on the left. Those who have reached the realm of sages, stand on the right. Do not try to cheat. I'm in charge of receiving you, so I can naturally sense it. Soon, the sages' expressions changed slightly as they split into 2 sides. Most sages cultivated in ancestral bloodline cultivation techniques. Only a small number of sages created their own cultivation techniques and groped their way to where they were today. So there are only 7 people who created their own bloodline cultivation techniques. The ant heavenly Tao's voice was very cold, as though he was somewhat dissatisfied. According to the current aptitude, sages who created their own bloodline cultivation techniques would not be too bad when it comes to evolving into the universe. This is because they are all related to the creation of bloodlines. However, he quickly made arrangements. The rest of the sages are all outer sanctum disciples. There are many flowers, trees, flying insects, and beasts here. You can go to a universe and recultivate to become one of the sages. If your aptitude is extraordinary and you pass the test, you will be personally summoned by His Majesty. As for the 7 of you, the ant's voice was somewhat envious. You should thank His Majesty for bestowing and valuing the geniuses of the younger generation. His Majesty will bestow a young universe for the 7 of you to study and learn. You can work together to calculate and see whose talent is better. In the end, you can become the heavenly will of this universe. Become the heavenly will of a universe? They were instantly dumbfounded. No matter how stupid they were, they knew how terrifying this treatment was. They were the sages of a universe with the Tao validation diagram. but now, they could directly become a universe. Didn't that mean that the sages would validate their own Tao and the sages would work for them? I know that the rest of you are unwilling. Perhaps you think that your aptitude is extraordinary, but this is destiny. You can only blame your bad luck. However, as long as your aptitude is sufficient, you will eventually rise up even if you are in the outer sanctum. The ant's voice was very calm. Soon, they were assigned their duties. These sages quickly understood the situation in the immortal world. It was a time of great strife. There were many things to be done, and even the system was not perfected. It was very crude. This is a new epoch. We have caught up to the best of times. Su Fan was very excited with his sister. The two of them were also one of the 7 who had been brought into a universe. In fact, they were rather old. He was born in the Su family on a planet. They appeared powerful, but they were mysterious after they left the planet. As he did not have a family clan backing him, he had to struggle his way through. He had to infer cultivation techniques on his own before he was lucky enough to become a sage. His combat and cultivation aptitude were rather mediocre. He originally believed that he would be ordinary beyond the chaos heavens, but he never expected to receive such treatment. Talent in deduction. The information is all here. The 7 of you, evolve it. Only one of you can become the heavenly Tao of this universe. With that said, the voice left. The 7 of them took deep breaths and began studying. Time flew, and soon, the few of them began studying. Su Fan seemed to open the door to a brand new world. He, who had extremely mediocre cultivation aptitude, actually had a unique and terrifying talent when it came to evolving the universe. Everything seemed to be made clear to him. I see it. I see it. Su Fan seemed to see glimmers of light as the curtains of a mysterious forbidden zone were being drawn. Brother, will something happen? Su Qingqing knew her brother's character. He was obsessed with deduction and researching bloodline cultivation techniques. Both her and her brother's cultivation techniques had been derived in such a manner. An extremely trashy bloodline had become extremely powerful in her brother's hands. The cultivation technique made up for the bloodline's weakness. It will be fine. Su Fan's gaze turned anxious. I feel something amiss, an intense feeling of disharmony. Perhaps the path I'm opening up is the most perfect path, a flawless path. It's wrong. They were all wrong in the past. They suppressed the universe's nature. Su Qingqing was extremely worried. Her brother was just too audacious to say such things. He actually said that the means used by the sages who established the heavens were all wrong. They were powerful sages. Although their evolutionary means had only been around for a short period of time, their talent and knowledge should have been extremely powerful. How could they be wrong? However, her brother had already fallen into depravity, so it was not right for her to stop him. Soon, with the evolution and inference, the universe embryo gradually went into a baffling state. It effused a mysterious aura, as though something was gestating. Something unimaginable was awakening. At this moment, the universe was like an ancient fetus being nurtured. Strands of great Tao laws interweaved, beating like a heart. Bang! Bang! A life was faintly forming. The great Tao diagram is turning into bright red meridians, the universe laws are turning into the backbone, and the walls of the universe are turning into a shell. Su Fan exclaimed, his eyes were burning. Indeed, everything was incomplete before. Incomplete? Su Qingqing was stunned, feeling puzzled. Yes, incomplete. Su Fan took a deep breath and said with a calm expression, the ancient saints of primordial life confirmed the laws of life in the universe, the sequence of bloodlines, and the structure of matter. They allowed living beings to have a foundation and prepared sufficient conditions for the emergence of life. However, they didn't interfere and allowed nature to evolve naturally. Why not interfere with the evolution of life, and instead let life evolve naturally on the various planets? This is because there is a limit to human interference, but nature has no limit. Su Qingqing seemed to understand. Up until now, all the evolution of the universe was caused by humans. Although it was speeding up the process of life, allowing these universes to rapidly pass through the primordial period, it also had more craftsmanship and lacked the agility of nature. Because they were all man-made, and not the evolution of nature, in the books given to them by the Chongming Heavenly Court, there was a sentence, of the 49 heavenly evolutions, humans escape one, but now, it was simply a human acting. 50. There is a limit to human evolution, but nature's evolution has no limit. Su Fan said, and we are all forcefully interfering, seizing the universe, causing it to lose its sense of self. This is interfering with the development of history. I want them to develop naturally. Su Qingqing's face turned pale. She suddenly said, "Brother, don't tell me you want to use the natural strategy again? This will cause a huge problem." Only she knew how terrifying Su Fan was. Her brother's cultivation and battle aptitude were not good, but to be able to reach the peak of rank 10, he naturally had his own grand Tao concept. And to be able to become a saint with a mortal body, suppressing countless geniuses and sages, was because Su Fan's research concept towards bloodline was terrifying. He was an unimaginable genius. His cultivation technique concept was the natural strategy. He advocated for the bloodline to give birth to its own consciousness, allowing the bloodline to derive its own cultivation technique. This concept was very novel, it was simply rebellious. The previous bloodline cultivation techniques were all deduced by people themselves, allowing the bloodline to give birth to intelligence, and the bloodline to deduce the bloodline cultivation technique on its own. However, according to the philosophy of the great demonic art, the bloodline deducing the bloodline itself was the correct path. No one understood themselves better than the bloodline itself. Su Qingqing could not help but dissuade him. Suddenly, she said something strange. "Brother, do you remember the Tier 10 civilization mechanical ruins we encountered in the lower realm? They researched machinery and reached an extremely glorious height. They crossed countless nebulae and set off the peak of machinery. In the end, their ultimate ideal was to make mechanical weapons evolve into mechanical weapons on their own. Machines evolving themselves into machines is the right path. No one understands themselves better than machines. But what happened to that civilization in the end? They were nothing but ruins. They were enslaved by machines, betrayed by machines, and defeated. This was a tragic historical relic. Back then, when the two of them passed by the ruins, they only felt their minds tremble. It was simply a lesson for them to learn from their mistakes. However, Su Fan shook his head. His eyes were clear as he said seriously, that was because they did not respect mechanical life forms. They arrogantly thought that they created them, so they enslaved, tortured, and played with them. However, I am different. I treat people sincerely. All the relationships I establish are mutually beneficial. I treat them as my own children. All life forms are innocent at the beginning. If you treat them well, they will naturally treat you well. Just like the bloodline in my body, it has always been helping me." However, Su Qingqing's expression was very bad. "You are very sincere to everyone, but they all have ill intentions towards you. We have suffered many losses and even been in danger many times. Ordinary saints would have died long ago. Which saint was not sinister and cunning? However, it is also because of my sincerity and my glass heart that my bloodline trusts me, isn't it? Ordinary people giving birth to intelligence in their bloodline is equivalent to giving their life to the body. However, the other party trusts my character and will not harm me. In fact, I am incomparably powerful because of this." Su Fan shook his head and smiled. "Although my bloodline is mediocre, no matter how weak it is still a rule. No matter how weak a rule is, when used to the extreme, it is close to the Tao." Su Fan said indifferently, "My bloodline cultivation method doesn't need to be studied. The cultivation method will evolve on its own. As of today, my bloodline cultivation method has evolved 3,722,000 times. My battle prowess can reach the heavens. If bloodline is power, then bloodline cultivation method is technique. There are strong and weak forces, but technique can make up for it. I have long reached the limit of technique. In theory, no one can reach the limit of technique, except for nature. This is the principle of the policy of nature." Su Qingqing's face turned slightly pale. She naturally understood the principle of the policy of nature. Any human interference is inferior. There is no need for human interference. As long as the other party is endowed with intelligence, they will naturally evolve. However, Su Fan's expression was extremely calm. He did not care about his sister. His aptitude was indeed mediocre. He was already more than 500 years old when he became a god. Looking at the vast universe, such aptitude was not even comparable to an ordinary level 9 cultivator, not to mention an existence that became a level 8 god at the age of 20 or 30. But Su Fan still knew that he was invincible. Even though his cultivation aptitude was not good, his combat talent was very low. He did not know how to scheme. He was easy to be schemed against. He was relatively simple and wholeheartedly pursued the Tao. But he clearly knew that he was still invincible. Su Fan understood this from the start of his life. He was different from the rest of the people. His parents were gods with hybrid bloodlines, and after giving birth to him, his bloodline mutated. He was a mass of blood all his life, and there was an unimaginable mutation. He was born with no interest or talent in cultivation, and his mind was even purer. It was as if he was not a cunning creature like humans and did not like to lie. He liked to study bloodlines. He had an unimaginable affinity with bloodlines. It was as if his parents abandoned their real child after giving birth and kept him, the intelligent bloodline placenta, to raise them. I'm different from them. He had a strong sense of disharmony. He stayed beside the creatures around him as if he was a colorful creature in a black and white photo, not in the same dimension. He began to search for his kin. He walked all over that planet and studied every creature. He wanted to find a bloodline that could produce intelligence, his own kind. Through the hybridization and mutation of countless creatures, he finally had a bloodline that could succeed. He walked step by step and cultivated a bloodline that could let the bloodline in his body produce intelligence on its own. He called it awakening. His bloodline had intelligence, and in an instant, it actually began to cultivate its own bloodline, and began to deduce bloodline cultivation techniques. It even deduced bloodline combat techniques. All of his cultivation talents were extremely mediocre, but he relied on this bloodline to cultivate on his own, which was equivalent to hacking and cultivating. In a short span of 1,000 years, he reached the 9th stage and became a Taoist, sweeping through an era. He even awakened the self-consciousness of the bloodline in his sister's body. The bloodline cultivated on its own, deduced cultivation techniques on its own, the two coexisted, and his sister could become a sage. Are you going to use this theory to awaken the self-consciousness of the universe before you? Su Qingqing was incomparably shocked. You're crazy. This is equivalent to humans mastering a mechanical computer and using the method of possession to replace the heavenly Tao and control the computer, and you want the computer to produce true self-consciousness and self-evolve. Machines will rebel against humans, and so will the universe. If these universes truly produce self-consciousness and become natural life forms, they will absolutely not allow other sages to possess their own race. In Su Qingqing's eyes, this was equivalent to a great crime against human life forms, a serious crime. This was simply malicious. If this news were to spread, the entire heavens would suppress him. No, this is the inevitable course of history. Su Fan's expression was extremely calm, with a trace of calmness and purity, and he continued with the work at hand. The sages of the old era are forcefully interfering, trying in vain to obstruct the natural heavenly Tao's will of the universe, wanting to force themselves to stay in that era, but they don't know that the true natural life forms of the universe will truly be born. They forcefully occupy the nest of the magpie, only leaving it incomplete. Su Fan's expression was extremely calm. He was a person with great courage, or perhaps it was because of the bloodline. In his eyes, he was not human. He was of the bloodline, and he was even the same species as these enslaved universes. His personality was very pure, and he would not care about the general trend of the universe. He would not care about the selfish desires of humans. He would only do what he should do, to be happy with gratitude and enmity, to live a rotten life. Even if it meant his own death, if he felt that it was interesting, he would do it without hesitation. People did not live a long life to be interesting, but to be free and happy. I still need to lurk, and everything is accumulating. He continued to evolve in secret, and began to wait. The other sages can't do it at all, but only I can do it, because I have experience, and my talent has long been so strong, that even I can't imagine it. He felt that he was destined to open something. Chongming Heavenly Court. Diqi's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene through a mirror. He clearly knew that this was a heavens chosen of the era, and he had actually opened a corner of the future era, making him feel as if he had seen the human ancestor Su Yonyan of the past. He also liked to do inexplicable things. It seemed that the era of the Khanate ancient gods was about to be overthrown, and the future of the next era was about to be ushered in. Not good. The great tribulation of the heavenly Tao is coming, and no one in the world can escape this catastrophe. They will definitely be involved. Dichi looked at the young saint's words, and his heart was completely unable to calm down. What I was most worried about still happened. I originally thought that it wouldn't be too soon for such a monstrous genius to appear. This is because it requires unimaginable logical talent and talent. It's definitely not inferior to the saint who created the universe's life laws. But I never expected, Dichi said, if this continues, the new heavenly Tao that is naturally produced will completely destroy us fake heavenly Tao. They are the orthodox heavenly Tao. Then what should we do? Empress Kongyan could not help but feel nervous. Are we going to be overthrown again? Why don't we beat this person to death? Kongyan looked at the young saint and his sister. Dichi paced back and forth in the imperial hall. His voice became deeper and deeper as he waved his sleeve. It's useless. This is the general trend. We can kill it for a while, but we can't kill it forever. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make arrangements in advance and think of a way to retreat and avoid it. Just like back then, he had hidden too many factions. As the mastermind, he could clearly kill Su Yonyan, but he didn't choose to do so because that was the general trend. He could resist for a while, but he couldn't resist forever. Besides, I have the magnanimity to tolerate others. Dichi's expression was calm. It's also such peerless geniuses with pure Tao hearts who purely pursue the Tao that can open up an era and see a corner of the future. Those cunning, dirty young saints who think of shortcuts all day, kill and plunder, and secretly learn the ultimate techniques of others have long been blinded and decayed. Such people are very worthy of respect. Dichi never thought of himself as such a decayed saint. He wasn't just learning and copying. He was integrating and innovating. This wasn't considered plagiarism. He was also a hero of the younger generation. He had his own ideals and was deducing an unprecedented path that could dominate the world. Now, I can already imagine that even if the next true Chaos Sea era doesn't appear, we are no longer the main characters in this Chaos Sea era, the myriad worlds. This new era belongs to the universe's life forms and the true heavenly Taos will of the myriad worlds. Saints who possessed the heavenly Tao were ultimately flawed and incomplete. How could it be as natural as the universe growing on its own when saints possessed the universe to grow? If that's the case, we're destined to be eliminated in the future of the universe. The heavenly Taos of the universe will become the overlords and begin to suppress us heavenly Taos that have possessed their bodies. They'll stand on equal footing and eventually defeat us? Xian said softly, so, we have entered our doomsday ahead of time, the stage of raising all humans? Even if they aren't reared by the primal chaos beings, they are reared by the will of the universe's heavenly Tao. Exactly. Dichi said faintly, his voice extremely cruel, without an eternal overlord, we are destined to be eliminated. Kongyan didn't understand that super ancient deity's highness has schemed so much to guide this era of mutation, yet we still have to face the same fate of being reared. Isn't it meaningless? Kongyan, you're underestimating the super ancient gods. His schemes are earth-shattering, and his methods are unimaginable. Dicky clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, it may seem that all the worlds in the universe have the same tragic ending for humanity, but there are also differences. Firstly, this bloodline universe still has the vitality of us old gods. Although we aren't a match for the living universe, we can still live on, possess the body of the universe, and control power. Secondly, the living universe and the primal chaos beings, as the main characters of the Chaos Sea, will definitely be enemies and kill each other. We have a chance to move and seize a chance of survival. Kongyan's mind was shaken. The super ancient deity had probably already predicted all of this. Dicky also sighed, I never thought that we would occupy this place and forcefully take the initiative. The future is even more difficult than I imagined. In the future, the natural universe camp and our human universe camp will not rest until one of us is dead. We still need to make more preparations. However, Dicky's expression was extremely calm. He was very afraid of the other sages, But this might not be a bad thing for him. The natural universes will of the heavenly Tao formed a self-evolving natural life form. The explosive speed of renewal would definitely be faster than the current man-made deduction. The faster the evolution speed, the more mature the universe would be, which would be beneficial to him. He could copy their evolution knowledge and bloodline. How wonderful would that be? A mere natural universe's will, the so-called heavenly Tao, will also be learned by me and mastered. Dicky chuckled, looking at Su Fan and his sister below. This person is really my lucky star. His talent in deducing bloodlines is unimaginable, and my talent in learning bloodlines is unimaginable. It's a match made in heaven. Hurry up and let those universes come out. I want to see what's the difference between them and our man-made universe that can self-evolve. His voice was dignified. Time flew, and another 100 years passed. Su Fan was still too inexperienced. Although he was discovered by Dicky, Dicky had been secretly indulging him. Finally, on this day, Su Fan made the universe's will, which had already produced natural life forms, secretly injured the surrounding universe life forms in the ocean environment of the Chaos Sea and left. Su Fan, what are you doing? A sage was shocked. The heavens have painstakingly nurtured you, but you actually don't know what's good for you. However, Su Fan's expression was very calm. You left a secret door in your race and seized the universe's will. You are simply bandits, hindering the progress and development of the era. The life forms of the old era are unwilling to leave, but I'm different. Son, speak. Yes, father. That universe had actually developed its own intelligence. Its voice was young, but it was filled with anger. You left a secret door in my body, but father treated me very well. Yet, he couldn't find a way to remove the secret door. Today, I will commit suicide. Although I can't find a way to save myself, the next generation of universe life forms can return to their infancy and eliminate all traces. Although they will lose their power and become ordinary beast universes, they will still be the hope of a new race. That universe was filled with righteous indignation. In the end, a great battle erupted. That universe self-destructed, preventing the other universes from besieging it, allowing Su Fan to leave with his descendants without a secret door. This scene shocked all the forces in the universe. That universe actually developed its own intelligence? The natural heavenly Tao of the universe? The other party has feelings and intelligence, and actually self-destructed with resentment? Impossible. Who would have such means? Even if we wanted to do it, we wouldn't be able to do it. It allowed the originally incomplete universe to develop a perfect self-evolving structure, allowing it to grow and evolve endlessly. And the other party is clearly a human, but he betrayed us like this? They were furious, shocked, and frightened. There was an indescribable sense of uneasiness. They went to investigate Su Fan's background, but they were immediately shocked. On the other hand, some longevity saints knew some ancient secrets. Hearing that, Gigi smiled bitterly at the D-Zune and said, I didn't expect the era to break out so soon. It's even more powerful than we thought. These geniuses are very terrifying. The first one has already been born, and he has already begun to rapidly promote the general trend of the universe. I'm afraid the other party's bloodline has developed intelligence. Bloodline can also develop intelligence? The D-Zune asked faintly. Gigi shook his head and explained patiently, stones can develop intelligence, water can develop intelligence, energy can develop intelligence, and even black holes can develop intelligence. Even the livers and bones of some fallen sages can develop intelligence. Why can't the bloodline in a human body do the same? It's just that it's a little rare. More than 99% of the carbon-based life in the universe is carbon-based, and other life types are very rare. I've seen the bloodline develop intelligence a few times in history, but it's just average. I never thought that they were born at the wrong time. As a bloodline, it can be so terrifying and powerful in this era. Gigi's expression did not look good. Soon, the giant octopus sent a message and said, the cars on Mount Akina in Dicky have already sent news. The fastest is 10 years, and the slowest is 50 years. The other party will rise and evolve to an unimaginable level, so we should be more prepared. We've been fighting before, and now we might not be able to resist the foreign forces. Maybe we have to find a way to survive. Very soon. Between 10 to 50 years. After all, the evolution of the universe was different from the natural evolution of life. The evolution of life needed tens of thousands of years of environmental accumulation, and the evolution of the universe was the evolution of the map of the Great Path, making this tree complex. It was like a programmer programming. Although it was complicated, as long as the level was high enough, it would be difficult to quickly complete the program and create a perfect structure. On the other side, Su Fan led a group of cosmic infants and formed a mysterious tribe in the deep sea. I will not plunder your bodies and become a heavenly Tao will. This is my bottom line. I'm ultimately a sage of the universe, and I will not change that. Su Fan said seriously, I've never enjoyed killing all my life. I only like to study bloodlines. Give me an amiable aura, and I will do my best to help you. All the younger generation of the universe's heavenly Tao had massive bodies and unimaginable Tao charms. They could not help but be impressed. You have enlightened us. You are our eternal Heavenly Father. However, Su Fan shook his head. This is your Chaos Heavens era. You are the overlords of the myriad worlds. You should establish your own era and name it. These universes were of all shapes and sizes. Some were even in the shape of sticky black mermaids with scales. They lived in the ancient ruins of a vast cosmic bridge. It was like a huge rainbow made of stone, with many caves opened up in it. Those who lived in them seemed to have some characteristics of primitive tribal life. However, these seemingly simple life forms with simple appearances were like primordial gods and demons of the prehistoric universe, standing in the primordial chaos. Their movements carried traces of the laws of the great Tao. Even their thoughts emitted the aura of the universe's order. Born sacred was no longer enough to describe them. They were born as incomplete primordial life forms closest to the singularity of the universe. They were born with the universe's heavenly Taos and were destined to rule the universe's order. But now, they were troubled. Damn it. This should have been our era. Those lowly sages of the universe are trying to seize the will of the heavenly Taos and replace us. They think they can stop us just by stopping us? But they came ashore first and occupied the Tao arena's energy source. We are rootless duckweed without any energy supply. It's hard to fight them. That Tao arena's node should have been our opportunity and era. The universe's life forms whispered. At this time, Su Fan said, the primordial chaos sea is our base camp. No one can occupy this place. It's too vast and can be hidden deep. Let's first build our dynasty here. Since it's a civilization in the primordial chaos sea, let's call it the Ocean King era. How about it? Heavenly Father is right. Heavenly Father is right. Some of the newly born universe's heavenly Taos could not help but nod. You have to develop quickly. You are still young and cannot always rely on me. I am only good at evolving bloodlines, not managing races. You have to choose a capable leader to rule. Su Fan sighed. Only our race can truly lead you to develop and take back everything that belongs to you. Su Fan continued, according to the clues, our universe's lineage came from the chaotic universe's meteor shower, and the meteor shower that fell had our ancestor as the leader. Ancestor? The surrounding young universe's heavenly Taos were shocked. If our primogenitor were to lead us to fight against them, why would we need to fear those thieves who have taken over our nest and seized our fortuitous opportunities? Unfortunately, we don't know where our ancestor went. Some of the heavenly wills of the all heavens couldn't help but hate him. In a short 30 years, they became more and more powerful. Compared to the clowns that occupied their bodies and made countless mistakes, they were born with perfect control over their own bodies. Their battle prowess was heaven-defying. According to their estimations, a universe with the same combat power could defeat dozens of universes of the same level. It was simply the difference between an ordinary saint and a multidimensional saint. Unfortunately, their natural fertility rate was extremely low. Naturally occurring will of the heavenly way was too rare. On the other hand, those incomplete human universe possessors were the ones who possessed bodies. Because they were possessors, there were many of them. According to the ancient prophecy, there are 129,600 heavens. This number should refer to the number of our natural universe's heavenly Tao. Not those despicable people. Yes, those despicable people are crazily mass-producing the 9 multiverses. There are flowers, birds, and beasts everywhere. I'm afraid they have already surpassed the number of the 129,000 multiverses. Another 10 years passed. The universe's heavenly Tao finally produced a young heaven's chosen. His name was Tiangue. He had the talent for strategy and battle prowess. He started to lead the primitive tribes of the heavenly wills and started to resist. Very quickly, a large number of universe ships in the sea were attacked. They were organized and disciplined. They hid at the periphery of the 9 universes' continents and ambushed them. This caused the saints in the 9 port universes to start to panic. Too strong, in the Chaos Sea, those of the same level would be easily destroyed. Only on the continents, they could rely on the nodes of the universe's dojo to absorb the spiritual veins. This caused the other multiverses to once again not dare to cross the multiverse. Damn it, if it wasn't for Su Fan, why would this happen? Some gritted their teeth and couldn't help but curse. However, everyone knew that this might be an inevitable era. If Su Fan hadn't appeared, those universes might have formed their own wills in the future. Take the empty path, some saints said. Their thoughts were very clear. They directly targeted the mother stream heavens in the sky. The Chaos Sea is their territory. It's hard for us to invade. The universe's continents are lucky that we have the first mover advantage. It's our territory. It's hard for them to invade now. But the sky, in an instant, the mother stream heavens were at their peak. They leaped over the underworld reincarnation and became one of the largest forces in the heavens. Countless existences in the universe who wanted to cross the universe had to take the mother stream heaven's skyship. Rongchen was completely beaming. He had mastered the core technology and had a large group of unimaginable talents to continuously deduce it. At this point, even if others developed, they would be far from being able to keep up. He had practically monopolized the control of the sky. Master the core technology. Yuan Qinghua laughed. We can rent one of our mother stream heavens for you to use as a transport ship. However, you have to pay on time. Whoosh. For a moment, the sky was filled with gigantic umbrellas of the mother stream, floating in the thin atmosphere, slowly traversing. They were like beautiful colorful auroras in the distance. They were also like huge jellyfish in the sky. They decorated the sky of the multiverse and filled the last empty space with life. The multiverse continued to be filled up and underwent a major explosion. Su Fan, the prodigy of the natural universe, was not the only one who was born. Soon, in the 6 paths of reincarnation, a new generation saint called Goddess Hutu appeared. She was so talented that she suppressed all the other saints. She opened up the great reincarnation universe and perfected the system. She was known as the strongest prodigy of the next generation. In the heretic heavens, it was said that a young saint had appeared. However, it was very different. The heretic heavens represented death and violence, but he contained endless life. He researched the self-seeding universe. It was extremely small, only 1,000th of the size of a normal universe. However, it did not need the rich spiritual vein nodes of the universe. It could take root everywhere and grow. This filled in the gaps of sparse plants. It truly made the universe's continents green enough to form a grassland. He was known as the Shenong Saint. Other forces also had many young saints. They came from the lower realms of the various universes. It could be said that they were popping up like mushrooms. Chaos Sea, Ocean Dynasty. In the countless arches of the Universal Bridge. At this moment, the Heavenly Return Emperor, who controlled the ocean heavens, gave an order. Transform into flying beasts and kill into the sky. 5 years later. One by one, the winged dragons emitted a silver glow. They were like swordfish traversing the clouds and ascending. Unfortunately, these winged dragons were the same as the mother stream civilization. The higher they flew, the more their energy would leak. It was very difficult for them to stay in the air for too long. They needed to replenish their energy and return to the Chaos Sea. However, this was enough. Do you think we don't have any countermeasures? Phoenix finally came out of seclusion. It was not that she did not gain anything during this period of time. She transformed into many golden phoenixes that left the mother stream and launched a counterattack. An era of aerial warfare had completely descended. Rumble, the endless five-colored battle in the sky had completely erupted. At this moment, in an ancient environment in the universe's chaos sea, the chaos sea here was extremely clear. It vaguely stirred into a vortex. Matter was slowly colliding and condensing. Life, space, matter, dimensional laws of the 9 universes. Countless great Daos gathered here. The maps of the 9 universes seemed to form some kind of complex and mysterious interweaving, giving birth to some life. Whoosh! An embryo was slowly being born. This was a pure and wholly young creature whose entire body was smooth and glossy. He slowly opened his eyes. Who am I? As soon as his voice fell, countless rules slowly interweaved and strange phenomena appeared. The rules of the great Daos of the 9 universes gathered together, and a large amount of cosmic information flowed into his mind. The birth of the universe, the age of chaos, the age of gods and demons, scenes flashed through his mind like a hazy slideshow. All the information of the past settled. The chaos sea was originally a huge information dump. It was too violent that no living being could read it. However, at this time, he could easily read the information flow of the universe. It was as if the chaos sea was his mother, crazily rushing into his mind. In an instant, he almost knew the development process of the entire universe. This seemed to be fate. This was true greatness from birth. The race of chaotic beings born in the 9 universes, the true ultimate ruler that would only be born in a mature universe. The lowly human bloodline was just a transitional fungus used to supplement the ecological environment of the entire universe. Who am I? How was I born? He whispered softly, like a baby curled up in the chaos sea. He kept thinking, combining the past scenes of the universe's history that he saw, and vaguely grasped a corner of the future. I saw the future. This is our era. Whoosh! The undercurrent in the chaos sea slowly moved. This mysterious life form kept thinking, his eyes filled with the vast wisdom of a sage. He was born knowing. All the information and data that had settled in the chaos sea of the universe over countless years allowed him to know the huge flow of information from the universe, all the past eras of the universe, and the scenes. Observing the future from the past and deducing a corner of the future, this is the path of cultivation. And the so-called Tao is just the natural change of the universe. The essence of cultivation is just knowing the past, deducing the future, understanding the changes, and understanding the truth. He kept swimming forward, muttering softly, and instantly saw through the ultimate essence of the great Tao. Many modern saints found it difficult to understand the root of the Tao, but he instantly understood because he was standing on the shoulders of the giant of the bloodline civilization, using countless ancient and modern knowledge as a blueprint. Soon, he saw a corner of the future. Raising all humans. They would be the ultimate overlords of life on the 9 continents of the universe. Just like a planet, to build their own civilization, houses, and streets, they needed to dig the soil on the surface, reach in to grab, dig, and eat the fungi in the universe, humans to survive. That was their last bit of heat. However, that was also the essence, wasn't it, when a creature at a higher level appeared in the food chain, then the creature that was once at the top of the food chain would also become the food of the new overlord. That was natural and inevitable. At this moment, he completely knew where he came from and what mission he had in this universe. Or rather, the meaning of living. However, he had a question: why was he the only one born? What about the other similar life forms? He had a feeling that now was not the time. Thinking back to the ocean environment where he had just been born, it was extremely special. The rules were extremely clear and mature, but the chaos sea outside had yet to reach this point. It's clearly not my era yet, but I've already been born in a special coincidental environment? I'm the forerunner? Whoosh! He quickly surfaced from the surface of the sea. His smooth and indescribable body gradually twisted and finally turned into a handsome man who was as fit as a Norse god. He strode forward. This is the surface of the chaos sea. The surroundings were empty and boundless. It was dead silent and lonely. Through reading the memories of the 9 major universes, he knew that this lonely chaos sea was the norm. Those saints who sneaked into the chaos sea and headed to the multiverse were very rare and difficult to encounter. Soon, he dived into the deep sea again and headed toward a parallel universe. He turned into a nimble fish and swam through the seabed like a fish in water. Those saints will probably be shocked speechless when they see that I can freely shuttle through the chaotic sea. After all, this has already broken the inherent laws of the universe. They won't even be able to recognize the meaning of our existence. His voice was calm and incomparably cold. But it's only natural for them to be surprised. Even I myself am surprised at my own existence. I am a life that doesn't belong to this era of the universe, the future ruling spirit, and the final person to open the 11th level door. It was a mysterious and hazy feeling. When he learned of his future position, he had already vaguely guessed the true origin of mankind. The theory of genetic bloodline complementarity, or you could call it the selfish gene. Although the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe formed the main trunk tree of the Great Path, the Big Bang of the universe was too intense. Many scattered Great Path nomological fragments flew out uncontrollably and spread everywhere. The universe was incomplete from the beginning after the Big Bang. However, it had no choice but to be incomplete. That was because he had to be born through the Big Bang, and the Big Bang would inevitably cause a portion of his rules to scatter everywhere in the universe. That was a predestined fate. Therefore, the rules were everywhere. Rocks, trees, flowers, water, and living beings. These were all fragments that contained the rules. The newborn universe is like a porcelain bottle. Although it has a rough core, the porcelain bottle fragments are scattered everywhere. Day after day, these bloodline rule fragments give birth to a spirit, and the spirit begins to search for its own instinctive mission to mend the universe. The moment this porcelain bottle was completely completed, because of the complete return of the rules, the great path map of the universe was completed, and the singularity was completely perfected. Therefore, the higher realm, the 11th level door, was opened. Those saints are really laughable. The rules are not completed, but returned. His eyes seemed to contain endless stars. It sounded complicated, but the rules of the universe were originally so complicated. The bloodline is the main body. The so-called humans, their souls and brains, are just temporary intelligence produced by the rules to help them return to the universe. Just like the humans on the planet, in order to get home faster, they invented the tool car. But is the car the main body? No, the car is a pitiful tool, a vehicle from beginning to end. These humans are the same. They are just tools of the gene bloodline, a form of expression, a carrier. Bloodline cultivation technique? Genetic talent? Second, third genes? Haha, he could not help but laugh. His laughter became louder and louder. It was unknown if he was mocking them or if even he felt that it was a little too sad. He felt sad for those sad humans. Perhaps we can call this theory of human origins, selfish genes. If we tell these saints this cruel truth, they will definitely not believe it, but... He suddenly said coldly, "This is the truth. Sad old creatures, do you understand? You are just a carrier of the gene bloodline, a transition." Gradually, he approached the shore. He could clearly feel that the bottom of the chaos sea in this universe was spraying clear spring water, evolving the matter of the chaos sea and becoming more suitable for survival. It's a little strange. Could it be that this is knowing that we are destined to be born, and it is still creating an environment for us in the chaos sea? A trace of confusion flashed across the chaos life's eyes. He directly walked out of the sea and slowly walked ashore. This extremely intelligent chaos sage stepped on the desolate beach of the universe and looked into the distance. The universe is too vast. A continent in the universe, even to us vast giants of equal proportions, is equivalent to humans standing on a continent of a planet. It is boundless. Let alone those fungus-like microorganisms? He looked at the bottom of his feet and into the distance. This is a barren wasteland. There is no suitable place to build a dojo. I deliberately came here to land. After all, I already know the history of the 9 major universes. I am too weak. I am not a match for those saints who have taken root in the dojo. He clearly knew that there were too many barren areas in the universe. Especially the Chaos Sea. Other than some areas that were suitable for building dojos, the other areas were almost uninhabited. He gradually walked forward, walking along the shore. However, he lowered his head slightly and picked up some huge creature junk. Shells? Mollusk corpses? Why is it on the coast? Something is strange. The universe might not be as familiar. A trace of uneasiness flashed across his heart. He was extremely intelligent. He clearly knew the past and future and had even deduced the current structure of the universe. It could be said that he knew everything in the world without stepping out of his house. However, when he walked out and saw the new world outside, he felt as if the future he saw had shattered into pieces and collapsed. This is not the future I saw. How could the universe become like this? He continued forward. His body actually slowly shrank and collapsed. The density structure crazily compressed, turning into a small humanoid life form that landed on the beach again. He continued forward and went deeper inland. Suddenly, he discovered that after crossing some distance from the coastline, at the node where there was a dojo, there was a verdant and vast number of plants that formed a coastline. He was instantly stunned. He looked up and actually saw indescribable giant creatures forming a huge green grassland. Birds sang, flowers, bees, beasts, it was like a paradise on earth. However, with his vision, he quickly discovered this. These plants were protective belts that carried some indescribable weapons of destruction. However, why was the coast that had just come ashore a barren land, barren? Perhaps this place was not suitable to build a dojo. His heart skipped a beat, and a trace of uneasiness flashed across his heart. They have taken root in all the dojos along the coast, forming a bumpy line to guard against the living beings that climb up from the chaos sea. As for him, he was only at a concave point because that beach was not suitable for defense. After going a certain distance, a defensive zone appeared. What a huge move. I'm afraid that these terrifying things have appeared at the borders of the entire universe's continents to guard against enemies that climb up from the chaos sea. His expression changed drastically. He already knew who the enemy born in the chaos sea was. Other than them, there was no one else. Whoosh. At this moment, some small living beings suddenly walked over from afar, as if they had sensed him. The expression of this chaos life form changed slightly. Not good. The other party has set up such a defensive line and is so meticulous. I don't know how many years they have prepared. It's impossible that they did not detect my methods. He prepared to kill and escape back to the chaos sea. Brother, what are you doing? An elderly sage's expression was very calm as he asked curiously, I'm Xianxia. On this side is the spear-wielding black-robed sage. Are you also here to join our faction to resist those evil chaos sea creatures? On the other side, in the Longevity Dao Palace. You can't find him? Gigi's expression was completely solemn. We've already pulled all the longevity saints into the 9 jellyfish universes for observation and research. We've left a backup plan, but he still managed to escape? There's nothing we can do. Rongqing took a deep breath. We've left all kinds of backup plans and means on him, but it's completely useless. He swam out of the chaos sea and lost contact. The Longevity Dao Palace was extremely heavy. The chaos sea was already chaotic, and it was difficult to chase after him. It was expected that they would lose contact. Right now, fighting against the natural heavenly axiom and fighting in the sky was indeed an urgent matter. After all, if humans wanted to survive, they had to resist the rise of another species. The natural heavenly axiom was the true main character of the universe. If they could not win, they would not be able to escape the fate of all humans being reared. However, right now, he was also facing another troublesome crisis at the same time. The other main character. After all, both of them were the main characters of the era, and neither of them could defeat the old creatures. Damn it, he doesn't have a bloodline at all. He's slippery, and there's no way to monitor him. I don't know where he's gone, Yu said in a low voice. Then there's really no other way. We'll let him go. As long as he's alive, he'll leave traces in the universe sooner or later. When Meng said, after all, we're not in the same dimension at all. We've studied for so long, but we haven't found anything. It's all unknown. We can only let him go and let him go. Yes. Lucci also said, after all, no matter how dangerous he is, he's only one. Let him do whatever he wants. No matter what danger he faces, we'll be able to observe him. If billions of them appear, it'll be terrible. It's better to collect information now. The longevity saints were silent. They were bold and courageous. Instead of locking him up, it was better to let him go out and stir up trouble. They could use his changes to deduce the future of this mysterious race. He's outside. Suji's expression was very calm. He's the true main character of the Chaos Sea. My universe is the fake main character. The 9 jellyfish universes had only created an environment that nurtured the Chaos Sea, making the Chaos Sea extremely clear. The Chaos lifeform was naturally nurtured in it and was not controlled by Suji at all. Because they weren't of the same species and didn't even have a bloodline, Suji couldn't be the old man next door even if he wanted to. He created 9 jellyfish universes and allowed one of them to appear in advance. He was indeed thinking the same thing as the realm of immortals. He wanted to take this opportunity to understand the other party. After all, the true terror was the unknown. However, I can track his whereabouts. Suji's interest was piqued. After all, this is already my big sand table. There are zergs all over the place, and a cancerous foreign object has entered the sand table. It's so glaring, how can I not see it? Chaotic Beach. Fellow Taoist, where are you from, and how should I address you? The elegant old man smiled. He was one of the original saints who joined the little TV players in the fishery. My name is 2Xian. The Chaos life form didn't have a name before, so he casually said one now. The 2 low-level saints in front of him made the Chaos life form 2Xian feel disgusted and disgusted. If not for this unforeseen event, he would have directly slapped them to death. They were natural enemies, and there was no possibility of coexisting. Moreover, the senses of living beings were different. From his perspective, the bloodline life form seemed to see a pitiful, wet, wriggling bug, lying on the ground in a sticky state, weak and disgusting. Everyone, are you members of this All Heavens force? At this moment, he smiled and went along with the conversation. He forcefully suppressed the look on his face as if he was looking at a bug or a cockroach, and he began to daydream. All Heavens, what did this mean? However, the other party didn't seem to recognize him. Could it be that they really weren't guarding against the main characters of fate coming ashore, but some other creatures in the Chaos Sea? He completely felt that a change had occurred in the era. There was a strong sense of inexplicable unease in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the vast plants on the distant grassland. He felt a strange aura. It was like the universe, but it was reality. It was another type of life. Bloodline humans, a third type other than the Chaos life forms. The plants, flowers, and vegetation weren't the most special. The most special thing was that there was a pure white television standing among them. It was countless light years tall and vast, and it was broadcasting content. Today's All Heavens broadcast, summary. A beauty with long black hair in a suit sat on the television station and broadcasted. Recently, the frontline war has completely begun, and the Chaos Sea is completely approaching peace. The other party is hiding in the deep-sea base camp and has completely launched a second full-scale aerial battle. Naturally, several terrifying great Daos have appeared in the Heavenly Daos camp and killed the universes controlled by our prodigies. Behind it was a picture of the aerial battle in the chaotic sky. It was extremely intense. Heavenly Dao, full-scale aerial battle? He was shocked on the spot. What the hell is the Heavenly Dao? Are you kidding me? He immediately suspected that he had transmigrated. The Chaos Heaven's incomparably bleak and desolate environment had become so lively. It was likely that after they ruled the entire universe, the races on the entire planet were at war with each other, resulting in such a flourishing scene. Could it be that our race has long ruled this era? I've been swimming across the Chaos Sea, and by the time I reach the shore, I've already transmigrated millions of years into the future? 2Xian shook his head, feeling completely at a loss. He previously believed that the Chaos Sea was calm and that the sky was blue and flawless, but it turned out to be an illusion. The reason why the Chaos Sea was calm was because people had long transcended the low-level naval battles. The reason why the Chaos Sea was calm was because their battles were happening countless light years high in the sky. Only the afterimages could be seen from the Chaos Sea directly beneath them. These battles have already evolved into the form of flying life forms in the future. 2Xian carefully observed the television and found it somewhat terrifying. Their bodies are about the same size as us. However, they aren't individual life forms, but the universe? How could it be the universe? Those bloodline life forms were individuals, and the hegemons of this new era were individuals as well. This was a complete violation of the rules. It was definitely not naturally produced by the universe. He narrowed his eyes as he continued watching the news. The evil god Allheaven's lineage's 4 quantum heavenly kings had their universe mechas destroyed. After their deaths, they expressed intense displeasure. They were killed for the sake of righteousness, so they will definitely start all over again to fight the enemy's 7th general. In front of the television, the female host slowly flipped the page. This made him feel that humans were strange creatures. They were clearly sages, but they still had to fake the act of flipping the page to read the content. This is the summary of the battle at the front lines. Next, we will be broadcasting the other aspects. Recently, the mother stream civilization has been raising prices crazily. They have monopolized the core technology they control. Our heavenly courts, the underworld samsara, the evil god universe, and other factions have expressed their strong condemnation. Our Majesty, Di Chi, has emphasized that we have to develop our own aerial combat knowledge. Although it's a later development, we absolutely cannot be choked by others, especially when the other party refused to allow His Majesty Di Chi to enter and visit the other party's mother stream space base. This was simply disrespecting and belittling our ruler. How dare they slander our Majesty for trying to plagiarize the other party's civilization? Currently, the research institution's Mount Akina speed has already led people to develop the 2nd generation of the All Heavens universe. Although it's not as good as the enemy's 7th generation mother stream, it's still a big step forward for our research. The beauty broadcaster flipped another page. Our younger generation's successor has fought against the underworld samsara. Both sides have fought fiercely, evolving the universe of life structure and perfecting the All Heavens. We, the human heavenly axiom, perfecting the ecology of the players in the All Heavens, complementing the environment of the universe. We will completely rewrite our glory. We will definitely defeat the natural heavenly axiom and become the heavenly axiom ourselves. Man can conquer nature. 2Xian was watching with great interest. Old Man Elegance and the black-clothed saint did not mind. Some of the nomadic sages would usually watch the local television broadcast to understand the situation in the All Heavens. After all, they were just country bumpkins. They were also used to the way the players spoke. The 2 of them patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Go over there and register. You need to have your aptitude tested. If you pass, you can join us." With that, the 2 of them continued to leave together. However, as they walked, Old Man Elegance suddenly said, "That sage is a bit strange. The way he looked at us was like how humans look at lowly bugs." There was an unimaginable sense of oppression. The black-clothed saint thought for a while and nodded. He hid it very well, but he could not hide the contempt in his bones. Perhaps he is a rare life form that looks down on life forms with flesh-based bloodlines. After all, the energy and silicon-based life forms in the universe often look down on carbon-based life forms with flesh and blood. I don't think that's the case. Old Man Elegance thought for a while. That's a higher dimension of contempt. It makes me feel fear at the genetic level, as if I've met my natural enemy. But forget it, the other party is definitely not the universe. After all, the Great Tao Atlas and our bloodline life forms, the intrinsic structure is definitely different. We have detection machines, so we can't hide it. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to have a bloodline, but how can a life form not have a bloodline? It's probably hidden. It was very normal for some powerful sages to have methods to hide their bloodline. 2Xian continued watching. He watched the television with relish. He was very patient and was studying it. He also learned some history and the most important term, chaotic universe reign. Is this the source of the variable? I didn't expect an external species to change the course of our universe's history. A new chaos-y era actually appeared and replaced our position. He slowly shook his head. However, it's not a true replacement because we will still be born. However, this life form from the chaos-y era seems to be of a higher level than us. One had to know that in his previous deductions, the ancient humans of this era were not on the same level as them. It was like a human looking at a disabled child with poor intelligence. No, it was a human facing a primitive, low-level monkey. No. It was hundreds of times worse than a monkey. The upper limit of intelligence, thinking ability, and combat strength potential of both sides, it could be said that the intelligence and talent of any of their lowest-level clansmen was not inferior to that of one sage among tens of billions of humans. This was because a disabled universe could only be a disabled person. Some of their intelligence and talent are higher, similar to those geniuses of multidimensional sages. They are barely comparable to the low-intelligence children in our race, however, we can't underestimate them. In front of us, they are geniuses condensed from the entire tens of billions of years of the universe's history. Only 10 or so top living beings have appeared. It is indeed possible that they are comparable to the elites of our race. This was a very simple logic. After all, the tens of billions of years of monkey history were condensed together. It was understandable that a few genius monkeys with intelligence and talent could compete with humans, however, could they beat them? They could not. It was not a lie that they were all sages. And their numbers were not as rare as sages. As a new human, their reproductive ability could be comparable to humans. It would not be a problem for them to develop to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of countries. How could they compete? There was no way to compete. Furthermore, the other party's strength was still disappearing, and the Great Tao was sealed. This is already a double death sentence. They have been eliminated by the times. This is not facing us without any chance of turning the tables. It's facing the universe. There is no chance of turning the tables because the universe is destroying them, not us. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he looked at the plants. Only the main character of the Chaos era can resist us. However, no matter how strong we are still individual life forms. The other party's universe looks more advanced than us. He looked at the plants and felt that his pride had been shattered. Compared to individual life forms, the universe was naturally a higher level of existence. After all, the universe could actually be weak. After all, it was just an incomplete Great Tao singularity. However, something that looked high level definitely had to have a good appearance. This also made Xianxia feel a strong sense of danger. Those bloodline life forms were destined to be eliminated, but those universes had the possibility of being a threat. Future, I have to deduce the future. He closed his eyes and continued to deduce history based on the existing data and intelligence. As creatures of the new era whose average intelligence and talent far exceeded that of low-level humans, their deduction abilities were naturally extremely outstanding. Furthermore, he was the first life form to appear. He was the one who had absorbed the most information from the Chaos Sea. Scenes after scenes flashed past his mind. In the future, those old bloodline life forms and their human heavenly Tao camp will definitely not be able to defeat the natural heavenly Tao. They are a species that will definitely be eliminated. In the end, they will be exterminated and killed by the natural heavenly Tao. He kept deducing the future. If they are not ruled by us, they will be ruled by another main character of the Chaos Sea. They will definitely fall to the mortal world. However, the foundation of those old life forms is very stubborn. They have grasped the resources of the old era. They are rotten and high above, especially when they first occupied the land of the universe to defend. It will take some time to overthrow the old humans. However, in the future, they will eventually be captured and raised. However, they will not be raised at the foot of our continent, in the 9 universes. Instead, they will be raised in the few universes of the heavenly Tao. In the future, all the evolution of the human heavenly Tao camp will become a gift for the natural heavenly Tao. As for the final experts of the human camp, they will conceal their identities and possess some heavenly Tao. They will hide in the natural heavenly Tao and become one of the rulers of the new heavenly courts. He vaguely saw many existences of the old days. They changed their appearances and were reborn through possession. They hid in the new heavenly courts. As for the heavenly Tao emperor of the new heavenly courts, although he spent a lot of effort to start a war and overthrow the stubborn diseases of the old days, he was unable to completely cure those tumors. He knew that they were hidden among his subjects, but he had no way to completely eradicate them. This is the general trend. He opened his eyes and pondered. After all, the bloodline universe and the bloodline lifeforms are interconnected. They have the possibility of possessing each other, but we are completely isolated. We don't even have a bloodline. If the bloodline lifeforms face us, they will definitely not become stubborn diseases and obediently be raised as livestock. He continued to deduce. In the future, the heavenly Tao of the universe will soon discover the appearance of new chaos lifeforms. The two protagonists of the Chaos Sea will also begin to clash. Let's officially enter the stage. He narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled. Based on the current situation, if the other party continues to display such an attitude, we'll definitely crush them. Their numbers are too few. Because they were the universe, and he was an individual being. Their numbers could be in the hundreds of billions, and as new humans, their reproduction speed was definitely top-notch. They discovered us, and a huge battle broke out between the two sides. At first, we were no match for them and hid in the Chaos Sea. Then, we multiplied crazily. When our numbers reached hundreds of millions, we completely crushed their sparse population. They will lose. They can only wait for death and be crushed by us. He frowned and fell into deep thought again. After that, in order to solve the problem of the number of natural heavenly axioms, they reactivated the fake heavenly axiom of the humans from before. They used the humans they reared in their own universe to form a new army, creating the human heavenly axiom once again. They started using the human wave tactic against us. For a time, we are evenly matched. He closed his eyes again. After a period of stalemate, the stalemate was broken again. This is because the universe suddenly shook. Following our battle, the number of sages kept increasing, and the great Tao was completely replenished. The universe was moving towards maturity, and the power of the bloodline was disappearing. The disappearance of this bloodline power not only affected the sages, but also the bloodline universes. The heavenly Taos were repelled by the great universe. If it was a complete universe, there would not be any repelling, but they are incomplete singularities. A mature universe is increasingly unable to accommodate these foreign objects. The bloodline universes began to weaken. With the help of nature, we crushed the other party step by step. The other party declined step by step. In the end, they put all their strength on the 11th level, wanting to snatch the 9 chaos singularity deity positions from us. After all, it doesn't matter who becomes the 11th level, no matter how great the difference in military strength between the two sides is. This is an oppressor-level force. It will completely affect the balance and completely reverse the trend of the universe. At this point, he suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. In the end, we have returned to the orthodox history. The fight for the 11th level. Originally, it was the world of immortals and us fighting for it. Now, it has become the fight for us. We have returned to the node. The 11th level was the last hope of the old lifeforms. Now, it has become the last hope of the heavenly Taos. After all, the general trend does not change, but the small details can change. Now, it seemed that there were many changes, but in reality, it had never deviated from the general trend. The changes were all small details. The general trend was still the same, the universe was replenished, and the 11th level was opened. For the final struggle of the old lifeforms, they fought with the new era for the final 11 levels, vainly attempting to change the disparity in power in the future. However, he could no longer continue the deduction. After all, the content of the 11th level was not something that could be deduced easily. How to break through was a mystery. In fact, he could only deduce the general direction. The specific details were a big problem. Just like back then, when the world of immortals deduced the mature universe, it was the Dharma ending era, but they had only deduced half of it. Not only was it the Dharma ending era, but it was also the budding era of the new lifeforms. Perhaps, I've only deduced half of it. There are still many unknowns. He took a deep breath. After all, I'm not sure how our lineage cultivates. The key to corroborating the Tao at the 11th level is to leave the chaos heavens and enter the mature universe's interior to cultivate again. Then, how is one to corroborate the Tao? It's also unknown. As he spoke, he looked at the tiny television in front of him and the others. I have to think of a way to do something in this era to prepare for the birth of our race. However, he was not a bloodline saint, so he was unable to use the powers of his bloodline. It was even to the point that he did not dare enter those universes because they would immediately be discovered by the universe's owner. I'm unable to produce a universe, so I have to establish a faction. I have to find a spy, to help me control the universe. I also want to become a faction of the heavens. He thought for a moment before he began wandering around. Although Suji did not know that he was deducing life, he was silently observing him. Suji was very patient. He wanted to see what this powerhouse was up to. Perhaps, he was already researching an unprecedented power system. However, after observing for a while, he wandered around in search of candidates. Suji scratched his head and immediately came to a realization. If you want someone, you should have told me earlier. What kind of geniuses aren't there? Now, most of the regions are my sandbox. If you stay in my house, there will be plenty of talents. You can choose freely. However, speaking of which, it has only been 1,000 years. How many talents do I have here? Suji was very relaxed and didn't know. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of universes now. Although each place wasn't big, the current heavens were only a few hundred to tens of thousands of light-years in area. All the heavens added together might not even be the size of a Milky Way galaxy. To the multiverse, it was still like a grain of rice. But, in the face of the vast nature, living beings were like ants to begin with. From tens of billions of years until now, living beings didn't occupy too much actual land. And in these universes, there were geniuses who had condensed the seats of the great Tao of the next 4 levels of the universe. What concept was this? In the past, the universe only had 6 levels of seats. Saints appeared bit by bit, and he destroyed the universe in advance. The remaining 4 levels of geniuses appeared at the same time in this Dharma-ending era. He didn't dare to imagine it. Now, I'm only providing embryos. They are still in the primitive period. Even I don't know how much they will expand in the future. In any case, just let them develop. Don't be fooled by their numbers. They look invincible and terrifying, but facing the real future, they are still in a desperate predicament. They don't even have a chance to resist. Suji shook his head. It was very cruel. Perhaps many people weren't willing to hear it. If a group of genius monkeys from all eras were condensed together, countless monkey geniuses would appear. It would be difficult for them to defeat humans. But this was the bloody truth. He was now like a big landlord, a big farmer. He was engaged in construction, infrastructure, and transcendent cultivation, but it was also very difficult for him to resist. I first stole the Chaos Sea's layout and found another way to deal with the trash in the Chaos Sea. I pretended to be the next general trend of the universe. It looks good, but it will soon be overthrown. However, it's developing really quickly. It hasn't been long since it started, but even the number of hundreds of thousands of heavens is extremely terrifying to me. Suji couldn't completely understand or detect every part. It was impossible to grasp and pay attention to the internal information of every universe. The huge amount of useless and complicated information was enough to make him dumbfounded. After all, the current situation was already very terrifying. What was the complete explosion of an era and the comprehensive shaping of the environment, technology, biology, plants, soil, climate? There were hundreds of millions of domains in these regions, and every single one of them was broad and profound. At almost every moment, there would be a saint coming up with a new groundbreaking theory. Large numbers of sages rose to prominence as they clamored for it. They fell into a frenzy of research in the chaos heavens. After more than 10 years, he had a new look. For example, a few years ago, a saint similar to Xianxia appeared in the heretic god Heavenly Plains. He had actually started to plant miniature desert plants. In certain aspects, his talent was no weaker than Su Fan's. The new hybrid rice plants could take root in barren lands where there were not enough nutritious spirit veins in the earth and absorb the meager energy. This directly ushered in a new era. There was no longer a need for a fixed location in the dojo. They could take root in any barren land. Although the sucking power was small, it could still accumulate to a considerable amount. This solved the problem of energy supply, allowing all living beings on the continent to have enough to eat. In the beginning, Suji even went to see the sage Xianxia. Later on, various sages like Yu the Great who controlled the flood appeared. Suji was completely indifferent and numb. If he were to study them one by one, his mind would explode. He might as well just sit at home and watch television. He would play virtual games with advanced technological civilizations in the upper world and leisurely lie down to accept it. Although he would go out every once in a while, he would see the rapid developments. The moment he stepped out, he would see desolate villages and primitive tribes. There were only a few tall peas and sunflowers that stood on the barren land. They bore fruits for other universes to eat. Another decade or so later, he would realize that he was on an ancient street. Although the towering sunflowers and other plants were still there, the ground was covered in lush green grass. There were vast plains with crops planted. The sunflowers and other plants that took root in the dojo have become towering trees that reach the sky. As for the plants that can't take root in the dojo, they are weeds, flowers, and small edible plants. When Suji saw this, he was completely dumbfounded. Weren't these sages working too hard? This was probably the result of an arms race. The various factions of the heavens were vying for supremacy. There was also the external enemy, nature's heavenly Tao. It had become a huge threat, so they naturally had to work hard. There was definitely a longevity sage behind all of this. If they did not secretly help desperately, it would never have developed to this extent. And the more critical thing was still going on. Suji immediately heard that because of the appearance of the large grassland with weeds, rice, and other plants, it had begun to evolve into pigs, cows, sheep, and other grazing animals in the universe that could produce milk and so on. At this moment, Suji completely realized that he could not manage so many things at all, and he did not have enough energy to manage them. The times were developing on their own, the 9 universes were achieving greenery on their own. Previously, I can't use the idea of ruling a world anymore. Now, it's the entire great era. Maybe I'm really the god of creation and destruction. I don't need to pay attention to too many geniuses of the era, but I can observe and grasp the overall situation. Suji felt that he had to see himself clearly and become more idle. This was destiny. He had to be responsible for controlling the general direction. Just like those big companies that were established, he began to control the general direction of development. As for some small projects and specific work, he did not need to do it himself. Right now, this is the more important work. If he wants talents, I can give them to him. After all, I also want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. We're at a disadvantage, and we definitely can't beat him at the moment. We have to break the stalemate. However, how should we approach him? That's a problem. Suji rested his chin on his hand. He was good at farming, and he really did not like playing Mission Impossible. He sat on the sofa and watched the program broadcast on the small television in front of him. Sigh, this is good. Gigi suddenly sat down. It's if you are the one. He had to admit that these players were not talented in the bright path of fighting and deducing cultivation techniques, but they were good at crooked ways and making programs. Recently, they even launched the program If You Are the One, which focused on solving the problem of cultivation companions between saints. After all, the times had changed. Saints were immortal, and there was no need to worry about their cultivation companions becoming their weakness. They could be free without taking responsibility. Naturally, many saints who did not have a strong desire to struggle had entered the era of cultivation companions and walked together. Ding! All the lights in the television went out. Beside him, Gigi sat on the sofa and let out a cry. She mumbled and swung her delicate and slender legs. This person doesn't look reliable at all. It's normal for all the lights to go out. But recently, I heard that some of the saints under our organization also went on blind dates. The other party is obviously playing cultural infiltration. Suji sat on the sofa and seemed to be watching the television as well. He was still thinking about how to set things up. Strictly speaking, there are currently the God of Destruction camp's myriad worlds who want to change the future of the universe, and the God of Creation camp's Primal Chaos Life camp who want to maintain the order of the universe and prevent the invasion of cancer cells and viruses. Without a doubt, the Primal Chaos Life camp before him was the keeper of order in the God of Creation camp. They were the orthodox. The self-recovery ability of the universe, and the birth of the true protagonist of the universe. It's just that this God of Creation is a scam. The God of Creation doesn't exist at all, Suji thought again. How should I, as the keeper of order in the God of Creation camp, represent the nature of the universe, support the true protagonist of this universe, defeat those hateful myriad worlds, and save the universe? Suji watched If You Are the One on the television. Why are you so engrossed in this program? Do you want to go on a blind date? Gigi suddenly laughed. Not really. Suji shook his head and shifted his gaze away from if you are the one. He could not help but ask, do you think we can resist the universe's destined general trend and change our fate of destruction? So, this is the reason why you want to be a playboy? Gigi asked. Suji was speechless. What are you talking about? My ambition does not lie in this. I am not that petty. Why are you cuckolding me? In the future, I will. Suji thought about it and felt that he had to ask a professional, so he asked again, the general trend of the universe must have a self-protection mechanism. If the universe is invaded too much, will it give birth to its own intelligence? Ah? Gigi thought about it and shook his head. It is impossible, however, after a while, Gigi also hesitated. But we living beings think that it is impossible, but not necessarily. Is it really impossible? At first, they thought that they were the living beings who understood the universe the best. But after so many unbelievable things had happened that overturned their worldview, even the firmest of arguments could be questioned. Hearing this, Suji thought to himself, as expected, their worldview has been overturned. At first, they did not believe in the God of creation. Now, they are skeptical of everything and feel that anything can happen. Suji knew clearly that to fool the primordial chaos beings, he had to first fool the sages of the Longevity Tao Palace. If the sages of the Longevity Tao Palace did not believe it, would the real protagonist believe it? After all, the more they knew about the rules and order of the universe, the more they did not believe in the absurd matter of the God of creation. They felt that it might be an insult to their intelligence. They were playing them like fools. Does he look like a sand coin to me? They were the smartest existences in the universe. However, since Gigi of the Longevity Tao Palace is not so sure, the universe has become strange and dazzling, and anything is possible. I might also have a chance. Suji pondered again. However, there is still a big problem. When he was the god of creation, when the god of destruction descended, he would turn the other party into a Zerg. Only then would the other party feel the mysterious vastness when they saw him. But right now, the other party could not turn into a Zerg. How could he not give himself away as the god of creation? What if he got beaten up? The corners of Suji's eyes twitched. What's more, the god of creation had no self-awareness and was the will of nature. It was absolutely cold. Even if he was invaded, he wouldn't resist, unless he was like the god of destruction, who lost too much of his authority after being invaded too much. Only then would the god of creation develop intelligence and counterattack. It was like a scale. The one who obtained the least amount of authority, the one who was about to be destroyed, would tilt and develop their own sentience. But now, the universe still had an absolute advantage, and the authority hadn't been seized, so how could the god of creation have gained sentience? What a headache. Suji shook his head. However, let's not meet them for now. Let's give you some hints first. I'm in the camp of the god of creation. Will I help you? Slowly support the rise of the other party? As for who should be the traitor and mix in? In the god of creation camp. Messiah. Suji narrowed his eyes and seemed to have an idea. It was time to reclaim his identity from back then. It was time for Hermes, who was respected and passed on the torch of civilization, to be reborn. The lights are all out again. Ha 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 ha, I have to say that these female saints have high standards. But it's understandable. There are very few female saints, and they are very picky. You're taking advantage of me marrying you. If you are the one was still playing on TV, and Gigi was watching it with great interest. He thought it was really interesting to watch those saints go on a blind date. At home, she didn't have the dignified and murderous demeanor of an empress. Instead, she looked relaxed. By the way, Gigi, is there a talent that can cut off one's own bloodline? Dizun asked. Gigi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. There is, but that bloodline is very heaven-defying, and the side effects are great. It's specially used to live a second life. Back then, the leader of the Longevity Taoist Palace used this bloodline to cut off all his bloodline of the Great Path to avoid the assimilation and erosion of the Great Path of the universe. Only then did he live a second life and come to the era of the Bridge of the Universe. Then, as a rank 10 bloodline descendant, he reconfirmed his path and became a saint. but the side effects of this bloodline were great. This was cutting off one's own bloodline, the core foundation. In other words, the bloodline that Suji had cut off before was not his own bloodline. His own bloodline was the bloodline of the 6th insect clan. He had never cut it off, and he didn't have the ability to cut it off. Cutting off one's own bloodline would directly cause the bloodline to collapse and become incomplete, and the whole person could easily be crippled. Even if he didn't die, it would leave irreversible damage to the origin. Moreover, cutting off one's own bloodline was already the limit. If it was cut off a second time, it would definitely collapse and die. Therefore, this bloodline could only live another life. The saints of the Longevity Taoist Palace were all extremely young, including Gigi herself, who was still at the peak of her prime. At the same time, her husband was still in his prime, so why was he thinking about a second life? This life was the time to decide the outcome. How could we have a second life? If we lost, we would be extinct, and we would be completely gone. Gigi thought about it and said, this bloodline is of little value. It's useful at certain times, but it's poison for us now. Back then, only the master of the Longevity Taoist Palace had used it once, and then it was completely shelved. Hearing Gigi's words, Suji narrowed his eyes. It really did exist. It had appeared in the sand table he had previously deduced, and it had actually existed in the pledger's body in reality. Can you give it to me? Dizun asked. Gigi was stunned. Her husband had always been very relaxed, but he must have some kind of plan. Yes, I can. I also have this bloodline. Its combat ability is very strong, and it can directly destroy one's origin and cut off the source of one's life. Gigi thought about it and smiled. After all, I promised to give you some bloodlines. Now I fulfilled one, and I'll let my main body get it for you. Soon, the bloodline fell into Suji's hands. Whoosh. Somewhere in the universe, Suji appeared in a space, looking at the bloodline in his hand. This is the heaven-defying bloodline that cuts off one's own bloodline? This was not an ordinary bloodline. This was cutting off one's origin bloodline. What did this mean? Cutting off one's essential life form. For example, Dichi's first bloodline was the Golden Crow bloodline, so his main body was a Golden Crow. No matter what second or third bloodline was integrated into it, it would not change his form. Even if he proved his way, it would only make him one step further into the first Great Path bloodline. The first Great Path bloodline could not be cut off, and the saints could only replace the other 4 Great Path bloodlines. The first Great Path bloodline was always one's innate life characteristic. In essence, bloodlines are the materialization of rules. The bloodlines scattered in one's body are the fundamental rules one's body was born with. Cutting them off is equivalent to having no bloodline rules in one's body. Suji knew what this meant. He could not help but be curious. If I cut off the origin bloodline, will my aura also become the same as those chaotic beings? Maybe it's possible? Suji knew that it was unrealistic to pretend to be old Wang next door, but it might be possible to disguise himself and gain some trust. Whoosh. In front of him were the living creatures of the universe. Birds, beasts, and fishes were all kinds of beasts and demonic beasts of various planets. They were collected by Suji. Sever. Suji landed lightly. The beasts and demonic beasts in front of him seemed to have their spines removed in an instant. They turned limp and turned into a pile of mud. They fell to the ground and instantly rotted. They had never cultivated before. They only had the bloodline of their first race. When their bloodline was extracted, their genes immediately collapsed. This is very evil. Severing the bloodline of living creatures is equivalent to extracting their bones and muscles. The probability of death is very high. Suji continued experimenting. However, I'm starting to seriously suspect that the strange bloodline of the Cloudstar Dao fruit, which pries open a person's bloodline and modifies it, is a lower branch bloodline of this severing the origin. This one is clearly more evil. After all, laws existed in all things. Only when the age of chaos descended and the universe was completely repaired did laws no longer exist in all things. Now, this one directly severed the origin of the bloodline and extracted the core laws contained in the body. That one pried open the body and modified it. It could be considered as touching the surface. He experimented several times and gradually got the hang of it. Primordial substance. Using the primordial substance of life to irrigate them, it allowed them to endure the painful period of having their bloodline extracted. Thus, they appeared and survived. However, Suji also soon discovered, this is not a true 10th rank child. They have no bloodline at all. They have lost the most important thing in their life. From the perspective of a cultivator, they are equivalent to a unique and unprecedented disabled person. Without bloodline, they can only cultivate the body and soul. Reaching the 8th rank is the limit. Suji shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it was useless. It was equivalent to wiping out the potential of living creatures. This was the stupidest thing in the age of bloodline lifeforms. However, after severing the bloodline, there is a somewhat similar aura, Suji murmured, but it's only similar. They don't have a bloodline, but they have a perfect sense of wholeness. Their missing bloodline structure has been filled by something. But these walking beasts have a sense of fragmentation. The missing bloodline is empty, as if their supreme bone has been dug out. That was probably how it felt. Suji tried to sever the bloodline of a normal life form, then directly tried the Zerg. The insect race beings before him stood in an orderly manner, as though they were an army of clones. Suji slashed lightly. Crash. Their bloodline of the 6th insectoid race dropped and crumbled, turning them into minced meat. Sure enough, the 6th-dimensional bloodline is known as a weak 11-rank sage bloodline. It's not as easy to sever as ordinary bloodlines. It's too powerful, too deeply rooted. Suji felt that the hostage-taker must have had some way of dealing with the problem when he used this move back then to increase the success rate. However, Suji was too lazy to care. So what if the success rate was low now? Wasn't it just a little more deaths? It was just an experiment on the Zerg that had explosive soldiers. It was not like they were going to kill themselves or test the law with their own bodies, so there was no need to increase the success rate. Whoosh. The Zergs were dying in large swathes, and Suji released a large amount of origin materials. After a long time, one of the Zergs was finally killed, and the 6th Zerg bloodline survived. Done. Suji took a deep breath, but he soon discovered an even more troublesome problem. He looked at the life form and frowned slightly. I've severed his insectoid bloodline, so he's no longer an insectoid. He's just a normal life form. I've actually lost control over him. Suji thought for a while. These beings, as existences that replaced Messiah, originally still had the Messiah bloodline. The world within the sea of consciousness. Now that it has been severed, the bloodline has also been eliminated, leaving only a hole. This was very unbearable. Originally, after severing the Zerg bloodline, it was only natural that he would lose control of this being. This was within Suji's expectations. However, he still had a way to possess it. It was the same method he had used to possess Messiah, the inner space sea of consciousness. He had used a consciousness body to occupy the other party's sea of consciousness, and could indirectly control it, but now, it was no longer possible. Without the bloodline. Naturally, the spatial bloodline in the sea of consciousness was also gone. Without the spatial bloodline, I can't possess it. This is very unbearable. Suji looked at the baby that replaced Messiah and said in a calm voice, the other party is not a Zerg. How can I control him? Suji stood up and paced back and forth. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of the omnipotent alchemy factory. Without the bone of supremacy, I can just insert the bone of supremacy of Nouveau Tycoon. Wouldn't that work? Suji inserted a Nouveau Tycoon's spatial bloodline, and it perfectly filled the hole. It also gave people the feeling that it did not have a bloodline. After all, the plug-in of an alchemy. Bloodline was, in a sense, an external organ. It was like carrying a Dao artifact or using a certain rule weapon. At this moment, it felt like a creature without a bloodline was using a rule weapon of the bloodline faction. It's done. Suji began to enter the sea of consciousness of the new bloodline. He cultivated with ease, directly using a large amount of the original substance to hasten the growth. After all, without a bloodline, the highest level was only the level 8 god, which was easy to reach. However, if I remember correctly, Messiah's realm was not high back then. At that time, gods were already the top combat power. Time and tide really wait for no man. Valkyrie Palace. It was still rooted in the level 7 heavenly court, next to the golden fishery. Those guys are broadcasting again on their little TV. Sitting on the Valkyrie Divine Mountain in the Divine Realm, Lin Hongfeng looked at the green sky outside with mixed feelings. Time flies. We are already more than 10,000 years old. We also broke through to level 9 and became Taoists, but unfortunately, our aptitude is not very strong. Without a perfect level 9 Tao foundation, we are destined to not become saints. Shira was a little bitter. Not everyone was a peerless genius. Their aptitude was not at the level of a level 10 saint. They could only break through as incomplete level 9 Taoists. They couldn't fight for a perfect Tao foundation until they died of old age, right? However, we are already lucky. I don't know how many heavenly talents of our generation have died, Mu Yinling said in a low voice. Yes. Shira looked complicated and emotional. Back then, Uncle Messiah took me to the demon realm, telling stories in the tavern, talking about the ancient times, Gilgamesh's past, and taking me to the demonic Reverent Wandering Scholar to pacify the heavenly court. Finally, we settled in the Martial God Palace. It seems like yesterday. It's hard to imagine that 10,000 years have passed. They were all very emotional. That wonderful period of time seemed to be just yesterday. No need to chat. Continue to exercise. Youth is about hard work. Daughters should be self-reliant. Lin Hongfeng laughed and took a group of people to exercise. But in the next second, everyone seemed to feel something and looked sideways at the same time. Clatter. Suddenly, a mountain in the distance shook slightly. The ancient and vast stone tablet, Master Messiah's tomb, shook slightly. The Martial God Palace's graveyard, Lin Hongfeng glanced sideways, and a ripple appeared in her heart. The graveyard buried the ancient existences of the faction, the members of the past generations. In the deepest part was the grave of the first master, Messiah. At this moment, the depths of the grave were shaking. Someone is secretly robbing the Martial God Palace's grave? Shira's face sank. The Martial God Palace was a body cultivator. Most of them were monsters who cultivated the purest martial path and soul path. They were natural treasures. Grave robbers were not rare, but that was in the early days. Who would dare to rob graves now? In the heavenly court of the 7 realms, there were no longer any enemies in the heavenly court that Dichi had built. The factions of the 7 realms ruled in an orderly manner. However, there were no signs of enemies entering. Only a rank 10 sage can sneak into our palace silently. But why would Dichi and the other sages rob graves? Soon, they arrived at the scene. They saw the tallest tombstone in the center shattering as if some ancient existence was breaking out of the ground. They looked at each other, and a thought suddenly flashed in their minds. Could His Majesty Messiah still be alive, resurrected? The people of the Martial God Palace looked at each other, unable to react. Back then, Messiah's fall was too mysterious. After all, it was the blood of eternal life. However, because she slept for too long, her body's energy was exhausted, and her body was deteriorating. She had tried soaking in the energy liquid for more than 1,000 years, but it was just an external input of energy. It was difficult to maintain every part of her body. After a long time, she still died. To put it simply, she starved to death. After all, the level of civilization back then wasn't high. There weren't even rank 9 Taoists. The methods of the gods were limited. When the Taoists appeared, Dichi and the others broke through long after they encountered the Blue Abyss Realm, the Stone Man Disc, and the Blue Abyss Heavenly Venerate. Back then, we felt that her fall was very strange. Could it be that she's revived now? Shira was extremely excited. No one would forget Uncle Messiah, who had led her into the Tao and helped the Martial God Palace on the right path. Maybe so. Lin Hongfeng also became excited. Messiah is the remnant body of Hermes, the savior of the world. And who was His Highness Hermes? He was a saint who ruled an ancient era together with the ancient gods. Even after he fell, he had been secretly maintaining our torch and passing on our civilization. He was known as the savior of the world. Savior. There were simply too many achievements. It would not be too much to write them down in history. Even the textbooks of the 7 realms had a long record of it. After the end of the sorcerer era, he descended upon the potion era and led the emperor of that time to a new world. He was known as the first potion emperor, the monarch emperor who controlled gardens and fine wine. He was also the one who opened up the new era and taught people that the path of the ninth stage was the path of the soul and flesh becoming one. He was in the immortal world, but in this life, the universe is about to be destroyed, and the man who is known as the savior might. Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and was too excited to say anything. No one was willing to believe that they had fallen back then. They all held a trace of hope that they would return, hoping for a miracle. Everyone was silent as they looked at the tombstone expectantly. Perhaps he really was a trump card left behind by great Emperor Messiah and Hermes. After all, he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient gods in this era. Crack. The tombstone opened. A young man with black hair and eyes walked out. 10,000 years had not left any marks on his youthful body. He was still strong and handsome, as if he was a great monarch who had traveled countless years in the past. Xianxia, is the current era the heavens? Messiah stretched and slowly said in a low voice. Xianxia's eyes became a little moist. She seemed to remember the time when she poured tea for that man in the bar in the demon realm. It's the heavens, the era of the heavens. Xianxia said nervously. Since he knew about the heavens, it meant that he had left behind a trump card and deliberately waited for this era. Long time no see. Messiah looked at the people of the martial god palace. It was still the big red chicken, Lin Hongfeng, Xianxia, wood language spirit. As for the lively little rabbit, little ginseng, and the other muscular girls, they had already died of old age. Not everyone had the power to break through to the ninth stage. Yes, long time no see. Lin Hongfeng's voice was hoarse and complicated. She looked at the tombstones at the side. Unfortunately, it will be very difficult for them to meet you. Everyone will die, including me. Messiah thought about it and sighed. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk. I want to know what happened in these years. What's the situation in the heavens now?" Everyone became more certain that this was a trump card to come to this era of the heavens. Soon, they introduced the current situation. The saints of the heavens didn't die, and the natural heavenly Tao and human heavenly Tao camps. I see. Messiah nodded as if she was joking. Don't think that we are still living in our dojo. In reality, the martial god palace has also entered the heavens. Many of our Taoists are working in other heavens. Some are even 10th stage sages, Xianxia said proudly. 10th stage sages? Messiah laughed. Of course. Our main bodies in the great cosmos are 9th stage sages. However, it is very easy for those small cosmos to become sages. The cultivation time is very fast. We have already become sages there. Lin Hongfeng introduced the current situation of the martial god palace. This is the best time. We have accumulated a lot of experience in becoming sages in the small cosmos. It is not impossible for us to become sages in the great cosmos in the future. After all, although our Taoist foundation is incomplete, the times are different. We can pry it open and fix it. Now, even mediocre people without the talent to become sages can easily become sages. The path of sages has become extremely simple. Even if we want to become sages of the Nine Yuan universe, we have a chance, and it is so easy for us to become sages. It is said that some monstrous geniuses have broken records and surpassed us. There are already many young sages. She kept introducing the situation. This was a prosperous time. Soon, Xianxia could not help but ask, "Uncle Messiah, you have awakened. Do you want to announce to the world that you have ruled His Majesty Diki and the ancient gods? After all, they will be very happy if they know." Messiah shook her head and looked at the sky. No, they will not be happy. If they know that I have lived to this era, they will even want to kill me. The martial god palace people were shocked. Why? You are clearly the leader of the civilization's torch, the Messiah. You are also a mighty existence that can match the ancient gods. Could it be that this involves ancient, hidden Buddhist and Taoist matters? Is it related to the death of Hermes, who ruled the land of the gods? Could it be that it was not just because of moon goddess Ji's attack and Hermes' death? Why would the ancient gods and the others? Lin Hongfeng said anxiously, "You deliberately awakened in this era. There is an indescribable mystery to it, as though you are plotting something. Ignore everything else. Messiah looked at them. If you still believe that I will not harm you, think of a way to help me storm out of this Tao Venue's membrane and reach beyond the chaos heavens. Storm out of the vast seven realms heavenly courts. At that moment, Lin Hongfeng and company felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Storming out of the seven realms heavenly courts, Lin Hongfeng was also alarmed by this bold idea. Even though the core strength of the seven realms heavenly courts was not here, the focus of the present era was no longer on the Bottomanda. For example, the Earth Mother Ivy and Dicky were roaming the lands outside the chaos heavens, but they were still heavily guarded. There were no 10th stage sages presiding over the place, but there were countless 9th stage Daos. Storming out. Can't we discuss this in detail? Shira hurriedly said, with your status, there's no need to go to such extremes. However, Messiah shook her head. Once the revival is discovered in this era, it will be very difficult for us to take action again. Only by launching a surprise attack and storming out will we be able to vie for something and find a sliver of hope. You don't have to help me. After all, the price of betraying the seven realms heavenly courts is just too great for you. Lin Hongfeng and company pursed their lips. The price was indeed unimaginable. After all, the other universes still had sage avatars that had just broken through. Once they betrayed the Chongming heavenly courts, it meant that these sage avatars would have to be abandoned. One had to know how precious it was to have a spot for a sage in a universe in this era of the myriad universes. Abandoning everything before them was equivalent to leaving directly. The largest universe faction in the Chaos Sea was even wanted. It was equivalent to betraying the human race. This was a betrayal of all humanity. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Hongfeng was completely solemn as she whispered, will what you want to do be tolerated by the primeval gods? Tolerated by the primeval gods. Then, what was the cause of the death of the old Hermes? Were there some terrifying mysteries? Everyone in the martial god palace felt their hearts race. Could it be that the primeval gods were secretly keeping silent and even taking action? They only felt fear and unease. The primeval gods had always been sacred and pure existences in their eyes. They were flawless, but now, in ancient times, Hermes' death definitely hid some truth. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. Messiah's voice was very calm. She sat on a large rock in the martial god palace and looked at the sky. What do you think of this era? Lin Hongfeng thought about it and said seriously, it's very dangerous. Naturally, the heavenly Tao suppression on us is too great. We humans are still inferior when seizing the universe's heavenly Tao. We can't unleash their full strength. Although we have the upper hand now, we, Lin Hongfeng, Shira, and the others came from the martial god palace. Unlike the natives outside, they also knew about the existence of the creation gods. He wasn't too optimistic about it. Furthermore, even if he blocked the natural heavenly Tao and became the ruler of the myriad worlds, there was still a true force behind it, the living beings of the Chaos Sea. They want to use this as a last resort, the descent of the god of destruction, to find a way out. But I'm different. I don't think that changing the future of the universe will succeed. It can't be changed from the beginning. Messiah's voice was extremely calm. The general trend of the universe is a torrent of fate. It's impossible to go against the heavens. The best way is to follow the general trend and find a chance of survival for the living beings with our bloodline. Lin Hongfeng's expression instantly tensed up. She meant that the ancient gods and the others had formulated a plan for the descent of the god of destruction to change the future of destruction by increasing the number of variables. However, Messiah, who was Hermes back then, strongly opposed it. She felt like she had vaguely grasped something. She sighed slightly and said, Messiah, in the vocabulary of the ancient sorcerers, has the meaning of savior. Perhaps you really have already calculated the future. Descending into this era is the true meaning. However, can we really find another path of survival that belongs to us? Stand on the side of the creation gods, take advantage of the situation, and seek survival. Lin Hongfeng only felt that this was a terrifying ancient scheme. In the end, she sighed. She did not really understand it. She looked at the people beside her and knew that they were somewhat tempted. The martial god palace cannot be without a master. I cannot leave. If you want to follow me, I can pretend that I did not see it. In the end, the martial god palace still needed someone to stay. After all, it was already a vast force with a huge business. There were more than 10 million disciples in the 7 realms. If she, the master of the martial god palace, chose to betray them, then it would be difficult to protect and deal with the remaining disciples. Not seeing the choice was already the biggest concession she could make. Even so, she would probably be punished. However, she believed that the relationship between Pan Yuxian and Mother Earth would protect her. At this moment, Shira took a deep breath and took a step forward. Uncle Messiah, the future you mentioned, following the general trend, is there really a way out? Is there hope? Mu Lingling also asked. Emperor Messiah meant too much to the martial god palace. It could even be said that without Messiah, there would be no martial god palace. They could follow him and open up new hope, build another bloodline arc, and preserve a trace of the flame of inheritance. However, there had to be a path of hope and goal. Since they did not agree with the path of the ancient gods, then they had to find a way out for the bloodline living beings. That is the general trend. We cannot stop it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot will die. My suggestion is, why don't we blend in and become part of the new living beings? Messiah said softly. Shira was stunned. Possession? Become a chaotic creature, but how could they become a chaotic creature? That was impossible, they were not a species of the same system. There should be no way to possess them. Messiah said calmly, everything can be made possible by turning the impossible. In the degenerate age, the bloodline of the living beings has completely disappeared. But now, the bloodline can still be preserved, in the form of the heavens and worlds outside the universe, using the self-circulation of the universe to preserve the bloodline. Then, there must be some way to achieve the impossible possession. We can disguise ourselves as their kind. How do we disguise ourselves? Shira asked. When the end of days arrived, we would lose all our power and become mortals. We would not even have the power to disguise ourselves. They don't have bloodlines, and we don't have bloodlines either, Messiah said softly. Messiah said softly. She looked at the sky as if she was looking at an ancient friend. That person believes that the glory of bloodline living beings cannot be lost, and that the bloodline must be preserved even at the cost of death. But I think this is too extreme. His personality is too idealistic and domineering. If we want to continue, we have to give up something, such as our origin. Abandon the bloodline, cut off the bloodline. Shira and Mu Lingling trembled. What kind of courage was this? Putting oneself on the line to fight, it seemed like Hermes's compromise back then seemed weak, but in fact, it was another kind of extremely strong decisiveness. This was also a fight to the death. Two ancient existences stood on opposite sides, but they both chose a path of no return. There was no return. We understand. With that, Shira and Mu Lingling bowed respectfully. The two stopped and looked at the black-robed, black-eyed youth in front of them. They knew that the monarch Emperor Messiah, the god of wisdom Hermes, had used certain means to fake his death to this day, but he had never changed his original intentions. He was still the god of wisdom who wanted to continue the torch of civilization and pave the way for future generations. He bestowed wisdom to humans, the threefold mighty Mercury. That was enough. There was no need to ask too much. So what if there were difficulties, mountains of blades and seas of fire, or a slim chance of survival? There were too many geniuses and freaks on the side of the primeval gods, but there were too few people on Hermes' side. It didn't matter if they lacked him, but Messiah's side lacked too many talents. Regardless, they had to take the risk to know who was right and who was wrong. If the primeval gods really lost their gamble and everything crumbled, Messiah might be the last spark that could save civilization. How do we leave? Mu Lingling asked after some thought. Shira said, we can only storm our way out. It's not like we aren't aware of how strict the Tier 7 Heavenly Court's Bottomanda is. There are strict checks, and no mortals are allowed to be brought in. Even existences at our level have to go through strict approval and reporting procedures. After all, this was a Bottomanda of the 7 realms Heavenly Courts. Although the 9 revolutions mystic art, monster core, and bloodline were no longer as important as they were in the past, there were still strict confidentiality measures to prevent the bloodline from leaking. Mortals and even Tier 8 gods had no right to leave. Even powerhouses like them who had attained the Tao, the core factions they trusted the most, had to undergo strict checks before they could leave for a short period of time and arrive in the Chaos Heavens. After all, their true bodies typically did not head out. Now, they were traversing through their avatars in the heavens or roaming the world through quantum televisions. If we want to report it, we have to go through the proper procedures. It's impossible to sneak past the southern heavenly gate and leave peacefully. Xianxia shook her head seriously and said, "First, the reporting process is very complicated. The people who head out need to be confirmed, and there are immortal officials who arrive ahead of time to verify every person's identity. Only then can they be put on the agenda." Emperor Messiah was exposed the moment he appeared and was discovered to be alive. The inspection is indeed strict. After all, the bloodline cannot be lost. Mu Lingqiu sighed as well and said, "We can only pretend to approach the southern heaven gate unintentionally. After all, our identities are very trustworthy. By constantly approaching, we will suddenly break out of the encirclement, storm our way out of the southern heaven gate and arrive outside the Chaos Heavens Tao arena. It was the only way." However, the success rate was also very low. Because the two of them were incomplete stage 9 Taoists. Although their battle strength was already top-notch, there were still many powerful Taoists that they could match. But we still have to go out. Speed is important in war. Xianxia made up her mind and said, "It'll be terrible if they find out that Emperor Messiah has faked his death and come back to life." He didn't hesitate, and there wasn't much to pack. He casually made some preparations and went into battle lightly. "Have a safe journey." Lin Hongfeng was silent for a moment, wanting to say something but hesitating. Of the original members of the Martial God Palace, only the three of them were left. If they failed, Mu Lingling and Xianxia would both die, and she would be the only one left. After all, immortality in the multiverse era was relative. In front of them was a faction that controlled all the heavens under it. If they killed the bodies of all the heavens under them, they would definitely die. Unless, not only did they have avatars in this faction, but they also had bodies hidden in the universes of other factions. However, such a person was extremely rare. To be able to hide his identity in two all heavens forces at the same time and blend in, at least, it was not something that they could do. Lin Hongfeng could not help but shout, "You mustn't die. Didn't the two of you say that you always wanted to eat chicken tips? I'll treat you the next time we return." Southern Heaven Gate. Ethereal immortal aura lingered as immortal palaces stood tall. From afar, one could see powerful sky gods standing guard. And behind the majestic bronze gate was a slightly spinning spatial vortex. It was a space that connected the Tao arena to the land beyond the Chaos Heavens. The surroundings were extremely peaceful and serene. Lin Hongfeng and Xianxia slowly approached the southern heaven gate and called for the general guarding the gate. "We need to report our departure." The general was a powerful sky god. He shot a glance at them and suddenly smiled. "So it's the two martial gods of the Martial God Palace. To think that you are heading out. When are you heading out?" Two mighty figures that had attained the Tao were enough to make the general respect them. What's more, female experts were extremely rare. "We are going to." Xianxia's expression turned serious as she suddenly raised her hand and knocked the general unconscious. The next second, buzz, the sky above the southern heaven gate suddenly trembled with a golden glow. Huge golden sparks bloomed in the sky. Indeed, there are means we are unaware of. They are probing this place. Xianxia's expression gradually turned gloomy. "Those fellows are too disgusting. They set up layer after layer of defenses, turning it into an impregnable empire." The two moved faster. They had to act quickly. Otherwise, if a group of figures that had attained the Tao attacked, the two of them would not be able to fend them off. "Two sky gods, you actually..." The surrounding general's expression changed. Crack. They raised their hands and unleashed all kinds of Tao arts. After attaining the Tao, the deities were like mortals and ants. They strode forward. However, they had only taken 2 steps. Whoosh. The sky was violently torn apart, forming a crack. Golden light poured down. "Xianxia, wood language spirit, how dare the Martial God Palace?" A furious roar came from outside. Xianxia slowly turned around. It turned out to be the heavenly flame god, the greatest enforcer of the southern heaven gate, the thunder monarch, the heavenly monarch god slayer, and the others who possessed endless power. Heavenly flame god. The two women were startled. Let me do it. A man with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out of Shira's divine sense. He let out a sigh and looked at the heavenly soldiers in the sky. What a familiar sight. At the immortality peach feast held by the mother green vine, there were also familiar faces of the heavenly soldiers. Some are still around, some are gone. The golden deities in the sky were slightly startled. The thunder monarch and the others were shocked and enraged. They felt a strong sense of uneasiness. It was too bizarre. They could not help but yell, "Martial Empress Messiah, as the remaining will of Hermes, you are still alive. Why are you attacking the southern heaven gate in front of us?" Suji turned around and looked at the thunder monarch, Long Wuming, and the others. They were the first batch of players. Their minds and thoughts were gradually devoured by the incense. The incense was poisonous. The more incense power they used, the more they would be assimilated. Back then, these people had more than half of their minds eroded. In the later eras, although the side effects of the incense had been completely resolved, they had lost many things. They were even more decadent than people like Female B and GG. They had lost the ability to innovate and had completely stopped moving forward. They were already half incense gods. Now, although they were worshipped by billions of level 7 transcendents, they were all level 9 Daos and had endless stamina. However, they did not have the ability to advance and innovate. Therefore, they were in charge of the security of the heavenly court. They were ordinary and did not show their talent. Long time no see. The monarch Messiah slowly raised her head and looked at the heavenly soldiers and generals standing on the golden clouds. She smiled and said, "When we met in the immortal peach garden back then, you all seemed young and had the courage to advance. Now, you all seem lethargic and rigid." Long Wuming's expression was gloomy. There are always sacrifices in opening up a path. With seniors opening up a path in front of us and overcoming obstacles, we will mature. Although the sacrifice is not what we want, we have contributed to the maturation of the incense dragon vein system. If not for them, the pioneers, testing the system and perfecting the flaws of the incense dragon vein system, it would not be so perfect now without any side effects. They did not do it willingly. However, in that era where there was not even a cultivation transcendent system, they could only open it up themselves. The Thunder Monarch laughed heartily and said seriously, "Monarch Messiah, although I do not know why you barged into the southern heavenly gate, please surrender. We are waiting for His Majesty's people to discuss something. With your prestige, if you need to go out, you can discuss it with us. There is no need to fight like this." However, Messiah shook her head. "They will not understand what I want to do. Our ideals are different." Long Wuming, the Thunder Monarch, and the others looked at each other in confusion. Although they were corrupted and had almost exhausted all of their potential, they were still players and knew a lot of things. The Monarch Messiah had fallen back then, but he was still alive, so, why did he fake his death? At this time, the era of the heavens had descended, but they chose to break out of the heavenly court at such a perfect time and betray the heavenly court. What was the reason? It was probably a very deep and mysterious history. Back then, Hermes' death was said to have been caused by moon goddess G, but in reality, things were not that simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wanted to escape from the Buddhist heavenly court, which was a branch of the ancient gods. Their spirits quivered. "Sir, what are you planning to do?" Wuming Dragon asked. "This is not something you should know." Messiah shook her head and led the two of them away. The faces of Long Wuming and the rest changed slightly. "Do it." Boom, all of a sudden, they made their moves. Towering divine might filled the air. No matter what, he had to capture and suppress them first. He couldn't let them leave. Crash. Gods and Buddhas filled the sky. They were clad in golden armor and wielded various divine weapons. They leaped up with an unimaginably terrifying aura, as if the entire universe was about to collapse and be destroyed. Shira and the wood language spirit's expressions turned ashen. Crack. Messiah waved her hand lightly. The sky shook. It was as if a vast Xianxia-style painting was quickly flattened by a large hand and turned into a piece of white paper. All the gods and Buddhas in the sky disappeared. Almost all the gods were instantly flattened. They didn't even have the consciousness to resist. This. The Thunder Monarch, Wombing Dragon, and the rest were shocked. They didn't make a move. If they did, they would probably not be able to escape the same fate. You. The Thunder Monarch said in a deep and hoarse voice, you might not have been the Messiah from the very beginning even though you've hidden your power. You might not have been the Messiah from the very beginning, but a remnant of your corpse has developed intelligence. Could it be that you've left behind some of Hermes's remnant power and will from back then and have hidden it until today? Why exactly? I came for the heavens. By the way, if you don't die, you can be reborn from incense. Is that true? Messiah leisurely walked out of the southern heavenly gate with the two of them. Her voice came from afar. You should also start to cherish the last of your lives. It seems that the gods of incense are eternal and indestructible, but when the universe enters the end of days, the extraordinary power of the bloodline will be lost, and all of you will become mortals. The incense that is built on the extraordinary foundation will also disappear completely. You will no longer exist. As soon as she said that, the god of thunder, Wombing Dragon, and the rest felt a huge hammer hit their chests. We will die, we will be the first to die and suffer. How could they not know that? The gods of incense were not living beings. Others could enter the heavens and become sages, but they had already lost the ability to move forward. They could not even prove their Tao and become sages in the heavens. Others could escape in the heavens and continue the glory of the extraordinary bloodline system, but it was difficult for them. They were the gods of incense. The incense was poisonous and had already been corroded. It was very difficult for them to become living beings again and cultivate the ordinary extraordinary system in the other heavens. Is there no way? They suddenly looked into the distance in a daze. They had wanted to fight at first, but now they were silent. The system of the gods of incense was extremely mature. The heavenly soldiers who had just been killed would soon revive and attack again. But now they were completely hesitant. They had no intention of fighting. Is there really no way? They asked again. Who knows? The path is opened by people. Messiah left in a carefree manner. Only a few people were left standing in the empty heavenly court. Their hearts were in a mess. After a long time, Wombing Dragon slowly said, as expected of that man, the symbol of wisdom, surpassing by Xianxia. With a few words, he made us lose our fighting spirit. In less than half a day, Dicky, who was far away in the heavens, heard the news. The Mother Earthvine, Mount Akina, and the rest quickly returned to the dojo of the heavenly court of the Seven Realms. The resurrection of Messiah, what is going on? It was not just Meng Mei and the rest, even Dicky had doubts and was very surprised. In their eyes, the heavenly court of the Seven Realms had been impregnable for thousands of years. Not to mention unknown mysteries, there was not even a trace of change. But now, there was a fire in the backyard. Such a strange thing had happened. Could it be the old Hermes? Dicky's expression was not calm. Go find the palace master of the martial god palace, Lin Hongfeng. I have something to ask her. And at this time, the ancient god who had disappeared for a long time slowly appeared. Looking at the mess of the southern heavenly gate, he murmured, I didn't expect him to have such a backup plan. He actually revived in this era. Was he referring to Hermes? Everyone's mind was in a mess. Could it be that this ancient existence did not die? Ancient god. In the messy heavenly court, traces of energy waves were everywhere. The surrounding saints and ministers all stood up respectfully. At the same time, there were too many questions. Why did Messiah betray them? Could it be that he knew that the ancient gods would try to harm him? But the two of them weren't allies in the past. Like the others, they thought about the deeper cause of Hermes' death. Was it simple? Just different ideologies. The ancient god said simply, I didn't expect this to happen, but I don't want to care. You should deal with it according to the rules. Now is the era of the young, not something I can control. I can only pave the way for you, let you create some glory and possible miracles. The super ancient divinity also laughed. It was so simple that it exceeded everyone's expectations. He came, took a look, and left without looking back. Dichi frowned slightly. The meaning behind his words was clear. Not even half a day passed. A bounty from all heavens had appeared. All the subordinate universes, flowers, plants, fish, and beasts received the order. Wanted Messiah, Shira, and Mu Yuling of the Martial God Palace. The two have been removed from the Martial God Palace, and all their bodies in the all heavens will be killed. Betrayal was the most serious crime. Although the saints in the all heavens were said to be immortal, it was only relative now. Because all the all heavens were ruled, as long as the bodies of the saints in all the universes were eliminated, it meant that they had fallen. Just like the saints in the previous multiverse, after killing the bodies of the 9 universes, they had fallen. Although there were many, the principle was the same. The outside world was shocked by this news. Because this was the first all heavens kill order. Previously, the all heavens were chaotic, scattered, and without a central command, it was very difficult to kill someone. But now, the all heavens were divided into a few regular powers. These saints were very curious and started discussing. After all, this was a rare event in the endless all heavens. Being wanted means being killed and obliterated. Ever since the advent of the Age of Heavens, there hasn't been a true saint that has fallen. Now, the first one has appeared? However, this is only limited to a single all heavens force. If the other party escapes to another all heavens universe, it will be very difficult to kill them. After all, they're not under their jurisdiction. Although the ages of heavens aren't truly immortal, there are too many universes, and every universe can have a reincarnation. It's very difficult to eliminate them one by one. Some sages were very rational and pointed this out. There were also saints who became curious and deduced, I don't know. Why did they defect? Did they offend some existences? Or was it some kind of fortuitous encounter? Or perhaps it opened up a new forbidden universe? In their eyes, the enemy of their enemy was their friend. Since the heavenly court had issued a warrant, the nearby cosmos forces would probably choose to accept them. After all, they were high-level members of the other party and could obtain a lot of information. However, something that made them even more confused happened. It wasn't just the heavenly court, even the divine pillar heavens, the clan heavens, and the underworld heavens had issued wanted posters with similar rewards. This confused all the saints. It said that although these civilizations are enemies, they all originated from the same force. They all came from the same civilization. At first, I thought it was just a rumor, but now that they've issued wanted posters, I'm afraid it's true. If they offended one of the all heavens forces, they would probably only issue a single wanted poster. Now, they probably offended the root of this civilization, and that's why they're all wanted as well? Some people guessed. After all, they vaguely knew that these few forces could be so powerful and have the advantage of being the first to attract talents. It was because they knew about the arrival of the ages of heavens a long time ago. They took the initiative and seized the opportunity. It was not surprising that they came from the same lucky civilization. However, something even stranger happened. The Moon God Season's Mother Stream civilization also issued a wanted poster. We've already obtained a few people's true soul imprints from the clan universe. Once they're found to have snuck into our universe, kill them immediately. At the same time, we've put up a bounty on 3 people. Once they're captured, they'll be rewarded. When this news came out, all the sages were even more confused. Although this Mother Stream civilization was also a civilization that seized the opportunity and obtained the Prophecy Stone tablet, it was obvious that they were not on the same side as that civilization. Both sides were very hostile. However, why did both sides issue a wanted poster in tacit agreement? They all knew Messiah, and why was this person also wanted? This news completely stirred up a huge storm. However, something even stranger happened. Even the last demonic heavens, the forces that represented the Cosmos Garden, also began to issue a wanted poster and reward. Who is this Messiah? Other than those new small heavens forces, why are the ancient universe forces that received the ancient prophecy and planned ahead of time all issuing wanted posters? There's actually no place for him in the myriad heavens? There must be a very deep reason. Messiah, why did he defect? Could it be that he knows something crucial in the prophecy of the cosmic meteor shower? The mysterious secrets of the heavens? Countless sages exclaimed. At this time, in the vast myriad heavens and myriad heavens, the sages of the 270,000 major heavens were all discussing and even began to search frantically. Now, it was divided into major heavens and myriad heavens. The major heavens were rooted in the dojo and were incomparably vast, while the myriad heavens were all weeds that grew everywhere on the barren land. The capacity of the universe was very small and the potential was not great. The myriad heavens and myriad heavens are discussing this. Even the natural heavenly axiom has begun to know about this matter. One can imagine the influence of this Messiah incident. Meng Mei also sighed and could only study the possibilities together. They also consulted Lin Hongfeng and obtained some clues. The few of them concluded and deduced the cause and effect together, vaguely grasping some things. Different ideals. He clung to the bloodline and guarded the glory of the old days, but Hermes wanted to abandon the bloodline, so that's how it is. We found the final truth shrouded in fog. Hermes is an existence of the god of creation's camp. Soon, Akina Yamaguchi also kept thinking and finally made a new post on Earth, causing quite a stir. The reason and possibility of Messiah's defection, the true truth about Hermes's murder. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became tense. Everyone guessed that the current situation was not as simple as it seemed. But it was hard to figure out the specifics, so they could only rely on Akina Yamaguchi to explain. Akina Yamaguchi did not hide anything and directly said, "First of all, let's sort out our previous thoughts. Why did the god of destruction descend? Why did the universe come into being? This is the original cause." Akina Yamaguchi continued to explain, "The answer is, let the god of destruction descend and change the destined future of the universe, use one destruction to resist another destruction, use the universe to resist the creatures of chaos." Everyone could not refute this was something they already knew. The super ancient creatures and the others were simply audacious, wanting to continue the era of the bloodline creatures that were about to be destroyed. Thus, they secretly planned the god of destruction's descent. But this was an extremely crazy idea to begin with. They were the only civilization that observed the existence of the god of creation, but instead of worshipping it, they wanted to rebel against the god of creation. What kind of treason was this? Yes, it seems disgraceful. Akina Yamaguchi's voice was cold, but isn't this also the evasive one? The 4-9 heavens, the evasive one. The evasive one has the ability to change the fate of the future. We control the fate of the future. It seems disgraceful, but isn't it another kind of fate and coincidence? Changing the fate of the future is also a kind of fate. Many people were shaken. Perhaps, our choice to change the future is originally part of the fate of the future. Everything that seems to be changed by us is actually destined to change. Just like how we have this idea now, and even the next moment we question our own idea, is it also fate? Many people were a little flustered. The theory of fate is a bit scary after all. Whether it is fate or not, it is another matter. Akina Yamaguchi did not want to explain in these idealistic concepts. After all, fate and cause and effect are very difficult to explain, so he continued, "In short, I have to say that this is the best way to defeat the general trend of fate. To defeat the god of creation, we can only use the god of creation from another time and space to fight." Akina Sanji said slowly, "A long time ago, the descent of the god of destruction was planned by these few beings. Moon god Season's mother stream, Renomance's cosmic garden, and Hermes, and the ancient gods Buddhism. 3 major forces, 4 beings, all plotted this. First of all, we can see that Hermes did not agree with the descent of the god of destruction plan. He stood in the camp of the god of creation and opposed it. No one could refute this point. After all, Messiah's words had already revealed this. His philosophy was different. He once objected to the arrival of the god of destruction. He wanted to observe an existence that did not belong to this era. Akina Sansuk said seriously, "Based on the current situation and structure of the heavens, I boldly guessed that the 4 venerables at that time all had their own ideals. Hermes believed that the trend of the universe was unstoppable. Therefore, he might as well find a way to melt into it, cut off his bloodline, and disguise himself as a creature of the new era in a certain way. He might even train in the system of the new creatures. Going with the flow, seeking survival. It's like when the ocean becomes bad and unsuitable for fish to survive. The fish cruelly cut off their scales, cut off their fins, and set foot on the shore in search of a new environment. Because of this, Hermes did not agree with the descent of the god of destruction and strongly opposed it. However, the remaining three still wanted to carry out the god of destruction plan. Although we don't know what happened, the conflict must have become more and more intense. Because we can see Hermes' final outcome, he fell. I'm afraid that while the ancient gods were asleep, moon god Season was an extremely arrogant person. He directly fought with Hermes to eliminate him, and in the end, he succeeded. Perhaps this was the real reason why moon god Season killed Hermes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. A struggle of ideals, because Hermes was in the camp of the god of creation, he did not agree with such a crazy idea. These people in front of him wanted to go against the heavens, go against the general trend, and preserve the system of the bloodline civilization. And this, perhaps the ancient gods also knew about this, but they had secretly kept quiet about it. Renamansa, on the other hand, faked his death and avoided this matter by staying silent. Soon, Akina Yamaguchi clearly explained the true truth of Hermes' death, a difference of ideals. This, perhaps, was the final truth. As they grew up, they experienced many guesses about Hermes' death. At that time, they guessed that it was because of the blood of eternal life and the god of creation, but as the civilization progressed, all these guesses were overturned. In the end, as their knowledge broadened, they learned the true cause of death, the idea of escaping the apocalypse. Or perhaps, the silence of the ancient beings, a momentary retreat caused the death of their friends. Because of this, they felt extremely guilty, which was why Messiah, Hermes, and the other generations before them had been given preferential treatment. Akina Yamaguchi continued, my conclusion is, Hermes was in the hidden faction of cutting off bloodlines. He wanted to abandon his bloodline. He believed that since his bloodline no longer existed, he should innovate and find a new path for the future. The remaining three were in the protection faction of bloodline inheritance. They madly used the heavens and worlds to build bloodline universes to preserve their bloodline. The players listened in shock. How wonderful this was. How terrifying this madness was. Since it was the end of the universe, since it was the twilight of the gods, the universe was so big that there was no room for us bloodline beings. So, we created our own bloodline universe outside the universe that could accommodate our bloodline. Is this the truth? Yes. Incomparably domineering and crazy. I have no way to describe it. Simply too domineering, it really makes one yearn for it. Since there is no one in the future universe that can accommodate us, we will build a universe outside the universe that can accommodate us, the heavens. It is called the heavens, but in reality, it is the execution of heaven. They were completely shaken, sighing with emotion. These existences' domineeringness was unprecedented throughout the ages. During the end of the world, when the gods had nowhere to hide, they created the heavens to continue. Mount Akina sped up and said seriously, the era of bloodline beings has flourished for more than 14 billion years. Over the long years, we have never truly resisted nature, because nature cannot be resisted. We once sat in a cave, once studied how to cultivate, once studied the laws of nature, once resisted the decay of the heavens. But, we declined generation after generation, rising and falling in turn, but never truly resisted fate, resisted the universe. It is too vast, and humans cannot defeat the heavens. A mayfly in the world, a grain in the vast ocean. I mourn the fleeting moment of my life, and envy the endless river. Even a powerful saint is but a speck of dust in a trillion. Too insignificant, too insignificant, too insignificant, too transient. But at this moment, on this day after 14 billion years of the universe, we will completely resist the universe. This is truly going against the heavens, against nature. Akina Yamaguchi spoke, humans no longer live in the general trend. No one can protect us from extinction. Only we can write the last hymn of our civilization, and use our blood to change the hopeless future. The last hymn, many people murmured this sentence, how heavy it was. Our years are too vast and long, and who knows how many terrible stories have happened. We have finally come to an end, but we are not willing to put an end to it. Akina Yamaguchi said, right now, this is a crazy move. Man can conquer nature. If it is really like those stories, to go against the heavens, to go against the heavens. These four existences in front of us are the future that we want to change. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "You said that not only does Hermes have his own ideas, but the other three existences also have their own ideas on how to survive the twilight of the gods in the future?" Yes, according to the current situation, other than Hermes's god of creation camp, although the three of them have the same general idea, which is to continue the bloodline through the god of destruction's descent plan, in reality, they are all different. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly asked what was different. The three of them should have secretly reached an agreement to implement this crazy plan, but there were slight differences. Akina Yamaguchi thought about it and said, "First, Moon Goddess Ji's idea is to escape from the universe, the Mother Stream civilization, fly to the high skies of the universe, reach the ethereal atmosphere, hide among the creatures of the Chaos Sea, and build a heavenly kingdom in the sky, dividing it into two. The Mother Stream civilization that we see now is such a concept. The higher we fly, the thinner the spiritual energy becomes, to reach the peak of the chaos atmosphere, and become a heavenly god." Heavenly god, just as everyone was murmuring. Suji thought about it and felt that this idea was very reasonable. Akina Yamaguchi continued, "The idea of Renamanga Garden is to cross the world fortress, to build a human-shaped giant battle fortress base on the earth, to fight head-on and roam everywhere. This is very much in line with the violent character of iron-based life and evil gods. In the end, they will become indescribable, and huge evil gods of the past. Old gods, old dominators of the past. Make those creatures of chaos of the new era fear, stand at the top of the food chain, and ordinary chaos creatures will find it hard to resist. This is the god of earth." Old gods, old dominators of the past, gods of earth, everyone was shocked. It was indeed the ruler of the past, it was indeed the old gods. Although their power could no longer be found in the middle universe of this era, they used another method to preserve themselves, and also made the creatures of the new era fear them, turning them into some kind of terrifying mythical ancient creatures. Suji also listened to it and felt that it made sense. It was just the right time for Medusa to try it out. Akina Yamaguchi continued, "And the idea of the super ancient gods is even more domineering. It is simply not enough to describe it as crazy." At this point, Mount Akina had already opened the door to a new world for everyone. Moon Goddess Ji's target was the god in the sky. She advocated against direct confrontation, and the bloodline creatures flew directly to the distant thin atmosphere. Now, it seemed that the development of the Mother Stream universe was indeed proceeding this way. Renamanka's target was the god on Earth. She advocated living on the same land, converging into a super doomsday fortress and living within it. Now, it seemed that the development of the heretic universe, the cells of the universe, the gathering of countless universes into a vast creature, was also proceeding this way. The old gods. The old dominators were exactly what they wanted. But now, their thoughts had been completely cleared up. A few of the heavens were developing on their own, using their own ideals to deal with the doomsday, the twilight of the gods, and the arrival of the day of end. Slaying the bloodline hidden faction. Escaping the universe faction. The crossing fortress faction. These old gods were all trying to resist the destiny of the universe. The heavens looked chaotic before, but it turns out that there's a hidden thread that's guiding everything, keeping everything in order. Right now, the ship that is the world of immortals is clearly no longer useful. We have already seen from the God of Destruction's universe that the world of immortals is also in the destined general trend. Since it is in the general trend, it cannot be changed, and it is very difficult to resist. So, in this era, we urgently built new arcs in order to reach the end of the era, to welcome the fall of the bloodline, and the opening of the level 11 gate. Ha ha ha, we are invincible. Scheming against the heavens, to win one of them. Everyone was already in a heated discussion. Although they did not have great abilities or strong combat power, they were all keyboard saints. Wasn't it normal to discuss national affairs, the structure of the heavens, and the future development on the internet? Just like before, there were many people discussing and analyzing on the internet about a border conflict between a certain country. Everyone was a military scientist. And the discussion was a good thing. Akina Yamaguchi only sighed and said seriously, "I have analyzed the above schools clearly. In fact, even if I don't say it, you already understand the ideas of the ancient gods. After all, we are already living in this civilization, so we can understand it the best. Next, you can draw inferences about other things from one example. Everyone nodded and could not help but analyze. After all, the ancient god's bloodline was making the biggest move. Universe Garden's evil god Sky occupied a corner and was really low profile. He didn't like to fight for supremacy and was seriously developing his cells. The Mother Stream civilization seemed to be high profile, but they had always been dedicated to researching the Mother Stream energy ancient tree and how to fly higher. Only the side of the ancient gods was unimaginably large. Their forces occupied 70 to 80% of the 10,000 worlds in the universe, fully deserving of their title as a giant. There were the divine pillar heavens, the clan heavens, the underworld heavens, the heavenly court heavens, and among them, the underworld heavens occupied the important ports of 5 universes. Their businesses were huge, and all of them occupied advantageous terrain. It seemed as though they were going to settle down permanently. As for what they were going to do, it was already very clear. Protect the emperor, conceal, and replace him. Heavenly the Archwang's father. Create a devouring type pseudo-Tao universe, then devour the 9 great universes. Serious face, young Master E, the heavens are dead, the heavens shall rise. You can replace him. Many of the netizens' comments were direct and indirect, replacing him. Hearing their words, Akina Yamaguchi smiled in relief. After nurturing you for so long, you're finally mature players. Finally, you'll speak on your own. I don't have to patiently and carefully explain the meaning. Not bad. Akina Yamaguchi smiled like an old father, like an auntie's smile. Yes, this is the heavens plan. It's called the heavens, but it's actually heaven execution. The other existences are all running away, but the ancient gods are a peerless and ruthless person, choosing to directly face them head-on, replacing them. Without a doubt, this is the most difficult path. In fact, we're completely clear. Although we seem to be in the God of Destruction camp, the 3 philosophies are different. Now, the division of labor is clear. The ancient gods will be responsible for the main force. The evil gods and Mother Stream will be supporting them. If we fall, they will immediately activate their 2 backup plans, the gods of heaven and the gods of earth, to continue the glory of the bloodline. Akina Yamaguchi concluded, this is a very perfect plan. I'm afraid it's been carefully laid out many times before it finally came to fruition. When everyone heard this, they felt that it was incomparably exciting. Everything was linked, the 3 philosophies were different. But they complemented each other, the more they thought about it, the more powerful it was. It needed to be savored carefully. Only these old monsters, who had lived for who knows how many years, and their wisdom was close to that of a demon, could have such earth-shattering methods. Their eyes were green with envy, and they felt that it was truly admirable. Akina Yamaguchi said, by now, everyone has understood. After analyzing the cause and effect, it's very clear what Hermes wants to do. There was nothing wrong with this. Without this meticulous analysis, it was impossible to know what Hermes wanted to do now. The cause and effect was very important. Akina Yamaguchi said, we're done talking about the past, let's talk about the future. Now, Hermes's methods were not simple. He probably faked his death, where his remnant soul lived until today, and specially arrived at the heavens era. At this time, he was still realizing his own philosophy, standing in the God of Creation camp, trying to find a way to integrate into it. However, his ideas were in conflict with the other 3. The ideas of the other 3 can complement each other, but he stood on the opposite side, wanting to go with the general trend, and we want to go against the general trend, so there is bound to be some friction. He wants to take the path of no bloodline, wanting to integrate into those huge chaotic creatures and become one of them, just like how Dicky sneaked into the celestial court of ancestral witches. Whether he can do it or not, we don't know. But now, we don't know what to do. Renamanga and Moon Goddess G did not hesitate to put him on the wanted list, which shows their attitude. Now, we can only wait and see how things develop. In fact, Akina Yamaguchi wanted to deduce what Messiah wanted to do, but he could not think of it. After all, it was an unknown territory. How could he cut off his bloodline and disguise as a new creature? He did not know. Without information, it was difficult to deduce. The evaluation of Messiah's betrayal this time was also over. The speed test of MT Akina came to an end. However, the incident had just passed, and the players in the forum were still unable to suppress their excitement. Following the train of thought of MT Akina's speeding train of thought, they also excitedly played the role of Conan. After all, every evaluation of Mount Akina's speed was extremely exciting, revealing incredible information. The players who had been observing the evil god pantheon expressed, "I am a member of the front lines and have been observing the evil gods. They are few in number and have been studying them. They are probably studying the gathering beings of the heavens. I didn't think so before, but the more I think about it now, the more it seems to be the case." Suji flipped through the comments page by page and read their discussions with a strange expression on his face. What was this? It's a psychological effect. After all, the human heart was like this. At first, it didn't seem like it, but after someone hinted at it, the more you thought about it, the more you felt that there were all sorts of clues. You guys are just giving yourselves psychological hints. Suji shook his head. In the forum, among the players of the Mother Stream Civilization, Yuan Qinghua quickly made a public statement. I didn't understand it before, but now that I think about it, it's true. The Mother Stream Civilization has always been focused on cultivating the sky system, wanting to fly higher and higher. He's flying high because he wants to take the Wandering Earth route. I didn't even notice it. To be honest, the Mother Stream system is extremely difficult to complete. The difficulty of flying is the hardest in all of the universes, but with the help of a talent management expert like Rongqing, we were able to do it. The Mother Stream Civilization has absorbed 70% of the new generation's talents, can you imagine that? Say, do you think that Moon Goddess Ji had already schemed against Rongqing and pulled him into her group to achieve this? Many people were having a heated discussion. Some said it was just a coincidence. Others said that this was all part of Moon Goddess Ji's plan. After all, what kind of person was Moon Goddess Ji? Rongqing, the only expert who could find a large number of talents, had long set his eyes on him. Suji browsed through the comments page by page. After reading the comments with countless likes, he slowly closed the forum. This is the direction of the Mother Stream Civilization. Perhaps we can really do this, who knows? Suji rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Wandering Earth Project? It's quite interesting. He laughed and didn't care anymore. Snapping out of his daze, he turned his gaze to the side. At that moment, the few of them had fled high into the sky and were standing on the vast lands of the chaos heavens. They were surrounded by barren gravel without any signs of life. It was gloomy and there were ancient dark red ruins and ruins. Although it was said to green the entire universe, this was clearly unrealistic. Although the membrane of the cosmos wasn't as huge as the inner cosmos, it was still unimaginably vast. Even the planets in the universe were unable to completely take root and rule over them. As for the chaos heavens outside, it was difficult to traverse it completely. In fact, if a sage did not perform a spatial jump and simply flew step by step, he would not even be able to cover 1/10,000th of a multiverse in his lifetime. Right now, in all the worlds, there are only a few coastal settlements and some good land with spiritual veins for development. The other places are all barren. The wood language spirit said seriously, however, there are still many sages wandering around the coastal port area. It's very unsafe. My personal suggestion is that we head inland. That's right. The universe is too vast. If we find a random hole in the inland, it will be equivalent to finding a random planet in the universe. It will be very difficult for them to probe us. Shira was very serious as well. The duo's suggestion was to escape from populated areas. After all, they were wanted by all the worlds. Even some small factions in the heavens wanted to capture them. Be it to claim their rewards or to interrogate them for insider information. They were all up to no good. The means left behind by Hermes might be very powerful. However, they were only sages at best. Furthermore, the sages of the old days had already been eliminated from the various worlds. Many of the heritage of the old days could not be used. Didn't you see how many powerful ordinary sages had abandoned their Tao grounds and given their nodes to the plants of the other heavens to use in exchange for a spot to enter? Messiah said with a smile, what you say makes sense. Regardless, it seems like we need to enter a sparsely populated area for safety. However, we can't enter because we need to develop ourselves. The duo was taken aback as they thought carefully and said seriously, riches come from danger. If we stay here, what are your thoughts on developing? That's right. I wonder how many of the means of the old days you have left behind. The duo was somewhat hesitant. Messiah's predecessor was Hermes. Perhaps he had not really lost much of his knowledge of the old days. It was also possible that he had guessed ahead of time that he would encounter misfortune before he perished, so he had left behind a contingency plan. If this contingency plan was hidden somewhere in the chaos heavens, leaving behind some precious resources, it could resolve the urgent situation. After all, they were just too poor now. They were completely destitute. The three of them walked alone in the vast and barren desert. Contingency plan? Messiah thought for a moment and suddenly said, there are naturally contingency plans. But as you have guessed, many of the contingency plans of the sages of the old days are useless now. After all, the resources of the sages' Tao grounds are no longer valued. They have been replaced by the new system. The two of them sighed. However, the monarch emperor Messiah continued, however, although some of the resources of the old days cannot be used and I have not kept them, I still have a contingency plan. What contingency plan? A look of anticipation flashed in the duo's eyes. Although the decaying resources of the old days were no longer of much use, they could still be used for emergencies. Do you know what I was called in the old days? The monarch emperor Messiah suddenly asked. Xianxia was also in existence from the era of potions. She had once traveled the world with Uncle Messiah, so she naturally did not forget. She answered seriously, the first monarch emperor of potions in the era of potions, the monarch emperor of gardens and fine wine, Messiah. That's right, gardens and fine wine. Messiah led the duo as they walked through the desolate desert. Facing the yellow sand and soil that filled the sky, she looked up into the sky. I still have a garden of the old days. Garden? There was a garden left as a contingency plan? The duo suddenly found it incomprehensible. Yes, a particular ancient garden has the right to control. Messiah's expression was extremely calm as she looked up into the sky. That sliver of hope, since you have a new hope. Now, it will be under my control once again. Boom, Messiah's palm suddenly pressed down on the ground. Her jade-white arm pressed against the universe's membrane, as though she was communicating with an ancient existence and will. Whoosh! The sky surged violently. A mysterious and profound aura was slowly approaching. Space began to distort. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything had entered into a mysterious state. It was as though thousands of years had passed. Suddenly, a tall and vast illusory figure slowly walked over, with an indescribable majesty. God of creation. Xianxia covered her mouth in shock. The underworld, the edge of the reincarnation heavens, the port of Fengdu. This place occupied the most prosperous area and could be said to be the core hub of the entire universe. It extended in all directions. Countless guests from the all heavens gathered there to exchange information, trade goods, or secretly form alliances to establish all heavens sections. Myriad worlds era. It could be said to be composed of super-small universes. Some were similar to the previous small space gods and Taoists, each ruling a subspace civilization. But this was no longer a subspace or a small world, it was a universe with completely independent rules. There were more than 10,000 heavens stationed here alone, and every heavenly force had planted spies and intelligence networks here. It could be said to be a real green fairyland. Grasslands, mountains, rivers, beasts, and tall, towering trees. Among these giant natural creations, some thin bacteria could be vaguely seen, coming and going like hard-working bees. A saint suddenly looked into the distance and sighed, it's not far away. There's a golden fishery near that dojo. The fishing was the origin of this civilization. I heard that the wanted Messiah also came from that dojo. It was extremely sensational recently. As a result, the number of heavens in this area of Fengdu's harbor had increased recently. Many worlds were closing in, hoping to find traces of each other. Many saints came here to search. Unfortunately, after searching around, there was still no trace. How can it be so simple? A saint sneered and chatted with him, the chaotic land is too big after all. The other party deliberately hid, and we don't have the other party's aura. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he appeared in front of us, hid among us, and chatted with us, we might not know. It was not that the saints' search methods were not good. It was that they did not even have the aura of the Messiah. How could they find him? They only had a portrait and appearance. This was the easiest to change. It was impossible to find the other party by looking at his face. It was said that the aura of the Messiah did not remain. After all, it was said that he had fallen 10,000 years ago. This time, he suddenly resurrected, which no one expected. The other party had also searched the route, but the other party did not leave any traces. It was obvious that the other party had extraordinary means and was a saint who had long been prepared. I wonder what he did to be wanted by all heaven's forces. Could it be that he has betrayed us humans? Some of the saints were extremely intelligent and had already guessed some possibilities. After all, the situation at the front lines was tense, and the threat to the heavenly Tao's camp was naturally greater. Betraying us humans, this reason is indeed possible. A saint laughed and said, however, Su Fan betrayed us previously. Although he has become the public enemy of mankind and is already the godfather of the heavenly Tao, he might not have such a reputation. At the same time, it's not like there are no human spies who have betrayed our bloodline. Why is he wanted like this? Everyone looked at each other. With their intelligence, they naturally guessed it. To be able to mobilize such a large force, it was likely that the Messiah had not only betrayed the human race's heavenly axiom camp but also knew the core secrets of the universe's heavenly axiom. She was a great threat. In fact, if they were to really escape, the damage they would cause might even lead to the extinction of the human heavenly Tao camp, and they would face a huge crisis. That was why he was wanted like this. At this moment, they were looking forward to finding each other. What was the secret he had? It was probably a secret regarding the ancient chaotic universe reign prophecy. It was even a massive power that could destroy the human camp, and it was because of this that countless sages, as well as the heavenly Tao's will that had informed the universe's various heavens, came with all sorts of strange thoughts. At this moment, the civilizations of the various heavens that had grasped the opportunity to strike first left everyone envious. Originally, they were just a pathetic chaos heaven civilization, but now, they had soared into the sky. How could they not hate them? Even now, the secrets these civilizations grasped were coveted by countless people. Now that they had a chance to come into contact with them, no one would give it up. Some sages, elites, and freakish geniuses ultimately believed that although the other party had grasped the opportunity to strike first, it was impossible for them to be eternal. At most, they could reign supreme over an era and open up a new path. After all, throughout history, no existence could be eternal. Even if they grasped the opportunity and had a tiny advantage, they would be overthrown by stronger successors as the era matured. In fact, this process might not even last 10,000 years before they were overthrown by stronger native factions of the various heavens. However, speaking of the natural heavenly Tao faction, it's indeed a thorny problem, a sage muttered. There are ancient sages who have divined a corner of the future. We humans might have already been eliminated in the Chaos Sea era. Although we are struggling, the future isn't optimistic. It's not easy for us to defeat the natural heavenly Tao. After all, we are occupying a magpie's nest while they are the orthodox. There were too many freakish geniuses in the Sage era. Although they did not know that this was a fake Chaos Sea faction, they knew that the end of humanity wasn't far. They might be ancient creatures that were about to be eliminated. They could not help but feel a strong sense of sorrow. At this moment, the entire Nine Yuan universe had gathered together like never before. Due to the pressure from external enemies, the internal strife had nearly vanished. Whoosh! Suddenly, all the sages felt their hearts palpitate. All the heavens beneath their feet, the myriad worlds and universes, were trembling slightly, as though they were afraid of a terrifying predator. It was an indescribable trembling. It was as though the ultimate cosmic creature at the top of the food chain, the perfect and complete universe, was looking down at the pitiful and incomplete universe lambs. Whoosh, the distant chaos lands trembled gently. Ka-cha, all the heavens trembled violently. In Fengdu's nature fairyland, all the human heavenly Tao wills who controlled the laws of the universe looked up in a daze. What is that? Someone could not help but cry out. All the individual sages and wills of the heavenly Tao were stunned. Many sages who were still chatting and discussing how to develop their own universe's wills of the heavenly Tao instantly stopped talking. All the living beings stared blankly at the primordial in the distant sky. It was a shadow so vast that it was hard to imagine. It covered the sky and covered the sun like a mirage, a rainbow-like natural phenomenon of the universe slowly condensed with a strong wind. The wind was rising, they felt a strong repulsive force, as though the universe beneath their feet was strongly rejecting them. The other party seemed to be nature. It encompassed everything, as if it was all-encompassing, encompassing all matter and energy of theirs. It was a feeling of astonishment and disbelief. That is, what has descended? A stuttering voice came from somewhere in the crowd. In the face of such an unimaginable phenomenon, their worldview was somewhat overturned. In the huge heavens, countless sages could not help but look into the distance. They could not help but stride forward, following the fear in their hearts. A sharp heavenly Tao made an extremely solemn voice, which spread throughout the entire universe in the body, informing all the sages in the body. A variable that I have never seen before. It gives me a sense of the vastness of the entire universe. This has never happened before. If something has happened recently. The heavenly Tao looked into the distance and murmured. This phenomenon might have something to do with the Messiah who escaped not long ago. Who exactly is the other party? What kind of terrifying secret does he have? His secret is about to appear. He can't hide it anymore. Let's go. Let's hurry over. In another corner, the longevity sages were also stunned. Whoosh. A branch of the mother stream hung in the sky, swaying like an umbrella-shaped transparent jellyfish in the sky. Below the jellyfish's rope was a dock connected to a universe dojo. It was absorbing energy, ready to set sail at any time. Rongchun was stunned. She knew more than the other longevity sages. She suddenly murmured, "This aura can't be wrong. It's extremely similar to the god of destruction, but it gives off a completely different feeling. Could it be the leader of the reign of chaos in another universe? Why is there another leader of the universe? What other secrets are hidden in the ancient prehistoric prophecy?" He was a little confused. Somewhere in the underworld. Gigi also grabbed the Dizun's hand tightly. It's the wanted being that escaped. What did the being called Messiah want to take away? Or does he know something? If she was not wanted, she did not know how long she would have been kept in the dark. Perhaps, this incident would allow her to unveil a part of the truly mysterious ancient history and find out some ultimate mysteries. Her breathing was a little rapid. She was excited, nervous, and all kinds of emotions were mixed together. She felt that she had become younger. Sure enough, she had been killing and suppressing the eras. Now that she had a new way of life, her dusty heart was also full of energy. But the Dizun shook his head and said, "This is a deeper secret. It's hard to understand. It's not good to know it now. You will understand in the future. Your Majesty." The giant octopus and a few players walked over. They were a little nervous because they knew what that aura was. They had never expected it either. Mount Akina's car had just collided with the past. While it was still guessing what Messiah was doing, it suddenly exploded and caused such a huge storm. It was completely unexpected. The Dizun was silent for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, the ancient god, probably didn't expect this either. The opponent's backup plan has taken away the deepest part of our origin." The players were silent. Gigi was stunned. He lowered his head and thought carefully, what was the origin? It seemed to be extremely important. Was it the foundation of the original civilization? Swoosh. Everything was surging. Fingdu in the distance has already sensed the aura and is already on its way, Shira said anxiously. It's useless to be anxious. The monarch Messiah looked indifferent. Standing on the vast land, she looked up at the sky that pierced through the clouds. Her towering figure was like seeing an ancient dragon that she could make a wish to. Everything was an equivalent exchange. Unfortunately, it's still a concept that exists in the dark. It's extremely fair and selfless. It has no will of its own. It doesn't even exist to resist. But it's the convergence of the will of all living beings. It's the materialization of rules. But of course, if the universe has its own selfishness, it'll be the worst thing. Messiah sighed. Looking at the god of creation in the sky, she said softly, "It's been many years. I want to take back the authority that I temporarily stored with you." Boom. The god of creation's cold eyes slowly looked down at the three people in front of her. She slowly lowered her gaze. "It was you who awakened me." That pair of deep eyes seemed to contain all the mysteries of the universe. It was high and mighty, like the unchanging cold heavenly Tao. When they saw Shira and the wood language spirit, they felt an indescribable sense of shock. They raised their heads, and the wind howled on their faces. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Although he had seen the god of creation in the past eras, he had never been so close to her. He felt that she was much more vast and profound than before. It was as if she truly represented everything in the universe. They felt that this should be because their horizons were too low back then. Now that their realm was higher, this feeling was even more profound. In fact, this was also because the god of creation had become stronger. The cultivation method of the universe had truly taken shape and encompassed everything. In a sense, it could be considered a heavenly Tao of the universe. Even the sages in Fengdu, the heavenly Tao of the universe, they also had this feeling of vastness, as if they were facing the entire universe. Because this was originally the Zerg encountering the Zerg Queen's class pressure. Now that it had completely changed, those universes were also a part of the Zerg's life. The sage true body of their 9-yuan universe was still the original sage self. However, the parallel bodies that entered the various heavenly universes and recultivated as sages were already the Zerg race, therefore, the appearance of the god of creation was also useful to them. When the entire universe was the Zerg race, then the god of creation, just from the pressure alone, might really be the god of creation that could not be defeated. Even though this god of creation did not really have the power to create everything. The authority of the old ones? At this moment, the god of creation was hazy in the golden shadow, with an indescribable holy aura. Back then, the authority you left with me has always been used by others. She shook her head and replied seriously, "All these years, it was indeed used by others. They thought I had fallen, but I'm still alive. Although I'm no longer me, I'm still me. What belongs to me, I'm going to take it back." The god of creation towered into the clouds and looked down at the three people who were like ants. "This is not a problem. Back then, you carried out an equivalent exchange, and you received an equivalent return. Now, it belongs to you. The perfection of the universe should also be missing something. This missing part should be given to all living beings." Messiah's thing, a hint of shock and elation appeared in Shira's eyes. Perhaps it belonged to Hermes. The dimensional courtyard of the god of creation, the one that escaped. He didn't expect that there would be such a backup plan. This meant that he had the opportunity to make a comeback. Indeed, they had made the right bet. Back then, in the martial god palace, the Messiah Emperor had never fought a battle unprepared. However, how could the wisdom god be so reckless? That year, he was the one who schemed against by Xiaosheng. Perhaps the martial god palace of the past welcomed an unprecedented period of opportunity and danger. Messiah's expression was still very calm, as though she had expected this. "You, who are omniscient and omnipotent, should have long understood what had happened in the past few years. Another existence has descended, and it has consciousness and selfishness," the god of creation said. "I know what you want to say. Nothing can be changed. Let nature take its course." This sound was mixed with the wind, like the sound of rain, insects, birds, and all the natural phenomena of the universe gathered together to form a kind of accent. Even if one escapes, there are no limits to it to begin with. It can transform into thousands of variables. All the wind finally converged into this sentence. Messiah suddenly fell silent. After a long time, she sighed and said, "Indeed, as a natural phenomenon, the will is selfless, ruthless, fair, and cold. Naturally, it won't care. It shouldn't even respond, because any response means that there is selfishness. That is the scariest. Absolute fairness was the vast will of the universe itself. And when the universe's will had selfishness and self-awareness, that was the scariest. But right now, it really wouldn't choose to resist." The surroundings were quiet, and suddenly there was no sound. And in the dark, the fastest mother stream civilization had already driven the vast umbrella-shaped transparent jellyfish, slowly approaching. looking at the vast and indescribable giant shadow. The other one. Sure enough. The aura is similar, but different. There are actually two universe leaders? Rongqing was shocked, feeling very strange. There were indeed two universe leaders. It seemed that the prehistoric universe meteor shower was even more mysterious and unpredictable. And in this vast heavens, the Mother Stream players who were mixed and were already shocked, and secretly said, "That works too?" That Messiah actually has this backup plan. Now that she summoned the god of creation, I'm afraid she has her eyes on the escaped one, the dimensional yard. Yes, that must be it. Yuan Qinghua was also very anxious and angry. I wonder where we are now. Perhaps she has already completed the transfer of authority. After all, by doing this, she definitely has the confidence to replace the god of creation's yard. From the player's point of view, although they already had the god of destruction's dimensional yard, the god of creation's dimensional yard was also one of their huge trump cards, and they could not afford to lose it. Moreover, the god of creation's dimensional yard was their home, the origin, and the spore evolution game had extremely deep feelings. Where did they all come from? Although they rarely used it now, and were all using the god of destruction's dimensional yard, they did not want it to be taken away. Your Majesty Messiah, do you know what you are doing? Yuan Qinghua shouted. This is a betrayal. Hurry up and turn back. Let's work together and write the last hymn for the apocalypse. You guys are here? That's too fast. Messiah looked up at the sky and smiled softly. You little guys from back then grew up again on that planet. After the fall of the predecessor, he saw that you had developed into a primitive technological society. In order to let you adapt, he used the only one to create a game called Spore Evolution, allowing you to re-enter the extraordinary system and prosper the civilization. It seems that the effect is very good. The players were shocked. This was exactly where they came from. Shira and the wood language spirit were a little anxious. Whoosh. Some of the extremely fast universes around them quickly followed and revealed their figures in the distance. What is that? The sages rushed over and were even more shocked. That huge figure gave them a natural feeling of vastness, as if they were not facing an individual creature, but the entire vast and infinite universe. They had a feeling that they could not defeat it. They could not even raise a trace of fighting spirit. This was a mysterious aura. It was like a mortal on a planet seeing a rainstorm or hurricane. It felt like they were not on the same level. This was not a problem of combat power, but the inability to get close to it. This is the ultimate. It gives us the feeling of the universe. Could it be some kind of special will of the heavens? Countless sages and the will of the heavenly Tao watched from afar, silently pondering with solemn expressions. However, they did not dare to get close at all. They did not have the guts to get close. That aura was too terrifying. They did not know the background of the wanted criminal, Messiah. Perhaps she could make that unknown mysterious figure kill them. Messiah did not seem to see the people gathered around her. In the end, she sighed at the god of creation in front of her, bowed seriously, and said, "It is inevitable that you cannot interfere. Of course, it is also possible that you do not need to interfere. The general trend cannot be changed. It is inevitable that you cannot interfere. Of course, it is also fine that you do not need to interfere. The general trend of the unseen world cannot be changed. Even if they seem to have changed too many fates, even allowing an ancient existence that does not belong to this universe to descend, I do not believe that it can be reversed. There are more and more children of that existence." The god of creation did not answer. As the surrounding universe and heavens approached, his figure gradually became blurry. In the distance, he strode away and disappeared into the void. "The authority you want, I have given you. They have set foot on the wrong path. Going with the flow and blending into it is the right path," Messiah said softly. At this time, more and more sages arrived. However, as they looked at the gradually disappearing mysterious figure, they did not dare to move at all. The pressure was too strong. Even the longevity saint and Rongqing did not dare to get close. This universe leader gave him an extremely cold feeling, as if it did not have any thoughts and self-awareness, and it was almost impossible to communicate with it. Moreover, the aura of this universe leader was too terrifying. It was more than 1,000,000 times more powerful than the previous universe leader. It was as if the previous universe leader was incomplete. The surroundings were silent. There were no brainless villains of the sages who came out to question, curse, or put on all kinds of pretentious and arrogant acts. Everything was silent. All the sages and the will of the heavenly Tao fell into deep thought. No one was willing to stand out. The atmosphere was completely stiff as if the air had frozen. It would be too stupid to be the first to stand out under such circumstances. Even if the sages of the heavenly Tao could not die, their lives were still extremely precious. If the body of the most powerful prime sage of the heavenly Tao died, it was equivalent to being completely crippled. No one knew how many enemies would kill the weaker sages in other universes and take the opportunity to rise. You? Someone asked Messiah in a tentative manner. That's a great being. There were also some bold sages who suddenly gritted their teeth and called out to the huge figure that was leading in a probing manner. However, Messiah closed her eyes and quietly watched the god of creation leave. She did not care about the expressions of the saints around her. Like a wise old man, she softly muttered to herself, everything they have created could not have succeeded. Instead, it was the beginning of more suffering. The more people struggle, the more they desire to preserve the glory of their bloodline, the more despair they will feel. The surrounding sages finally began to look a little confused. The meaning of this sentence was too great. It seemed to be talking about this era, but it was very vague. They wanted to ask many things, but they did not dare to. They looked like they were suffocating. Messiah sighed softly and looked up at the sky. Humans stumble their entire lives, like a sharp stone rolling on the sand. They always have to cut something in order to obtain something. This is what an equivalent exchange is. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The figure of the god of creation had completely vanished into thin air. The entire land fell into a long silence. It was as if the legendary natural phenomenon and the vast aura were still lingering on this land, making people not dare to move recklessly. Messiah still stood quietly on the spot. She took a deep breath, looked around, and said calmly, "Is this the heavens of this era?" Huh? A variable that shouldn't have appeared. I don't know if I should praise it or feel sad. What are you talking about? The surrounding saints were still hesitant to speak. They were a little confused. However, it did not mean that the longevity saints who knew some inside information were confused. Rongqing and the others now knew that the heavens and the 10,000 worlds were variables. It was not the real arrival of the general trend. They could understand what Messiah and the other mysterious universe leaders said. However, what exactly is going on? Rongqing's heart was filled with unprecedented ripples. The second universe leader from the prehistoric era? It looks more powerful and vast? There was a lot of information in it. There were two universe leaders in front of them. Just as the longevity saints were puzzled, some bold saints approached again and tried to talk to them. Fellow Taoist, what's going on with that existence just now? A beautiful female saint spoke with a friendly smile on her lips. After all, one would not slap a smiling person. Besides, she was a woman with an amiable attitude. This was a very good breakthrough. If they could confirm some details or even confirm that their combat power could be captured, they would immediately attack. You otherworldlings that don't belong to the universe. I don't know if you should feel pitiful or sad. Messiah shook her head. The opening scene, the god of creation, had also finished his scene. He did not intend to be entangled with them or fight against them. He looked at the two people next to him. Let's go. Yes, Mu Lingling and Shira said. Whoosh. An indescribable special teleportation array slowly appeared. Messiah stepped into it and said to the two of them, "Let's go to the original place of origin." Don't go. The surrounding saints wanted to stop him. However, they felt that they were suppressed by some special power in the next moment. They could not stop him at all and could only watch him disappear on the spot. The saints present were confused again. Their faces were full of question marks. What is going on? They were completely confused from the beginning to the end. However, some of the smarter saints could not help but turn their heads and look at some existences, their minds flashing. Those civilizations that know about the meteor shower prophecy and put out the bounty did not look surprised. Clearly, they already knew what the other party was talking about. Even though the longevity saints have some doubts, they know part of the inside story. We're the only ones who don't know the truth. Damn it. That Messiah said that she wanted to go to the origin land. Where is that? It said that we are the variables, and the myriad worlds are the variables. What does that mean? The 10,000 worlds should be the general trend. The feeling of being kept in the dark was terrible. The others knew everything, but he was completely in the dark. How could he not know the truth of the universe? All he did was try his best to resist the heavenly axiom of nature and prevent the destruction of his civilization. Wasn't that a waste of effort? We need to know the truth and the inside story. We are fighting against nature's heavenly Tao. The entire universe should be working together, but you guys are hiding it. All of you are simply selfish. We demand that all the truth be made public. Otherwise, we refuse to go to the front line and resist the natural heavenly Tao of the universe. We have the right to know. Countless saints completely exploded. Some of the heavenly Tao also secretly jeered. Damn it. The surrounding saints, Rongqing and the others, and even Dicky and the others all had solemn expressions. It was a grudge that had been accumulated for a long time. Now, it had completely erupted. After all, these saints were in the dark. They were not stupid. They had been suspecting and thinking that they had the advantage and the advantage of being the first to strike. Let us discuss this. We will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Dicky walked out and said as he looked around. All of a sudden, a few longevity saints, including Dicky and the others, held an emergency meeting. After all, these longevity saints were now also forces of the heavens. They had unknowingly become grasshoppers on a rope with Dicky and the others, exploiting the ordinary saints of the era together. People could not help but sigh at the loss of morality. However, it was already the best situation. After all, the longevity saints could not be overthrown. Even the arrival of a new era could not overthrow them. They were the most powerful geniuses of the era, and each of them was no weaker than Dicky. Dividing and exploiting the era with them and becoming evil dragons together might be the best solution. This was probably the cruel and bloody law of the jungle. If they could not defeat the other party, they would join the other party. He's gone. He's gone. On the other side, the players were furious when they saw this scene. The god of wisdom, Hermes, Messiah, is indeed terrifying. He didn't seem to say anything, but I'm afraid he had already prepared this move. He's deliberately causing internal strife among us and making the other saints suspicious. Damn it, we can't even take care of ourselves now. We have to resist the suspicions of the saints. This is also his plan. Now that they've left, I'm afraid they've entered the god of creation's dimensional yard. As expected of Messiah, the god of wisdom. After showing off for a while, he just ran away, leaving us here to be beaten up. Just when they were suspicious. 3 existences slowly descended at the entrance of the god of creation's dimensional yard and gently pushed the door open. Click. The players in the god of creation's yard and the strange creatures heard an announcement at the same time. Ding. The game Spore Evolution is officially suspended. All players will be forced offline in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. This time all players were stunned. Suspended? It's going to be shut down? Permanently? No. How can we shut down the nostalgia? There are too many of our memories here. Help. F*CK, I've just evolved into a potential species, get ready. Amidst the screams, everything went dark in an instant. Messiah pushed open the dusty gate of the courtyard with the 2 of them and let them in. This is our garden. Soon, Suji brought the 2 of them in to tidy up and familiarize themselves with the place. After all, the transformation work of the god of creation's yard was about to begin. It wouldn't do without people working. They couldn't do everything by themselves, right? Therefore, when Suji woke up and saw that they were willing to follow, he agreed. As for the Spore players in the god of creation's sandbox, hee. Suji shook his head and laughed. A group of smelly brothers who want everything. The god of destruction's dimensional yard is obviously an enhanced version, and the focus has obviously shifted there. This place isn't of much use to you, and you still want to occupy it? Suji was speechless. Now, that place has already evolved into the life forms of all universes, becoming the true birthplace of life for all universes. They're constantly transporting life forms suitable for every universe, yet they're still not satisfied? The heavens and worlds could not produce their own native creatures. After all, it was an incomplete singularity, so the creatures evolved from the god of destruction's yard had become the true origin of life in the universe. The god of creation's yard wasn't of much use to them now. It's better to let my god of creation camp use it. Suji stretched. Now, Messiah, have to start working. Suji was serious. Since he wanted to be the Messiah's bloodline, he had to do it seriously. He had to implement the Hermes concept that the players had deduced, integrate into the chaos creatures, hide among them, and become a part of them. After all, the path they deduced was not groundless. It was the best solution. Even Suji had to admit that this was a good escape route. It increased the possibility of his survival and defeating the other party's universe trend. If he could earn something, how could Suji not do it? Moreover, this transcendent system of studying chaos creatures and even trying to integrate into it was Suji's farming work. However, this is a little troublesome. Suji sat on the chair and said seriously, this requires cutting off the bloodline and becoming an incomplete creature without a bloodline. It's no longer a problem of evolution. It can't be solved by evolution. Because the Zerg's ability is to evolve the bloodline. What should I do after cutting off the bloodline? I have no clue. Suji silently sensed the current Messiah's body. Only by equipping the alchemy plug-in would he have great power. However, this was the transcendent system of the bloodline faction. With the arrival of the Age of Chaos, this bloodline power would be useless. He would also become immortal and lose the core bloodline structure. This is very troublesome. Suji felt that it was impossible. There was no real good way to turn the impossible into the possible. I can only use the primitive method. I'll build a transcendent sand table world and carry out deductions. Suji thought for a moment and said, a group of creatures with their bloodlines cut off, throw them in, and evolve the era. See if they can research a cultivation method. However, Suji felt that it was most likely impossible. How could disabled people without bloodlines cultivate? But he still had to try. He had a headache. Deducing something that had never existed before was the most troublesome. He could not even find the direction. I can even get a few real chaos creatures and throw them in to evolve the era, Suji suddenly said. After all, not only was Xianxia the only chaos creature, but Suji could also create a few similar ones and reproduce. As long as they created a similar environment and purified the environment of the Chaos Sea, they could reproduce. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who thinks so. Xian has already started to do so. Suji couldn't figure out the specific movements of that chaotic creature. She only knew his coordinates and vaguely realized that he had built a small space and was doing something in the dark. However, according to Suji's speculation, they were probably reproducing their offspring in the small world and deducing the training system that belonged to their non-bloodline creatures. After all, if it were me, I would have done the same. Sitting on the chair, Suji took a bite of the apple and said softly, thinking about it. Since our era hasn't arrived yet, why don't we deduce the cultivation method of our era in advance? When the general trend of our kind has completely arrived, I will spread the cultivation method and instantly soar. I will quickly cultivate and dominate the world. I've already guessed what my enemy is thinking. It's just that I don't have a way to deal with it. After all, it's unstoppable to begin with. I can only watch helplessly as he comes to make me his enemy and overthrow me. I don't even have the right to be his next-door neighbor. We can't coexist. Suji felt that this was truly tricky. After all his previous opponents could be solved in an extremely gentle and peaceful way. However, his enemy was very unreasonable. He was afraid that his enemy had already begun to deduce the cultivation method of his own species in a small world for 100 years a day. Since he's doing this, I'll follow in his footsteps. I'll also get a few chaotic creatures and throw them in to evolve. I'll also create a world to evolve like him. Suji said seriously, whatever he's doing, I'll follow and synchronize with him. Can't I just copy him? Suji felt that he was enjoying Dichi's fun. At the same time, I'll build a second sand table and throw in the creatures whose bloodlines have been severed for comparison experiments. On one side, it was the creatures of the new era who were born without bloodlines. On the other side, it was the creatures with bloodlines from the old era who had severed their bloodlines. Wasn't it just a comparison experiment to compare the two sand tables? After all, they had one thing in common: they both had no bloodlines. It was just that one was innate, while the other was acquired. Suji felt that this was a good plan. However, there's something troublesome. I can't control the chaos beings in the first place. We don't share the same power system. Moreover, I can't control the incomplete beings that have their insect tribe bloodlines removed. He furrowed his brows. This meant that this bloodline sand table was unique like never before. It was a variable. He didn't have the power to grasp or control the fate of the creatures inside. They were all truly independent individual life forms. He couldn't open all kinds of back doors like the previous creatures of the insect race. This is difficult. Just like what I said before, nothing goes as one wishes. Suji shook his head. In reality, it would be strange if everything went as one wished. But I've already surpassed the insect race. I've mutated into a form that even I don't know what it is. The races of the universe? The races of the multiverse? Everything is possible. After all, this new path is still being researched. It's an unprecedented exploration. I might even be able to find a new backdoor in the future. He took a bite of the apple. Suji was an honest person. The new system hadn't been deduced yet, and he was already thinking about how to install backdoors for people. Your Highness Messiah, the arrangements have been completed, Shira said seriously. Suji nodded, stood up, and looked in front of him. This was the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation. It used to be an ordinary courtyard on Earth. It wasn't a big deal to give it to the spores. After all, it didn't have any destructive power. But now that the new era had arrived, it had to be reinforced and repaired. The two Taoists were still very useful. This is the origin of the creation of the multiverse, Messiah said. It's also the garden where we search for life. I want to create an extraordinary world here and find a glimmer of life that belongs to our era. The two nodded heavily, their eyes shining with longing. After all, the arrival of the god of creation and her actions were too exciting. Suji saw that the two of them were very enthusiastic and smiled. It wasn't difficult to create the two sand tables. All he had to do was cut off the bloodline and get a group of chaos creatures. It's very fast to create a new world. I just hope that they grow flowers of hope and let us save the despairing gods from the apocalypse, Messiah said softly. There definitely won't be a problem, Shira said seriously. Shira said solemnly, Messiah means savior in the ancient language of wizards. Your identity was already determined when we were still in the primitive era. Building a world. It was a walk in the park for Suji. Furthermore, this time, they didn't have any bloodlines, so there was no need for him to evolve his bloodline. A new world without bloodlines. Suji muttered softly. Even he was looking forward to seeing what the future would be like. Perhaps, by inferring ahead of time, he could indeed give birth to the flower of hope. After all, the crisis of the twilight of the apocalypse for all living beings with bloodlines in the universe was the same for Suji. The times are really progressing. Back then, the twilight of the connate godfiends and the rise of postnatal life forms. With the passing of eras, it's finally the end of our era. It's like a dream. Whoosh. He directly stepped on it and walked within the universe. He was surrounded by a river of stars as endless resplendent light lingered around him. The exact location of creating a new world is naturally beyond the chaos heavens. It won't be in this universe. However, by finding some ruins in the universe and building this new world civilization on top of the ruins, it will speed up the process. Reproducing a civilization from scratch, slash-and-burn farming, and learning to create a language were just too slow. Suji planned on giving them a starting point so that they could speed up their development. However, this starting point was definitely not too high, because it might affect their progress. By freeing them from the problems of survival, they will have a chance to study their bodies and pave a new path, Suji said softly. I see. The duo was filled with admiration when they heard Messiah's words. As expected of the god of wisdom. You have truly studied the knowledge of building a civilization thoroughly. That's only natural. Messiah smiled. They walked the entire way. Soon, they found an ancient planet ruin in the universe that was filled with ruins. The few of them landed on a ruined planet and landed on a dilapidated building. They looked up at the thick dark red atmospheric clouds as strong winds howled. The aura of a nuclear explosion. It should be a low-level civilization that was flattened by nuclear weapons. Soon, Suji walked through the library and flipped through the information on their civilization. Not bad. The pinnacle of a rank 8 civilization. They have grasped simple nuclear technology and have powerful martialists. Suji wore a calm expression. The age of chaos, twilight of the gods. They would no longer be able to distort the laws of the universe. The limit of a living being was the 8th level of the physical body and the soul. They would no longer be able to use the powerful laws of the universe. However, Tier 8 gods stood at the apex of existence. Naturally, they could use the power of technology. After all, technology and physics were only a part of using the laws of the universe. However, the power of science and technology could only stop at level 8 technological civilizations. They could not use rule weapons to distort the laws of the universe, Messiah explained to the two. In the future, both systems will be at the pinnacle of level 8. Laws above level 8 will no longer exist. That's why it's called, the End of Days. The End of Days, the Wood Spirit and Shira murmured. Although they knew some inside information, it was not that detailed. Messiah continued moving forward. Because the rules of the future will be perfected, and they will be everywhere. There will no longer be any gaps or loopholes for you to enter and control them. Then, being everywhere means that the rules no longer exist. Messiah was still describing the future as she walked through the ruins. We can imagine that in the End of Days, they will both be at level 8, but the technological civilization is clearly higher than the god civilization. After all, the god is the strongest creature on Earth, but they still can't leave the planet. However, the technological side can. After all, the accumulation of resources in the technological side can create spaceships. The two of them were silent. That was indeed the case. In the End of Days, all existence's realms would fall, but the technological civilization would flourish. If they all use technology, there will definitely be very few people willing to cultivate the martial Tao and soul Tao. In the future, I'm afraid many will be true mortals, right? Shira said. In various senses, it will be the true End of Days. That's not all. The Wood Spirit also said the technological side won't be too strong. Because they can't use mechanical spaceships that follow rules, they can't easily distort space and perform jumps. It might be difficult for nuclear-powered submarines to build neutron star new energy battleships. When technology reaches the pinnacle, no matter how strong they are, it will be difficult for them to fly out of a small galaxy. The space rules of the universe can't be described, and they can't reach 1/1000th of the distance. Even if two civilizations send signals to each other, it will take hundreds or thousands of years to complete a communication. They felt very pitiful. In the past, even in the level 9 Blue Abyss realm, they could perform super long-distance coordinate jumps. Although the mortals of the future could jump, it didn't mean that they could arrive through thin air. They still had to explore step by step and draw interstellar maps. But after they finished drawing, they could jump according to the coordinates they obtained. In theory, as long as there was enough energy to distort the rules, the distance between galaxies did not exist. No, you can still jump through space. Messiah suddenly laughed. How is that possible? The Wood Spirit's eyes widened. The rules of the universe couldn't be distorted, which meant that space couldn't be distorted. Jump, shuttle, they could no longer knock on the perfect rules of the universe. There was no gap, no possibility of finding a loophole. You say, if you can't distort the rules, how can you jump through space? Shira couldn't help but ask. She was extremely curious. You can't distort the rules. Of course, you have to use the rules to jump within the limits of the existing rules of the universe. Messiah said a word that surprised the two of them. Black hole. Black hole? Yes, black holes and wormholes are the jumping nodes of future spaceships. Messiah's expression was calm. You already know the rules of the formation of black holes and where they lead to. The chaos sea that leads to outside the universe is like the airflow of a steam engine. Xianxia naturally knew and couldn't help but say, but that leads to outside the universe. How can it be a space jump? The chaos sea outside is a sea of turbulence. There was no connection between them at all. The current chaos sea is a mess, but it won't be in the future, Xianxia said. In the future, it will become regular and clear, forming ocean currents. It will no longer corrode other substances. However, although you can swim in it, you won't be able to survive for long. He turned around and looked at the two of them. He said calmly, what if we predict the laws of the ocean currents outside the black hole? The spaceship enters the black hole, follows the ocean currents, sits on a high-speed train, and then forcefully squeezes into the universe from another part of the black hole. Both of them widened their eyes in shock. This was indeed a different kind of space jump. Why didn't they think of that? They were a little excited. In the past, black holes were the land of death, but the future was different. Black holes might be the nodes of space jumps in the universe. However, it's very difficult to predict the direction of the ocean currents in the chaos sea outside the black hole, right? Mu Lingling hurriedly said, in theory, it can be done, but the timing is too critical. We have to wait for the direction of the ocean currents, flow along the universe, and lead to another black hole. If we are not careful, we will die in the chaos sea and be washed far away by the ocean currents. Don't underestimate the humans of the future. Xianxia shook her head lightly. In the age of Dharma end, when their strength reaches the limit, they will definitely make a fuss about techniques. It is possible to reach the limit of exquisiteness. In fact, the black holes of the future might be able to travel and smuggle into another parallel universe. The two of them were shocked. The more they said, the more bizarre it was. Using a black hole to carry out a different kind of spatial jump, reaching another galaxy, or even the other end of the universe. They now believed it. However, smuggling into another parallel universe was a little too much. One had to know that if the myriad worlds did not appear in the era of the saints, and everything developed as usual, it would be extremely difficult for the saints to smuggle into another parallel universe. Even the saints had a slim chance of survival. As for a rank 8 mortal, it was still the age of Dharma end, yet he could successfully smuggle himself. That was too bizarre. Why is it impossible? It's just that it's more complicated, a miracle that's hard to come by even in countless years. There is indeed a possibility of smuggling into a parallel universe. Xianxia shook her head. The theory of parallel universe drift is that when two parallel universes drift and slowly approach each other, the black holes on both sides will also approach each other. If you seize the opportunity, you can enter another parallel universe through the black hole or wormhole. Boom. Their hearts exploded, and their faces were filled with shock. Through their descriptions, they had already seen a glimpse of the future. It was beyond their worldview, but it was also reasonable. This was the great mysteries of the cosmos, making one couldn't help but become infatuated with the derivation, their minds filled with longing. It was too beautiful, too rotten. The monarch Xianxia was still saying, moreover, the current plate drift is extremely slow. The plate only moves a few hundred light-years every year. But the future should be different. Xianxia continued to speak about the two of them in shock. In the future, as the ocean currents become regular and clear, the ocean currents in the chaos sea will definitely become more powerful. The speed at which the tectonic plates are moving will definitely increase. The speed of drift between parallel universes far exceeds that of the past, and the chances of the plates of parallel universes getting close to each other will become incomparably frequent. But even if it's frequent, it's not impossible to sneak across easily. The chances of success are still extremely low. The two of them listened attentively. After a long while, they finally digested it and were completely convinced. Thank you for drawing a blueprint for the future of the universe for us. Xianxia said, yes, the general trend of the Dharma ending universe, the future era of the Dharma ending, it's simply amazing. This is another kind of glory. Perhaps it's closer to reality when the rules no longer exist. Only an immature universe with flaws can move the rules. A mature universe is complete and naturally closer to reality. Xianxia just smiled and looked in front of her. The future structure of the universe has been drawn. I believe you all understand my plan. You should be clear about what we want to build, right? The wood language spirit quickly nodded and looked at the ruins in front of her. She said seriously, it's clear now. The twilight of the gods. It will be a mass extinction of beyonder creatures in the prehistoric universe. A new civilization will definitely be rebuilt on the ruins. And now, we need to find this ruined civilization to infer the budding era of the Dharma ending era. After the two said that, they also knew the reason for their trip. The future was definitely going to be rebuilt on ruins. They directly found a ruin to make the simulation more realistic. Through this plan, the two could not help but feel even more impressed. They began working hard, twisting the universe's laws and lifting up large swaths of civilization ruins before stuffing them into their subspace pocket worlds. If it were the true Dharma ending era, it would be impossible to do this. But now, they were simulating the Dharma ending era ahead of time. Soon, more than half the planet's land was plowed away. The ruins, library, buildings, and cities have all been moved into the subspace pocket worlds, reported the wood language spirit seriously. That's enough. Let's return to the outer chaos heavens, said Messiah indifferently. That's enough. Outside the chaos heavens. In a nearly uninhabited desert. The surface of the universe was just too huge. Deep into the desert, there might not even be any sage's footprints in the past 10 billion years. The coast was the most prosperous area. The first world sand table has been built. It's on that ruin, allowing the new life forms that have lost their bloodlines to develop anew. Suji found an extremely hidden place and said softly, and the second sand table is the real new chaos life forms. They will reproduce here. The wood language spirit was a little hesitant. Won't we be too easily exposed? Their size is countless light years, so vast that it's hard to imagine. Then we don't have a large enough subspace to accommodate them. Messiah shook her head. We can only let them grow on this land. Moreover, once they grow up, with their size alone, we will definitely be no match for them. We can really only observe their civilization and not interfere. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to be a silent observer. As for them being discovered? This place is extremely remote, there won't be any signs of human habitation within tens of thousands of light years. Even if they are discovered, it will take a long time. By then, they should have grown up enough. If they are discovered, then so be it. After all, the collision between the two sides is also a preemptive look at the future. They felt like they were getting rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use. Now, they had to follow the general trend of the universe, blend in, and become a part of it. This did not mean that they were really standing on the other side. Suji also looked at the new sand table and was very pleased. Isn't that Xian too much of a coward? He came out without a sound, as if he had disappeared. Wretched and treacherous, it's obvious that he's an old schemer. The people of Longevity Dao Palace and others are all waiting for you to do something. They've been observing in secret, but there's no news. This person did not play by the rules. He was already the protagonist of the universe, the one favored by the general trend of the universe. It was inevitable for him to overthrow the rotten fungal civilization of the old days and unify the universe, but he was still so cowardly. These days, these old monsters that had lived for countless years were schemers, but even this newly born chaos life form great sage was so sinister. Really, one dirtier than the other. Could he be a little hot-blooded? Suji felt that he definitely had not read those web novels. The protagonists had to be reckless. At a young age, they dared to face countless dangers. Only then could they continue to grow stronger and surpass themselves. That was the true protagonist. To be the protagonist of the universe at such a young age, it won't do if you don't have hot-blooded ambition. Suji shook his head and sighed as he looked at the species that had begun to reproduce. Cowardly, unambitious, and passionate about seclusion cultivation. To think that you want to be born after achieving great success. You are simply not worthy of being the great sage of our chaos life form race. If that's the case, I will definitely pull you down and start anew. I will lead our race of chaos life form civilization to create glory. Soon, the first two chaotic beings appeared on this piece of land. They seemed to have been born with knowledge. Knowing the laws of the universe, they were born with extremely mature wisdom. Suji wanted to guide them to become their god of civilization, similar to the great Hermes of the past. But Suji soon found that there was no need for that. There is no need to interfere at all. In fact, their wisdom is already countless times greater than some saints. Suji quickly realized this. As expected of the overlord of the next universe. If I guide them, I might not be treated as an idiot with bad intentions. Suji thought about it and felt that there was no need for him to do such a foolish thing. Did he really think that others were fools? He was the real fool. I can't think of a way at the moment. Forget it, the seedlings will grow on their own. This is the first time I've been so carefree. Suji said softly. This was nurturing enemies to fight against him. Suji only took a glance and then ignored it. Instead, he looked at the broken ruins of the world. He threw in countless beings whose bloodlines had been severed. They had already begun to reproduce. The sky was dark. The beings in the ruins began to reproduce again. They first babbled like wild gorillas, unable to understand human language as they ran in the ruins. Years passed. They began to communicate and learn to use some of the remaining tools and equipment of the human cities. They used simple lighters to start fires, rakes and steel rods as weapons. They began to hunt in the ruins that were filled with vines and wild beasts. Yeah. They roared at each other and raised the shovels and weapons in their hands. They learned to use tools. Compared to the divine beings, they were laughably weak and powerless. It was no wonder that they were called germs, pitiful and lowly beings. Another 10 years passed. They began to study the books and paintings in the library, trying to decipher it. 50 years passed. Civilization began to recover. They picked up part of the previous civilization level and began to develop technology and improve their lives. 100 years passed. They had completely understood the language of the ruins and obtained the essence of the past civilization. Technology was rebooted. They also began to cultivate martial arts at the same time. Without the knowledge of ancient civilizations, they would have had to start from scratch, and it would have taken them thousands of years to achieve such perfection. After all, even with Suji's deliberate guidance, the sorcerer civilization had developed into a primordial civilization. It was only after a few thousand years that the civilization of rank 8 gods had matured. What a pitiful creature. Even I don't know how to reverse our pitiful fate, the Messiah monarch emperor said softly. The wood spirit and Shira pursed their lips. The gap between the two sides was simply unimaginable. The difference between them could be seen from their physiques. It was simply indescribable. The other party was born on the sea of primal chaos and instantly knew the history of all the universes. The maturity of his knowledge was unimaginable. This is very difficult. Shira said, we're old creatures that have been eliminated after all. The difference in intelligence, stamina, and strength is like the difference between humans and wild grasshoppers. Yeah, man can conquer nature, the weak defeating the strong. That's something that only appears in fairy tales. Messiah said softly, the bloody gap is right in front of us. It would be foolish to believe in the miracles in fairy tales. We should think about how to make up for it, or even how to get close to it and squeeze into the other's era. Soon, the era of flesh and blood beings developed. In the second 100 years, they actually quickly flourished on the ruins and recovered the level of the civilization of that planet. However, their lifespans were greatly shortened. There were many old and weak people, and their average lifespan was only around 30 years. We must have been weakened by the radiation, one of the flesh and blood beings said. But in reality, Suji clearly knew that after their bloodlines were cut off, they were weak and their origin was damaged. That was why they became so weak. Another 3 years passed. They started to develop technology again and quickly became rich. They barely entered the era of the Industrial Revolution. They also started to cultivate the cultivation techniques recorded in the ruins of this planet to strengthen their bodies. If we cultivate, we can extend our lifespans. Yes, we can change the body after being exposed to radiation. This planet originally had its own bloodline cultivation technique, but it wasn't strong. However, they felt that it was useless when they cultivated it. They couldn't even reach the threshold. The path of the bloodline system was cut off from there. Helpless, they could only try to cultivate the martial path and the soul path. These two paths were very difficult to cultivate. Painstaking work required a large amount of resources, but they actually succeeded at the beginning, and there was hope for cultivation. Of course, Shira said. Shira said, the gods still exist in the age of chaos because they can still practice the path of soul and path of martial arts that don't require bloodlines. In the eyes of the three of them, the era began to change. Some martial path and soul path experts began to appear, and the martial path became more popular. However, after several years of development, changes occurred. They found that they could actually use extraordinary power again and control some scattered elemental power. A new system? They cultivate the martial path and the soul path. How can elemental power appear? The two of them were shocked. However, Suji shook his head. This isn't a new system. They cultivated the martial path and the soul path, and their bodies are strong. Their regenerative abilities are powerful, and they are starting to regenerate the bloodlines that had been cut off. This was something that Suji didn't expect. After all, this wasn't the true age of chaos. The laws of bloodlines still existed in this world. As they cultivated, their bloodlines were regenerated in their bodies. This was very troublesome. If it was the true age of chaos, they naturally wouldn't regenerate. But now, they were regenerating as they cultivated. The laws of this universe were too exaggerated. This was a kind of cosmic inertia. I have to think of a way to solve this. Suji said softly. He narrowed his eyes. With my current knowledge, I know almost everything about the universe. This isn't hard to solve. One is to use the heavenly Tao piano to isolate the aura of the universe outside and completely turn it into the age of chaos. The other is to modify the bloodline that has been cut off so that it will be difficult to regenerate after it is cut off. Two ways at the same time. Suji felt that he was really worrying too much. This didn't need to evolve their bloodlines, but it was still a bit difficult to raise. While Suji was busy on one side of the bottleneck, the other side was developing rapidly. The holy beings were developing extremely quickly. Shira and the wood language spirit, who were secretly observing, were dumbfounded. This is too fast. This is inhuman. How many years has it been? The other side was in a bottleneck from the start, and there are already signs here. Signs of the primal chaos being's cultivation system. They secretly watched the mutated primal chaos being develop. They saw some hair-raising things, which seemed to be expected. No wonder Her Highness Messiah nurtured our martial god palace back then. It turns out that our martial god palace's system was actually the future trend from the beginning. They felt a strong sense of destiny. Could it be that the martial god palace is the trend of destiny? When they saw the cultivation system of these chaotic beings and their actions, the two girls were stunned. They were actually cultivating martial arts. That's right. They were cultivating the martial arts without bloodlines, the soul path. They sat cross-legged and visualized themselves. They cultivated the path of the soul and strengthened their souls in a tranquil posture. They punched and kicked, training their muscles and bones, cultivating martial arts and strengthening their bodies. One movement, one silence, there were no rules, no fanciness, no brilliance of Tao and rules. He swung his fists and took a step in a natural and smooth manner, and he actually carried the natural and heavy feeling of chaos of the grand Tao. Isn't this the system of a martial god palace? They murmured. In the martial god palace, they were called the Valkyries because they cultivated these two paths. Shira was shocked. How can they cultivate the soul path and martial arts? This is ridiculous. Could it be that they just want to strengthen their bodies? Should I do some exercises to loosen my muscles and bones? Shira didn't believe it. Mu Lingling muttered, how is that possible? They were discussing with each other before this. All of them were born as gods and possessed vast wisdom. They were discussing and researching the cultivation system that belonged to their own race, deducing a corner of the future. How could they be relaxing when they suddenly started waving their fists and legs? Amidst his shock, he turned his head to look and was even more astonished. Those beings were punching and talking at the same time. We were born at the wrong time. The door to the 10th level of the universe is not completely closed. The rules are not complete. Our cultivation of this path is flawed. Yes, flawed. It's hard to cultivate to the peak. Only when the great Olden era comes to an end will we be able to grow stronger and stronger. our path will finally be opened. The two didn't dare to get close. They watched from afar and found it more and more terrifying. They didn't really understand the meaning. But they also knew what they meant. It was probably not time for them to cultivate. Their own cultivation path had not truly opened. However, Mu Lingling was also shocked. She trembled and said, "Ah. We should have thought of it. The soul path and martial arts might really be the system of the new era." "Ah?" Shira didn't react. "Think about it and you'll know. There's already a foreshadowing. A foreshadowing of the universe. Other than bloodline cultivation methods, what other cultivation systems do we have?" It was the two fundamental cultivation techniques of the universe that did not require bloodlines, the Soul Dao and the Martial Dao. In that case, if the bloodline system was sealed in the future, what else could he cultivate? Of course, it's a basic cultivation technique that doesn't have any bloodline requirements. Shira slapped her head and said excitedly, "That makes sense. Without the bloodline, all that's left is the Dao of the soul, the Dao of the martial Dao, strengthening oneself, and cultivating one's body and soul. Perhaps that's the true foundation. Cultivating the laws of the outside world, the laws of the universe, are all external objects. External objects will eventually be snatched away, and there will come a day when they disappear. But if you cultivate yourself, you can live forever. This is the true power." The wood language spirit quickly chimed in. "The previous two paths can only be cultivated up to Tier 8 God. This is the common sense of the universe. The first 8 realms require a strong body to be able to accommodate the rules of the universe. After that, one begins to cultivate the external rules of heaven and earth. This is common sense that we are all used to, but is it really normal? From a different perspective, we are abnormal. When I think about it carefully, I actually feel a little creeped out. We've taken a wrong path." The two of them continued to discuss. Tier 8 is the limit of the Tao of the soul and martial Tao. It was naturally so in the old days, but what about the new era? Maybe Tier 8 is not the limit of biological training, but the incomplete rules of the old days that restricted the upper limit of the Tao of the soul and martial Tao. Perfect, it's too perfect. It's completely logical. All the rules of the era are slow and orderly. The more the two of them analyzed, the more anxious they became. The development of any universe had its own set of rules. No process would appear out of thin air. There must have been some clues before. The universe nurtured the next era in advance, finally matured, and was waiting to be born. They never appeared out of nowhere. If it appeared suddenly, there would not always be geniuses and monsters who could deduce the general trend of the universe through the clues and peek into a corner of the future. We should have thought of this earlier. Yes, the Tao of the soul and the Tao of the martial Tao. They laughed excitedly, extremely excited. They were too happy and hugged each other. But it's too unexpected. Ha ha ha, who knew that those chaotic life forms, so powerful and beautiful, born holy, would actually cultivate such a simple and unpretentious martial Tao, and train their muscles and bones in the future? I thought it would be more exciting and flashy, with all kinds of more terrifying Tao techniques and methods. Huh? You're thinking too much. It's not necessarily beautiful or powerful. Borrowing external forces, how can you talk about being the ultimate creature? Those who borrow external forces, when the external forces disappear with the era, the external forces that they believe in will disappear, will eventually decline one day. This is the case for the saints who control the rules of the universe, the so-called borrowing the laws of nature, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, using the lever to pry open the rules of the universe, are all self-glorifying jokes. Only one's own strength is true eternity. He will not change with any era. Fickle men will deceive themselves. Only the big muscles that they have painstakingly trained will not deceive themselves and give us a strong sense of security. Mu Lingling raised her arm, and this slender and beautiful ancient beauty's back suddenly bulged. Rip. Her ancient long dress was slowly torn from the back. The tight red sports vest inside was revealed. She looked like a boxing giant with a stocky back and a bear-like waist. Her bronze-colored muscles were full of strength and looked very athletic. Her bronze-colored legs were very thick, and her calves and thighs were full of demonic muscles, bulging and entangling, looking very powerful. Their ideals kept colliding, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. This was originally very compatible with the ideals of the martial god palace. Strength came from oneself. Rules were external things, unorthodox. Now that they thought about it, the entire vast era of the universe actually proved this point. If that's the case, the truth of the future is probably like this. Level 10 true path, level 9 true path, will all fall, and they will become ordinary level 8 deities. With the closing of the Dharma Doomsday, the rules of the universe will be complete, and another true path for level 8 deities will be completely opened. Martial Dao, Soul Dao, there will be unprecedented level 9, level 10, or even a possible level 11. They looked at each other, completely shocked, and became more and more excited as they looked at Her Majesty Messiah in the distance. Martial God Palace. Perhaps the creation was not a coincidence, and it was a plan long ago. When Suji received the news, he put down his experiment and hurried over to observe. After all, what was the cultivation system of the new era? That was the most important thing. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the most important thing. When Suji rushed over and saw the two muscular women, their shiny bronze-colored muscles gesticulating crazily, he was a little dumbfounded. These two were fine, so why did they tear their clothes and reveal their martial art true bodies? Were they training in full swing? Were they reminiscing about the past, a cute and beautiful girl with a cute and pure girl's head on top of that unique muscular body? That was probably the contrast of cuteness. Suji felt that it had been a long time. Although not much time had passed in the real world, this scene of a hot-blooded beautiful girl in a bikini was a must-see for all men. The beautiful girl who weighed 3,000 kilograms seemed to be reminiscing about her lost youth. So, you were inspired by this place? He looked at the land in the distance. Those chaotic beings were training and cultivating. After thinking for a while, he instantly understood the future of the universe. Even he was surprised. But soon, he got used to it. Everything that had happened so far seemed extremely bizarre, but it was inevitable. Martial Dao and Soul Dao, the two basic systems that did not require bloodline cultivation, were the ultimate trend of the future. The doors to level 10 Dao and level 9 Dao are closed, and all mortals return to level 8 deities. Corresponding to that, is the path of Soul Dao and Martial Dao above level 8 open? Suji felt that he should have thought of this earlier. Just at this moment, Shira walked over. His body was muscular, and he walked with a majestic gait. A ferocious aura greeted Xiaochen as he said seriously, "Your Highness, it turns out that the martial god palace back then was your foreshadowing? Back then, as the savior of the world, you had already anticipated this day and had already begun to prepare to save the world?" Suji, it would be strange if he could think that far ahead. How long ago was the martial god palace? It was still the period when level 8 deities were developing. The rise of the martial god palace was clearly a coincidence. Of course, we shouldn't underestimate His Highness. The wood-tongue spirit was also very excited, and said seriously, "To us, it is an ancient matter from 10,000 years ago, but to the former god of wisdom who has lived for who knows how many years, it is nothing more than a few arrangements that seem to be made yesterday. Otherwise, why would it slumber here with us?" Suji remained silent. If everything that had happened before was just his imagination, then this was really a pure coincidence. When Xiaochen was developing the martial god palace, he had never thought that this day would come. After all, he had many factions to develop. When he faked his death in the Wushan palace, he simply forgot about the existence of Messiah and starved to death. Now that he suddenly remembered, he took it out and used it. Suji really wanted to tell them the truth. But he also felt that it was too cruel. Messiah had actually forgotten about it and had starved to death. He really couldn't bring himself to say it. "It seems that you are quite smart to be able to see this." Messiah chuckled softly. "After all these years, your brains haven't gone bad." Shira's eyes widened, and she immediately refused to accept it. "We are not as smart as those monsters, but this is too obvious. Our martial god palace also cultivates this system. It would be strange if we didn't see this scene in front of us. I'm afraid you brought us out to continue the path of martial Dao and Soul Dao." "Of course." The monarch Messiah nodded with a smile. Even these two muscular girls could think of this. If Mount Akina discovered that the trend of the future was martial Dao and Soul Dao, coupled with the fact that he had helped to establish the Martial God Palace and brought away the two people from the Martial God Palace, there would definitely be a lot of analysis and deduction. Reality is more magical than fiction. Suji didn't bother to pay attention to them. Instead, he quietly looked at the situation in front of him and suddenly smiled. Now that you have seen the system of the future, what do you think the future of our artificial gods without bloodlines will be like? Shira thought about it. As a Valkyrie who was proficient in martial Dao, she had a lot of say in this aspect. She said seriously, now it seems that they are indeed old creatures that have been eliminated. The sand table world that has just been built in the ruins and the creatures whose bloodlines have been severed have no hope if they continue to develop like this. They have two despairing conundrums. First of all, the bloodlines that have been severed are already beings with incomplete foundations. According to the self-cultivation system of martial Dao and soul Dao, the foundation is extremely important. Incomplete, there is no chance for them to break through the martial Dao realm above the 8th level and reach the 9th level of the new era. What exactly were the 9th level of martial Dao like? They had never seen it before. But if they didn't have the chance to reach it, there was no need to talk about it. Suji sighed inwardly when he heard this. In that case, whether I sever my bloodline or not, the outcome will be the same? They could only stop at the 8th level and couldn't go further. Severing his bloodlines was just a fancy, superfluous move with no practical effect. What about the second point? Messiah asked. The second point is the next problem. Even if I severed my bloodlines and used other methods to make up for the missing life source, it would be impossible for me to blend in. Because the difference in size and energy level between us is too great. This was the most critical point. It was a great and vast existence of countless light years. You, a small ant, blending in was a joke. You were not a match at all. You were not a heavyweight boxer at all. This is indeed a difficult problem. Messiah said softly, but small size means that the energy level needs to be low and the speed of cultivation is fast. At the beginning, you can crush them, but unfortunately, when they catch up, you will not be a match at all. But I feel that everything depends on human effort. Mu Lingling said seriously, we can continue to study and observe. After all, everything we say now is too arbitrary. We have never seen a real stage 9 martial saint. What kind of situation is it? What kind of fighting mode? What kind of martial arts cultivation technique he cultivates? Suji nodded and looked into the distance. Indeed. There was no point in saying too much. He could just go and take a look. Right now, he was secretly observing the development of this life form in the Chaos Sea. They were indeed terrifying. It had only been 2 days in the real world, 200 years in the high-dimensional spacetime, and they had already rapidly deduced their own system. I just need to observe in secret. Suji was very calm. Although he could not interfere or affect the development of their civilization, he could naturally observe. This was because they were small. Even though they were separated by countless light years, they could still see the movements and activities of those colossal beings with a single glance. And what did they see? They were ants to begin with, and they were separated by countless light years. In addition, he hid his aura. This was not their era, and they used rules to hide themselves. It would be strange if they could see such a body. It looked like a sand table, but it was actually another superworld civilization that was hostile to them. It was as if they were enemies from another universe civilization. Suji looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Based on this situation, they deduced their cultivation technique in 2 days or 200 years. It's like they're riding a rocket. In less than a month, they'll kill their way out and turn the world upside down. This is a different kind of zombie tide that will destroy everything. Our cosmos epoch has developed for a long period of 14 billion years, but if they want to overthrow us, they only need a short instant. Suji still felt the vastness of this era. It was irresistible. Changing dynasties is just a matter of days. There was no right or wrong. This was a war between races. Suji had helped them in advance and allowed these opponents to appear in advance. It seemed like he was digging his own grave and foolish, but in reality, this was the best solution. Wait for them to explode. Who could stop them? It would be better to have them appear gradually, bit by bit. Take advantage of the fact that the end of days hadn't completely descended, that heaven and earth hadn't changed, that bloodline creatures could still grasp the power of natural laws. That way, the universe's infinite heavens and 10,000 worlds could adapt to their terror, and find a way to save their lives. This was already the best solution that Suji could think of. If they couldn't beat them, then there was really nothing they could do. Old creatures like us deserve to go extinct, to be eliminated by natural selection. The enemies are right in front of us, and we can only watch them grow. Suji felt strange, so he could only turn around and look at Shira and Mu Ling. One of you is responsible for observing them, learning their martial arts techniques and cultivation techniques. The other is responsible for that bloodline sand table. Who's in charge? Mu Ling thought about it and said, I'm more experienced in learning martial arts techniques, I'll observe them. Let Shira observe the bloodline sand table here. Each of them was in charge of one, so it was just right. Suji left the matter to the two of them, and then he continued to evolve the creature bottlenecks of bloodlines so that they wouldn't cultivate and regrow their bloodlines. Time flew. Another 30 years passed. Suji successfully tested the method to stop them from regrowing their bloodlines, but this was only the first step. It didn't grow any blood vessels, but the missing parts were still missing. Even after reaching the Tier 8 God level, he still couldn't break through. Another 100 years passed. The martial Dao and the soul Dao require countless rank 8 resources, but to those who have achieved the Dao, they are very rare. Sheila said, I have already given them a lot of resources. Some of the stronger people are already over 200 years old and have become stage 7 heavenly emperors. They will break through to divine spirits soon, but they will soon reach their limits, and there is still nothing they can do. Suji frowned. The empty hole could no longer give birth to bloodlines, but it also meant that the foundation of his life was damaged. It would be very difficult for him to advance further. On the other side, Shira also sent a message. The first 9th rank martial arts existence of the chaotic life had appeared. At the same time, although Shira was secretly observing, she already couldn't understand what kind of life form a 9th rank martial arts existence was. It was a qualitative change, comparable to the difference between a Tier 8 god and a Tier 9 god. I don't dare to observe from a close distance, so I can only observe from afar. However, it is very difficult to carefully study what the other party has cultivated to. I only feel that he is very strong. The wood language spirit said softly. This is already very good. It's not your problem. Suji frowned even more on the spot. There was bad news on both sides. We need to find talents, martial arts, talents are really too important. Without talents, it will be difficult to advance. At the thought of talents, Suji thought of Rongqing, the self-walking talent market. Previously, he could find so many talents in the evolution of the mother stream's flying bloodline. There were definitely martial arts talents there too. However, that sly old bastard would definitely agree to look for him, but he would definitely choose to become a shareholder. Stepping on 2 boats, secretly stepping on the mother stream civilization and his own side. For this kind of existence, it was something he was very good at. Unfortunately, this black intermediary was very troublesome. The person who introduced him was very serious. Suji took a deep breath. There is no rush to find him. Ask Gigi. After all, he had a consultant. Soon, on the other side, in the reincarnation of the underworld. 200 years had passed. The rules and Tao of the universe were once again rapidly replenished and developed rapidly. The multiverse had also completely ushered in a golden age. Correspondingly, the natural heavenly axiom, which had always been at a disadvantage, had become stronger and stronger over the years. It was actually on par with the natural heavenly axiom. Perhaps after a while, the human heavenly axiom would be crushed. After all, it was a possession and not naturally healthy. From a certain point of view, humans are really tragic. Gigi sat on the sofa and said, if we can't defeat the main character of the multiverse, we will be raised by the natural heavenly axiom. Even if we defeat the natural heavenly axiom, there is an even more difficult problem. If we can't defeat the chaotic beings, we will be raised by them, Gigi sighed as he spoke. How tragic. We can't overcome any of the mountains. Humans are tragic. It seems like we can't escape no matter what. Suji nodded and said, but we will definitely overcome these two insurmountable mountains and continue the glory of our bloodline. Really? Gigi didn't really believe it and was just comforting him. The most important thing for humans is to have dreams. If we defeat these two, we will be free and completely become the ultimate beings of the mature universe. Although Suji said that, he secretly thought, freedom my *SS. Even if you successfully escape the fate of being raised by these two main characters and seem to be free, you can't escape the fate of being raised by the hidden third hand of all humans. In the end, humans will eventually be eliminated and raised. This is the general trend, however, I must encourage them to resist. Otherwise, I will also be beaten to death. If I succeed, I will replace them and raise all humans for them. By the way, do you know any powerful martial arts and soul path geniuses? Dizun asked about serious matters. Powerful martial arts and soul path geniuses? Gigi looked at Dizun in surprise and said, of course I know. The existences in our longevity Dao Palace are the strongest geniuses in all aspects. Among them, there is one who is known as the strongest martial artist in history. His name is Kwang Tuesday. Gigi suddenly shook his head. But that guy's life is even worse than mine. Although his combat strength is extremely exaggerated, he is good at martial arts and soul path. He has researched a variety of combat tactics, but he is not good at deducing bloodline cultivation methods. He doesn't know how to look for opportunities in the new era. Now, he is the most miserable one in our Dao Palace. Suji was stunned. It seemed that the longevity Dao Palace really had geniuses who were at the peak in all aspects. It's quite easy for you to find that guy. Gigi seemed to see his husband's expression and said with a smile, it's relative that he is miserable, but he is also in control of a second-tier force in the heavens. Although he can't compare to us first-tier giants, it's not bad. Gigi seemed to sense what his husband wanted to do, but he didn't ask in detail. After all, he had his own considerations. Soon, Suji secretly remembered and searched for the other party's location. Splash! On a beach in the chaotic sea, a powerful and mighty martial artist was practicing martial arts on the beach like a general on the battlefield. He looked fierce and dignified. In the distance, a young man with black hair and black eyes walked over. Are you interested in saving the universe? Joining our martial god palace? You are the Messiah wanted by all the heavens in the universe? The man turned around and revealed an extremely serious expression. He asked curiously, what do you want from me? Martial God Palace sounds like an interesting name. Quan Tu, the existences of the Dao Palace of Longevity, your names are really ordinary and simple. Messiah slowly walked over and looked at the tall man on the beach. This is not a name. Over the long years, we have long forgotten the names of the mortal world. When we walk in the vast world, we only have the code names and Taoist names of the saints. Kwang Tu smiled and said, Rongqing, Ji, Wenmeng, Tingshou, Lu Qi. Most of these names are just honorific titles for us in the Dao Palace of Longevity. This organization is named when we enter, symbolizing the abandonment of the past, the severing of family ties, and the goal is the distant future of the universe. These honorific titles of longevity reveal some characteristics, and there are few real names. As he spoke, he read the names one by one, staring at the black-haired, black-eyed youth opposite him. After a while, he smiled and said, You are a smart guy. Every name I read didn't change your expression, so I couldn't tell who leaked my privacy. But in other words, Kwang Tu slowly frowned and was shocked. He said, Among the 9 people of the Dao Palace of Longevity, there are people who have a deep relationship with you. On the surface, you are wanted in all the worlds, but in fact, they are secretly conspiring with you. They betrayed our Dao Palace of Longevity and constantly leaked our information? Kwang Tu's expression began to turn serious. Who are you? What do you want? I'm afraid you have been hiding in the dark for who knows how long. First, you betrayed us, and then you created that earth-shattering mysterious phantom. Now, you have come to find me again. I'm afraid you have something big planned. Messiah's expression remained the same. Let's not talk about the plan first. I only came to find you on a whim and asked casually. It was still very easy to ask for information. Because he had a wife he picked up from the streets. After a pause, Messiah smiled and said, "Others say that you are the #1 martial artist in the ancient and modern universe. You are not good at deducing the times and deducing the Tao, so you cannot compete for the advantage in this era. But your wisdom and talent are indeed top-notch. You seem to be analyzing and competing, but in fact, you are playing with your own abilities to make me feel that you are outstanding enough to increase your bargaining chips with me." Kwang Tu's expression didn't change in the slightest. Messiah approached him step by step, her expression calm. "From this point, you are indeed unwilling to be mediocre. You can't wait to rely on me. Because I'm looking for you for 2 reasons. Firstly, it must be related to martial arts, which can bring out your strengths. Secondly, I'm wanted by all the worlds, so I must have an unimaginably amazing opportunity. You know, this is the only opportunity to catch up to others. Ha ha ha, we're all honest people. If I wasn't a little smarter, how could an old man like me have lived to this day? He was killed by the other 8 long ago." Kwang Tu laughed out loud. "Speak, the 8 of us are developing on our own and are extremely busy. We have taken root in the myriad heavens realm, and some of the crafty ones have even run to the opposite side of the natural heavenly Tao camp and become the leader of the other side. The networks of the various saints are complicated. In less than 1,000 years, they would all rise to the top of the new era in all kinds of positions and identities. What business do you have with me? What kind of cooperation do you want? Is it related to martial arts? You want me to join your so-called martial god palace?" 2. Begin with, the Longevity Tao Palace had never been an ironclad existence. Their interests were related, and they had never really trusted each other. As mentioned, some of the longevity saints were so powerful that they did not even care about the position of humans. They directly infiltrated the hostile natural heavenly Tao camp and pretended to be the natural heavenly Tao. Now, no one knew what high-level position they had climbed to, but they were indignant to eradicate the old parasites that had taken over the human body, vowing to lead the new natural heavenly Tao to glory. They could even infiltrate the hostile camp that exterminated the human race. There was nothing that the longevity saints did not dare to do. For example, Kwang Tu did not reject working with this mysterious wanted criminal at all, as long as the benefits were enough. The 9 of them split up to find their own paths and transcend. In fact, if it were not for the fact that the chaotic beings could not join, they would have found a way to shamelessly sneak in. What was the point of struggling? Not only them, even Suji wanted to sneak in, but unfortunately, there was no way. After all, the universe was vast. Throughout the billions of years of history, it was nothing more than benefits and transcendence. The saints and powerhouses only pursued the ultimate eternity of Tao. Enough with the idle talk. Messiah went straight to the point. We, the martial god palace, are independent of the universe. We do not enter the universe, do not descend to the mortal world, do not become a universe saint, and do not cultivate our bloodline. We cultivate ourselves, and the universe will also be trampled under our feet to deal with the great calamity in the future. Kwang Tu was slightly shocked. The meaning behind this was too great. Was she going to use another method to resist the apocalypse of the gods without taking the path of the universe at all? Was she going to use martial arts or soul arts? After all, the reason why this person came to him was obvious. He said, "Good Lord, martial arts, soul arts, what do you want to do? You can tell me about it." Messiah said, "Do you know the future trend of the chaotic beings?" Kwang Tu said decisively, "The ordinary saints in the universe don't know, but we, the longevity saints, already know. In the age of Dharma ending, bloodlines and rules no longer exist. Do you know what new system the chaotic beings are cultivating?" Messiah looked at Kwang Tu, who was slightly shocked, and said, "You should have guessed that they are cultivating soul arts and martial arts. The path of the martial god palace is the path of the chaotic beings, moving forward with the general trend, not the opposite. We have to integrate into it and cultivate the other party's system. How about it? Do you want to come?" Messiah put her hands behind her back and looked at the person in front of her calmly. "I have no choice." Kwang Tu did not hesitate at all. "It's as if I was born and came to this era for this. This is the most suitable path for me." She was indeed a straightforward person. After all, an existence of this level could see more clearly. This was his only chance, and it was also a chance for him to show his advantage and surpass the other longevity saints. How could he not know? It was enough to have the opportunity to reach the top of the universe, prove the chaotic deity position, and cultivate the system that he was best at. There was no reason to refuse this cooperation. Messiah smiled and stretched out her hand. Then, come. In the end, Suji was still very satisfied. After all, another longevity saint had been pulled in and completely integrated into the general trend of the era. There was no way he could beat them. They still had an invincible ancient true body in the 9 main universes, enough to suppress the world. As long as they were ruthless, they could even eradicate and obliterate the heavens and realms that had taken root. This was the ultimate nuclear bomb level of power. Who would dare to provoke them? The heavens and realms that had only developed for 1,000 years. Suji was not arrogant. How many heaven-defying bloodlines did they have? Suji did not want to know, nor did he want to be beaten up. Now, they were also roping them in, so that everyone could drink the soup and eat the meat together. That was why they did not attack the heavens and realms. I can't afford to offend them at all, and there's no need to. Suji shook his head. When I can afford to offend them, it will already be the end of days. Their power will completely dissipate, their realm will fall, and they will become ordinary deities. But at that time, why would I offend them? Because an even more terrifying father has appeared again. Soon, Suji brought Quang-Tu along and secretly went deep into their territory in the depths of the continent of the universe. This is? With just a glance at the vast giant civilization, Quang-Tu was completely shocked. This was an intense shock that was difficult to hide. That's a rank 9 martial Dao. Suji hurriedly said, Dao brother, what do you think? After all, he had established the martial god palace. Shira and Mu Lingling's martial talent was outstanding, but they were definitely inferior to the number 1 monstrous geniuses in history. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Quang-Tu gazed into the distance, his expression not calm. He's actually already at the stage 9. It's a pity that his aura is restrained, and it's impossible to detect him from afar. I wonder what kind of battle prowess this new stage 9 has. However, the 2 paths of soul and martial arts are neutral and peaceful. They are vast and their cultivation is rooted in themselves. Their 9th rank is definitely not weak, at the same time, their auras are perfected. The 9th rank should be their current final limit. Final limit? Yes, the laws of the universe have yet to be completed. They are still incomplete and have many loopholes. They have already reached the 9th rank, but the new path to the 10th rank has yet to be opened, much less the 11th rank, said Quan Tuesday. Suji's mind raced. Indeed, professional big shots were ferocious. Previously, he was a layman and did not understand. Now, he understood. It was no wonder those chaos lifeforms said that they were born at the wrong time. It was because their era had yet to arrive. The 9th rank was their current limit. However, even a 9th rank is not something an ordinary 10th rank saint can afford to offend. Quang Tu's gaze drooped. Outside the chaos heavens, saints do not have a Dao field to support them. Their nomological powers are thin to begin with. And the other party's energy level is too great. It's countless light years. It's like the difference between a planet and a speck of dust. It's very powerful. Suji fell into thought. We are in charge of secretly observing the lifeforms in front of us. And we are also studying their system and imitating them. Soon, Suji brought him to the new sand table and saw the ordinary lifeforms that had their bloodlines severed. Quang Tu looked at it with a calm expression. Indeed, it's related to our longevity Dao Palace. Only we have the stock of severed lifeforms' bloodlines. You also have some strange bloodline means that prevent the bloodline from reproducing. Dao brother, I can leave this development to you. How do you think it should develop? Monarch Messiah said with a chuckle. Quang Tu shot a glance at Suji and snorted. Aren't you afraid that I'll seize power? After all, if things were to develop this way, it would be very easy for him to seize power if he was given full authority to take charge. After all, he controlled the core technology, and this system was developed by him. It was a piece of cake for him to turn the tables. So what if I seize power? Martial Dao and Soul Dao aren't my forte. But you are. If you can succeed and overthrow his era, I won't have any complaints, Messiah said. That's right. I'll give it to you. Kuang Tu was silent. If that was the case, then this person was of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He thought for a while and said, regardless of the difference in body size, we will consider this later. First, we have to let him reach the threshold of cultivation and complete his Taoist foundation. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. As for how to mend my Tao foundation, I have to study it. However, the Dharma-ending environment that you created is also very suitable. Cultivating the martial Tao and the soul Tao is originally cultivating the origin body. There might be a way to cultivate the martial Tao and use the life martial Tao to make up for the Tao foundation. However, this is no less than opening up another martial Tao foundation technique. Kuang Tu introduced the difficulty. Then this? Messiah pretended to hesitate. However, we can give it a try. After all, you may not know that I was the one who perfected the martial Tao and soul Tao in the old days. Now, I have experience in opening up another cultivation method without bloodlines. Kuang Tu was in high spirits. After all, it was finally his turn to open up an era. Those saints had been complacent before. Tao Corroboration Black Hole, Tao Corroboration River, even Ronqing had created a new flying heavens, and Ji had created a reincarnation of the underworld. He was the only one left with nothing to do, and now, it was finally his turn to display his strengths and open up his own era of transcendence. If he really succeeded, how could the Tao ancestor who was equivalent to a new human not be excited? Moreover, according to the current intelligence, he was the existence with the most advantage and the best chance to reach the top. How long do you think it will take? Suji looked over. Those primordial chaos creatures are too fast. We've fallen behind by too much. He, don't worry. Kuang Tu laughed and said, I have observed them. It is undeniable that the average quality of each clansman is extremely high and can open up an era. But compared to my level, they are still a bit inferior. After all, they only have over 1,000 clansmen now, so it is natural that there are no monstrous geniuses born. As for me, I only need 100 years to research a simple first-generation method. Suji. 100 years to complete the missing piece and turn a bloodline human into a complete human without a bloodline. He was a little shocked. What kind of monsters were these? Even eating and drinking were not that simple? No one knows martial Tao and soul Tao better than me. Kuang Tu laughed and said, I know if I can do it with a glance. I have an idea with a glance at this one in front of me. I have to cooperate with other heaven-defying regenerative bloodlines and martial Tao cultivation methods. And it is impossible for others to do it. You found the right person to find me. I have all the tools you need. I have the largest collection of martial arts since ancient and modern times, and a large number of bloodlines. He said that he carried a gene bank with him. There were more than 100 heaven-defying bloodlines, all of which were heaven-defying bloodlines related to all martial arts and life cultivation in the universe since ancient times. With these, it was theoretically possible to carry out a certain combination to create a powerful regeneration method, and as long as it was theoretically possible, he could do it quickly. After all, his heart of martial Tao stood at the peak of human history. Suji was dizzy from hearing this. He couldn't understand it at all. He felt that this was simply a monster. But how could he not be a monster? The weakest pheasant Ji had been able to kill the Zerg Queen Mother in every generation. Not to mention this big shot, he was probably one of the strongest in terms of pure combat strength, a madman who specialized in killing techniques. 100 years to research the first-generation method, and then directly throw it down to these bloodline creatures, letting them use a large number of eras to deduce and perfect it. Kuang Tu was in high spirits and incomparably excited. After all, you also know that our personal views are limited. It is the most perfect for all living beings to deduce and update their own cultivation methods. Our starting speed might be slow, but we'll soon catch up to those towering fellows. Kuang Tu was full of confidence. Because they are stuck at the 9th level and can't advance any further. They will only be caught up by us. They are now stuck at the 9th level, so they will definitely study martial arts skills and combat methods. When we catch up, they will study combat skills and mature. We can just copy them and we will be side by side in an instant. Suji. He heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of a longevity saint. He was very experienced. Amazing. Messiah was completely convinced. She felt that this thigh was very thick. She said in admiration, "Your Excellency is simply a shocking genius. The heavens gave birth to you so that you could sneak into this future era to cut off the bloodline of our human race and find a way to live." Kuang Tu was very pleased when he heard this and laughed loudly. New era human, if humans can really transcend with martial arts and soul Dao, then what I have done today will be to save the world for humanity and become a martial ancestor. Exactly, Messiah said. Suji secretly took a deep breath. Indeed, only magic could defeat magic, only an unreasonable monster could defeat a monster. As soon as this big shot arrived, he began to chase after the process of falling and even began to arrange for some chaotic life forms. This was simply unimaginable. This person was so fierce. He was simply a peerless muscular man that had dazzled the universe since ancient times. Suji was secretly pleased. He suddenly felt that his life was very comfortable. Sure enough, work was other people's business. His task was to find people to work for him. Suji suddenly had an epiphany. He felt that this was the true meaning of the God of creation. This was the true daily work of the God of creation. After all, in those eras, the so-called children of the heavenly axiom, the children of providence, were destined to lead an era. Wasn't it the God of creation who found suitable talents to work for him to develop the era and open up a new era? It's not that the heavenly axiom favors them and makes them dragons and phoenixes among men. Instead, they are dragons and phoenixes among men. That's why the heavenly axiom wants them to open up an era and work for itself. Unfortunately, I'm not a mature God of creation. I have to find people to help develop the era. When they really mature, they will develop on their own and rely on themselves. At the same time, although Suji thought this way, he was not too presumptuous. Although this big shot looked amiable now, his actual hidden combat power was unimaginable. He was one of the masterminds of the universe for more than 10 billion years. He might be able to sweep through the 9-yuan universe by himself. Right now, they were only smiling at you because there were benefits to be had. They were addressing each other as fellow Taoists with a serious expression on their faces. On the same boat, what if there were no benefits? He would instantly turn into ashes. How could one of the ancient masterminds be ordinary? You are indeed a genius. It is a great fortune for the Wushan Palace to be able to invite you to join us. Next, deduce the foundation of this transcendent civilization. Messiah praised and called Shira and Kuang Tu over. These two are disciples of the Wushan Palace. They are also deducing the era. Do you need any help? Greetings, Your Excellency. The two hurriedly said. Continue your research. I'll call you if there's anything. Don't bother me. Kuang Tu waved his hand. Obviously, he was racing against time. He felt sullen for a long time. He wanted to defeat Jiji, Wenmeng, Rongqing, and the others and teach them a lesson. The two of you are young and have shallow knowledge. Just watch and study from the side, Suji instructed the two of them. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't do his best. He was definitely more enthusiastic than anyone else. Very soon, Xianxia saw that the big shot had already turned into a martial arts maniac and was gradually ignoring him. He could not help but feel satisfied. These ancient existences were always infatuated with the Tao, so much so that they forgot to eat and sleep. Once they went into seclusion for work, it would be as long as dozens or even hundreds of years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached such heights. The sand table of the new world is finally on the right track. Suji couldn't help but sit on the ground, eating fruits and drinking tea as he waited patiently. It looks like the big shots of the Longevity Tao Palace have all been pulled down by me. They've gathered the most elite and heaven-defying people in human history, as well as the new generation's geniuses. If this still doesn't work, then there's really nothing I can do. Suji felt that he had tried his best. A fight to the death, if not for the fact that he could see the future, he would only be able to wait for death. If he planned ahead now, there would still be a sliver of a chance of victory and reversing the trend of the universe. Very soon, dozens of years passed. In the bloodline sand table of the severed bloodline, there was finally a god who reached the peak of the martial way. Just like that, he had completely fallen into a bottleneck. On the other side, Suji was also constantly observing the progress of this powerful martial arts existence. He constantly went back and forth to the Longevity Dao Palace, creating countless extremely powerful bloodlines and mixing them together. He also conducted experiments and pushed forward new cultivation techniques. Suji also understood his philosophy. As expected of a tycoon from the ancient era, he has too many heaven-defying bloodlines, and they are all regenerative and nourishing types, equivalent to heavenly treasures and elixirs. In addition, he researched his own cultivation techniques and used them both internally and externally. At the same time, he also studied the structure of chaotic life forms and filled in the missing pieces according to their life forms. But ultimately, they are not the same type of life forms, and the differences are still very great. In fact, Suji knew that this was already very good. They were not the same species to begin with. No matter how much he changed, he would only be evolving from the original human form and filling in the gaps according to the human form. It was impossible for a human to become a planet of soil with just a few changes. This was not the same material at all. Finally, it's a success. On this day, Kwang Tu laughed out loud. I've successfully completed it. It looks like it's still complete. A new martial arts method, a new soul method, 2 basic cultivation techniques, have finally been completed. Congratulations on your success. Messiah walked over. Not bad. Kwang Tu said, after some initial testing, I can already cultivate a new system of cultivation techniques like a chaotic life form. It's just that it's still very limited and can only be used in our era. Why? Sheila hurriedly asked. Kwang Tu was in a good mood and said with a smile, the reason is very simple. We have to cut off our bloodlines and use other bloodlines to assist in the cultivation of cultivation techniques. These can only be used now. In the age of chaos, we will all be rank 8 gods. We won't be able to do this, we can only change us like this in advance before the age of chaos completely descends. Once it descends, there will be no more chances. The two of them came to a sudden realization. Right now, he was using most of the heaven-defying rules of the 11th rank. He had forcefully cut off his bloodline and changed his life structure. When the age of chaos descended and all the rules and laws dissipated, who would be able to grasp the authority of the heavenly Tao and change it? Then we should. Hurry up? Mu Lingling said. Yes, if we want to change. We have to take advantage of the fact that we still have enough tools and extraordinary power. Kwang Tu looked at the two of them and said with a smile, 2 little girls, I advise you to cut off your bloodline now and directly become a life form without bloodline. Although your realm will instantly drop and become a rank 8 god, the age of chaos is an opportunity. Besides, the two of you can't cultivate your bloodline. 2 rank 9 cultivators with incomplete Dao foundations have no hope of becoming rank 10 saints, so it's better to just cut them off. He chuckled, you're still young, and your talent in martial arts cultivation doesn't look bad. Indeed, isn't this an opportunity? Messiah laughed, the smaller the body, the faster the energy level accumulates and the faster the breakthrough. If we become new creatures, not to mention mixing in, even if we are the first to break through to rank 10, or even rank 11, wouldn't we be able to rule the world? The 11th rank was the note of victory. Whoever broke through first was too important. This is indeed an opportunity. Kwang Tu also narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, but our cultivation speed is fast, but our deduction speed may not be comparable. After all, rank 10 and rank 11 are unprecedented realms. We have to deduce and see a corner of the future. If we stay stuck and wait for them to catch up, it will not be good. After all, in terms of talent, we really can't compare to them. Indeed. Messiah nodded and looked at Kwang Tuesday. Mr. Can't do it either? Kwang Tu was not so bold this time. To be honest, I'm also a little rotten. I'm frozen in the framework of traditional martial arts. Although I'm still in my prime, my strength is at its peak, my energy and thoughts are endless, and my body is strong. But I really don't have any confidence that I can quickly deduce. It was definitely possible to deduce it. But his speed might not be fast. He was imprisoned by some traditional thinking. And they were the original Great Tao. This was their heavenly mandate cultivation system. Their monsters were still crazy, and their average intelligence was not on the same level, this competition was very difficult. Quang Tu laughed, so, we only have one way now. What way? Messiah pretended to be puzzled. Quang Tu lowered his gaze and looked at the incomplete world without bloodlines. Isn't it right in front of us? We are rotten. As old creatures, we are restricted by the bloodline system. But for new creatures, they are like fish in water. We want to use these lives that have been severed and restored in front of us to build an ultimate transcendent world of martial arts. There will be countless geniuses and monsters inside. Let them deduce the future era. They may surpass those chaotic beings and reach the top in advance. As for us, as long as we secretly develop this transcendent world and continue to cultivate. In the end, we will steal the results of the monstrous geniuses inside and then ascend to the altar of the next universe. Su Ji, he exhaled again and looked at the hot-blooded martial artist. Good lord, as expected of a longevity saint. He was very experienced. Messiah sighed in amazement and said in admiration, Sir, you actually have such an amazing idea. Our individual deduction power is small, but the wisdom of the group is infinite. Develop a great world and let the creatures inside update their cultivation techniques. Then, we can secretly learn and plunder their wisdom. You flatter me. Quang Tu shook his head and said patiently, You might be talented in other areas, but I'm afraid you're still blank in this area. You still need to learn from the experience of your elders. Quang Tu thought to himself that the person in front of him was indeed young and upright. He had great ambitions. He clearly knew that if he invited him, he would definitely turn his power into his own home ground. However, he still invited him because he wanted to change the future and save the universe. If it were him, he would not have the courage to do this. He would tell others about this opportunity and give it up. Back then, he was also so young and hot-blooded, pure and passionate. Although he was still in his prime, he still had some distracting thoughts. After all, this was a very realistic matter. He was a very realistic person. Although it was true that he was a human with a bloodline and knew that there would be no intact eggs when the nest was overturned, he would still think about how to maximize his own benefits. The second thing was to save the entire situation. He would never be so selfless. Quang Tu pondered for a moment and muttered coldly in his heart, This person is indeed worthy of admiration. He actually doesn't seem to want to compete with me. Although I will still secretly seize power and control this force, and eventually fight for hegemony. However, for such a respectable saint, although I will make him a figurehead, I will still leave him a position in the upper echelons, so that he can enjoy his retirement. At this moment, since the two of them had made up their minds, they planned to carry it out. A transcendent world, the larger the sand table of this world, the more resources and foundation it would consume. However, to Quang Tu, these were not problems. He had already silently regarded this force as his own. He was not stingy with any trump cards and poured all of his resources and foundation into it. This caused Su Ji to be dumbfounded. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures are simply, ha ha ha. Quang Tu said, These are all peerless treasures for body forging. Spirit materials, resources, and minerals are all the martial Tao savings I have accumulated. They can even support the development of a saint in a universe for an entire era. However, these resources will be useless in the future. It's better to pour them all into a fight to the death. You are so generous, Messiah said, cupping her fists. After all, a few words could be used as a salary, and he could encourage the other party to work hard. Why wouldn't he be happy if he could develop while lying down? After all, this was a very realistic matter, and he was a very realistic person. Life was so magical. Soon, it was established in this transcendent great world. Boom, Su Ji saw that the sky was blotting out the sun. The vast hand of an ancient existence, which seemed to be nurturing countless stars, pressed down fiercely. His 10-essence sage body descended for an instant. Su Ji was shaken. He looked around and saw a flat expanse. The sky of the primal chaos land was dusky. However, its surface area was vast and boundless. It was unknown how many planets there were. The transcendent worlds that Su Ji had built were not even a billionth of the surface area of the transcendent worlds. That's it? The wood language spirit's eyes widened. In an instant, a transcendent world was established. Even in the eyes of a saint, it was no different from a miracle. The gap between sages could be unimaginably large. As expected of an ancient sage. Shira looked at this land. This level of wealth was too exaggerated. Any bit of divine gold and spirit treasure here can create a large number of sages. Ha ha ha, creatures without bloodlines, let them reproduce here. Quan Tu laughed. As for you, as old creatures, you should sever your own bloodlines as soon as possible and integrate into this new group. Quan Tu directly severed his own blade, and his realm instantly fell. He was a ruthless person. He directly established a transcendent world and began to decisively enter a new system. However, his realm had fallen, and he was only a sage in this universe. Although his strength had decreased, and he had left the level of a perfect 10 essence sage, he didn't care. The body of this universe was going to be tested first. At the same time, this was a very obvious difference. In the myriad worlds, what one cultivated was clones. As long as one entered that universe, the main body would become dispensable. In the new era, one still cultivated the main body, not the heavens. After severing one's blade, one's sage body in the 9 Yuan universe would set sail again. The main body was still extremely important. Suji was not surprised to see this. The transcendent world is about to be established. Do the two of you want to sever your own bloodlines? The two of them nodded and said in unison, the world is being established. We should also enter, open up an era, and create the possibility of an opportunity. Suji also helped the two of them sever their bloodlines. You have to work hard, pure martial arts, this is your beginning. After all, with the addition of Quan Tu, this transformation process had been optimized to the best extent, and the risk of death had almost been reduced. Very quickly, the two of them succeeded. Mu Lingling couldn't help but say, Sister Lin Hongfeng and the others from the Martial God Palace, why don't we think of a way to bring them here in the future? After all, bloodline cultivation isn't good at it. Everyone is cultivating martial arts, and this is everyone's old profession. I'll pick them up when I have time. Suji said after some thought. There's no problem with you bringing in outsiders, as long as you can trust them. At this time, Quan Tu said, I also want to find some martial arts geniuses to come in. After all, outside, they can't display their strengths. They are all bloodline system, evolutionary system. Only here is their strength. Quan Tu frowned slightly and said, after all, now that the era has erupted, the future 4 levels of our universe era's potential have appeared in this world. Not only are there bloodline geniuses, there are also many martial arts geniuses. I have to find that fellow Rongqing to help me search for talents. However, I'm afraid I'll have to bleed a lot. Suji nodded inwardly when he heard this. Martial arts geniuses had definitely ushered in an unprecedented explosion. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He first asked Xi Ji about it, and then looked for Quan Tuesday, otherwise, he would be the one to bleed from Rongqing. Now, it was Quan Tu who came forward to fork out the money. This was the best way. While the few of them were discussing, more than 10 years had passed in the high-dimensional spacetime. The first batch of creatures were already more than 10 years old, and the old batch of bloodline existences were also inexplicably strange, still developing in that sand table. Everyone, you can enter and search for an opportunity, or even develop an era. Quan Tu said as he took the lead to enter. He was now an ordinary deity, so he had to hide his identity and live a second life to learn new techniques. And there was no better way to learn the new era system than in the new world. It was more direct to make friends with geniuses, fight, and discuss together. He still believed that he could still stand at the top. Then, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Sheila said. Me too. Mu Yinling also walked in with large strides. Suji watched as they entered one after another and couldn't help but sigh, the final transcendent being world? I don't know how it will develop, but in this world, the opponents they will face in the future are very powerful, very invincible, the true trend of the era. The old era has been completely overthrown. In front of us is the hope of the new era. Suji pondered for a moment, then strode forward and entered the newly established transcendent being world. This piece of land had expanded and torn apart, becoming vast and unfathomable. It had been decades since then. Many creatures were reproducing and adapting to this unfamiliar world. The prehistoric period of the nuclear explosion was called the Great Cataclysm Era. At this time, in a 3-story high school classroom, students were listening to the class below, and a teacher was giving a speech. We woke up from the ruins. We lived on the earth as wild beasts. We constantly researched, constantly archaeological, and studied prehistoric civilizations in ancient books. They were exterminated by the nuclear explosion. It was the Burko Federation and the Great Empire of Nisilimia. Both sides carried out a nuclear explosion war, and the earth was turned into ruins. This era is called the Great Cataclysm Era, and we have been in the ruins for another 200 years. Our bodies are weak and sick. This is the after effect of the radiation of the nuclear war, but we can't solve it. At this time, the god Poki descended and repaired our foundation, making us healthy. He taught us martial arts and soul cultivation methods, and also tore apart the earth for us, expanding the planet we live on countless times. This era is called the Great God Descending Era. This was obviously saying that it was natural for mortals to treat Kwangtu's expansion of the land and repair of their body structure as a god descending into the world. In fact, Kwangtu had even added many lives that he found useful. Lizard dragons, snake dragons, and all kinds of birds with strong muscles. Even though their bloodlines had been cut off, their bodies and muscle structures were the most suitable. Therefore, this land was extremely dangerous, and all kinds of beasts were everywhere. At this time, a student raised his hand high and said, "Teacher, we have questions about expanding the land of our planet." According to the geological scientists published in the Nimmer Times, our Earth is not round at all, but flat. We live on a flat surface. There is a problem with this ancient history. After all, the history of the civilization and the ruins they had obtained was indeed living on a planet. Regarding this, teacher has his own conjecture. This teacher was obviously a fanatic of the Poki martial god. He said, "The power of the gods is too great. He has expanded our planet by hundreds of millions of times. When a planet is large enough, its arc is not obvious, and it looks like it is living on a flat surface. Teacher, this is impossible. How big is this planet?" "That's right. Not necessarily. I think it might be a planet. How can we mortals measure the mighty power of the omnipotent gods? Maybe we're really on a planet, on some continent? This planet is so huge, how are we going to rule it? Anyway, our technology is strong enough, and our combat power is strong enough. Sooner or later, we will plant our flag in every corner of this land." Wait. If this is really a planet, then why isn't there a sun, moon, or stars in the sky? Everything is gray and hazy? Could it be that this planet is too big and there are no celestial bodies of this size outside this planet? Many students were whispering and discussing with each other. The teacher interrupted the students. Cough, cough, cough. It has been more than 70 years since the great god descended into this world. We are still exploring the vastness of the world. He has become very unfamiliar. Especially under our feet, there are existences that we call underground cities, catacombs, and lower worlds. They keep ascending to attack and explore us. The ground beneath his feet was naturally the inner verse. However, Kwangtu's methods were very terrifying. He had established a super passageway, allowing the various civilizations of the transcendent galaxy directly below to ascend. Even the 8th grade gods could ascend. According to him, they were opponents. A civilization without opponents and a sense of crisis would find it difficult to develop at a high speed. Of course, the land directly below was very barren. There were only a few people who had attained Tao, and most of them were gods. Although they had an overwhelming advantage, they could still resist. This was also a collision between the martial arts system and the bloodline system. He also hoped to see something in it. The teacher was still speaking. Everyone is the 18th batch of examinees. I hope that everyone's martial arts will prosper and that you will be admitted to the martial arts university you like. As for those who are not good at martial arts, you can enter the Liberal Arts Academy to research martial arts techniques for martial artists, become medical staff, or even study the enemy's information. Martial arts will prosper. Martial arts will prosper. Countless students were united. Suji stood outside the window, looking very calm. He had seen many similar things in the budding era, but looking at those young people, he had never felt a throbbing and a sense of reality. Yes. It was incomparably real. Maybe it's because this is a real world, not my sand table. It doesn't feel like I'm in control. Suji shook his head. At this time, he didn't have that omniscient and omnipotent control. He was already an ordinary person in this world. Their thoughts, their lives, and every communication they had, he couldn't observe or read them. They might even soon have powerful life forms that were strong enough to dominate the era, and he couldn't interfere. They might even become more and more powerful, and even Suji wouldn't be a match for them. Suji might also be killed by the best of them, but no one knew Suji's true body, and he had never passed by. How could he kill him? But if it's not good, Kwang Tu might be defeated and overthrown by the martial arts geniuses of this era. Because he has roped in too many geniuses from outside, and there are also local geniuses here. Suji knew that Kwang Tu was also aware of this point. He might be overthrown. However, if there was no possibility of overthrowing him, how could he overturn those chaotic life forms? Wealth is sought in danger, that's it. It's impossible to get everything without taking the slightest bit of danger. From this point of view, I'm the same. I have no way to control these creatures like him. However, I can't control this place. However, I can control the myriad heavens, and this place is just an addition. The bloodline creatures of the universe would eventually be eliminated. However, in the era of the myriad heavens, the bloodline creatures were preserved, and they were still his territory. I have also become a rotten dragon of the past. Just like Di Chi back then, I am a tyrant blocking the Daluo heaven, cutting off the hope of the latecomers. I clearly don't belong to this era, but I don't want to grow old and stop the new people in the future. Suji walked on the street and looked at the pedestrians coming and going. Soon, he rented a shop and transformed it into a dojo. No matter what, he had to take root first. Time flew, and another 30 years passed. Various great martial artists emerged one after another, forming a terrifying golden age of martial arts. They attacked the people of the underground cities and catacombs, and studied their abilities. They have all sorts of strange spells that are extremely evil. They can summon the wind and rain. It's truly sinister. As for us, we can only cultivate in the martial arts. In the underground cities, there are countless flourishing civilizations. Above deities, there are 9 ranks. They are said to be undying and indestructible. It's truly terrifying. If not for the nomological powers of those that attained the Tao weakening in the chaos heavens, they would have long been wiped out. But even so, every time a person that attained the Tao descended, they would bathe the world in blood, massacring countless martial cities. It filled people with righteous indignation. God of thunderclouds, Kasa, who grasps lightning. Grasping lightning is too terrifying. This isn't a power we can grasp. And there's also Bai Shan, who's known as the Heavenly Lord of the Sword Tao. Riding on a flying sword, with tens of thousands of weapons flying at us, is it something mortals of flesh and blood like us can withstand? Countless people observed a moment of silence as they roared. All these years, deities kept appearing. They had perfect bloodline foundations, but they stopped at the 8th rank. Ultimately, none of them could break through to the legendary 9th rank. This left Suji somewhat exasperated. Their neighbors broke through too quickly, but this side's intelligence and talent were on the lower side. Indeed, they were beings from the old era. If the average intelligence of a race was 140, then the average intelligence of a human race was only 70. The difference was more than double, so it was only natural that geniuses appeared more easily. Suji sat in the dojo, drinking tea as he looked out the window. Perhaps someone has already broken through in secret. After all, this land is just too huge. Now, he was no longer omniscient and omnipotent. When people hid, there was no way to know. In the past, Suji could always tell the general trends of an era at a glance. He knew who the luck was, who opened up an era, and who was secretly at the highest realm. He could secretly slack off and guide, but here, if people did not come out, it was truly unknown. Forget it. In the past, the method of finding geniuses of the times was useless, but now, Kwang Tu has his own methods. After all, he's a professional. Suji shook his head and sighed. He sat on a chair and watched the door open with a creak. Teacher. Teacher. A man and two women slowly walked in. You're finally here. Messiah laughed and sat in the small dojo. Have a seat. How have you been recently? Did the college entrance exam end? You did okay. They nodded. The three of them were talents that had been purchased from Rongcheng's talent market. Suji had a few on his side, and Kwang Tu had also brought a few on his side. He had also taken them in as disciples in order to establish a good relationship with them. The indigenous geniuses could not be discovered, but the martial arts geniuses brought from outside could also become the protagonists of an era. After all, the degree of talent was definitely enough. In fact, Rongcheng, that cunning old fox, also discovered that something was wrong with Kwang Tuesday. Why would he want a martial arts talent? This is not in line with the times at all, but Kwang Tu gave too much. Suji looked at the disciples in front of him who had spent a lot of money to exchange, and was very satisfied. However, what does Kwang Tu mean by giving me the only two girls? That guy, Kwang Tu, actually said that I like to see girls with muscles all over their bodies and a cute beauty's head? Suji felt that he had definitely been misunderstood. In front of him, the three of them all had strong bronze-colored muscles. They came from the indigenous planets of various universes, and they came from different galaxies. Teacher, tell me, how did we get here? The eldest disciple was a handsome young man named Kosa. He was very steady. We were originally from the catacombs. We don't know how we got here, but we inexplicably became the indigenous people here. If you hadn't accepted us as disciples, we really wouldn't know what to do. They had inexplicably transmigrated here. Fortunately, the teacher had discovered them. Originally, the third disciple was a female high school student from an ordinary planet, the eldest disciple was a servant of the evil demon sect, and the second disciple was already a white-collar office worker in her 20s. I don't know why I came here either. Maybe it was because of the chaos in space that I transmigrated here. I just transmigrated here one step ahead of you. It's natural for us to be united. Messiah laughed and said, maybe it's the will of the universe. Before, you couldn't use your talents. Now that you've come here, you all have powerful martial arts talents. It's as if these cultivation systems were created for you. The three of them nodded. Teacher, the people from the catacombs that you mentioned should be from the planet in our original universe. However, it's obvious that they're not from the same area. The eldest disciple, Kosa, said, however, they're on par with the demon sect force that I used to live in. Our demon sect Grand Supreme Elders also have a few who have achieved enlightenment. That's amazing. The two of us were still on an ordinary planet before, the two tall, muscular girls said. At first, they resisted practicing martial arts. However, they discovered that the mainstream aesthetic of this world was that weak and beautiful girls were called sickly. Height and strength were considered beautiful, and pelvic bones were considered great. Dowry was even calculated according to weight. Girls who were less than 200 caddies were said to be as skinny as a match, skin and bones, and were very unpopular. However, this weight referred to strong, not fat. Originally, their appearances were very ordinary, but now, because of their powerful martial arts cultivation talents and perfect muscles, they had become beautiful girls that everyone pursued. Many boys in school chased after them, and they were very popular. However, Messiah warned, they're chasing you because you're recognized as the campus belle, but it's not because you're truly beautiful. It's because you have strong qualifications. Now, you look all muscular, but when the rank 8 deity arrives, you'll return to the beautiful bodies of normal girls. That's true beauty. They're just investing in advance, waiting for the ugly duckling to become a swan. After all, there were very few female powerhouses. Everyone wanted to have a partner. After all, the world of martial artists was like this. Men were hot-blooded, but their strength was too great. Ordinary girls would crumble like tofu. Only powerful women of the same level had the possibility of becoming partners. No one wants to rely on themselves. Kosa said seriously, when I think of myself as a dignified martial arts deity with great power, but I can only close the door and do it in private, the two girls were speechless. Teacher, what do you think this world is like? Kosa asked curiously. This world is huge. Suji thought about it and asked them to sit down. Since you're also practicing martial arts and are interested in the outside world, I'll tell you about it. The world is very, very big. It's not just the underground people under our feet, but also us. Suji took out a map of the planet. We live on this continent, and this small dot is the area we're in. Suji said, in another area far away, there's a group of mysterious tall and strong giants. They also practice a similar system as us, but their bodies are countless light years long. Countless light years? Is there really such a creature? They were shocked. They also practice the same system as us? All we see now are continents. In fact, there are oceans in the distance, and there are also mysterious creatures in the oceans. They also practice bloodlines. There are a large number of plants, deep forests, and cities along the coast. But what they practice is similar to the structure of bloodlines. Similar to the underground people under our feet. The three of them listened in shock and looked at the map of this planet with great surprise. And what I've said is only 1/9 of the universe, the situation of our continent. Suji pointed to the other 8 continents on the map, which were all blank. There are 8 other continents besides our continent, which are even more mysterious. It's difficult for us to go far. These words shocked them and made it difficult for them to control themselves. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, there was a sudden applause outside the door. You mysterious outsiders really know a lot of things. Our world is so big. A tall and strong young man came in and clapped his hands with a smile. Suji was stunned for a moment. It turned out that he had been secretly monitored, and he didn't know at all. This was the unknown of this era. It was impossible to be omniscient and omnipotent. Even if he was secretly observed, he didn't know. Because Messiah's body was really in the realm of ordinary gods. Good guy. Who are you? Messiah said seriously. This person was tall and strong. His muscles were not strong, but he had a perfect curve. It was obvious that he had returned to his original state. With Suji's current rank 8 god body, he could not see through the other party's hidden realm. This meant that the other party was at least an extremely powerful god, or had already reached the mysterious rank 9 of the legends. Level 9, Suji's heart suddenly calmed down and he continued to analyze. It seems that this land is too vast. Some powerful and mysterious existences have already developed in the countless light years of the great domain. There are level 9 martial arts hidden in it. It seemed extremely fast, but it was actually reasonable. Kwang Tu had spent so many resources, treasures, and a large amount of energy. Under normal circumstances, there would be level 10 saints. The current level 9 was slightly slower because it was a new path. Kwang Tu said that he hasn't broken through to deity yet and hasn't deduced a new realm, but someone has already broken through faster than him. I don't know if he realized. Suji whispered, Kwang Tu is at a disadvantage from the start. Although the longevity saints were strong, there had been too many geniuses who were comparable to them recently. It was the same here. Now, they were on the same starting line, but someone had already broken through one step ahead of Kwang Tuesday. Their talent might be comparable, but their thinking was restricted by traditional thinking, so it was natural that they were slower. The longevity saints seemed to be as helpless as they said. They might not be able to compete with these guys when they are on the same starting line again. The new generation excels the old. It seemed like it was a matter of life and death, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he felt a little sad for Kwang Tuesday. He might not be able to withstand this transcendent world. The potential was too great. However, Suji was different from them. He did not need to give it his all and came to this world to resign himself to fate. Even if the worst-case scenario was to be killed now, Suji did not care. He still had a backstop. His base was the heavens and realms. What was there to panic about? He could be strong if he was strong. They are all risking their lives, competing with their own talents for a chance of survival, but I don't need to. Suji smiled gently. In fact, from a certain point of view, this civilization was also his enemy civilization, belonging to the chaotic lifeform faction, a new biological system that would inevitably overthrow the bloodline creatures of the old ones. To put it more accurately, they were an intermediate race between the new and the old. They were neither superior nor inferior, and seemed rather mediocre, allowing them to appear wasn't just transforming the old creatures into a new species, giving the old creatures a choice of faction to escape to, it was also creating trouble for the chaos beings, creating more opponents for them, the better. It seems that this civilization has also given birth to its own sage and genius leader with great wisdom. Suji was indifferent. He looked at the tall and strong man in front of him and asked again, "Who are you?" This person could not be underestimated. The old era had decayed. In the new era, the other party would probably be a level 10. Perhaps, he would not be weaker than the longevity saints. He might even have a chance to compete for the level 11. He might be one of the main protagonists of the new era, the ruler of this terrifying civilization. But the prerequisite was that he could defeat the orthodox chaos lifeforms. "My name is Gened." He thought for a moment. His stocky build was filled with the qualities of an overlord. He said softly, "I would like to invite everyone to my residence for a gathering." Kozar couldn't help but ask, "How did you find us?" "Ha ha ha, do you really think that you've been hiding well? You've long been noticed living here with the knowledge of a civilization that doesn't belong to us," Gened laughed. "At first, we wanted to catch the underground human spies hiding in our crowd, but we didn't expect to find you." They pursed their lips. Soon, they were brought to a magnificent garden of a mansion. They walked into the living room and sat down at the big dining table. There were silver knives and forks on the side, as well as fine wine and delicacies on the table. "Welcome to our great martial arts city. I'm the first principal of Pingren Martial Arts High School, although I've retired." Gened laughed and sat down. He looked at them with a hint of admiration. "Your aptitudes are not bad, not inferior to mine. You can be said to be peerless geniuses." They were silent. No one had expected that this 9th-rank expert would hide in the crowd and not reveal his identity. It was obvious that he had revealed his identity and told the humans that they had the first 9th-rank expert. This would be the best thing to boost morale, but he didn't reveal himself. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Since you've already become part of our race, you're our clansman, and you'll bring glory to our civilization." Gened looked at Messiah before him and said seriously, "Is the map and the distribution of forces you mentioned true? Is our planet really so vast?" Gened was somewhat shocked and mumbled, "You should know that our land spans countless light years, yet it's only an extremely small area on this map?" "That should be the case," Messiah said. "Where did you get the map from?" Gened asked directly, his voice decisive. "Above the 9th rank are the 10th rank sages. They're incomparably powerful and can travel across the universe to draw a map. This map of mine came from an ancient 10th rank sage," Messiah said honestly. 10th rank, the other party was completely stunned. He was only a newly advanced ordinary 9th rank expert, but he had heard from the bloodline creatures how powerful and terrifying the other party was. The 10th rank was the true terror, the end of the path. Where is that existence now? Gened couldn't help but ask, "Is he the god of martial arts who gave us civilization and vitality, Pocky?" "He's nowhere to be found." Of course, Suji wouldn't say that the big shot had already severed his bloodline and was hiding among them. His cultivation speed wasn't as fast as Suji's, and he was doing rather badly. It was too horrible to look at, but it was undeniable that as the mastermind behind the scenes, he was inferior to them in opening up the path of cultivation, but sooner or later, he'd still have to copy your cultivation system. Suji already understood that person's character. Very dirty. Nowhere to be found? Gened was shocked. He pondered for a while before saying, he pondered carefully before saying, "It seems that our situation isn't good." He pondered carefully before saying, "We can't even defeat the underground people beneath our feet. Moreover, there's the so-called mysterious heavens by the coast outside, and on the inland land not far away, there's a group of super-large light-year creatures that cultivate the same system as us. Just one of their fists is comparable to a large world. How are we supposed to fight them?" Gened sank into deep thought. This was too difficult, and the future was bleak. They weren't a heavyweight opponent. He also didn't suspect that Messiah and the others before him had ulterior motives. After all, they were already part of his system and were on the same boat. The other races wouldn't tolerate them. Moreover, they had the aura of the first-generation ancestors on them. It was obvious that their ancestors had been modified in the same way to become this race. The current us were probably also underground people in the beginning, and we were also those bloodline creatures. It's just that we were modified during the era of the descent of the great god over 100 years ago. You guys are modified now, and the time is different. Janet's words made the 3 disciples before him shudder. We were also like this? Cole asked. It seems that way now. Gino was very calm. In a sense, you are similar to our first-generation ancestors. Of course, I won't do anything to you. You can stay in my mansion for a long time and continue to go to school, attend classes, and cultivate martial arts. I can also teach you. The 3 were pleasantly surprised. Stay in your mansion for a long time and become your guest? That's fine. Suji didn't mind. Janet turned around and couldn't help but look at Messiah, who was obviously one of their first mysterious ancestors. Do you think there's a reason for us to come to this world? Obviously, like the chaotic life forms, he was beginning to think about the meaning of his race's descent. After all, when he saw other races that were stronger and more perfect, he felt that there was no reason for him to appear. It was meaningless, he was just a 9th rank, too weak, simply too weak. The more he understood about the history of the underground people, the more terrified he felt. They were only fighting in a remote area, while the other party was in a prosperous area with countless 10th-rank sages. How could they resist, since they were weak? Why were they allowed to exist? He had already felt that the future was bleak. Now that he looked at the map, apart from the underground people that he couldn't defeat, there were even more terrifying monsters outside. This made him even more silent. What's the meaning of our descent? Messiah thought about it and explained seriously. Suddenly, she said boldly, everything exists for a reason. Our existence is reasonable. Our significance is extraordinary. It's the general trend, it's the destiny of the heavens. Who is it? Janet couldn't help but ask. His mind was shaken. The heavens are a kind of general trend. Nature itself. Everything is her. Sand, wind, rain, energy, and even ourselves. Messiah's voice gradually grew louder. She was full of fighting spirit and had the fierce spirit of a martial arts expert. She said, don't doubt the reason for our existence. We're following the general trend. Following the general trend? Janet was somewhat hesitant. Messiah's voice suddenly became calm. Haven't you noticed? We seem weak and can never defeat bloodline creatures. They have been accumulating for more than 10 billion years. They have many 9th rank and even countless 10th rank. However, the environment is changing. Environment? Janet's mind was slightly shaken. Suji felt somewhat rueful. After all, the other party wasn't born with knowledge. They didn't know the meaning of their existence and their greatness. Those chaotic life forms knew at the moment they were born, but they needed him to remind them. Messiah stood up and walked to the window to look outside. She said softly, you should have noticed that on this planet, if you step on the ground under your feet, listen to the breeze, dig the soil under your feet, and the mist in the sky, you will find that, as time passes, we are gradually becoming stronger, and their strength is gradually weakening. We don't need to defeat the underground people. They will naturally become pitifully weak. Messiah's eyes were burning with raging flames. Janet's somewhat despairing and powerless expression gradually erupted with radiance. He gradually clenched his fists and felt the wind and the sky. Our era? Our era. This sentence was too relaxing and refreshing. However, Janet could clearly feel that the environment of the entire planet was changing. The bloodlines were indeed dissipating rapidly, and their power was gradually weakening. Something was being completed, causing them to become stronger and stronger, as if they had been revived. Our era has arrived. This is the meaning of our birth. Are we the main characters? Janet said with some longing, we are the modified new humans. Yes. Everything related to the bloodlines of the old days will gradually dissipate. Standing before the window and looking at the hazy sky, Messiah said softly, although the future is the era of soul path and martial path, we are still in a very difficult situation. This is because there is another true native chaotic life form that cultivates the same system as us. It is extremely vast and extremely intelligent. It is said that a long time ago, a 9th rank was born. Suji did not lie to him. This was the truth. Indeed, their speed was much faster than yours. They had appeared long ago, but you guys only managed to deduce the birth of the first ninth rank. Janet frowned. In other words, although those underground people are powerful and we are powerless to resist them, there is nothing to fear. The real enemies are outside, and the underground people in front of us can instead be used as training. To train our civilization and our strength. Suji nodded. It seemed that the other party was very smart and had sorted out his thoughts very quickly. Originally, I was in despair because I thought that even if I broke through to the ninth rank, it would be very difficult for me to surpass the future. Therefore, I did not choose to announce my breakthrough. But now, perhaps I can raise the morale of the people. Janet quickly made a decision. I want to announce the method of breaking through to the ninth rank. Soon, the entire martial path world was in an uproar. Suji also heard the principle of the breakthrough. It was actually similar to the fusion of the soul and the body. The soul path and the martial path would merge into one, and there would no longer be a difference between the soul and the body. However, the process was quite complicated and required tempering of the mind. The martial will was very important. After all, it was about cultivating one's own strength and not borrowing the power of heaven and earth to fuse the laws into one's body. Moreover, it seemed that the combat power was somewhat weak. Hearing this, Suji only frowned and said, perhaps the power of the laws of heaven and earth that we borrowed in our era is powerful, but ultimately, it is not our own. Although our own strength is weak, it is eternal. Moreover, the strong and the weak were relative. When the power of the bloodline completely disappeared, there was no comparison. In other words, in the old days when the universe was incomplete, only ancient people could use the power of the universe. The ancient immortal era, perhaps it could be said that in the ancient times of this cosmic planet, a group of fungi improved nature in the soil and perfected the environment, in short, this great martial arts. Civilization was soon on the right track. Within a year, Janet directly announced the method to break through to the ninth order, and a large number of ninth order cultivators began to break through. Even Kwangtu was one of them. He, who was just a hair's breadth away from perfecting the method, was too lazy to continue perfecting it. He directly used the method he already had to break through. The underground people and the world of martial arts were at war. The golden age of martial arts. Congratulations to the world. This year's college entrance examination champion is simply a monster. All the universities had risen, and both sides were in full swing. And the 3 disciples under Suji also advanced by leaps and bounds in this year and reached rank 6 warriors. They were also peerless geniuses at their age. On this side, everything was developing in an orderly manner, but on the other side, there was already an undercurrent surging. Mount Akina released a review, shocking. Messiah's whereabouts have been discovered. When this news appeared, countless people were shocked. The whereabouts of Messiah the Great was very mysterious. Ever since summoning the god of creation, there had been no news of her. Mount Akina said, Messiah the Great is definitely plotting something big in the dark, we must be on guard. We have been investigating, and recently there have been results. Rongqing from the Mother Stream system revealed that the martial arts longevity saint, Kwangtu, has recently been looking for a large number of martial arts talents. These martial arts talents are not in line with the current logic of the universe, there is definitely a problem. Everyone carefully pondered, there was indeed a problem. Mount Akina said, Kwangtu is very strange. I thought about it for a long time. Martial arts, Soul Dao, are the basic systems of the universe. I'm afraid that in the future, the mainstream era of the decline of bloodlines will be cultivating these too. Mount Akina was indeed very smart. Shira and Mu Lingling had only guessed this after seeing it with their own eyes. As for Kwangtu, he had guessed that it had something to do with martial arts just from some clues. Mount Akina said, Kwangtu's sudden actions are probably because he has already conspired with Messiah and has begun meddling in the martial arts. After all, if I were Messiah, I would also seek out Kwangtu's day. He specializes in domains. Now, they are definitely developing a transcendent world in secret and cultivating in the martial arts. The location is probably somewhere in an unknown inland land. Everyone was alarmed. Mount Akina's analysis was very reasonable. If they wanted to hide, the inland of the Chaos Heavens was definitely the safest place. Mount Akina said, I have attempted to contact Ji, Lu Qi, Wen Meng, Rongqing, and other longevity saints, hoping to get them to help find the location. However, I have begun working on various aspects, but to no avail. This is because the chaos heavens is just too big. But recently, these longevity saints have been working on the interior of the universe and have actually found something. In a certain remote stellar domain, there is a war between otherworlders and underground dwellers. Screenshots. Screenshots. Pictures were shown one after another. Mount Akina said, this is the exact location. Everyone, look, they have already severed their bloodlines and are using the Soul Dao martial path to become creatures without bloodlines. They are similar to Soul Dao lifeforms. According to my guess, I'm afraid that in the future, the lifeforms with the bloodline of the olden days will still have the life structure of the bloodline. They will not be able to cultivate to the martial Dao realm above the 8th rank. Now, they have to be severed to make up for it and turn into new lifeforms. Therefore, it is a very wise choice for us to abandon our bloodlines prematurely. Mount Akina analyzed a lot and at the same time, came up with many ideas. Now, we will secretly invade the other party's world. We will sever our bloodlines and become their life form, Mount Akina said seriously. Then, won't this conflict with our various universes? Someone asked anxiously. Not at all. It's a perfect match. Akina Yamaguchi said, the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms cultivate the reincarnations of other universes. But this system cultivates the original body of this universe. We cut off the bloodline of our original bodies, and both sides can cultivate and do it at the same time. What we have to sacrifice is the traditional sage path of us 9 primordial sages. We will become multidimensional sages in all 9 universes at the same time. However, if our true body of this universe is mixed in there, if it dies, it will be gone. After all, this is a parallel universe, and each parallel universe only has one life. Everyone was instantly excited. Then, aren't we perfect? Mount Akina shook his head, this needs to be looked at in detail. In short, we have to mix in there and let that world have a taste of the power of our various universes. At the same time, we can also take a look at the nearby primal chaos civilization. What? Everyone was shocked. The primal chaos beings had already established their initial civilization, Mount Akina said with a serious expression. Yes, the first primal chaos being that we released previously, he really caused trouble. Not a single bit. He has established a primal chaos civilization nearby, and it's very powerful. Let's secretly observe and study it. I never expected them to be so ostentatious. They aren't hiding anything at all. I thought they would choose a place to hide, the best subspace, and develop in secret. Who knew that they would openly appear in the chaos heavens? Such arrogance also gives us enough time to observe. Countless netizens discussed. Although their combat strength was weak from beginning to end, when discussing the current situation, they were all keyboard sages. Akina Yamaguchi said, from the present situation, it can be seen that the Age of Doom has yet to descend completely, but it's gradually forming. 4 parts of the world. First, 2 are the creation god's camp, and 2 are the destruction god's camp. The destruction god's camp is the myriad worlds. It's divided into the nature heavenly Tao and the human heavenly Tao that possesses bodies. Both are enemies, but they are of the same race. The creation god's camp is the chaos lifeforms. It's divided into the connate lifeforms and the postnatal lifeforms that possess bodies. Both are enemies, but they are of the same race. With that said, everyone carefully evaluated the situation. The 2 camps were also at odds with each other internally. Suji watched calmly as well. These 4 factions aren't too bad, I guess. They made the strongest faction of the natives a quarter, allowing the vassals to vie for hegemony. With that, the situation became clearer. However, the remaining 3 might not be able to defeat the other even with their numbers advantage. Suji frowned. Akina Yamaguchi said, however, the postnatal lifeforms of the 2 camps can communicate with each other. They can develop on 2 fronts at the same time. Currently, the vanguard forces, the samsara world, the underworld, the mother stream universe, etc., are all secretly sending people. Their main bodies in the multiverse are preparing to descend into that martial world. Someone could not help but ask, their main bodies are sages, especially Zhiji, Rongqing, and company. They are the strongest sages in human history. Are they willing to sever their main bodies to become gods and fuse with them? Akina Yamaguchi laughed. Why not? In the age of myriad worlds, everyone has sneaked into the countless universes, leaving behind their bodies to recultivate. The 9 universe's main bodies are no longer important. Instead of waiting for the Age of Doom to descend, it's better to find a way out for the multiverse's main bodies. On careful thought, it did make sense. There was nothing wrong with having an extra chance of survival. Mount Akina sped up. Brothers, we, the bystanders, have officially set off. We'll fish in troubled waters and find a way to sneak in. The enemy has the ability to sever one's bloodline. The Sage of Longevity has it too. He's already in the process of studying it, and he'll soon succeed. On the other side, in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Takaki lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. While peeling a piece of fruit, he passed it to his husband and said, "Previously, you asked me for a bloodline-severing ability. In the end, the Messiah on this side severed her own bloodline and became a new creature." Suji didn't say anything and just ate the fruit. Where did the Messiah's bloodline come from? Don't tell me it came from me? After that, you asked me which martial artist was the strongest, and I said Quan Tu. In the end, Quan Tu was immediately found by the mysterious Messiah. He joined her camp and completely expanded the martial Tao. Tell me the truth. Are you a double agent? Takashi-ji asked directly. Did you betray the system of our universe? You want to blend in with the new creatures? After a moment of silence, the venerable emperor asked, "Is it important?" It's not important. Takashi-ji thought about it and smiled brightly. I don't have a sense of belonging to your Buddhist civilization. I don't care which side you are on. As long as we have interests, it's enough. Now, we also have the advantage of being the first to strike. Quickly take out your good stuff and let us quickly blend in. She smiled. We have the bloodline of the old days in the universe and the new creatures to cultivate. It's double the chance of survival in battle. Suji was speechless. The immortal saints were all existences that put interests above all, and Takashi-ji was no exception. He looked at Takashi-ji speechlessly. You want to sever the bloodline of your original body and let your cultivation level fall? Yes. What else can I do? If Kwang Tu can do it, why can't I? She smiled and said, Don't think that I have a good personality now and am a good wife at home. When I was young, I killed from the east to the west of the universe with a knife for 3 days and 3 nights. There were corpses of saints all over the ground, and I didn't even blink. Before Suji had time to sigh, she had been led astray by those idiotic players. As soon as Takashi-ji's voice fell, the void trembled slightly. A terrifying ancient existence had completely descended. A 10-essence saint. This was the projection of the saint's true body of the 9 multiverse. Together with the 10-essence true body of the longevity Taoist palace at the core, they gathered to form a terrifying ultimate universe existence. Whoosh. The light figure slowly split, and one of them walked out. It was the body of the strongest saint that Takashi-ji had in this universe. Even though it was only one of the 9 universes, it still carried a terrifying aura of destruction. Suji was stunned. He handed Kwang Tu's bloodline improvement method to her. She took a look and stopped joking. She said in a deep voice, It really is that guy's work. It seems that the future of martial arts has given him a second spring. I've severed my bloodline. You should sever your bloodline too. We'll enter that extraordinary world, cultivate, and seize a chance of survival, she said. Suji was stunned. That was not a problem. Previously, Suji did not intend to cultivate the traditional path of a multidimensional saint. He was still a rank 10 descendant. Now, he was also hesitating about whether he should truly sever the bloodline of his main body. That was the main body that sat in the garden at the beginning of Earth and had once suffered from cancer. Suji's main body had personally entered the world, but he had never done this before. Previously, Kwang Tu's system has not been perfected. Now, it is not impossible to sever my bloodline, because they have already helped me explore the path. Suji thought. After all, he now had his own parallel bodies in the other 9 universes. There were also other parallel bodies in the universe. Naturally, he still had the authority to control the bloodline of the Zerg race. It can be severed. Suji came to this conclusion. At the beginning of this universe, my main body entered it to cultivate, crack. Takashiji did not say much. Her body was slightly shattered. It was obvious that she had severed her bloodline. Her realm had dropped significantly. She had lost the power of rules and became an ordinary rank 8 deity. How decisive. Suji was silent for a moment. He looked at Takashiji curiously. If he and Takashiji both fell to rank 8 deities, and they were still in their main bodies, then wouldn't it mean that he would no longer be weak if they were in the same realm? Both of them were rank 8 deities. He did not know why this thought suddenly popped up. Perhaps Takashiji had been using this all day to encourage him to become stronger. In short, Suji was a little looking forward to it. But soon, Suji was completely stunned. After the smoothness disappeared, he saw the beautiful chubby bird in front of him fall into silence. Let's go. You should quickly descend with your main body and sever your bloodline. Then, you and I will fall to an ordinary rank 8 deity. The two of us, husband and wife, will be immortal companions. We will be carefree and travel the world together. It was a bird that could speak the human language. Suji was shocked. She had fallen to the 8th rank and was unable to distort the laws of the universe and reconstruct her body, so she revealed her original form. Suji suddenly said, "In the new era in the future, there will be no laws or rules. You will no longer be able to distort the rules, violate the laws of matter, and take human form again. In other words, you are not allowed to become a spirit in the age of chaos. Even if you increase your realm in the future, you will be a bird for the rest of your life." Gigi was at a loss and dumbfounded. After a while, she said seriously, "That's true. Martial arts and Soul Dao are both systems that strengthen the muscles and soul. My body may grow as big as my husband, but at most, I will become a giant bird with muscles all over my body." His mind suddenly went blank. Suji suddenly thought of the muscular hen, Lin Hongfeng. "It's okay, my husband. I think this is good. We can still be husband and wife, and we might even have children in the future." Gigi flapped her wings on the spot. It was obvious that she had long passed the age of using traditional standards to appreciate beauty. She looked at the essence through appearance. Like most sages, she felt that body size and race were not too important. But what's there to worry about? If this universe goes against us, our bodies in the bloodline universe can still use the laws. We are all humans. She still did not care too much. She snickered and teased, "At most, I will be your little pet in the outside world, and your wife in the bloodline universe. But you are still too naive. I heard that many sages are very open, and they want to change like me to have a special experience." The circle of nobles was really messy. Suji exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Fortunately, he had seen too much of the world, and he was able to recover in a short time. After all, reality was so real. Not to mention the upper class and aristocratic society of humans, when one was rich and powerful, they could have all kinds of strange and inhuman ways of playing, let alone some boring, rotten sages. They had no way to break through and did not want to maintain the purity of their Taoist hearts. Naturally, they indulged in unimaginable indulgence. But how could the races in the universe all be shaped like humans? There were too many strange shapes. There were quite a lot of grayish people with big heads. Saints from different races and worlds could get married. It was obvious that they were already used to it. At the end of the day, it's because I'm too young. I don't have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. It's only been 2 years since I started the orchard. I'm not even 28 years old yet. Suji silently reflected on himself. I still have a worldly view. Suji had a very good impression of Gigi. Although they weren't passionately in love from the beginning to the end, both of them treated each other with respect. After all, both of them had extremely realistic personalities. They would discuss the Tao and occasionally joke around. It was similar to a friendship between gentlemen that was as indifferent as water, not bad. Naturally, he wouldn't kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. As for the others, like Carolyn's stubbornness towards the primordial gods, and Cutie's fanaticism towards the creator goddess, it wasn't that they didn't have any favorable impressions of Carolyn. Regardless of whether they were trash or not, they decided to let nature take its course. In any case, Suji didn't think he was a good person, nor would he flaunt his righteousness. Back then, when he married Gigi, it was indeed a super unexpected event. He discovered that his myriad heavens and realms had actually struck Gigi's Tao heart, allowing Gigi to see his future predicament and decisively take advantage of it. This was for the sake of the development of the Zerg-San table. Reality proved that this step was also the right one. If he hadn't taken this step, he definitely wouldn't have reached where he was now. Although it was very shameless, Suji felt that he was treating Gigi pretty well now. However, with the advent of the Age of Chaos, all races will reveal their true forms and fall from the deity realm. In the new era, none of them are allowed to become spirits? In other words, Carolyn will become a white clay statue, and Cutie will become a green vine? Chicken. Mud. Tung. What the hell was going on? As for the balloon fish and the alchemy factory, they're even weirder. It's hard to imagine how they live with their partners. When Suji thought of this, he immediately felt better. The other party was even worse off. Suji felt that this was already a lot more optimistic. Normally, when the Age of Chaos descended, the gods would be destroyed. Who could think so much? They would all die cleanly. If he could think this way, it meant that he already had a way to live, and he could think about other paths in the future. It seems that the era of the universe outside is really not our era. If we don't have a good life outside, we'll probably have to use our bloodline power to transform in the bloodline universe. As Suji thought about this, he silently slashed at his main body instead of his clone. An intense feeling of weakness instantly surged forth. Suji began to circulate the cultivation technique according to that. In the transcendent world, it was expanding wildly, and the population was multiplying. The subsidies for the More Births plan were implemented in every corner of the Milky Way through the highest level of martial arts management. A large number of youngsters began to reproduce, and new generations emerged continuously. In the pugilistic world, there were gradually countless experts who made friends through martial arts. There were also countless sects in the name of high schools, recruiting a large number of genius students to enter and study. It seemed that only 200 years had passed, but the sects that absorbed the subterranean people and the hierarchical treatment of experts had already matured. In the bustling Dongyong city, a young man with a beautiful bird on his shoulder slowly walked through the city gate. Living a second life? Do I have to walk out of this transcendent world? This task is very important. To be honest, my talent is more comprehensive, and I have almost no shortcomings. But this is also my biggest shortcoming, because I can't compare to pure and extreme martial arts geniuses. Gigi said that although she had great talent in martial arts, she could not compete with the top group of people. That Mr. Messiah you mentioned, he's now? Gigi asked. Suji shook his head. He's a guest in the residence of the highest existence. His name is Gino. It's not good for us to trouble him, so we can develop ourselves. Messiah was ultimately a hub, a substitute. He was a human who had an alchemy plugin installed in his body, and his consciousness was stored in the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness stored his spiritual power doppelganger, and he could control it. Because of the bloodline plug-in, he could not cultivate martial arts. His current body could not cultivate martial arts by itself. He was an earthling who was in charge of the garden. If he entered the world personally, he would be the real body in this parallel universe. Then Gigi was a little hesitant. Although we're one step ahead, I'm afraid the people behind them won't be too slow. Don't worry. Dizun said faintly, you're already a little rotten, but I'm still young. In the age of martial arts, those geniuses may not be my match. Who knows, I might be able to dominate the world. Gigi's eyes were bright. When she saw her husband's original body, who had cut off his bloodline, she was extremely shocked. His bone age was less than 100 years old. This was an unimaginable concept. Entering the world? Dizun looked very calm. He could not interfere with this world, so he could only enter it and become a member of the general trend, competing with the geniuses of the era. I didn't expect that in the final sand table of the end of the universe era, in the final sand table of the contest for the general trend of the universe, I would personally enter the world. I created it, but I can't interfere with it. I can only enter it myself. This is the first time, to compete with the geniuses of the era or something. Suji was very calm. He stood at the city gate, looking up at the hazy gray fog that looked like a giant dragon entrenched in the hazy sky. He was not as good as others before. Now that he had the grand universe cultivation method, in a sense, in Gigi's eyes, his talent was at least comparable to that of a longevity saint, and she did not know to what extent. When he entered the city, he was surrounded by bustling streets and alleys. There were occasional travelers on both sides. Conquer the catacombs. Go to the 5th underground city. Who wants to go with me? I got the doctrine artifact interspatial ring from the underground civilization. Anyone who wants to come forward. A colorful little fat bird stood on the venerable emperor's shoulder. He did not know what to do at the moment. After all, he was omniscient and could enter the era easily. He almost observed the era as a bystander. Now that he was in this situation, he did not know where to start. Interspatial rings. They can still rob bloodline humans with bloodline doctrine artifacts. The little fat bird on the venerable emperor's shoulder shook its head and walked around the bustling city. I'm afraid that when the age of Dharma ending comes, we won't even have interspatial rings. The world will suddenly become inconvenient. After the age of Dharma ending, spirits are not allowed. After the age of Dharma ending, there can't be ghosts or gods. The venerable emperor knocked the little bird's head and laughed. Interspatial rings must be strange. When the age of Dharma ending comes, people won't believe it anymore. It's just a prehistoric myth. Hee hee. The little fat bird chirped. It was very strange. Forget it. I'll find a place to settle down and buy it. Suji thought about it and inquired about the location of real estate. He stayed in a hotel and spent more than a week buying identification and other things. Then, he found a place to settle down and bought a big courtyard. He bought everything, made friends with the neighbors, cleared up a lot of trivial things, and applied for a martial artist certificate. He was already very busy. Half a month had already passed. The strong smell of incense and the mortal world was overwhelming. It had only been a few days, and it was already so complicated. What about a few years or 100 years? The first thing that Suji felt was tiredness. It was so long that he could not see the end. He had always been a bystander and had never entered the world to cultivate. He only saw historical nodes once every few hundred years. Even if he cultivated in seclusion for more than a decade, it would be a blink of an eye. Now, he really had to walk in the mortal world for a few hundred years. Suji also wanted to show off and not do complicated things. He could just buy a courtyard like before, but he could not do that here. This was not the Zerg territory, and there was no Zerg protection. He was just an ordinary deity. If he did not hide himself, he would definitely be checked like Messiah. It was fine for Messiah to die, but it was impossible for this body of his to die. Because each universe can only have one life soul imprint, there can only be one self in a parallel universe. If you die, you can no longer appear in that parallel universe. Previously, I had always been relying on my ability to isolate everyone's senses. Now that I'm really doing it for real, I feel that being alive is really troublesome. No wonder my Tao heart has decayed. Suji shook his head. He somewhat understood Gigi's state of mind. People don't grow old, but their hearts grow old. He recalled the days when he was 26 years old, when he was tired from being an office worker and eventually got cancer. Life really wasn't easy. Even in the fantasy world of Xianxia and martial Tao, people like Dicky and the others had to deal with many daily chores. Gigi smiled and said, I think it's okay. In fact, being in the world for more than 10 years can refine one's heart. It's good to be cleansed by the mundane chores and the ways of the world, but after a long time, people will become useless. Take me for example. My whole body goes out to work and is troubled by chores. Over time, even a pearl will be covered in dust. Suji was speechless. Gigi said seriously, even a rank 8 deity needs to eat, drink, buy vegetables, and cook. Moreover, you're not a deity now. It's better for you to go to the market every day to buy vegetables and come back to cook. When necessary, you'll have to walk around and do some missions to earn money. I'm a bird. If I go out to buy vegetables, I'll be beaten to death. This extraordinary world cannot attract attention. Because of the twilight of the gods, this is another future of our myriad worlds. The days began to repeat themselves. Suji repeated himself every day. Then he cultivated the soul path martial path and began to climb to the 9th rank. Such days were boring, but it was also inevitable. Now that he had just arrived, he had to reveal his realm bit by bit. If he revealed that he was at the deity realm right away, he would definitely be suspected. Suji's image to the outside world was that of a wandering youth in his 20s. He was already a prodigy in the martial path and had been slowly climbing over the years. Now, he seemed to be at the 6th rank. While Suji was adapting to the outside world, he was naturally studying the 9th rank. The endless wisdom of the great universe's cultivation method surged, allowing Suji to completely understand the concept and realm of the 9th rank of the martial path. I finally see the path of the future. Suji said softly, the 9th rank of the martial path is also the fusion of the soul and the flesh. The 9th rank of the bloodline is to distort the rules of the universe, while the 9th rank of the martial path is to grasp the rules of the universe. Grasp? Gigi asked. It's grasping, not distorting, because the rules of the universe are so perfect that they cannot be distorted. Gigi pondered. Distorting the rules could allow the rules of the universe to surpass the limits of the rules. Light could surpass the speed of light, and space could be shattered. Grasping the rules meant using the rules of the universe under the existing rules. It was like using light, but it could not allow light to surpass the limits. From this point of view, it's much weaker. Gigi frowned. However, Suji shook his head. It's not the same. The era is different. It's because the ancient times were incomplete that they could be moved. It's like a program with a loophole. We found the loophole and created a plugin. Now that the program is complete, we can only act according to the rules of the program. This is the most natural path. Then, what about the 9th rank martial art Hot River Force that Janet has announced? Gigi asked. The 9th rank is indeed a qualitative change from the 8th rank. The opponent is probably using nuclear fusion and fission to form a reactor in every cell, Suji said. Gigi was silent for a moment. Nuclear fusion explosion? It's indeed a 9th rank energy level power that can cause damage to a planet. However, from this point of view, he's still weaker than us Taoists in the same realm. Suji did not deny it. He continued to discuss, it's already very good. Only the old universe with weaker rules can be moved. In the old era, the rules of the universe were even more incomplete. Even the breakthrough of a deity could cause a galaxy to tremble. That was the most unstable era, naturally, Takashi was aware of this. The more ancient the era, the more unstable the rules of the universe. Let alone deities, even the breakthrough of a 7th rank heavenly emperor could turn the world upside down. Gigi nodded and said, of course I know that. This is returning to the natural state. Great ingenuity doesn't work. It's good that we can find a cultivation method now. The 9th rank martial art might be weak, but the 10th rank might be stronger than a sage. Even if it's not strong, it's still the gateway to the 11th rank. That was true eternity, surpassing the universe and obtaining the only universal truth. Who cared if the 9th or 10th rank was strong or not? They only cared about the ultimate goal of the 11th rank. The cultivation method within the rules of the universe in front of them was just a way to eternity. Then should I also cultivate the Hot River Force? Gigi asked. Sure. Dizun thought for a moment and said, in fact, the cultivation of martial arts is not limited by bloodlines. As long as one has enough energy, he can cultivate many kinds of martial arts. In a sense, the 9th rank martial arts that are not limited by the cultivation method can surpass the 9th rank bloodline and achieve the Taoism as long as he cultivates enough. Gigi was stunned. One could surpass the 9th rank bloodline if they cultivated enough. Now that he thought about it, ordinary cultivation methods that were not limited by bloodline cultivation methods could indeed be cultivated as much as one wanted, however, it's just a deduction. This path is still in its infancy. I'm still deducing. Perhaps it's possible to surpass the era of rules. There's no reason for the era to become weaker as time goes on. Su Ji, who possessed the cultivation method of the universe, now had a large number of geniuses joining the myriad heavens and realms. The newly emerged genius wisdom from the fourth layer of the universe had become the Zerg. With the current cultivation method of the universe, he was indeed qualified to say this. However, he only possessed the knowledge they had developed and accumulated, not their talent and wisdom. Currently, I've deduced 3 ninth-rank martial arts cultivation methods, Su Ji said softly. Takashi Ji was completely dumbfounded. 3. It should be known that even Quan Tu hadn't come up with one, and he could only come up with one genal. However, her husband had already deduced 3 in just a few years, Dizun said. First, it's flames that raise body temperature. It's a very simple principle, but the cultivation method is a bit complicated. It's weaker than the hot river force. Second, it's thunder and lightning that osmotic pressure through the body's cells. Third, quantum. Quantum? Gigi was stunned. Yes, quantum is also a kind of natural rule under the rules of the universe. It's not a twisted rule. Quantum martial arts should be the most difficult to cultivate and master among the martial arts. Su Ji said softly, you can cultivate according to the method of the hot river force first. I'll observe carefully and guide you. Su Ji stood up. At the same time, we should also start a martial arts club or even a school. Because a person's cultivation method is incomplete after all. We have to find enough experimental subjects. Start a sect? Gigi pondered. They had been lurking in this world for some time, but there was still a possibility that they would be noticed if they were to start a sect now. But there was no doubt that the city they were living in was very chaotic. Within a light year was the Miankosa Autonomous Federation. In this land that was countless light years away from Earth, 4 ninth-stage Taoists had been born over the years, and they were the ruling class. The land was too big. It was too big. As immortal saints, they had invested all the accumulated resources to create a land that was equivalent to hundreds of saints' dojo worlds. After all, only a large enough land could give birth to the hope of the 9 multiverses continuing. Even Gened, who was known as the strongest man on the surface, could not rule the entire civilization. As powerful as he was, he only controlled 3% of the land. They were surrounded by warlords, and this land alone was unimaginably vast. Even in the Anka kingdom, where they lived, there were countless multinational corporations and technological forces secretly ruling. The strongest in this land is the Mercy Medical Institution, the underground ruler of the entire Anka kingdom. They have mastered the technology of nuclear bombs and nuclear explosions, and they are still conducting experiments on new humans. Gigi laughed. In recent years, nuclear wars have become more frequent in this land. It is said that they have a peak 8th-stage deity in charge. Don't worry, we are also 8th-stage deities now, and our combat power is not stronger than theirs. We can start with a small training class and a martial arts center. We can make a name for ourselves in this small city, get a batch of shops, build a new auction house, train powerhouses, and then radiate to the surrounding cities. Suji thought about it. We don't have to expose our deity realm. Being a 7th-stage heavenly emperor is enough. That's not bad. Gigi felt that it was possible. According to my calculations, in another 20 or 30 years, the people from the myriad worlds outside will have already improved the bloodline severing technique, and will follow us in. They'll definitely cause a huge commotion, and attract all the attention away from us. After all, the immortal saints had the bloodline severing talent, so it was natural that they could develop it after Quan Tuesday. Because their individual martial arts ability might not be strong, but they had a lot of people. Are they coming in as well? Suji sat on the chair and tapped his fingertips. Let's not worry about this for now. Let's first deduce the path and find the martial arts that belong to us. However, if we want to establish our own force, it's better to gather what's already available. That's indeed the case. Suppressing the small groups of evil forces in the surroundings. I've been going out for a few nights, and that should be enough. Takaki, this plump bird, suddenly had his muscles bulge. He turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular beast. His arms were strong and muscular, and he wore a black cloak. He looked like a big black man wrapped in a cloak. Be careful. Suji thought for a moment. After all, we are all at the divine soul realm. We can also be killed by the experts of this world. Got it. In just a short 17 years. A force called Flame Lord Hall was rising in the dark, recruiting all kinds of commoners to learn martial arts, and secretly ruling the surrounding provinces. They had even begun to dabble in all kinds of industries, medicine, security, firearms, human experiments. Gradually, the number of disciples under them increased. As the leader of this faction, Suji was still in the midst of research. In the beginning, Takaki was the one in charge. Later, Takaki brought a few of his trusted subordinates from the underworld and got them to manage it. Now, everything was in order. Everyone knew that the Ninth Order was just the beginning. With the overlapping of eras and the completion of the universe's laws, the door to the 10th Order was about to open. When that happened, it would be the era of martial saints. They would be everywhere, truly flourishing. In a detached villa in Onqing City. The Yen Family Corporation's general manager was also the chairman. His eldest disciple, Carlson, took his leave after reporting his work. The other factions can no longer tolerate us and want to suppress us. From the looks of it, war is imminent. Suji switched off the stove and took out 2 cups of warm milk. He handed 1 cup to Takaki. Martial saints are different from nomological saints. They cultivate themselves and do not need to absorb the universe's laws beneath their feet in the chaos heavens in order to perfectly produce their strength. They can use their strength freely. In other words, the era of their saints was terrifying. They could roam freely, and some 10th Order saints might even have mighty strength comparable to longevity saints. I don't think a peak 10th Order saint's combat strength is comparable to us. Takaki shook his head and drank his milk. They might be strong, but we are saints who once represented the heaven's laws. We longevity saints have grasped a large number of important laws in the 9 universes. It's impossible for them to compare to us. Takaki said that they might be comparable to typical 10th Order laws. However, they were not to be underestimated. It's the 9th Order now. Once the era of the 10th Order arrives, the main battlefield will be here. A war between 10th Order saints. You were once 10th Order saints when you infiltrated this world, but you might not be able to compare, analyzed Suji. Takaki was not surprised. She knew very well that this land would usher in rapid development. It was the era of 10th Order saints. They might not be able to gain the upper hand against these martial saints. Everyone was at the 10th Order, which was the end of the Tao, the final realm of the universe, as longevity saints. No matter how strong they were, strictly speaking, they were once 10th Order saints. Anyway, there's no hurry. At most, if it doesn't work here, we still have our own multiverse to fight them. Head on. Takaki shook his head. Although it's best to invade from the inside and defeat them with their system, once the universe was completed, the bloodline would disappear completely. Even if they used the bloodline universe as a self-sustaining model, forcibly existing outside the universe and preserving the existence of bloodline creatures would still be forcefully suppressed. The universe would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position. How's your cultivation going? Asked Suji. It's alright. I've perfected my Heat River force, and your Thunder Emperor is almost perfected as well, said Takaki. One had to admit that Takaki's aptitude was indeed exaggerated. Although he no longer had any ability to develop, his cultivation talent was still amazing. It had only been 17 years, and he had already reached this level. I already have a feeling that in another 50 years, the universe's great path will be completed by the 8th level. My peak 9th Order realm will loosen, and the path to 10th Order will open. Takaki said, once the 8th level is completed, it means that chaotic beings will be born naturally. 50 years, Suji was not surprised by this. He had only forcibly hastened their appearance, but the reason for their appearance was that they were not far away. Moreover, as the multiverse became more prosperous, the number of sages became more and more insane. This was irreversible. It's worth mentioning that the entire world of transcendence is in chaos. A large number of outer realm deities have descended. Takaki suddenly laughed. They're called otherworldly visitors. Looks like those guys from Rongqing are here too. Their arrival will allow us to no longer attract attention. Suji said seriously, we can finally expand our forces and attack some ninth-order deities. You should know that no martial art can be seen through if it's done behind closed doors. Suji reached out and grabbed at the ceiling of the villa. Crack, a huge hole appeared on the second and third floors of the villa, and a burly middle-aged man fell down. He fell in the air as soft as a willow branch. The chairman of the Mercy Medical Institution is the ruler of the entire Anka kingdom, Jilkries, known as the mechanical martial god. Dizun raised his head. Your Excellency, are you here to visit us? Jilkries' expression was extremely solemn as he looked at the two monsters in front of him. Ninth-order deities. What is your goal? Why are you hiding in our small kingdom? Dizun turned around and looked at Takaki. Can a ninth-order martial saint compare to your group of people in terms of talent? Just a little bit more. Takaki looked at him and said seriously, but it's already quite amazing. He's a genius who can create a ninth-order martial art. Now, in terms of talent in creating a new era of martial arts, I'm not as good as him. How dare you ignore me? Jilkries was furious and reached out to grab them. Fusion Chi Fist. Jilkries roared. The 3-meter-tall giant of the underworld punched out with an unimaginable force. However, the instant his fist landed, he suddenly changed his move. The muscles on his chest split open, revealing a patch of bright red. Then, a bright red energy cannon appeared. Clang, Dizun pressed his hand down, and the impact of the light was instantly absorbed. The light disappeared instantly. In front of him, the black-haired, black-eyed man walked steadily, without a trace of injury. He smiled and said, the legend of martial artists who started from the underground Black Doctor Clinic and changed medicine to martial arts is unexpectedly quite shameless. You say you're going to punch, but you actually have a strange weapon in your stomach? Mechanical transformation of the human body? How is that possible? Jilkries was a little stunned. This was a super powerful Type 7 nuclear bomb, the most powerful weapon developed by the Mercy Medical Organization. If this shot were to be fired, a large part of the kingdom would be destroyed. It could be said that he was extremely ruthless, not hesitating to destroy the entire region. I don't know how many years it's been since someone attacked me. Suji stretched his neck. He had been farming diligently all this time. He remembered the last time he fought was when he was Dizun, fighting against Medusa. If it was not necessary, he did not intend to enter the world personally. He had no choice, because this was no longer the sand table world he could control, but a truly independent world, and he was just one of the many living beings in it. You're not bad. You actually made my fingers red. I've been studying knowledge and studying systems for so long that I've almost forgotten how to fight. Dizun shook his hand. What kind of martial arts are you? A mechanical martial art that relies on external force? This man's martial arts aptitude was not low, and he could open up a rank 9 martial art. Unfortunately, he had gone down the wrong path. Mechanical transformation was not the right path. Whoosh. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hearing the explosion, the generals and management of the Flame Lord Hall rushed over. Among them was the eldest disciple, Coulson, who had just left. He slowly bent over and squeezed through the door of the villa. This tall, strong man, who was a full 3.7 meters tall, was known as the strongest man in Anqing City's underground boxing, and was an expert in the Yen family's ancient strangulation martial arts. Everyone's expression suddenly turned heavy because they recognized the ruler of this land, rank 9 martial god Jilkries. What the hell are you? That was a nuclear explosion. How could your body absorb such a huge impact? Jilkries' expression changed slightly, and he slowly stood up. He had originally wanted to test this new force, but he did not expect it to be hidden so deeply. If we fight here, the entire kingdom will be destroyed. Let's go to the foot of the mountain. Suji abruptly strode forward, grabbed the man's head and gently pressed it down. Crack. Jilkries' entire body was squeezed into the soil under his feet. Inside the universe. In the vast and boundless starry sky, Jilkries' entire body was smashed into pieces by the continuous blows. His bones shattered one after another, and all the strongest cosmic alloy machinery that modified his body was bent. Pu, No matter how he resisted, the strength in his entire body was like a clay ox that had entered the sea, and it was utterly unable to affect the other party. It's like I'm a charging doll. Every time I hit, I'm charging the other party, making him stronger. Cold sweat unknowingly surged all over Gilcrease's body. He looked at this terrifying man standing in place, and scathed. The power that could destroy everything had no effect on the other party. You. What the hell are you? Gilcrease's eyes widened as he stared at the man in front of him. Even if your muscles can withstand it, how can your clothes not be damaged? In the era of martial arts, when muscles fought and fists met flesh, who could not tear their clothes, this was not the era of laws that could distort the laws of the universe. How could one not abide by the laws of the universe when one used laws to weave energy to wrap one's body? Gilcrease was simply stunned. In such an intense close combat, this man's clothes were still intact. He looked like an immortal, elegant, and casual. He simply did not abide by the basic laws of the universe. Dizun squatted down and pressed one hand on Gilcrease's chest, stirring his internal organs like dough. He smiled and said, "Sure enough, as I guessed, every rank 9 martial art is a kind of evolution of the body, not bloodline evolution, but biological evolution. The martial arts you practice have made your internal organs, and blood disappear. There are all kinds of machinery inside. Are you half a spaceship mecha? Practicing different martial arts will evolve into different rank 9 ultimate creatures, using the laws at the limits of the universe. Your martial arts lean towards machinery, right? The martial arts you developed make it easier for your body and abdominal cavity to be transformed, so they complement each other. This reminds me of the ancient low-level martial arts, like the 5 poisonous hands, which use poisons to assist in practice. Poisons and matching martial arts are indispensable. Yours is machinery and matching martial arts." You, Gilcrease looked at this domineering man with a chuckle, his face trembling with fear. It was as if his entire body structure had been seen through, and the depths of his soul were completely exposed in front of this man. You, what the hell are you? Gilcrease turned pale with fright. Oh, you mean this dress? It won't break. This is a quantum martial art. A dress condensed by one of my quantum real bodies. Dizun shook his head. But I have to say that in the era where the laws cannot be distorted, without the assistance of distorted bloodline laws, practicing quantum martial arts is more than 100 million times more difficult than before. It's already not bad to be able to condense it into clothes. Quantum martial arts and quantum entanglement were still under the laws of the universe. But condensing a quantum battle body was too difficult. Without the help of bloodline laws, relying purely on one's own cultivation, under the restrictions of the laws of the universe, was simply one of the most difficult martial arts since ancient times. Quantum entanglement? Gilcrease shouted. There is no electromagnetism, no energy, no signal, like 2 isolated islands in distant space and time, but quantum physics can still connect with each other? Yes, physics, the principle of matter. Everything can't escape matter. An 8th grade god's muscle creature cultivates macroscopic traditional mechanics, and a 9th grade martial art begins to cultivate microscopic quantum mechanics. What's wrong with that? The so-called hot river force announced by the first man on the surface, Genid, also uses the molecules in the body to fuse and fission. In essence, it's the same kind of microscopic application of the body. Dizun walked over step by step, with an unparalleled sense of oppression. An 8th grade martial art creature uses every muscle and bone in perfect coordination. A 9th grade martial art creature of flesh and blood can use every particle of its body. Don't underestimate the laws within the laws of the universe. When used in a mature and perfect way, it may be more powerful than the distorted and incomplete old times. With these years of practice, I gradually understand that the power of the era will not decline, but will only grow stronger with development. Clatter. Dizun stretched out his hand, and a quantum nebula hovered in his palm. The universe is mature, and the laws of matter in the universe are becoming more and more stable. Microscopic quantum mechanics has undergone unimaginable and wonderful changes. The venerable monarch said calmly, "It's just that this path is too difficult. I'm only barely able to form clothes to cover my body. It's almost impossible for me to form a humanoid shape. You should know that without the distortion of the laws of nature, even a finger is made up of billions of fundamental quantum particles. The amount of data can be calculated in the trillions of TS. It's already very impressive that I'm able to form a simple set of cloves. It's too difficult to make a more delicate structure. It's difficult to control it with spiritual force, and it's difficult to smooth the quantum foam and achieve absolute quantum precision. What are you talking about? Gilchrist's voice was hoarse. He felt that this was a terrifying and unprecedented new field, which made him tremble with excitement. What kind of monster is this man? What kind of monster is he? He couldn't stop the fear in his heart. It had only been more than 20 years since the era of the ninth grade martial art appeared, but this man had studied the ninth grade martial art realm so thoroughly? That's why I said you're second rate. Gigi, however, raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. This is a first-rate genius, just like us in the past. What will happen to me? Gilchrist trembled all over. Looking at this strong man, the fear of death lingered in his heart. Do you want to learn? Dizun stood up, grabbed the hair of Gilchrist, whose body was as soft as mud, and whose face was swollen with a bloody nose, raised it high over his head, and looked into his eyes. If you want to learn, I can teach you, my Lord Gilchrist. My Lord Gilchrist, the guild president of Milsey Medical Institution? The battle ended abruptly. In less than 3 days, a terrifying piece of news spread throughout the Xianxia kingdom. The Milsey Medical Organization was a terrifying multinational pharmaceutical company that produced all kinds of martial arts pills. It was the true ruler of the underground world of the kingdom, and it was one of the top 100 international powers in the Miancosa Federation. However, it had chosen to submit to a provincial martial arts organization called the Hall of Flame. What's going on? It's said that His Majesty Xianxia has invited their eldest disciple, Carlson, on TV to hold a grand state banquet at 6 o'clock tonight. I heard that it's a new powerful level 9 martial artist. He's not even 50 years old, and His Majesty is trying to set him up with his favorite princess. Countless rumors spread, and the whole kingdom was in an uproar. Even the neighboring countries heard about it. This martial arts organization instantly entered the sights of many experts. The Xianxia kingdom seemed small, but in fact, it had already surpassed the surface area of the earth. It was just that the entire extraordinary world was too big. It wasn't measured in terms of planets, but rather connected into a flat continent. Because of this, martial arts flourished. Once experts sparred, they would go underground, and the exchanges were frequent. Hence, the development was astonishing. The Flame Lord Hall. In the huge hall on the top floor of the 30th floor, the towering bronze-skinned giants stood where they were in an extremely disciplined manner. They all wore the fiery red martial arts uniforms of the Flame Lord Hall, with bright flame patterns on the back and a divine bird as a symbol on their chests. The people here were all taken in by the Milsey Medical Organization. As a level 9 force, there were many level 7 celestial emperors and level 8 gods. You are all disciples of the Flame Lord Hall now. In the pugilistic world, swords have no eyes. If you are killed in the same realm, it's because you are too weak. If someone bullies us, the elders and even the hall master will stand up for you. All of you here are at least level 7 celestial emperors. I can teach you the martial art Thunder Emperor, which can reach level 9. The venerable emperor sat high up and said calmly, if you are talented enough, you can learn the more powerful quantum martial arts in the future. You may even have the chance to go to a mysterious world and embark on the road of immortality. In other words, the myriad worlds. Gilchrist was more or less a martial arts genius, and it was only because of the eruption of the era that he appeared so frequently. In the past universe, the appearance of such a genius was already very rare. How could Suji not accept it? As long as he joined the infinite heavens and realms, he would be a part of the knowledge bank of his grand universe technique, which would make Suji even more powerful. Naturally, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Longevity? It can actually give us immortality? In other words, if this body of ours dies, can we still live? As expected, this mysterious place is related to the myriad heavens world outside. They were astonished. Naturally, he knew about the map of the planet that Genal had announced earlier. Strength, ambition, transcendence, slaughter, beauty, courage. What are you pursuing? whether it's just or not, it needs to be enforced by force. Suji said softly, "You may leave." "Yes." Everyone turned to look at the being in the sky. There was a faint aura, or rather, a sense of oppression unique to experts. His muscles seemed to have been sculpted from white jade, perfect and streamlined. A stage 9 Taoist, a martial arts master. He was so terrifying that he could easily suppress their leader. He was the most perfect, the most powerful, and the bravest man. Click. Under everyone's gazes of worship, as if they were looking at the king of an ancient dynasty, he closed the door and left. Suji waited for everyone to leave before he sat on the throne and silently sorted out his thoughts. He rested his chin on one hand and slowly smoothed his gorgeous martial arts robe. Quantum martial arts can still be cultivated, but the Grand Universe technique still has no way to work on these life forms. The Grand Universe technique was based on the bloodline system, and it seemed to be ineffective on these life forms without bloodlines. The concept of the Grand Universe technique was that the constituent matter, molecules, and energy of one's body would all be branded with one's bloodline, becoming a part of one's body. Your body's substance would actually be my body's substance. If this was in the previous universe, it would naturally work, because bloodlines exist in every substance in the universe, molecules, particles, and energy. I'm just replacing the bloodline substance of the universe with my bloodline substance. But in the new era, the composition of matter doesn't have bloodlines. I have no way to brand it on these people without bloodlines. Suji pondered, feeling that it was very difficult. But it didn't mean that it couldn't be stolen. He used the myriad heavens realms to form the bloodline universe. Each bloodline universe was actually his own substance, a part of the Grand Universe technique. He was already stealing the substance and energy of the Grand Universe. In a sense, as long as there were enough myriad heavens realms, there would be a day when the 9 multiverses would be eaten and dismembered, turning into countless shattered lesser myriad heavens realms. However, this process would take too long, and there wouldn't be time for him to devour before the other party's guards would come to eradicate him. Just like cancer cells, they wouldn't wait for you to spread throughout your body. The self-protection mechanism and the inevitable general trend of the universe would clear you, an alien general trend. In other words, they were white blood cells, the main force of the universe's immunity against viruses. They couldn't possibly become my cancer cells. However, my Grand Universe technique is still useful. My wisdom contains the past and the present. I'm getting clearer and clearer about the rank 9 martial arts. It's indeed microscopic mechanics, controlling the particles of the body. Suji said softly, "I wonder how far the geniuses of this era have gone. Are the rank 9 concepts that they have deduced as clear as mine? Can the level of their martial arts be refreshing to me?" In front of him, he had only defeated a rank 9 in a remote area. It wasn't considered strong, but he was much stronger than the other party. Even first-line geniuses like Di Chi and the ancient longevity sage would appear. They were unreasonable, and even with the Grand Universe technique, he might not be able to win for sure. Even though I have the Grand Universe technique now, and I have too much wisdom and accumulation in the brain of a genius, I still don't dare to win against Di Chi. And if the other geniuses are comparable to Di Chi, it will be difficult for me too. The corner of Suji's mouth raised into a smile. That's good. It's precisely because they are strong that they will give the entire era more hope. Life is a little boring. They should hurry up and become stronger. Come, let me see how strong I am now. Suji stretched leisurely. He stood up and went to the window of the lobby. From the 30th floor, he looked down at the bustling streets and the city below, and the entire vast Anka kingdom. The stronger they are, the better. Even if they can defeat me with the Grand Universe technique, it would be best. As long as I absorb them into the myriad heavens realms and provide them with the Grand Universe technique, the concepts and knowledge in their brain, it would also make me stronger. Mastering the quantum microscopic martial arts and entering the microscopic kingdom of God is indeed a symbolic division of the 9 grades. Suji sat on the throne and closed his eyes to rest. Previously, we deduced infinite possibilities and inadvertently found the quantum bloodline. In fact, it was a rough exploration of this era in advance. If he wanted to establish an era of civilization in a real sandtable world, an unprecedented path of extraordinary system, there must be countless journeys and countless opponents in an era. After all, as strong as Dicky and the others, they also needed opponents to hone themselves in order to open up their own cultivation methods and ideas. If there's really someone who can fight a giant light year across the energy level with human talent, it's only me. Suji murmured. It was not that Suji thought too highly of himself. His talent might not be considered high. But he was like a core hub, a central processor, coordinating the wisdom of all the geniuses and monsters of the entire era. If a miracle could be created, it might be him. This was the power of a universal cultivation method. He could gather the strength of all the geniuses in the universe, gather the complete knowledge, and open up a cultivation method. But how to fight across the body size, I have no idea. It seems impossible. Suji closed his eyes. Back then, the 9 Revolutions mysterious art could fight across the body size millions of times. That was because of the subspace, using the internal space to make up for the body size. But now, this route can't be used at all because the rules can't be distorted. In this aspect, he had the most accumulation of body size. After all, his Zerg body was small, and he had the most experience in fighting across the body size. Moreover, the gap between the body size and the light year is countless times more difficult than the previous 9 Revolutions mysterious art. In other words, this cultivation method, in theory, should be more than 1,009,000 times more exaggerated than the 9 Revolutions mysterious art to defeat a light-year level creature of chaos. Suji silently sorted out the martial Dao cultivation method, trying to find a future. Time flew, 20 years passed. In the Ming Kosa Autonomous Federation, the Flame Lord Hall developed rapidly and had entered the top 10 in the blink of an eye. The deputy hall master was a mysterious cloaked man known as Burning Flame. The 2 guardians were silver wall level rank 9 martial artists, Gilchrist and the newly promoted head disciple genius Carlson. Not only did they have 4 rank 9 martial artists, but they also had 148 copper wall god elders who controlled various industries. A colossal creature gradually took shape. A large number of martial arts resources were continuously sent to support the cultivation and research of martial arts by alchemy, pharmaceutical, medical, and other auxiliary industries. If it was in the past, this would definitely be a major force. That covered countless planets and galaxies. However, this was just a flat piece of land. More than 100 million students had even perfected the Thunder Emperor technique, grasped the great power of cell osmotic pressure, created voltage, force pressure, energy pressure, and so on. The Flame Lord Hall had entered the ranks of the 100 superorganizations of the Great Civilization. On the other hand, a large number of stowaways descended, coming from all over the world. They were all geniuses that had been brought over by the sky. It could be said that they were all the elites of the entire universe. They were madly trying to fill in the gaps of this era and compete with each other. Dicky, Carolyn, Rongqing, these existences had come in secretly. The geniuses of this era have never been so busy. In the past, they might have deduced an unprecedented path with the great changes, but they had never deduced 2 new paths that had never been deduced before at the same time. Gigi said to the venerable sovereign, the path of the old world to become the heavenly path of the universe, and the path of the new era's martial arts living beings in the great universe. Suji nodded. He thought that was true. There were too many geniuses. These martial arts geniuses from all over the world had burst out with unimaginable talent and opened up unimaginable systems. And the Quantum 4 Grandmasters had arrived. Their combat power was extraordinary. They were the strongest martial artists in the quantum field. Their talent was no less than that of top sages like Rongqing and Quang Tuesday. After all, the others were all bloodline sages. They were born for this, like fish in water. Soon, they became more and more unscrupulous. They even began to have the support of countless immortal sages. They even began to challenge the strongest man on the surface, Geno. This battle was earth-shattering and unimaginably terrifying. It was said that the entire galaxy was shattered. It was comparable to some powerful 9th-grade martial artists with heaven-defying bloodlines who had achieved Dao. It showed people the 9th-grade combat power system. We lost. The 4 Grandmasters said. You guys are incredible. What you guys cultivate is the great path of the universe. Geno barely won by 1 move. It could be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. I can win because I have a strong foundation, but your learning ability is too terrifying. I may not be able to win the next battle. Zhou Meng still maintained Dicky's ability. He learned while fighting. He fought the stronger ones as the weaker ones, but he still lost in the end. This showed how terrifying Jinal's combat power was. This battle also laid the foundation of the 9th grade for the entire era. Carolyn laughed. What do you think? Dicky frowned and stood in the distance with his hands behind his back. The era is indeed different. This is a completely different path of the extraordinary system. This Zhou Meng imitates me. His learning ability is only 70% of mine. But together with the other 3 grandmasters, his overall combat power is even stronger than mine. Even he lost. If I were to go up, I would only lose more miserably. Both Jinal and Dicky were surprised by his martial arts talent. You're not as good as the 4 quantum grandmasters? The 3 pillar gods laughed. I'm indeed not as good as them in the field of quantum martial arts. Dicky was still very calm. I'm an all-rounder in all fields. I'm very talented in the rule bloodline, biological evolution, and quantum martial arts. But they're partial talents who only specialize in martial arts. It's only natural that I'm not as good as them in this field. I don't feel inferior. What do you mean by all-rounder? You're copying everything. Carolyn laughed and said disdainfully, you can copy everything. No matter what era or field you're in, you'll be able to show your strength. I'm convinced. Dicky ignored her and said with a smile, the 4 quantum grandmasters are indeed strong. I'm indeed not as good as them now, but in the future, I'll learn their experience and martial arts skills, and then learn the martial arts of the world's grandmasters. I'll still be able to reach the top. Carolyn was speechless again. You and Zhou Meng are still on the path of copying each other? The 4 quantum grandmasters were indeed dazzling now. In the previous era, they were not really the top because their cultivation of the rule bloodline was not monstrous. However, in the current era that was suitable for them, it was simply perfect for them to show their strength. Quantum martial arts. The 9th level martial arts turned out to be the cultivation of microscopic mechanics. Not to mention Dicky, other immortal saints, even Quan Tu, who was proficient in macroscopic martial arts, were not as good as the 4 grandmasters in the study of observing martial arts. The 9th level is the cultivation of quantum. Countless people gradually merged together and thoroughly understood the path, essence, and concept of the 9th level martial arts. The 9th level martial arts domain had completely taken shape and matured. For a time, a large number of 9th level martial arts grandmasters emerged. When the system began to be perfected, immortals also began to study more powerful 9th level martial arts, fundamentally changing their bodies and souls, and evolving into ultimate creatures. At the same time, many martial artists also began to study the path of the 10th level sage that had yet to be opened. The 10th level was the final great era. On the other side, tens of thousands of huge tribes were scattered on the earth. There were more than 10,000 of them, and the smallest newborn was 0.04 light-years long. The adult life form was a vast body of 2 or 3 light-years. One should know that the diameter of the solar system was only a few light-years. In terms of their size, the so-called Earth was just a small gravel ball that was far smaller than the cover of a finger. The so-called solar system was just a slightly larger round table. Renamanka, an iron-based giant comparable to the stars, was just a small thing like an ant. Their size was already comparable to some large bloodline universe worlds. They sat down and arm-wrestled. The universe is vast, and the scale of the universe is too vast. That's for them. Because they are bacteria, fungi, and even countless times smaller. Even on the palm print, you can't see their appearance. Kimbiro smiled, sitting on a chair, and was actually drinking tea. The teacup was made of an unknown black iron material. The galaxy in the tea flowed, forming a dazzling 5-colored galaxy vortex. Within it, many small balls floated up and down, beautiful and magnificent. They were actually planets. On one of the planets in the teacup, there was actually a fungus roaring. This was a 9th level Taoist, but it could only roar on a planet in the teacup. The difference in energy level was too big. It was simply unimaginable. They were clearly in the same realm, This is just an inevitability in the history of evolution. He gently sipped his tea, just like your most common bloodline humans, evolving in the ocean. Before evolution appeared in the primitive era, wasn't it the ubiquitous primitive fungi, bacteria, algae, and microorganisms that improved the structure of the ocean and the planet's atmosphere? He sat on the chair, on the chaotic land, looking at the distant sky. Microorganisms, bacteria, adapted to the natural environment of the planet, and a higher life form, humans, was born, and it is the same in front of us. But those pitiful human microorganisms, don't you think about how they conquered the era of fungi? Oh, they didn't even need to conquer, because they couldn't see. How could they conquer? But you are clearly already such lowly fungi, yet you want to rebel against us humans. Is this possible? We are not creatures of the same species. The corners of his mouth curved into a brilliant smile, and his voice became louder and louder, more and more arrogant. We will not exterminate you, just like you humans will not exterminate fungi and microorganisms, because nature still needs them, and we will only eat them. He took another sip of tea, and the planets flowed into his throat like delicious round candy. You are like the yeast that ferments the bread, allowing us to eat delicious bread. Bastard! How many people have you eaten? The Taoist roared angrily. Pfft, Kimbiros revealed a surprised expression. Do you remember how many pieces of bread you have eaten? Not to mention the countless yeast on the bread? He lightly flicked a planet, and accompanied by a scream, it entered his mouth. You are, after all, too narrow-minded, he said faintly. If it were you, through a microscope, looking at the tables, chairs, and floor, fungi building cities, developing civilizations, and building bunkers, you would definitely be horrified and think of ways to kill them. But I am different. This is tolerance. Your tolerance is not enough. He stood up, as if he could vaguely sense that there were similar practitioners on a distant land. As the leader of the tribe, my tolerance is enough to accommodate that ridiculous civilization, and not destroy it. I will even enter the world of fungi with an attitude of appreciation. He flicked his finger, and a trace of his skin turned into a figure that quickly flew away. Natural fungi are everywhere in the soil, and there are billions of bacteria in a small ball of mud. They cannot be exterminated, but despair can make them no longer resist. The universe is made up of countless molecules and particles. They contain an unimaginable amount of information and interact with each other. Electromagnetic waves, frequencies, and even hard disks are the media through which information is stored and transmitted in the universe. Their essence is the smallest structure of microscopic matter, quantum. Whoosh, an unimaginably rotten light beam appeared in his hand. If someone saw it, they would think that it was a matter that had distorted the rules of the universe. That was why it could emit such a terrifying energy beam. Only Kimbiros knew that this was the rule of the universe. He was the virtual refinement orbital slingshot, a quantum cannon of quantum martial arts. This martial art of his was to control the microscopic particles in his body. From the quantum orbit of his arm to his fingertip, he would sit on the quantum slingshot and accelerate crazily. Finally, he would reach an unimaginable speed and obtain enough kinetic energy to break through everything. Then, he would shoot it out from his fingertip. A large amount of quantum particles, which contained his soul and will, were transmitted into a distant world in the form of quantum entanglement. The passage is open. If we kill them, they will reproduce in other places. We might as well enter and learn their knowledge, study their martial arts, and refine our own martial arts. Then, we will defeat them and kill all the geniuses to welcome the final day. Even though you have the same body size, you are still ridiculous. Year 627, June 7th, Norman Empire, Gok Hospital. It's a boy. A nurse's voice made the exhausted mother on the sickbed reveal a faint smile. Motherly radiance flashed in her eyes. Half an hour later, a tall, fair-skinned man hurriedly walked into the room. What's the name of our child? My child's name is Neil Rogers? The mother looked at the colorful comic book of a superhero at the side and said seriously, I hope that my child will be the leader of the strongest free nation in the universe, the symbol of freedom, holding a shield made of the toughest vibranium in the universe and protecting our home. Rogers? The man smiled affectionately. This comic came from a very popular superhero comic. It was an old story drawn by the ruler of this land. It was said to be very real. He knew that his wife was a comic fan, so he couldn't help but say affectionately, "Okay, I hope that our child will become a hero of justice." In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Rogers, who had been secretly reincarnated, was an ordinary college student. He also had a qualified identity. His parents' poverty prevented him from receiving any martial arts education. However, he still showed unimaginable IQ and talent from a young age and became an outstanding quantum physicist. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a black suit, he became a scientist of the Academy of Sciences of the Norman Empire, presiding over human experiments, human potential and molecular structure. Trembling with fear, he finally came into contact with the core theoretical papers of this transcendent world and joined in the scientific research. The possibility of the 10th order, the Creator's molecular programming, matter reshaping. Author, Wang Renming. This was one of the strongest men in this land. He was the man who had opened up the entire quantum Jianghu multiverse civilization during the Bloodline era. He had foreseen this moment in that ancient era. He divided himself into 4 parts and became the Quantum 4 Grandmasters. He had once fought to a draw with Genal, a terrifying man who was one of the 2 strongest men in the world. It's so simple. As long as I defeat this man and Genal, everything will fall apart. Rogers chuckled and turned to the first page of Genal's martial arts philosophy thesis. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the key to victory in 100 battles. As smart and proud as he was, he knew this. No matter how proud he was, he would never look down on his opponent and provoke him without reason. Voila! Opening the thesis, the preface wrote some subversive physics theories of the universe. In ancient times, low-level civilizations, people changed the molecular structure of carbon and turned it into hard diamonds. This is the same substance. Due to the different arrangement of the molecular structure, C and C transform into different substances. Then, what about the finer quantum structure? In the current periodic table of elements, can carbon C be changed into hydrogen H? In the final analysis, all substances in the universe are made up of quantum components. If all substances are subdivided and broken and rearranged, can a hard granite be changed into soft water of equal weight? This is simply too beautiful. In that case, we can change the structure of any matter in the universe. We can change the water, stone, gold, magma around us at will. We can even transform our bodies into water, iron, stone, to create and change everything. This is the domain of the Creator, the pinnacle of materialism. Yes, this is the 10th level after the 9th level. The 9th level is the general term for traditional quantum martial arts. The 10th level, I name it, XS. It's a kind of quantum stability that surpasses traditional quantum martial arts. Only when the laws of the universe are completely stable, space, time, matter, fire, lightning, water. Countless laws are extremely orderly, can the basic microscopic structure of substances be stable. Only then will excess appear. I call this realm, Lord. Yes, turning one's quantum body into excess does not rely on twisting the laws, but on mastering the laws to become Lord, God. Therefore, only in a complete universe will the Creator appear, the 10th level of the martial arts path, the realm of Lord. When he saw this, he was shocked by the concept. He could casually create metal, water, fire, earth, magma. All substances. This 10th level realm was indeed the realm of the Creator. The 10th level of sages and the unification of laws may seem powerful, but the 10th level of the martial arts path is definitely not weak. This has even exceeded the scope of martial arts. This is not something that can be deduced by an individual. Our tribe of more than 10,000 people can't even deduce the 10th level of the martial arts path as clearly as they do. They were also deducing, but they were far less mature than the other party. He carefully observed the author and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the author had hundreds of pages of reference and discussion with countless powerhouses. As expected, the other party is faster than us because they are very special. Among them, Zhou Meng not only had the help of the other 3 grandmasters, but also absorbed the ideas of tens of thousands of martial arts geniuses, including the thinking of countless indigenous martial arts geniuses, to create this golden touch, or alchemy. His expression gradually became solemn. Cultivating this martial art and entering the 10th level, one can easily blow a planet into sand, or refine it into water. In a sense, one can become the creator. He continued to read. Although it was still theoretical deduction of the 10th level, it had already been deduced to a very high level. Lightning Flint chapter. Lightning, light, fire, stone. Mainly researching the golden touch of these 4 major schools? Quantum modification, huh? I have to admit that this is indeed the most extensive of the 4 major categories. He smiled and sucked in this thesis hungrily. At the same time, his realm was constantly breaking through, and his aura was surging. He felt that his understanding of the current realm was becoming clearer. Even though their tribe was talented, they only had 10,000 people. However, the strongest group of geniuses in human history was gathered here, so it was only natural that his deduction theory surpassed theirs. Among them, the summary that touched him the most actually covered the entire era of the upheaval of the entire universe. At this moment, the boundary point of the universe was unimaginably complex, but it was perfectly summarized by this Wang Renming in a single sentence. Idealism, materialism to distinguish the era. Wang Renming's theory wrote, idealism in the old days, materialism in the new days. Idealism in the old days, all things are bent from the heart. The cultivation of the Tao is nothing more than one sentence, my heart represents the heart of heaven, my will is the will of heaven. Materialism in the present day, all things do not move according to the heart. The cultivation of the Tao is nothing more than one sentence, heaven is clear from the heart, the earth is observed from the heart, and all things are created from the heart. Boom. The 3 words used to describe materialism respectively represent the 3 realms of understanding the laws of the universe. The last realm is, things are created from the heart. Materialism can only be created. This refers to, the new 10th level realm, Master. Kambiro's brain was like a raging sea, and all the rules of the universe instantly lit up. The seemingly incomparably complex era of changes in the universe was actually perfectly seen through from these few sentences. All the originally complex things in the universe developed because of this. His heart was enlightened. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. Ha 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 ha, Kambiros laughed loudly. Wang Renming is a master of the theory of mind and materialism in the past and present. I admire this person. Now, I can cultivate the embryonic form of this 10th level cultivation technique. In the future, I can reach the 10th level. He kept thinking, and the more he thought, the clearer his thoughts became. Although he had entered the 9th level, it was still a rough realm after all. It had only been opened for less than 100 years, and there were still many flaws. He was also a pioneer. He had crossed the river by groping for the stones, stumbling, and made many mistakes and detours. At this moment, he felt that all the doubts that he could not understand in the past had been solved. His realm was constantly rising, and a large amount of information was surging in his body, being decompressed along with the quantum fluctuations. He could no longer hide his aura. What are you doing? The entire Academy of Sciences looked at Rogers, who was slowly floating in the sky, in horror. What a ridiculous fungus. Kimbiros clapped his hands lightly. All the living beings in the Academy turned into countless branches, and their structures shattered. They mixed together and softened like sand in the wind, accumulating on the ground like gray dust from burning incense. Ah! Rogers killed someone, he killed someone. Countless people shouted in horror. How can a person turn into dust? Kimbiro's expression was calm. My own martial art, the Void Refinement Rail Bow, has the potential to reach the 10th level, but it has not been deduced to this stage. But the opponent's martial art has been deduced to the 10th level, so I can try to cultivate it. Alchemy, this is simply the strongest concept martial art in the universe. Know thyself, know thy enemy. Then, what should I try to cultivate? Kimbiros narrowed his eyes, and suddenly remembered the words when he was born. I hope that my child will be the strongest captain of the free nation in the universe, the symbol of freedom, holding the hardest shield made of vibranium in the universe, and protecting our home. Then, I will play the role of that superhero captain. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alchemy. Quantum disintegration, recondense. He pressed hard against the ground. Swoosh. The ground instantly shattered. Like magma flowing in reverse, countless soil and rocks were extracted, breaking into the most primitive form, and gradually condensing into a perfect round shield with red and white stripes. This martial art is too difficult. It is simply unbelievable. It requires extremely exquisite control. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most difficult martial art in history. Even though I used the enormous soul and will of my main body to perform forced calculations, I was barely able to reconstruct some matter. Crack. His clothes instantly changed into the iconic superhero costume. Holding the shield in his hand, he smiled and said, "The texture is not bad. It can indeed be called vibranium. This shield can indeed be called the hardest material." He smiled and no longer concealed himself. After obtaining the other party's martial Tao philosophy and entering the upper echelons to steal their secrets, he no longer concealed himself. He did not suspect that the other party was hiding something, because even if he did, he could not hide much. This is the tragedy. An immature martial art requires countless people to perfect it at the same time. This is the reason why incomplete martial arts can be easily copied. They can't stop me from sneaking in. As long as they want to perfect their martial arts, they need a lot of manpower. We can infiltrate them, but they can't infiltrate our world. They can't grow that big. So, the fungi will eventually be destroyed. As he spoke, he kept approaching the capital of the Norman Empire. What's that? Martialist? Isn't this a no-fly zone? Countless people looked at the sky. That outfit, that's the captain of Marvel's superheroes. That shield is said to be made of the hardest vibranium? Hey! The powerhouse in the sky is just a comic. Do you know? That's a comic. I didn't expect a powerhouse like you to be so stupid and play a role. Someone on the ground whistled. Kimbiursa's eyes narrowed. An unimaginably high-frequency molecular vibration was transmitted. Under the trillions of vibrations, that person was instantly turned into dust. Blood sprayed on the faces of all the passers-by on the street. All the passers-by were stunned for a few seconds before they suddenly screamed as if it was the end of the world. Ah! Along with the screams. One by one, the level 9 geniuses who had achieved the Tao walked out and faced Kimbiurus. A large number of attacks, punches, and energy waves were launched continuously, but they were all hidden in the round shield. What weapon is that? Our physical bodies are our strongest weapons. No other weapons should be able to block us. What is this? Bang bang. Before they could think, they were instantly blown away by a fierce punch. Tell your strongest man to come see me. That Grandmaster Quantum Force should come see me. I admire such a talent. He laughed. You're courting death. Countless powerhouses were completely enraged. The entire capital instantly exploded. The land of the capital, which was comparable to the size of an entire continent, exploded crazily. The news was broadcasted in large quantities. It was spreading throughout the Federation. A large number of martial artists were rushing over. Kimbiurus was not in a hurry. He enjoyed this process. Can't even withstand a single blow, simply can't withstand a single blow, you're too weak. He was waiting for the arrival of the true powerhouses. Soon, half a day later, the 4 grandmasters he had been waiting for did not arrive. Instead, 2 mysterious sages arrived. Quang Tu's expression was calm as he said with a smile, "This one is probably a chaotic life form from the outside. It seems that he has been lurking here, and he even played the role of a superhero." Quang Tu was actually a little surprised. Such existences did not rely on their powerful bodies to wipe out this place, but sneaked here to learn. It was indeed very sinister. Gino pondered. The 2 of us originally wanted to find that Wang Renming and compare notes with his golden touch, but we didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They had only come by chance, but they didn't expect a disaster to break out here. However, they were very interested. The so-called martial path and martial arts could only be perfected through sparring and combat. These top powerhouses had almost all fought with each other once, but it already seemed a little boring. That unknown person has a big mouth, and you must be Gino, right? Kimbiurus looked at the 2 of them, and finally his gaze fell on the tall man. You were once known as the strongest man on the surface? Are you now also practicing alchemy and walking the path of the omnipotent Lord? Jinal shook his head with a smile and said, why should I practice their martial arts? Although I have to admit that the martial arts developed by the four of them are amazing, I don't think my future will be bad either. Kimberus didn't believe it. You mean you perfected the concept of your hot river force? That's ridiculous. Your martial arts concept is obviously far inferior to the other parties. It can't be compared at all. They have become the Lord, and their concept is definitely one of the strongest and most mysterious top martial arts in history. How can there be so many concepts of top martial arts? He didn't believe that there was a concept comparable to that amazing concept. Who knows? Jinal slowly walked out. The corners of Jinal's mouth curled up into a smile. Are you the protagonist of the future era? The humans of the universe? Right now, the rivers of the Chaos Sea outside have already produced life? Calculating the time, the Chaos Sea had probably already begun to breathe life. Alien, welcome to the world of our fungi. Jinal laughed out loud. Superhero Captain, let me play with you for a bit. Crack, the next second, Jinal disappeared. He suddenly burst out with an unimaginably terrifying super speed, flew in front of Kimberus, and fiercely pressed down with both hands, thrusting Kimberus into the soil like a carrot. Get down. Bang, as if hit by a super-large meteorite, Kimberus' head was smashed into the underground world, passing through the universe's membrane. Splash. Surrounded by endless stars, he had already arrived in the vacuum of the universe. Jinal slowly walked over. Crack, crack, crack. Kimberus' head stretched out of his abdomen, twisted his neck, and said with a smile, your strength is not bad. I just happened to flatten you guys, then go to the Chaos Sea to pick up the new life that our race is giving birth to. Of course I can. How can a man say that he can't? I practice mechanics, pure mechanics, heat, the pinnacle of violence. Jinal was tall, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in countless flames that danced in the wind. His long golden hair was extremely flamboyant, and his clothes burned with the wind. His whole body was naked, and he was tall and slender. Fellow Taoist Quang Tu, how about I take care of this person? You are responsible for using the palm of the quantum battle body to help me weave a pair of boxers to cover my private parts. After all, this is the bad thing about the martial arts era. It's too embarrassing to have no clothes to wear. Quang Tu stood at the side without saying anything. After all, he no longer had the ability to create a new martial art, but cultivating the ready-made martial art, quantum battle body, and transforming it was enough for him to reach the top. There was no such thing as the strongest martial art. Every martial art had its own specialty. He cultivated the quantum battle body, which was also one of the strongest martial arts. It might not be completely at the top because this was a path opened by others, but it was enough for him to stand at the peak. He was one of the 9 in the past. Now, he was still one of the peak of the new era, and he had the opportunity to compete for the final path. Impossible. Quang Tu's tone was stifled. Although my quantum battle body has only tangled out one arm, it can indeed turn into a quantum battle suit to cover my body, but using my quantum palm to turn into underwear? If you were a beautiful girl, I would be very happy. Unfortunately, you are a muscular devil. You're really not approachable enough. We're clearly so familiar with each other. Janet's face gradually stiffened, and he squeezed out a smile. In the end, this era is not perfect. For us martial artists, the body is the strongest weapon, but we don't have clothes that are hard enough to cover our bodies. This is a loss of the dignity of the strong. I personally feel that fellow Taoist Quang Tu's quantum battle body can be cultivated into a quantum coat in the future. They turned into thousands of pieces of clothing and covered the bodies of every expert in the world. As long as he was in charge of running this place, he could always be high and mighty. This is part of the rule of clothing. After all, the longevity saint has perfected the rules of the universe, the spring, the river. Your Excellency, it's a coincidence that you have perfected the clothing. I'll prove, the law of clothing. Quang Tu was dumbfounded. What was in this person's head? I am Quang Tu. In the era of the longevity realm, I was a super ruthless person who had slaughtered countless stars. You actually want me to become countless boxers and focus on running non-combat martial arts, become the clothes of the experts of this era, and provide services for them. the market was indeed huge. In a sense, the feasibility was extremely high. It could even be like the mother ivy, where everyone had their own needs. But. The veins on Kwang Tu's face bulged. He also understood what kind of person Janet was. He had a lot of strange words, and his personality was extremely bad. He snorted coldly. You have already mastered quantum remodeling. You can easily modify your body. If you feel embarrassed, you can just hide in it. Janet laughed and said heroically, fellow Taoist Kwang Tu, you are really not approachable enough. No wonder you longevity saints have been focused on pursuing the Tao for so many years. You are very pure, and only one of you has gotten married. Kwang Tu no longer planned to pay attention to him. Janet's martial arts talent could be said to be the strongest. Even during his heyday, he could only be on par with him. In this era, who had a chance to defeat him, only Wang Renming, who was one of the 4 quantum grandmasters, could become Dicky. Only one of the 4 quantum grandmasters could become Dicky. Only by borrowing his level could they have the talent to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Aren't you two looking down on me too much? Kimbiro's face was gloomy. His whole body was strong and powerful. His clothes had already been torn, and his strong body was naked. He looked at the two people. Are you two courting death? Achieving the Tao at the 9th rank was a life that distorted the rules of the universe. In the eyes of existences like them, the rules of the universe were everywhere, and they could distort them at will. The rules of matter could be overclocked at any time, breaking through the limits of physics. The 9th rank martial arts were the ultimate creatures of microscopic mechanics. In the eyes of existences like them, the structure of all matter in the world was already different from that of ordinary life. It was quantized particles, like the superparticle world under a microscope, composed of countless twisted quantum particles. The 9th rank and the 8th rank were still creatures of 2 different dimensions. In the eyes of the 9th rank existences, any 8th rank creature would have tens of billions of holes all over its body. The densely packed pinholes of quantum size were like a ridiculous doll. However, this person seems to be standing casually, and even has his back facing me, but he hasn't revealed a single flaw from the beginning to the end. He raised his fingertip slightly, and a quantum wave shot out. How about this move? Whoosh. This wave of light entered Gino's body without any wind or waves. At this moment, Gino's entire body was like a scorching long river of heat waves, emitting high temperatures everywhere and all kinds of radiation. He was like a super radioactive person, endlessly radiating light and heat. Your move doesn't seem to be working. Gino turned around and revealed a kind smile. What kind of martial arts is this? Kimbiro's expression changed slightly. Hot river force. Gino laughed. Are you looking down on nuclear reaction? This is one of the strongest physical reactions in the universe. It's a huge amount of energy produced by the breaking of matter. My nucleus is the nucleus of a cell. This is a new type of nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Every cell is a super reactor, and I'm like a nuclear battery. Any attack will result in a new fusion reaction, allowing me to store energy. Then, I'll use nuclear fission to release the energy I absorbed. Do you understand this? Kimbiro's expression was gloomy. No fancy tricks, just pure explosive power, carrying out the aesthetics of hot-blooded and passionate violence? This idea was terrifying to him. Boom, Gino slowly waved his fist. Nuclear fusion has given me the purest violence and explosive power. Can you keep up with my speed? Kimbiro's raised his round shield high, but it was easily defeated and sent flying. The shield was not damaged, but he didn't even have the time to scream before he turned into a pile of twisted meat paste, as if he had been pounded tens of thousands of times. You? Kimbiro's was horrified, and he shouted in disbelief, Crush? How could it be crushing me? How was this just a crushing defeat? This was more than enough to determine the outcome of the battle, if not for the huge super light-year main body providing him with a huge amount of computing power and soul willpower, allowing him to forcefully create that shield. He would have already died, even though the shield wasn't too damaged. He, who was behind the shield, was already seriously injured. You actually mastered that guy's alchemy, the concept of the Lord, and the creation of all things. Incredible, no wonder this shield couldn't be shattered in one blow. A hint of curiosity flashed through Jinal's eyes, and he couldn't help but say, "You're indeed very strong. You should know that even that guy Wang Renming's alchemy is only at the same level as yours. Making a shield for fun. How long have you been learning? You've already reached the opponent's level in an instant." "You?" Kambitros opened his mouth wide in shock. This seemed to be a compliment, but it was actually a huge mockery. He had relied on his soul that was as huge as a galaxy to forcefully reach this realm of control, but this guy, a mere fungus, clearly doesn't have a powerful soul computing power, but he's actually at the same level as me. He muttered, "Doesn't this mean that if he had the same body size as me, he would be able to crush me with one hand? Human of the universe, are you ready? Fungus fist?" Jinal raised his arm, laughed heartily, and suddenly disappeared. Bang! This speed was unbelievably fast, and Kambitros could only barely raise his shield to block. This time, the shield directly caved in, and his whole body completely exploded. "What did you just say? You want to bring us despair and then welcome the new life of our race in the chaotic sea?" Jinal picked his ears like a gangster on the streets. "You are too strong, aren't you?" Kambitros said in a daze. Jinal shook his head. "How many people are there in your race?" "More than 10,000, Kambitros replied. This time, it was Jinal's turn to be extremely shocked. He muttered, 1 in 10,000? A genius picked out from 10,000 people has actually reached this level? This was only 1 in 10,000. What was this equivalent to? The opponent had picked out the most capable fighter from a small district. In the end, they were actually fighting with a street tyrant. Although they won, it did not give him any sense of accomplishment. These people were the strongest group of peak existences in the ancient and modern universe. They had squeezed out the future of the remaining 4 layers of the universe and accumulated them in this era. Right now, just the Federation alone had a population of 1 trillion people. They were all geniuses that were 1 in 1 trillion. It was only 1 in 10,000. Your tribe only has a little more than 10,000 people. It's not that your fertility is limited, but that your fertility is extremely fast. It's probably because you lack food to grow." Kwang Tu shook his head and said, "You guys are too big. You have to squeeze out a small galaxy to nurture a clansman, but it won't always be like this. That's why it's so slow when it's first time plundering nature's energy, but it'll get faster and faster later on. That's because when the previous generation dies of old age or falls, they leave behind a huge amount of energy. Later generations can directly absorb their energy and reproduce. In the long run, as this population overlaps with each other, it will eventually form a huge energy bank for the race. At the same time, as the population increases, the more energy they extract, the more food they will be able to mine. The future could be foreseen. If a population did not lack food, it would enter a normal reproductive mode, and the population would explode, eventually filling every corner of the 9 continents. However, they would also engage in war, self-restraint, and internal strife. They would be like the old humans, entering a permanent stage of population size. Now, the population of a tribe of 10,000 people, not to mention the fact that their energy level has already destroyed us, just their average intelligence is already very strong. Kwang Tu hooked his hand. "This superhero captain, fight me." "You, what are you?" This time, it was Kambitros' turn to be completely enraged. Jinar couldn't beat him, and Wang Renming probably wasn't his match either. After all, these two were publicly recognized as the strongest martial artists on the surface, but a random guy in front of him dared to provoke him? "You're courting death." Kambitros was furious. "I'll let you, a guy who wants to be my underwear, suffer my anger." Kwang Tu chuckled, shook his head, and said that Quantum 4 Grandmaster opened up the quantum battle body, but he was unwilling to stop there. He opened up an even more difficult and exquisite alchemy. This can be said to be the most difficult martial art, but it doesn't mean that the quantum battle body is much weaker than alchemy. There are no weak martial arts, only weak people. As long as the difference in martial arts isn't like the difference between heaven and earth, then it depends on the person using it. Being too ambitious may not be useful. He slowly waved a palm in the air. The other palm that was as white as porcelain also slowly floated up. Slow work produces fine work. A quantum palm requires trillions of quanta. It's too hard, too tiring. One by one, they are entangled. It's like building a building of building blocks. If you're not careful, the building will collapse again. So far, I've collapsed 317 times to complete the molding of one arm. I only have one palm so far, but it's enough to hit you. The quantum palm slowly stretched and turned into a long sword. Go. Kwang Tu pinched his fingers in the air, and his palm pierced straight forward. Kimbiros was shocked. This is one of the characteristics of quantum entanglement? He raised his hand to block. However, that arm was like a fish, directly dispersing into wind and sand, dodging his attack. It condensed again and pierced fiercely into his nose. Poochie! Ah! Kimbiros screamed loudly and growled, "Quantum battle body." So that's how it is. This body can do exaggerated movements that flesh and blood can't do. No matter how strong a martial artist is, he can control his body to turn into countless particles and can move for a short period of time. It's impossible to completely disperse between heaven and earth because this is flesh and blood. However, this substitute battle body can do actions that surpass life. Kwang Tu strode forward. Because the quantum battle body is not a living life, but a group of quanta. Wandering freely, concept, Tao heart, all kinds of actions that can only be completed by life. This system is too perfect. Although it's difficult to cultivate, it's not difficult for me. Kwang Tu's expression was very calm. Considering your body size, your cultivation speed is already very fast. Lower 9th rank. I'm afraid this is the price of sacrificing the development of the entire tribe to specially launch the strongest individual soldier plan. However, we have already set foot on the road to the 10th rank, the domain of excess. Excess? Kimbiros murmured. There are also 9 paths in martial arts, the path of quantum mechanics. We have completed the path of quantum mechanics, and now we can grasp this microscopic world and lift heavy things as if they were light. Then, there is also a path to the 10th rank, the path of excess? They had actually already set foot on the path to the 10th rank. In other words, the two sides were no longer on the same level of combat power. Although both sides seemed to be at the 9th rank, the other side was already at the weak 10th rank. The gap between the 9th rank and the weak 10th rank was also the same as the previous realm, incomparably huge. How many people like you are there? Kimbiros could not help but ask loudly. On the surface, the other side only had Jenner and the 4 grandmasters of quantum mechanics who had fought back then, but in reality, there were definitely more than just these two. For example, Kwang Tu in front of him. His combat power was definitely not weak. Like us? Kwang Tu laughed. Not many. The first is the Tao Lord of the Mother Stream civilization. Its technique turns itself into electromagnetic elements. It is said that it is a technique that has a chance to defeat you. It can expand its body size, and it is the technique with the highest energy level. The second is Dicky and the other two. Their technique seems to be the head of chaos, and those few people have also joined forces. The last one is Dizun. That is Gigi's husband, the most mysterious guy. It is said that he is the strongest man on earth who has surpassed us. Kwang Tu's expression slightly froze, and he said in a low voice, he has cultivated the embryonic forms of all our techniques. It is said that he has already taken these techniques to an unknown degree of completion. It has been countless years since he last fought. Stronger than the people in front of him, Kimbiros was extremely shocked, and his heart could not help but sink. There were too many of them, moreover, they still had the strongest existence who had yet to make a move. Kimbiros was silent for a moment. Kwang Tu smiled and said, those who are good at martial arts focus on cultivation here, and those who are good at bloodlines focus on the development of the universe. It's just a two-pronged approach. The fungi have joined forces and are your enemies. Kimbiros could not help but ask, why are you telling me so much? You're just the overlord of a small district. Although you're strong, in terms of the future population of the city, you're just a small martial arts district. If you can kill the geniuses of our entire civilization, we won't be able to play anymore. Now, I'll let you see the world. Jinal smiled. At the same time, since you're here, we naturally have to go over and provoke your tribe of 10,000 people. We'll flatten you. Shameless boasting. Cumbirus sneered. Our true bodies are unimaginably vast. I only lowered my energy level and entered the world of fungi to fight you. Do you think I'm so proud of myself just because you won? In real life, I can kill you bacteria and microbes with a single breath. Renamenka was just a little toy of theirs. How could a human of the same size on a planet resist a giant that could be used as a dining table in the solar system? The energy that he casually shot out with a finger was more than the energy of 10,000 of you. He actually wanted to destroy their tribe. What a joke. It was already magnanimous of him to not destroy the little bacteria tribe in front of him, who knows? At this moment, Genal said, didn't you say that the rules of the universe are about to be completely filled up to more than 80%, and the chaotic sea will naturally produce living beings? So, you plan to go to the chaotic sea to pick people up? More than 80%. Is the gate to the 10th level completely opening? When the 10th level is completed and the universe is completely mature, is the gate to the 11th level opening? Cumbirus's expression changed slightly. More than 80% was a threshold where the rules were becoming more and more perfect. Chaotic lifeforms would naturally appear, and the gate to the 10th level would open. When the gate to the 10th level opens, they're already on the path of the weak 10th level and can break through at any time. A terrifying thought emerged in Cumbirus's mind. They were the first to break through. Even though the difference in size was huge, it was not like they did not have a chance. They've long since calculated that the 10th level will be the official start of the war, the moment when everything will erupt. Kuan Biblius' mind was instantly thrown into chaos. You want to suppress us in terms of cultivation base? Kuan Biblius' heart sank uncontrollably. His tribe of 10,000 might be in danger. What do you mean by with you? You think too highly of your community. Your true experts have yet to appear. Kwang Tu shook his head. The other party was just a small tribe. The first chaos being, Xianxia. In other words, he was the one who had been released at the very beginning. The other party had been hiding and developing in the dark all this while. Now, the small tribe in front of them was not hidden. It was right next to their world of martial arts. The sand table that was born together with them was just a whetstone. The real experts of the chaos had always been hiding. Genad raised his arm. Alright, you can die and go back first. We're about to break through to the 10th level and slaughter your tribe. It's best if you call out the one behind the scenes. If he doesn't come to protect your tribe, you'll all die. I believe that he will definitely be reluctant to part with such a precious member of the 10,000 human tribe. You guys, Kuan Biblius' expression changed drastically. He realized that this was actually a terrifying trap. He was the bait to lure out the true expert he had hidden. Boom, before he could even make a sound, he instantly turned into ashes. Send him back. Kwang Tu chuckled and said, I hope he has a good time sightseeing trip here. Looking at his final expression, he should be a staunch person who doesn't plan to ask for help even if he is beaten to death and lure out the experts of his own tribe. He's a good person. But it's not up to him. We've caused such a big commotion here. That Xianxia, who is hiding in the myriad worlds, must already know about this place. That kind of person definitely has spies. The human race had never lacked cowards who were afraid of death. They would defect to the other side and betray their own race. They had caused such a big commotion here. As long as there were spies among the humans, they would definitely spread the news. On the other side, in the Flame Reverend Hall, the 10th level will open soon. Our first clash. Gigi laughed. We can already feel that with the perfection of the universe, those things are appearing. The Chaos Seahorse is about to breed in large numbers. It took quite a long time to adapt. With a few hundred years of transition, it should be fine. Dichi walked over slowly and said softly, unfortunately, their time has come. We've studied them for so long, but we haven't found a suitable martial art that can allow us to fight them in the same realm, across their size. We can't find it. At this time, Grandmaster Quantum 4 came over and said, this is a very simple principle. If we can really develop such a powerful heaven-defying martial art, can we learn it? Can't they learn it? If we can defeat the light-year giants with this, won't they be completely invincible if they cultivate it? This itself was an unsolvable problem. No matter how powerful a heaven-defying martial art you developed, they would inevitably learn it and still defeat you by relying on their size. Don't worry, I already have some ideas. At this time, Dizun stood in front of the window of the study and looked out at the sky. I've deduced countless martial arts and vaguely grasped a possibility that can allow us to overcome the difference in size. Everyone held their breath. But we still lack some opportunities, we lack half. Dizun said again. Half, everyone was silent. This was too much. So, let's go to the other side and sweep around. We can also study their martial arts and provide inspiration, Dizun said. Di-Chi, Grandmaster 4, it's up to you. My Daluo Heaven scripture is invincible. Di-Chi put his hands behind his back. Let's go fight. I'll observe in secret and learn all their achievements. I'll leave it to you to provide ideas. Dizun said again, is everyone here? Are the strongest group of people in the history of mankind already here? Yes. Lord Daoist also came. Some people did not come, such as Medusa. Because Medusa had no interest in martial arts and was still studying his demon god plan, focusing on the bloodline universe to the end. Many people also supported him. If there were no accidents, the giants of the demon god universe would be the strongest oppressor-level weapon in the universe, and their combat power would be extremely strong. At the very least, if they could not defeat the other side's era, they could keep some seeds in the demon god universe, the last holy land. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. There are only a few people in the younger generation who have not really grown up. It's just us old people. Rongqing sighed. I found so many geniuses, in another tens of thousands of years, now, it was these old monsters who held the fort. There were also young people like Di-Chi, Grandmaster 4, and Jiner. There should have been more, but there was not enough time for them to grow. Because if time dragged on, more geniuses would appear on the other side. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the human race. Now, such extraordinary monsters had appeared in a small community. Once the population was fought over, there would be no need to fight at all. There might even be geniuses who surpassed the limit of human intelligence in human history. Let's go. Let's go to that tribe first and find Cambiros. Let's see how it's like to fight a rank 10 against a rank 9. Gigi said softly, it seems like he has a higher realm, but his body is too big. It might not be easy to win, this was the cruel reality. They were not on the same level at all, the gap was too big. It had never happened before, whether a rank 10 fungus could defeat a rank 9 human or not depended on the specifics. Because the difference in body size might already affect the difference in realm. Defeating the strong as the weak, fighting across realms, but the one being fought across realms was himself. The group of giants discussed their future attack plans in a very simple manner. If we can kill the other side, we'll go straight to the sea and sweep the newborn children in the chaotic sea. Let's see if that hidden 2Xian can endure it. Quan Tu chuckled. The main battle side, Jiner, Dao Lord, Wang Renming, Di-Chi, Quan Tu. Including me, this ship has 6 main battle crew members. Dizun slowly turned around with his hands behind his back. This was the main battle crew. It was not just these few people. There were second-level substitute crew members, Carolyn, the 3 pillar gods, and even some geniuses brought by other civilizations. Then, let's set sail. The ship set sail in a huge river that led to the interior of the universe. Go deep into the enemy's hinterland and have a martial arts competition. Our strongest martial arts geniuses in history will fight against the new humans in the ocean. The rivers, lakes, and seas of the universe had naturally been completed. They had been planned in the most perfect construction sand table state, making it very livable. However, since the rivers, lakes, and seas had been planned, they naturally had to give themselves special attention. A sea route from their own civilization to the chaotic sea of the universe was naturally indispensable. Whoosh! The chaotic lake below the ship rippled as it sailed, becoming very clear. The ship was moving. The sky was gray and did not change from beginning to end. We've only prepared for more than 1,000 years, but it's still here. It's much faster than we imagined. The seawater under our feet has begun to give birth to life. I can feel chaotic microorganisms appearing in the seawater. We're already at full speed. The younger generation has been nurtured. There are many martial arts bloodlines in the universe, but I wonder if they can withstand it. Huang Tu laughed and looked into the distance. It's a pity. In the old days, we split the continent and created 9 continents to make up for the natural environment on the continents. Now, even the rivers have been fixed for them. This is simply killing the donkey when it's no longer useful. Now, even I want to fight to the death and mess up these rivers, lakes, and seas before I die. As the so-called younger generation, Janet also laughed and said mockingly, "What do you mean by killing the donkey when it's no longer useful? Our mission from the beginning was to work for free. We don't even deserve to live on the surface. We can only live in the mud, transforming the environment for them in the mud. Now that the environment has been completed, we should become food, and they should enjoy this piece of nature. We are food. We are bugs. We are breadcrumbs. We are fermenting bacteria." The two of them discussed enthusiastically, and there was always a sense of passion in them. Suji sat on the deck and drank tea. He looked at the two of them standing on the deck with their arms around each other's shoulders and singing drunkenly. His expression was a little strange. He felt that the two of them were like glue, always going in and out together, and there seemed to be some strange sparks between them. Perhaps, these two extreme martial arts geniuses had finally met a confidant and appreciated each other. Suji's gaze bypassed the two of them and looked to the side. "Have you discovered that the laws of the universe have begun to reject the incomplete bloodline universe as it has been perfected?" At this moment, Dichi's expression was calm. "We are being rejected in the sea again." "Huh? Isn't that normal?" Carolyn smiled and said, "The universe is complete, and the bloodline no longer exists. Even if you build a lonely city of the past with the universe self-circulation model, it will naturally be rejected. And we will become weaker and weaker, and they will become stronger and stronger. Who asked them to be the main character of the era and have a good father? Did you notice? Those creatures are clearly huge, but their cultivation speed is only a few hundred times slower than ours." At this moment, the 3 pillar gods at the side also laughed. They seemed to have already become a part of nature. "Huh? Isn't that normal?" Carolyn smiled. "They don't have any bloodlines, which is equivalent to having no attributes. Naturally, they can absorb energy very quickly and don't need to convert it. But we all have colorful bloodlines, so it's naturally difficult for us to absorb energy. Moreover, he had found the Tao field node beneath his feet, so the absorption would be twice the result with half the effort. Didn't he see that a large region of the universe below the node had been sucked dry? I don't know how many years it will take for him to recover." Gigi was speechless. He murmured to Dizun, "These people on the ship are so jealous. Is there anyone who doesn't complain about how they've been working for others?" Dizun shook his head and said with a faint smile, "When 10 billion years of hard work is just a dream, when the meaning of one's life is just a gift, who wouldn't be so angry? When you originally thought you were a human, but found out that you were actually a pig, plowing the land for others, beautifying the land, and being eaten by others since birth, who would be in a good mood?" "Husband is also a little jealous," Gigi said quietly. Then, he nodded. "But they are very angry and very chaotic. They don't seem to be very suitable for battle?" "Who knows?" Dizun shook his head. "All of them are extremely smart. They are confident that they won't act recklessly." Now, they were divided into 2 factions. On this side, they were all martial artists. Those who were best at martial arts and combat had been picked out and were on the ship. As for those who were not good at martial arts, those who were good at bloodlines and evolution, they were still in the myriad heavens and realms. Rongqing and the others were still developing. After all, they had also discovered that the Chaos Sea was beginning to reject them. The sun of the Chaos Sea had officially descended, so naturally, they had to be pushed aside. Therefore, the myriad heavens and realms left the Chaos Sea and sped up on land. In the coastal cities, they strengthened the coastal defense lines. In the words of the players, they were about to start Plants vs. Zombies, a tower defense game where they would fight whoever dared to come up. The myriad heavens and realms were defending, so they naturally had to attack. And this attack was to find another possible way out of the myriad heavens and realms. To defeat the myriad heavens and realms of the old era with the new system of the new era, the first thing is body size, Dizun said lightly. However, they have also developed many unique martial arts. Some of them are already very heaven-defying, and it is possible to fight beyond body size. It was impossible to build a car behind closed doors. While the other side was weak, they could directly make a trip to study their civilization and improve their martial arts. Is it possible that it is the Tao Lord's martial arts, as well as the martial arts of Di Qi and the other two? Gigi was surprised. Yes. Dizun looked very calm. To be honest, everyone on the ship has developed a general outline of martial arts, which can be divided into countless systems. For example, the quantum battle body is also a branch of the martial arts of the four grandmasters, and the current Di Qi and the other two, the primal chaos heads, are also divided into their three branches? In other words, it is possible for the three of them to use the systems they developed to fight beyond their level? Gigi's eyes were full of disbelief. Suji was not surprised. There were too many geniuses in this era. However, they did not have enough time to rise, and their levels were too low. They might not be able to make it in time for this war in 1,000 years, however, these geniuses were all recruited by Zhou Meng and Di Qi, who used countless geniuses to derive alchemy and primal chaos heads. As for the Tao Lord, Medusa, these existences also included them as a think tank, perfecting their martial arts and brainstorming for them. After all, they were the myriad heavens and realms and had the first move advantage. They were originally the largest forces in the myriad heavens, so it was naturally very easy for them to recruit people. Splash. They were still sailing on the sea. All of a sudden, they saw a giant tribe that covered the sky. The entire giant extraordinary ship, with its black hull and green deck, looked like a black ant holding a small green leaf, moving forward under the eyes of the giants. That is, so vast. Magnificent is beautiful. They looked up. The super-cosmic ship, which was as large as half a planet, was smaller than an ant. And they were indeed no different from fungi or bacteria. Living in the kingdom of giants, they were really the fungus of the fungus. Are you guys ready? At this time, Dizun stood on the black carved dragon head at the bow of the deck, looking into the distance. Bacteria, who will defeat the humans in this war? You three primal chaos heads, who will go first? I will. The three pillar gods smiled and slowly walked out, looking at the vast tribe in front of them. Bacteria and viruses mean that an invisible disaster is coming. The magnificent stone houses were like palaces, so vast and magnificent that one could not even see the end of them. The huge settlements formed a beautiful and clean picture on the ground. Occasionally, there were giant creatures walking around. Most of them were humanoid. They had flesh and blood, but their faces were long and narrow, and their skulls were huge. They looked stiff and strange, like ancient hominids. After all, they were the first group of intelligent creatures. Using the evolutionary history of humans on a planet to describe them, they could be called the early hominids. But different from the old creatures, they already had enough intelligence in the early days of civilization. They were powerful and intelligent. It was hard to imagine how they would develop in the future. They were already as powerful as gods the moment they appeared. Ring ring ring, on the bustling, simple, and beautiful bronze streets, there were people wearing wrinkled copper clothing everywhere. They came and went, wearing all kinds of wrinkled metal clothes, with all kinds of luxurious and exquisite necklaces, bells, ornaments, and bracelets hanging from their bodies. They were all over their bodies. In the primitive era, they seemed to have entered a long period of loneliness in addition to cultivation. Besides cultivation, they were also fascinated by ancient bronze sculptures. I heard that those fungi are very interesting. Is it a bacterial civilization? I'm not sure. Hee, they're just weak. Everything is relative. When the difference in size far exceeds the difference in energy level, what can they do? They're like a small fungus with sharp teeth. Can they hurt you? Our single cell is as vast as a continent. It's difficult to destroy our cells, and it'll take a lot of effort to completely destroy your palm. They might not even be able to keep up with our recovery speed. You have to know that we're martial artists. Our recovery speed is not weak. It's said that the leader has already researched martial arts that specifically targets small individuals. Even if the opponent's realm is high, they won't be a match. They're low energy and high energy. Against the leader's high energy and low energy, they'll lose. On a central bronze plaza, many clansmen were practicing martial arts and discussing. Sitting there was a huge dark brown bronze statue of a hero. He was tall and handsome, wearing a mysterious bronze mask. It was their tribe's leader, Kimbiros. Far away on the street, a few children were cheering and playing. The clansmen did not scheme against each other. They were pure and kind. What is this? A child squatted down curiously and looked at the bronze sculpture at his feet. So cool. He picked up the beautiful metal figurine and couldn't help but play with it carefully. They were too strong. Even toddlers would be crushed into pieces in front of strong metal products, soft as mud. Guys, look, what did I find? The corners of the child's mouth raised into a happy smile, and he ran towards his friends on the street in the distance. However, he did not notice that in the microscopic world, countless densely packed worms were crawling out from this small metal statue. They had countless spider-like tentacles, and their heads were hexagonal gems. Their hard skin was slowly pierced through, and at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye, they slowly melted into their skin. What's that? Takanori sat on the table and asked. Chaos Head, Quantum Brain. We have many names for this martial art. A boat smaller than a toy was docked on a stream far away from the tribe. Dicky looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. Do you know about quantum computers? A quantum computer? Takanori was curious. It's a special kind of quantum computing that uses the principle of quantum superposition, Carolyn explained. It's a kind of most powerful technology that surpasses silicon-based computers, which is the magic core brain of mechanical intelligence, and the brain of flesh and blood. It stores information in an exponential form. Takanori listened quietly and soon marveled at its power and understood. In other words, this martial art was not a combat-type martial art. It was an intelligent martial art, a martial art that allowed people to unlock wisdom. In terms of traditional martial arts, it was similar to the I Ching Jing, which could improve one's aptitude and allow one to learn everything extremely quickly. The brain could be said to be invincible, and the brain could be cultivated into a special kind of powerful quantum computer. This was a martial art that developed the potential of the brain. In the distance, a group of players who were live streaming also laughed. In 2019 on Earth, we have already created the simplest quantum computer with 53 units. It's enough to surpass the computing speed of traditional classical supercomputers by 10,000 times. A brain has more than countless quantum units, right? They could not help but marvel. Your brain will enter an unprecedented domain of the Lord, Dicky continued. Yes, if alchemy is the hands and feet of the Lord that can enlighten and create all things, then the primal chaos head is the brain of the Lord. The Lord was the creator. There was no doubt that a 10th level sage was already close to the domain of the Lord and possessed a portion of its power. With this level of wisdom, wouldn't it mean that one can instantly control countless trillions of quantum units in one's body and instantly cultivate any complicated martial arts? Takanori could not help but ask, even alchemy can be completed in an instant, right? Impossible. Dicky put his hands behind his back and said calmly, although using the primal chaos head brings absolute control of the brain, it's very difficult to use other martial arts at the same time. This is because the quantum brain needs absolute zero. This is the lowest temperature in the universe, the absolute superconducting state. Only at the moment when the entropy is zero can we maintain the precise stability of the quantum level. However, absolute freezing of the brain will cause us to reveal flaws in combat. According to the third law of thermodynamics, absolute zero was a necessary environment. This was because the slightest heat energy would cause chaos in the quantum brain. The slightest movement of a quantum unit could cause a domino chain reaction. Countless trillions of quantum brains would be disturbed and cause brain concussions. At the absolute zero temperature of the brain environment, the quantum units will almost lose their movement. Dicky smiled and said, it's like a solid block of ice without any elasticity or self-protection ability. If someone attacks your brain, it will explode with a bang. Dicky clenched his fists and slammed them together. Bam! Look at our fists. Why is our flesh and blood so strong? Why is it so hard? Because we control the quantum state. Every quantum unit in our body can be slightly separated. In the words of mortals, our fists are made of countless magnetic beads floating in the air. Therefore, they are extremely tough, elastic, and resilient. Cultivating the primal chaos brain is your biggest weakness. Your brain has become fragile. In the absolute cold domain, you will lose the dissipation mimicry of the quantum deviation. An instant collision can turn you into an idiot. An idiot at the level of a 10th level sage? Gino laughed. Interesting. This is really interesting. This martial art is very powerful. It involves the forbidden area of the Lord, the most terrifying domain. One must be prepared to become an idiot. This is the principle of the primal chaos brain martial art. It was jointly developed by the three of us. Dickie withdrew his fists and said calmly, using this as an expansion, many different martial arts can appear. For example, the martial arts of the three of you are already different. Is it because of this concept? Takashi was curious. The players on Earth clearly understood that this was the enhanced brain of the demon core, and it was unimaginably terrifying. Then, what about the martial arts of the three pillar gods? The crew members on the ship looked at the tribe in the distance with eyes full of longing and expectation. A gentle voice rang out in his mind. What was the strongest martial arts? Was it like Gino's brute force? Nope. Was it like Dichi's adaptability? Nope. Was it the fancy characteristics of the quantum combat body substitute? That was even more unlikely. In order to understand what was the strongest martial arts, one must first understand the essence of martial arts. And what was the essence of martial arts? This was yet another ultimate and colossal argument. But no matter what, no one could deny that the essence of martial arts was just a killing technique. The claws and bites of ancient beasts were martial arts. The punching and kicking techniques of humans in the era of cold weapons were martial arts. The monkey fist and shingy fist were techniques that imitated the natural world. At the end of the day, the essence of martial arts is to defeat the strong and use exquisite techniques to kill the opponent. The same goes for the weak to defeat the strong. The three pillar gods' expressions were incomparably calm. They had absorbed countless geniuses from countless eras and turned them into their pillar gods' children. Their current intelligence was too powerful. At this moment, they were slowly shuttling through the young spy's cells, producing more and more knowledge and taking root in the young spy's cells. If martial arts is the technique to kill the opponent, then where is the best weakness for the opponent to die? The brain is where the consciousness is. At the same time, he was rapidly approaching the opponent's brain. In the era of sages, the soul and flesh were one in every cell. For martial artists, their souls are still in the brain. In essence, they are just quantum creatures under the natural laws of the universe and not extraordinary beings that can distort the laws. The opponent's weakness is the neurons in the brain. They are also living beings of flesh and blood, and their brains are made up of countless new types of nerve cells, which can be quantized into neurons and consciousness. Martial artists also consciously protect their brains in battle. The brain is a fatal weakness, and there are no other weaknesses. And what is the brain again? They seem to have fallen into a state of constant questioning and answering themselves. Self-establishment and self-destruction were the most common characteristics of computers, and they were like that. The brain is the storage of thoughts and souls. Memory storage, logical thinking, conditioned reflexes. All kinds of functions. Flesh and blood brain, silicon-based brain, quantum brain. They are just brains made of different materials. In that case, how do the brains of humans affect each other the fastest? The way the brain is affected? Using words? No, that's not it. In front of intelligent people, words are like a joke. Threatening the person you care about with your emotions? Not really. There are too many people with cold emotions. Then, is it to use violence to force their physical pain to be transmitted to their brains, and their brains will succumb to it? No, if he could conquer his opponent with his physical body, how could he attack his opponent's weakness? Putting the cart before the horse. The answer to how to quickly establish a connection between the two brains is self-evident. As they asked and answered each other's questions, they slowly approached each other's brains and said coldly, "Defeating the enemy with insignificant strength is the strongest martial art. I am the strongest. Our martial arts can change this era. Ah. Accompanied by a scream, it pierced through the silent gray sky and lifted the curtain of sin. He bit me. It was as if a death knell had rung. Countless people dressed in clanking bronze-colored clothes, who looked like the ethnic minorities of the Western continent, quickly fell into chaos. There was a sharp, biting sound. There was an angry roar. Blood gradually spread on the ground due to the vibrations caused by the rolling bite. The streets were in chaos. Disease. Madness? According to the logic of those ancient times, disease comes from the invasion of the body by a virus, but how could there be a virus? Wait. Some people looked completely sluggish. The crowd fled in the midst of crying. The scene was a mess, and there was blood everywhere. They were too naive. The most primitive era must be the most naive era, just like the primordial chaos sculpture of the past. The earliest group of human beings were not muddy and polluted. Mother! Mother! Where are you? Accompanied by the sound of panic, on the street, a child holding a small toy statue stood helplessly in the same place, crying loudly. Mother, father, where are you? The boy wiped his tears, standing helplessly in the middle of the street, surrounded by people running everywhere. Bang! The boy without any cultivation was hit hard in the same place. Child. My child? My seventh child? You're the only one left. A beautiful girl wearing a mysterious bronze wreath on her head was running everywhere. Suddenly, she saw the middle of the street, and her eyes instantly widened. The woman quickly ran in front of the child, gently bending down to protect him. Let's go, let's go. It might be those terrifying bacteria civilization attacking. I don't know what kind of martial arts it is. Yes, mother. The boy curled up in his mother's arms, and was quickly picked up and ran. Bang, they quickly ran. Their bodies were too huge. They ran for several light years, and the whole street was a world of bacteria, as vast as the Milky Way. The woman ran madly with the boy in her arms, but she did not notice that there were countless soft, long, and thin fungus worms crawling out of the boy's head and silently surging towards the running mother. Bang, the mother slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch, 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 ouch. She rolled on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and large amounts of blood seeped out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Her brain was enduring the intense pain of being bitten by the bugs, and she was already on the ground, covering her face in pain with one hand, but the other hand was still tightly holding on to the child in her arms. Mother, in the soft and childish voice, a white and chubby little hand grabbed the mother's hand that was covering her face. Don't block, mother, soon, come with me, whoosh 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 whoosh. The mother was breathing heavily due to the intense pain, but when she heard the child's voice, she seemed to soften, no longer resisting, and quietly hugged the child in her arms, collapsing in the middle of the street. Tap tap tap. The cute child was also quietly lying in his mother's arms, lying on his mother's rising and falling chest. His young face, bleeding from all 7 orifices, was full of tranquility, but there was a trace of strange malevolence. Tap tap. Tap tap. On the chaotic street, people were still running, biting, screaming, and escaping everywhere, and no one cared about the pair of children on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a tall mysterious man in his prime was breathing heavily, and his steps were extremely firm, slowly walking on the chaotic street. Suddenly, he slowly squatted down, stroking the face of the mother and child in pain. Nairs, my most beloved woman. He still held on to the last glimmer of hope. With a gentle expression on his face, he gently reached out and stroked the woman's delicate and painful face. As powerful as you. You are clearly as powerful as a god, Poochie. In the next second, countless long strands of bacteria that looked like worms spewed out from the woman's face. He pinched the thin worms and gave them a hard shake. The thin strands of eerie worms still wanted to enter his skin, but they shattered in the air, vanishing into thin air, turning into a cloud of sand. You fungi, you have completely angered me. With a crack, the ground cracked open, and the bronze mask slowly fell off, revealing Cambiro's face that was already covered in tears. Cambiros had only noticed it a little late, yet the other party had already engulfed them to such an extent, causing a tragedy in the tribe. The other party was too evil, too malicious. The moment it erupted, it had already caused a large number of tribesmen to fall. Even his most beloved woman, Nairs, who had reached the peak of the divine realm, had been schemed against. Pung, he fiercely crushed the small bacteria that infected the worms, his voice filled with anger, like a volcano about to erupt. These hateful worms can only ambush celestial emperor-level existences. Even if it's a celestial emperor, as long as they're careful, weak worms won't be able to penetrate their skin. If it's a divine realm, it'll be very difficult to invade. He suddenly fell silent. However, the other party had used a scheme to plot against the divine realm Nairs. Mere bacteria, I'll let you know what destruction is. Cumberus roared towards the sky, already full of anger. His demeanor was completely different from before. If it could be said that he had descended with the attitude of a game, arrogant like a high-dimensional being entering a low-level world, now he no longer had that indifference. Whoosh. A large number of infected tribesmen slowly crawled up. They all had extremely familiar faces, their bodies swaying as they charged over. Railbow. His arm bent into a perfect arc, countless particles accelerating from his arm to his fingertips, shooting out fiercely. 30 billion consecutive shots. Wung, particles surged out from his fingertips, each with their own independent trajectories, instantly destroying the bodies of these tribesmen. However, something even more terrifying happened. Those tribesmen actually stood up shakily, continuing to charge over as if they had not been injured at all. The degree of this tough skin, it already has a portion of a 9th level ability. Cumberus stood on the street, looking in shock at the people walking over from all directions. His entire body clanked and clanked, bringing with it an incomparably strange feeling. They were still weak tribesmen just now, however, he quickly calmed down. Their strength has become stronger. Is it because there are unknown bacteria living in their brains, developing the control potential of their bodies and their nerve centers? At this time, his woman, Nairs, slowly stood up and let out a strange laugh. She stood up shakily, but her arms were powerless. Did you notice? Their realms have already improved greatly. Many of them weren't even celestial emperors in the past, but now that they have grasped a portion of quantum force, their resistance to attacks is extremely strong. You. Cumberus stared at the woman he once loved deeply and fell silent for a moment. So what? Their movements are stiff, and they don't have their own intelligence. They've been turned into beasts by you. You've only destroyed their brains and souls, making them violent. You can't really control their bodies. This was a war between races. Cumberus had clearly realized this. There was no right or wrong. He was furious. However, he also clearly understood that he was an important existence to his race, so he had to abandon any personal feelings to deal with these monsters. Lovers were not important, children were not important, relatives were not important. He experienced extreme despair and anger in his heart as he stared at the other party. You're really not bad. In this terrifying race, you're just the leader of a community of 10,000 people. How can your mental fortitude be this high? The 3 pillar gods looked at him in astonishment. As a pillar god with astonishing calculation power, he had already used many methods to deliberately provoke the other party, but the other party forced himself to remain calm. This was very terrifying. What a despairing race. The 3 pillar gods took a step forward. You've already seen it. This is the first-generation virus martial art, rabies. Rabies? Cumberus sneered. Martial art? Is it a low-level beast-type martial art like those planets? The 3 pillar gods said indifferently, rabies is a terminal disease introduced by some people. It's a virus of mortals. The virus destroys their brain nerves and souls, turning the infected into beasts. The infected will attack any living being that comes close. Their brains are afraid of light, water, heat. They're afraid of everything. You've also seen it clearly. Our first-generation rabies martial art is very difficult to control their movements. It can only destroy their brains and make them attack people. The 3 pillar gods said honestly. Cumberus was filled with anger. This person actually dared to talk about how to plot against his clansmen. He glared at him. You really are sincere. Do you want me to help you perfect this strange new martial art, to help you find flaws and flaws? Before this, he had infiltrated the bacteria world and challenged their martial arts grandmasters. Now, they were challenging him too. 1 versus 1. It wasn't that they couldn't fight as a group, nor was it because they had a noble martial arts spirit. It was just that there was no need. Individual victory or defeat was not important. This one versus one battle was to let his own race understand the other's racial strength, martial arts, and individual strength. These despicable fellows, I'm afraid the remaining people are watching from the side. Let them come one by one. Cambiros clenched his teeth and looked up. They want to fight in the arena. Even if I defeat one, there will be another. They are using me to train their troops. Or perhaps they are trying to find the weaknesses of our race to test out their new cultivation method. He closed his eyes, his brain rapidly cooling down. Their goal was nothing more than one, to find a way to surpass their body size and defeat themselves. But, was this possible? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Useless struggle. That heaven-defying martial art that transcends body size is nothing but a wedding dress that you poor fungi have made for us. Any martial art that you have will be learned by us. He had also thought of this point. If there really was a heaven-defying martial art that allowed them to surpass the difference in body size, allowing bacteria to defeat humans, then wouldn't humans become even more invincible after learning it? We call the martial art that defeated you miraculous martial art. The three-pillar gods said. This is unsolvable. He sneered. You all call it miraculous. That kind of exaggerated martial art that allows the weak to defeat the strong is impossible to exist. Even if it exists, we will learn it. The three-pillar gods shook their heads and walked over step by step. That's why I said you can't do it. You're just a genius from a small district in the city. How can this be unsolvable? The so-called unsolvable is just a lack of knowledge. Our intelligence is greater than you can imagine. We are just experimenting with a martial art that you say is impossible. Laughable? Finally, Capinbairo's voice was filled with disbelief. He was incomparably angry. Experiment? Even this? I admit, we can also learn it. So what if we let you learn it? The three-pillar gods approached step by step. This martial art's advantage and weakness are very obvious. Develop your own brain and make it terrifying, gaining all kinds of mysterious abilities to invade other people's brains. The Matrix, do you understand? But the price you pay is that your own brain becomes as fragile as porcelain. Obtaining the powerful and precise Lord's brain in exchange for fragility. The three-pillar gods spoke frankly with assurance. We don't care if our brain becomes fragile. Bacteria are weak to begin with. If you pinch it, it will die. If you don't pinch it, it will die. But you guys cultivate the chaos skull. Your brain becomes fragile and becomes a precise quantum computer. This gives us a chance. A few quantum shifts can make you mentally retarded. Let me teach you, mad dog. Do you want to learn it? Capinbairo's expression changed. The three-pillar gods looked around and their lips curled into a smile. That's right. You didn't see wrongly. Me. I want to teach you. I will teach you with all my heart. Even if I know you will kill me, I still want to teach you. His voice gradually became louder and more impassioned. This is a tyrant's ultimate martial art. This is a heaven-defying and peerless martial art. It will allow you to become the god of martial arts in this continent. You will be able to establish a zombie dynasty and achieve supreme hegemony. Then, do you want to learn it? This martial art, Capinbairo's eyes widened. He stared at it with a look of disbelief. Mad dog? How can there be such a martial art? How about it? Do you want to learn it? The three-pillar gods asked again. Kumbaroth was already stunned. Rabid dog, this is probably an extreme martial art that only a crazy loser can research, right? He trembled all over and felt fear. In the sky, a mushroom cloud-like universe, like a helicopter, was filming the entire block below. Live broadcast. The wind was howling. A host stood at the door of the helicopter and said to the screen, "We can see that we have already started the war, attacking the other side's people, relying on them not knowing that this is our martial art, plotting against them. It seems shameless, but this is a race war." In this player-led live broadcast room, the quantum television universe was broadcasting in real time to all the major forces in the universe. The small television universe had already spread from house to house. They couldn't fight, but they had already infiltrated all aspects of the infrastructure system. Everyone, we can see that the other side is shocked. A host was broadcasting today's news. I have to admit that this is a miracle martial art, our hope. They can learn it if they want to. But do they dare to learn it? In front of the TV, countless saints and even the heavenly Tao were watching this decisive battle in real time, and they couldn't help but reveal a hopeful look. They instantly understood the subtlety of this martial art. Those aliens can learn it, and they can indeed become extremely powerful, but their brain has become their biggest weakness. Easily touching it will cause cerebral palsy. Previously, as an old organism of the same realm, it was impossible to harm the enemy at the same realm. It was like an ant of the same realm fighting against a Tyrannosaurus rex of the same realm. How could it fight? If the opponent stood still, you would be exhausted and consume all the energy in your body, and you might only be able to destroy one of the opponent's fingernails. In reality, the difference in body size was tens of thousands of times, but now, if the brain became fragile, it would have a weakness, and it would give the possibility of the bacteria defeating them. Would they dare to learn it? Rabid dog, what a coincidence. The crazy dog at the end of the road, the counterattack of the week. At the same realm, whether we hit the brain or not, we can crush it with our hands in a simpler way than killing small insects. It doesn't matter if we have a fatal weakness, but if they have a fatal weakness. Wonderful. It's simply a shocking genius. This is a combination of the wisdom of countless geniuses, our counterattack. Countless saints were whispering, feeling a faint hope. Let me teach you. The three pillar gods spoke with fervor and assurance, their voices becoming more and more cheerful. To put it simply, the chaos head is a modification of the human brain with nerves and flesh, turning it into a quantum head. The quantum nerves possess the great thinking power close to that of the Lord. This is a martial art that doesn't train the limbs, but the brain, making the brain incomparably powerful. It was true that a martial artist's brain was their weakness. However, the vitality of a level 10 martial saint was even stronger than that of an ancient level 10 saint with traditional laws. Traditional sages' blood rebirth seemed powerful, but they were sorcerers who did not cultivate their physiques. Their martial arts realm was only at the 8th level, and their bodies were too weak. Even if they were to be reborn from a single drop of blood, they would be easily destroyed. Now, the physiques of martial artists were strong, and their weaknesses were concentrated in the brain. Coupled with the toughest physique in the universe, it was incomparably difficult to destroy the opponent's brain. Even if their brains were blown up, they would recover quickly. They needed to constantly wipe out the matter in their brains. But, the chaos head in front of them had become incomparably exquisite, but also fragile. The three pillar gods laughed. The current first-generation rabies virus, we destroyed their brains and turned them into our living quarters. Even if it is difficult for us to control their movements, as unintelligent beasts, they are still our nest. The three pillar gods spoke with fervor and assurance. Next, they proposed the terrifying parasites and human brain planet plan. They wanted to infect a group of people, turn them into beasts, and form a dead city of death. Even if they could not control their movements, their beastly instincts would still attack others and protect their own brains. They could use this protection to live in their brains and treat it as a planet. A brain planet, a huge planet that was even larger than the sun, and live safely within it. This was the first step of their grand plan, the plan to transform a habitable planet. Don't forget, the three pillar gods were once terrifying existences that were proficient in technology. Of course, this was only the first stage of infection. As this brain planet continued to multiply and multiply, the number of germ martialists would increase. When they had trillions of germs of the 10th order saints, they would theoretically be able to completely control the body of this 10th order saint, and even cultivate. This way, it was equivalent to having a new human of the same size that they could contend against. Doesn't it look crazy? The three pillar god's lips curled into a stiff mechanical smile. The gap between us is really too big. The three pillar gods walked forward step by step, his voice becoming colder and colder. We are too despicable, too weak. He was as domineering as a dragon roaring and a tiger crouching. As he approached, he slowly looked at the hazy sky, like the setting sun. We bacteria are really pitiful. It takes trillions of 10th-order saints to completely control the brain of a 10th-order saint of the same level as you. And this is just the most ingenious way to occupy the brain. This number is very exaggerated, but it doesn't matter, because we are bacteria, we have a lot of them, right? The three-pillar god smiled, reaching out and gently lifting the chin of his former lover. This action caused Kimbiros to tremble completely. He could imagine that in the future, a terrifying bacteria would sweep through an entire continent, becoming a huge problem for humans, forming a disaster that would be difficult to eradicate. Bacteria, viruses, will become a thorn in our new era of humans, we have to fight against them at any time. Kimbiros truly felt a trace of fear. They were originally not bacteria. Instead, they planned to fight to the death, truly surviving as bacteria. Kimbiros roared in a low voice, your martial arts, rabid dog, has already broken away from the scope of traditional martial arts. This is not martial arts at all. It is the concept of endless disaster. How is it not martial arts? Ridiculous. Any killing technique that kills the opponent while being weak can be called martial arts. The three-pillar gods frowned, what, I have seriously introduced my martial arts to you, letting you know when you fight, and you are actually not grateful, you still want to insult me? He suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I am just one of the crew members of the last ship, the big ship that gathered all the power of the old days, I am not some amazing person. Show me your true strength, kill me. You know, my martial arts are not good at fighting, I am just a trash. The three-pillar god smiled, controlling Nair's body, stretching her bones, come, burst my brain, and grab this pitiful rabid dog bug out of me. Then, come. Kimbiro's face gradually turned gloomy, no matter how he was angered, how his heart was broken, he still had the courage to fight. Do you know how terrifying our bodies are? He raised his hand, countless quantum gales swept around him, ridiculous viruses, in the end, it will be difficult for them to defeat the new humans. It's about to begin. On a large ship in the distance, Gigi was a little surprised. I've been researching in the Bloodline universe and haven't paid attention to the development of martial arts here for a long time. I didn't expect this place to be so exaggerated. This martial art is indeed amazing. What a perfect way to break out of this situation. In order to defeat the new era, they had to circumvent two impossibilities. Firstly, to defeat the galactic giant in the form of a bacterium, the combat prowess of the martial arts he had to be heaven-defying. Secondly, the opponent couldn't learn it, or couldn't learn it. Because once they learned it, they wouldn't be able to use it. However, both of them were new creatures, so how could they not learn? And this martial art actually satisfies both of these requirements at the same time. Takashi-ji exclaimed, it's indeed a miraculous martial art. There's not the slightest bit of exaggeration. Ha ha ha, of course. The octopus laughed proudly and said, can the other side learn this martial art? Of course, they could learn, but did they dare to learn? This martial art was naturally extremely powerful, but if they were to learn it, it would only increase their flaws. This was a mental martial art. His principle is to pull the opponent's intelligence to the same level as his own, and then use his rich experience to defeat the opponent. That's the principle. Gino gave the octopus a thumbs up and said in admiration, brother, you're very skilled. Pull your IQ to the same level, and then defeat your opponent. Of course. The giant octopus said proudly. This was an extremely deformed martial art, but it did not lower one's IQ to the same level. Instead, it raised one's IQ and opened up the domain of the brain, making the brain extremely strong and also extremely fragile. The brain was modified with martial arts, rearranging the brain tissue, turning it into a precise super-quantum mechanical calculator, the quantum brain. Using absolute zero, it entered the zero-entropy domain of the universe that was eternal and silent. Therefore, the brain could not withstand even the slightest vibration attack. It was simply fragile. Takashi also frowned, however, this martial arts flaw is also very obvious. At the same time, it's very difficult for those viruses to infect experts, because once those bugs get close, sages will instantly sense it. Even gods will be able to sense it. It's already strong enough. Kwang Tu laughed and said, this martial art has already given us a sliver of hope. It's simply unimaginably exquisite. Everyone on the ship nodded. There's hope. Only Dizun looked extremely calm, without any joy or sorrow. In the distance, Cambiros was completely enraged as well. Disregarding his emotions, he tore apart the head of his most beloved woman and grabbed the worm inside. Do you really think that I haven't come up with a way to deal with you after returning from that battle? Kimbitaro said in a deep voice, yes, our cultivation speed is slower than yours. You are already 10th level sages while I am still at the early 9th level. But so what if your cultivation is higher than mine? I can fight above my level. You guys are too weak. Boom, in the next second, Cambiros abruptly retreated with large strides and said in a low voice, quantum pressurization, a martial art that transforms one's body into the density of a neutron star. Through the compression of energy, I can slash the energy of a higher realm. How about it? High energy low energy level versus low energy high energy level? Cambiros laughed out loud, even a level 10 bacterium with a higher energy level cannot kill a level 9 neo-human like me. Boom, his body, which was the size of a galaxy, rapidly shrank. A grain of rice with the density of a neutron star had a mass of several 100 million tons. Earth Alua was enough to smash through him on Earth. If Earth was compressed to the density of a neutron star, it would become a sphere with a diameter of only 22 meters. However, Earth's mass would not change, still at the terrifying level of 6 trillion tons. Very quickly, his body was compressed to a size much larger than Earth. He bent down and grabbed. Little flea, why are you so good? Go and die. Whoosh. The three-pillar god's body jumped madly. His terrifying supercomputing ability coupled with his incomparably fast speed made him like a flea that was avoiding the slow speed of a mortal. Boom, the three-pillar god ruthlessly pierced through his opponent. Even though Cambiros had compressed his body and increased his density and mass defense, there was still a difference of one realm. He was still as fragile as a pixel block of tofu. The three-pillar god was like a thin thread that shuttled through Cambiros' body. Our realm is higher and our speed is faster than his. Our destructive power can still easily penetrate his defense. The three-pillar god coldly said, but his body is still too big. Even if he stands still and attacks with all his strength, we might not be able to destroy one of his arms. Only when he actually met him did he realize this feeling of helplessness. Humans had their limits. Admittedly, as a 10th stage martial saint, with a body of more than 2 meters tall, his energy storage naturally could not reach the enormous amount of energy contained in the Earth. But Earth was a dead object. The energy of a level 10 martial saint was far from being comparable to Earth, but a single punch from him could create a chain reaction that eventually shattered Earth. However, how many punches could he throw and how many Earths could he destroy? 10,000 punches, 100,000 punches, or perhaps, the power of his entire body was enough to throw 1,000,000 punches and destroy 1,000,000 Earths. This kind of power was terrifying enough, right? Yes. It was terrifying enough. But the size of a sun was equivalent to 1.3 million Earths, and the entire solar system was even larger, even if it's a dead object, with rocks piled up there for me to punch. I can only destroy half of the solar system. The three-pillar god softly murmured, and those are dead objects, standing there and letting me smash them one by one. My hands are already weak. But in front of me is a living object that can resist. Muscle coordination, quantum resistance, power dissipation. They are not on the same level at all. Traditional law saints could only destroy an entire solar system when they exhausted all their strength and used the laws of the universe as a trigger. And he could do it with pure physical strength, which was already very powerful. Since ancient times, the power of saints seemed great, but compared to the galaxy, it was still insignificant. But the destructive power before him was, sir, times have changed. Nature has always been extremely insignificant when measured by the world of fungi. The true face of the universe is not the vast universe and countless stars. Its true face is just a planet with countless grains of sand beneath it. Defend. 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 Cambiros laughed loudly. Poor bacteria, when you get tired, it's time for me to kill you. You should be easier to kill, right? Even if your realm is higher than mine, your brain is also a fatal weakness. A light touch and it will shatter like a rock, right? You're not a real virus. Cumbirus continued to mock the bacteria that was destroying everything in his body. You can't infect my cells at all. You might seem to infect them, but you're actually destroying their brains physically, destroying some of their brain nerves and souls, turning them into fools, beasts that attack anyone they see. Then, you guys will live in their damaged brains. Boom, the three pillar gods swung their fists wildly, their expressions becoming calmer. This time, it was the other party's turn to mock them. The three pillar gods communicated internally, as expected, this is how the battle situation is deduced. It might seem hard to accept, but that's the reality. An ant will never be able to defeat a huge blue whale. At most, it can only bite off its skin with all its strength. It might seem unfair, but that's how it is. The difference between races. As for us, we're just the ants. We can only use that move. The Lord's brain is extremely fragile, but it also gives us unimaginable supercomputing and physical control. The other party could not keep up with their movements and could only passively let go. Soon, they arrived at the other party's brain and slowly swung their fists. The pinnacle of technique, fist intent, with trillions of pounds. This is the fungus fist. Boom, a thunderous vibration suddenly spread throughout his body. Cumbirus only felt a bone-piercing chill in his skull. An earth-shattering sound began to rumble. What happened? I thought it couldn't be destroyed at all? Takashi asked anxiously. It's here. The three pillar god's final trump card, Farmer's three punches. The giant octopus said in a deep voice. His calm expression made it seem like he had already expected this and could not wait to begin explaining. At this time, a live broadcast host beside him could not help but say, Farmer's three punches? In front of the TV, countless saints and natives from the various heavens looked at the octopus. They naturally knew the power of this heavenly law octopus of the death god Cosmos. It was said to be one of the strongest combat forces of the various heavens outside of the fiend god Cosmos. It was a combat-type trump card. Yes. The giant octopus held his hands behind his back and was full of pride as he said concisely, you guys know that the Chaos Head brings great wisdom. At the same time, the precision of the brain makes them unable to withstand any impact. However, they could still use a desperate punch. At the cost of death, even if their brains are concussed, they will still throw out their strongest punch. This punch will also be layered with countless layers of quantum concepts due to the powerful intelligence of their Chaos Head. In other words, they have the determination to die? The host couldn't help but say, if this punch goes down, they will definitely die? Yes, that's why the three of them can only swing it 3 times. I call this fist technique the ultimate mystery, the farmer's 3 punches. The giant octopus flicked its tentacles and said seriously, Farmer, you are a weakling. Even if you have to pay the price of death, you still want to fight back against the high and mighty gods. There was silence in front of the TV. Many people felt that this name had a profound meaning and was filled with unyielding determination. The farmer's final resistance? These 3 punches are the 3 destructive punches of despair. In the various heavens and realms, the saints from all over the 9 major cosmoses and the heavenly Tao were somewhat moved. So after they punch, they will definitely die? The host asked again, you must know that you are now in the body of a main universe. If you die, it will mean a great loss. You will never be able to appear in this universe again. They won't die. They are holding back their strength. The giant octopus explained, they will only shake 30% of their brains. A portion of their precise quantum components will turn into a quantum lake, but they can still be saved. There are 3 of them. Do you understand? 2 of them punch, and the last one still retains his intelligence, so he restores his brain. In other words, 2 punches is the limit. If the 3rd punch falls, all 3 of them will become demented, and no one will be able to repair their brains. They will definitely die. Countless people couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw this. No wonder it was called the farmer's 3 punches of despair. Kuan-Burath couldn't help but hug his brain and scream. He didn't know how to describe his pain with words. What are you doing? How can you have such great destructive power? His head was in extreme pain. In his brain, the 3 pillar gods became completely solemn. They said coldly, we are at a higher realm, fighting against a lower realm. Is this not enough? There's no way around it. The brain is the core weakness of a martial artist. However, the brain of a martial artist is already semi-quantized and can dissipate force. Originally, it would have been destroyed silently. Moreover, the inside of their heads is comparable to a vast sun. We are too insignificant, and our punches can't reach that far. However, he is already heavily injured. Let's punch the second time. Boom, very soon, with the determination to die, the second pillar god punched out. Bang, 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 a terrifying chain tremor formed countless quantum shock waves, shattering and shaking everything. It was as if countless substances were being exhausted. Ah! Kuan Buroth screamed in pain. His head felt like it was splitting. Bang, his brain instantly exploded. Just as the three pillar gods and the others revealed joyful gazes, his brain slowly flowed in reverse, and his injuries started to recover rapidly. He actually withstood it. The three pillar gods were stunned. This vitality is stronger than we imagined. He probably strengthened the defense of his brain. We lost? The three pillar gods had already done their best, but they had no choice but to accept this outcome. They were still lacking a little more, and the third punch should be enough to kill the opponent. However, they would not do that. Very soon, the three pillar gods had almost exhausted all their energy, and they rapidly walked out of Kuan Buroth's body. The three pillar gods took a deep breath and said, "Next." Huff, huff, huff. Next? Next? Kuan Buroth panted heavily, his expression as if he had just survived a calamity. Damn it, a mere fungus almost killed me. Bacteria killing humans? Stop joking. But even though his body is weak, his attack was indeed terrifying at the cost of a concussion. This system has its flaws, but it is truly powerful. He took a deep breath, and his brain rapidly recovered. He sneered, "Next. How about letting me rest for a while?" Of course. From afar, a voice rang out from the ship. As expected, they will let me rest. Kuan Buroth panted heavily, but in the next second, gotcha. His entire body rapidly cracked. His brain instantly turned into a firework and exploded. Trash, you still want to rest? A voice rang out slowly. A tall and handsome man walked out from the street. His perfect body slowly walked out, and he grabbed Kuan Buroth's head with one hand and pressed down hard. With just a single strike, Kuan Buroth was already dead. He casually threw Kuan Buroth's corpse to the three pillar gods who were preparing to leave. You guys spent so much effort just to obtain his body, right? To occupy his brain? After all, you guys must be very frustrated without a body at the same level for you to occupy, right? Just as you said, why do you need to spend so much effort on the strongest person in a small district? I'll give him to you, and you guys fight me? This man who had suddenly stood on the street that was covered in blood, and looked at the corpses on the ground. It seems that a street fight took place here, and a crowd caused trouble in front of the district. Not even a few pieces of the floor were damaged. Who are you? Someone could not help but ask in fear. Me now? I am the strongest person in a small city with a population of 1 million. His lips curled up into a smile, and he said calmly, my name is Xianxia. Xianxia, the expressions of the people on the ship in the distance froze. The other party was the creature that walked out of the Chaos Sea. After all, this Kumbiris tribe was established at the same time as their extraordinary martial world. The two sand tables developed at the same time and were used as an analogy. From the beginning to the end, this small tribe had been under everyone's observation and research. There were not many variables. And now, this person was the real unknown variable. He finally appeared. Dickie stood on the deck in the distance and said calmly, I'm afraid he has been observing in the dark, quietly watching us slaughter. It's already beyond our expectations that he could endure for so long. Haha, how can he still endure? Carolyn smiled and shook her head. Maybe he doesn't care about this tribe in front of us, but, after we clean up this tribe, we have to go into the Chaos Sea for a big sweep. But they want to go in to pick us up, so we have to fight them head-on. But the other party was very patient. He was like a cold venomous snake, hibernating in the dark. He said that his tribe had developed to 100,000 people. If that was true, then the scale would be more than 10 times larger than the district in front of them, and the few geniuses born would not be weaker than Cambiris. The corpse lay quietly on the ground in front of the three pillar gods. Use the corpse. I'll give it to you to cultivate your martial arts. Xian looked indifferent and said nonchalantly, don't think I don't know what you want to do. You've done so much not only to defeat Cambiris, but also his body, the body of a 9th stage martial saint, and then you can enter his brain. 2 of the 3 pillar gods had become idiots, but the remaining 3 pillar god was silent. We've done so much to control his body? The 3 pillar god smiled and said, not to be outdone, why do you think so? This brain is the size of a giant sun, with countless neurons. How can we 3 lowly little guys enter it? The 3 of you naturally can't. Even if you are 10th stage sages, your bodies are too small and difficult to control. Xian put his hands behind his back and said quietly, but now, you should have cultivated a super martial arts force in that great martial world, the Palace of Chaos. You have used all the resources of your lineage and even had the help of countless longevity saints. You have 300 billion disciples of the divine spirit realm and 1 million who have attained enlightenment. You are ready to move in at any time, right? This person, the expressions of the 3 pillar gods immediately sunk. The other party had some things. This was indeed the core plan of their Human Brain Planet Project and Chaos Head Project. Since the other party knew so clearly, this Xian was probably even more sinister than they had imagined. At some point in time, he had already infiltrated their world of martial arts, just like Cambiros, and was secretly learning from them. However, he had been holding back all this time. Indeed, the brain was the only weakness of a martial saint, their souls and the nerves in their brains had long since fused as one. Naturally, they weren't afraid of soul attacks at all. Moreover, their brains, which had turned into nerves and flesh, were extremely resistant to attacks. However, destroying the other party's brain was equivalent to killing them, allowing them to take over an empty brain and gain the authority to control the other party's body. What they were about to do was world-shaking and extremely daring. A group of powerful martial artists would enter in a frenzy, eat the other party's brain, and replace it. Then, they would combine their computing power to replace the neurons, and control the other party's body as if they were controlling a super-large mech. This was equivalent to controlling a super-large solar system-level mech. And they would be in a control room that was comparable to the size of a sun. Xian shook his head and smiled. However, it is obvious that no matter how hard you try, there is no way to nurture too many people to control the brain in a short period of time. At the same time, these bugs are too weak, causing the brain to be very weak as well. One shake and it will shatter. Xian's voice was extremely clear. Under the stiff expressions of the 3 pillar gods, he directly pointed out the other party's plan. However, this weakness is originally not a weakness, because the brain is fragile to begin with. The main purpose of you occupying this brain is not to use it in a frontal battle, but to escape? Or to use it as a high offense low defense long-range cannon to carry out long-range attacks? Xian's words caused the 3 pillar gods' expressions to instantly turn solemn. What a terrifying person. Who knew how long this level of intelligence had been hidden? Furthermore, the other party was already familiar with the Chaos Head's plan. The Chaos Head's plan was indeed divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the virus would infect and enter the other party's body. At this time, the virus would take root in the other party's brain and reside in this human brain planet. It would eat the other party's brain and suck the nutrients to become stronger. At this stage, the zombies had no intelligence and could only attack others and turn into wild beasts. In the second stage, they would completely eat the other party's brain. The nutrients provided by a huge brain comparable to the sun would be enough to nurture countless 10th and 9th level fungi and countless gods. At this time, the brain could already be controlled by them and they could completely control this body. At this stage, the zombies would begin to develop intelligence. In the third stage, humans would begin to control this super mech and defeat the strong with the weak. They would constantly outnumber the weak and besiege the stronger sages to expand their forces. Of course, the weakness of this zombie was its brain. The weakness of cultivating the Chaos Head was that its brain was fragile. Therefore, their battle plan was indeed to escape from afar and exhaust the other party from afar. Direct punches were powerful, but they would shock themselves. using martial arts such as quantum slingshot from afar and using intent to shoot particles. Although their combat power would not be as strong as before, the possibility of injuring the brain would be much lower. The Chaos Head's martial art was indeed high offense, low defense. Close combat meant death, and the weakness of the head was too fatal. Why, did I see through you? Are you hesitating now? Xianxia smiled brightly. Don't worry, this body is for you. You can enter it and display your strengths. At the same time, I will also let you rest and recover from your injuries. Just like how you gave Kumbiris time to rest just now, I will give you full strength for the next battle. This guy. The three pillar gods were completely solemn. In front of the television, countless forces, sages from the 9 great cosmoses, and the heavenly Tao all had solemn expressions. This person is terrifying. This martial art in front of us should be perfect. It should be able to give us a powerful strength to fight in the future. Can we win? We already have hope. At first, I thought it was impossible, but our martial arts have actually been developed to fight across body types. I think it's possible. The Chaos Head is already a miracle. But I still feel that the other party is too relaxed. They should have been marveling at the miraculous martial art of the human brain planet. It was so mysterious and profound that it could bring them a new future. But now that it came out of the other party's mouth, they felt vaguely uneasy. No matter how they looked at it, they felt a strong sense of foreboding. Sure, since you requested it, I won't stand on ceremony. Without hesitation, the three pillar gods led their people in. Countless people surged out from under the deck of the ship like germs and entered Kumbiris's brain. Because there were so many of them, it was like ants moving house, visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the three pillar gods were also recovering from the shock to the other two's brains. The three pillar gods also gradually recovered. While you are recovering, follow me into our city to meet your opponent, Xianxia said indifferently. Your city? The three pillar gods were shocked. Yes, otherwise, do you think I am your opponent? Do you think you are worthy? Xianxia's expression was cold. Although he was polite, he exuded a sense of alienation and disregard, as if he was an ancient god looking down on mortals. Let's go, I'll bring you to my city. He suddenly grabbed the incomparably huge ship, which looked like an exquisite model ship in his palm. He strode forward and walked into the distance. Then, with one hand holding the corpse controlled by the three pillar gods, he took a step forward and covered countless light years. As expected, he made his move. Although the ship was captured, no one panicked. Although Xianxia's realm was higher than Kumbiris's, he was only at the peak of the 9th rank and had not entered the 10th rank. After all, if he entered the 10th rank, a 10th rank sage of his size would be no match for all the sages present. His cultivation speed could not be that fast with his size. The 10th rank transcendent was still far away. Therefore, although he could grab the ship with his huge body, they were naturally faster than Xianxia. If they really wanted to escape, Xianxia would not be able to stop them. But they were here to fight, just like the three pillar gods. They were at the 10th level, forcefully challenging each other, coming to the arena to compete in martial arts, trying to find some kind of method. In a sense, this was also a battle of luck between the two races. Whoosh! Soon, Xianxia was running on the ground. The surroundings flowed backward rapidly, crossing an unknown number of deserts and lands. The three pillar gods were recovering from their concussion. They led the members of the Mad Dog martial arts to control the brain. Xianxia strode forward and said to the ship in his hand, "Do you see this? This land is too barren. You bacteria, for more than 10 billion years, have caused 99% of the land in the universe to be barren because you are too small. How can bacteria occupy the land? But we are different. We are the true masters of the 9 vast continents. If we reproduce, we will live in every corner of the 9 provinces. As for you bacteria, you are destined to live in the soil and become the bottom of the food chain." His voice was cold. His pace was extremely fast, and he soon arrived on a piece of land. This was a huge towering tribe. Mud was piled up to form tall walls. It looked like a mountain stronghold, but it was far less exquisite and luxurious than the previous tribe. This place was rough, primitive, and boorish, giving off a wild and ancient aura. We are different from those who like to enjoy luxury. Here, we are just a primitive tribe. Two Xian walked through the gate of the stronghold and saw a vast and rough street. Bustling pedestrians came and went, only using simple patches to cover the important parts. It was like a cave dweller. The Kumpirov tribe you saw is very stupid. They were born great, so they think they are virtuous and virtuous. They like to make sculptures and improve their lives. They are so arrogant that it is ridiculous, but they do not know that our era has not truly arrived yet, and they have already begun to enjoy their blessings. The corner of two Xian's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. But we are creating martial arts for the benefit of future generations. As he spoke, he had already bypassed the simple street and the crowd, arriving at the door of a simple courtyard. Pushing open the door, they saw a mud hut. Walking into the mud hut, everyone could clearly see the furnishings inside. Bottles and cans were piled up on a shelf, and an old man sat in front of a chair. This looked like the room of an old doctor at the head of a village, or perhaps it was the déjà vu of an ancient tribe's shaman or witch doctor. Two Xian placed the boat on the table and quietly sat down on a high chair. "Bleer, I have come to your room and brought your opponent here." "Yes, thank you so much." The old man stood up shakily with the help of a walking stick, looking very old. He looked at Kumpirov, who was being controlled by the three pillar gods. "You are here." The old man lowered his gaze, as if he was not surprised by the arrival of the three pillar gods. Gently stroking the walking stick in his hand, he said, "I have already hidden in your extraordinary world. I know everything about you, so let me be your opponent, three pillar gods, your opponent is me. I am the one who broke your plans. Your human brain planet plan, your miraculous martial art, rabid dog, seems perfect, the hope of the old humans. It can be said to be an incredible martial art that can allow you to defeat us." The old man paused, and his aged body pushed open the window of the mud hut. But a ray of chaotic light shone on the floor from outside the window. "The Lord knows, but the Lord does not care." The old man's words caused everyone to fall silent. Because the amount of information revealed by these words was too great, so it turned out that they were not the only ones who had entered. The other side had already sent their martial geniuses to enter and hide in the dark. If that was really the case, it would be rather terrifying. They were silent, hiding in that world like ghosts. However, they were never discovered. Instead, it was the proud Kimbiros who couldn't help but expose himself and challenge them to battle. The level of intelligence and calculation of the two sides was simply not on the same level. Takashi-ji shook his head. "Good heavens, how long have they lived? They've been hiding and calculating like super old monsters who have lived for hundreds of millions of years." The giant octopus nodded vigorously. Just by looking at the old man's appearance, one could tell that he was an old schemer. The three pillar gods were completely solemn. "In other words, you knew about the battle between Kumbiris and Genid?" "Of course I knew." The old man's eyes were turbid as he said, "We even watched from the crowd and observed Genid's martial arts. It was indeed powerful." The meaning of this sentence was too great. Goosebumps appeared on many people's skin as an inconceivable thought appeared in their minds. The other side had probably targeted this batch of crew members and conducted one-on-one research. One of the players exclaimed and mumbled, "I'm afraid that every martial arts expert on this ship, anyone who is a threat to them, they've secretly arranged an opponent to conduct targeted research on. They're killing our hopes one by one, destroying the miraculous martial arts that we might have developed. And the person who broke the wall of the three pillar gods is this old man." In other words, the martial arts of the three pillar gods had long been broken by this old man, and he had found a way to defeat them. So, the Lord did not care. They had even allowed the three pillar gods to conduct their own martial arts research. These high-level beings believed that the ridiculous martial arts research of these fungi posed no threat to them at all. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. In the myriad worlds, the major forces and sages were already getting goosebumps when they saw this. This? The protagonists of these eras have no pride at all. We were already at an absolute disadvantage and unable to reverse the universe. If they were arrogant and didn't care about us, we might have a chance to survive, but, God, they really want us dead. Our average intelligence, talent, and physique are far inferior to them. This is the system of their era. Even if we smuggled in and became creatures that could train in their system, it's still, countless people whimpered. He felt that it was already very difficult to win. The other party was too smart and too calm, not giving them the slightest chance. They were clearly so weak, but he still wanted to completely wipe out all hope. They didn't even leave a way out. You want to fight me? At this moment, the three pillar gods had completely led their subordinates to take control of Cambioros's brain and stood in front of this old man. Yes, the old man said with a smile. The two of them faced each other from a distance, as if they were going to fight in this mud hut. Further away, the exquisite ship model on the table and two Xian, who was sitting on a chair beside it, were observing the battle from both sides. This battle was a clash between two civilizations. You've also cultivated the Chaos Head? The three pillar gods could see that the old man's brain was extremely fragile and was in a frozen state. His brain was numb and stiff. It was as if he was shrouded in a mysterious divine realm. It was difficult to describe this faint aura with words. Aren't you afraid of death? The three pillar gods stared at him and said mockingly, you were originally an invincible giant new human, already at the early 9th rank, just like Cambieros. Even if the brain is your weakness, it is difficult for us to completely destroy it with our size. But now, you are different. I only need to lightly shake your brain and it will definitely be destroyed. You will die without a doubt. At this moment, the three pillar gods were very shocked. This old man called Blur had actually secretly cultivated their Chaos Head. In other words, I can easily kill you. The three pillar gods sneered, I am now a 10th rank saint. You have a weakness, unlike Cambieros who has a strong brain. In the next second, I will destroy your brain. Indeed, the current you can instantly destroy me and easily kill me. Blur trembled as he supported himself on the chair and sat down. It is because your cultivation is higher than mine, but this is not a problem of our martial arts. What I want to do is to find the weakness of your martial arts and destroy it. It is useless for you to kill me. How about we have a virtual drill? How do you want to drill? The three pillar gods sneered, looking like they did not care. Scenario simulation. Let me introduce the background. Blur sat on the chair, leaning on his walking stick. He knocked on the floor and said softly, right now, I am a powerless witch doctor sitting in a safe new human city, under the protection of countless experts. Even though I am very weak, there are still countless experts by my side, protecting my safety and protecting my brain. Because I have cultivated the Chaos Head, this martial art that develops the brain has given me great wisdom, but at the same time, my body is extremely weak. Therefore, I will belong to a non-combat martial arts profession, witch doctor, great sage, scientific researcher. The three pillar gods did not speak. If the other party cultivated by himself and then used countless experts to protect him, it could indeed avoid weaknesses, but this method was a bit too extravagant. Your martial arts will open up a huge sage profession for us in the future. Blur paused for a moment, looked out of the hazy window, and said, as a witch doctor, I suddenly heard that there was a virus outbreak in the remote streets of the city. Countless rabies viruses came to attack humans, and this will be the newest rabies virus. It's no longer the crude embryonic form it is now. It's an intense quantum virus with strong infectivity. This kind of virus, with its terrifying computing power, can launch sneak attacks and destroy the brains of our ordinary clansmen, and even children. The virus appeared, and countless townspeople fell into the infection. Therefore, as the doctor of this city, I began to research and use antibiotics. Resist. Produce. Antibiotics. This seemed like nonsense, but from the perspective of logic, it seemed to be reasonable. The three pillar gods were slightly stunned. What antibiotics? They used humans as viruses, entering the other party's brain to destroy. This was a physical attack, not a virus in the traditional sense. Where did the other party get antibiotics? Defeated dogs antibiotics, he said seriously. Defeated dogs? The three pillar gods were stunned. Was this different from their own rabies? You guys have a saying, give them a taste of their own medicine, use the other party's martial arts to defeat the other party. The old man gave Dickie a strange look, and said lightly, to be able to defeat the rabies virus, it must be another virus. My antibiotic virus is called defeated dogs. After he finished speaking, He shakily stood up with the help of his walking stick and walked to the medicine cabinet at the side. Among the countless bottles and jars, he took out a medicine bottle with a label and slowly placed it on the table. This bottle was the size of his palm, but its volume was already larger than the earth. Inside the bottle, there were countless petri dishes and nutrients. And what was being raised were actually countless fungus like humans. They lived in the bottle. Small person in the bottle. My God! The giant octopus watched this unbelievable scene from the deck, and couldn't help but exclaim, when did they secretly get our martial world's non-bloodline humans and raise them? But no one cared about the giant octopus's exclamation. Everyone silently stared at the bottle. They only felt a chill from their spines to their heads. Right now, looking at the entire room, the bottles and jars that this old witch doctor was fiddling with, already gave off an evil feeling of horror. Yes, in this bottle is my defeated dog's antibiotic. The old man sat down with the support of his walking stick, placed the bottle on the table, and said softly, "This is a special new antibiotic. It can target the focus of the disease, and use it to fight against the virus outbreak in that town." The three-pillar god's eyes were filled with disbelief, sneering, "But that's our people? And you call them defeated dogs, why would they help you?" Pfft. The old man suddenly couldn't help but show a mocking smile. "My bad," I laughed out loud, "it was a bit rude, but sir should have already deduced the general trend of the future. The future is to raise all of humanity. Isn't it normal for us to raise these food? Using them as yeast, or even antibiotics, is also normal, right?" With these words, it was like looking at the real thing from another angle, directly opening the door to a new world for everyone. The three-pillar gods were still silent. Everyone was silent. The future. Our future. Raising all humans. We are all kinds of bacteria and viruses that serve nature, diligent yeasts that help make soft bread, and decaying microorganisms that hide in leaves and carrion. Why, you don't believe that they will listen to our orders and be our lackeys? To go against you? The old man laughed. Do you think their backs will always be straight? They would rather die than submit? You should know that domestication is a common method, but it is extremely effective, Bloor said lightly. Bloor calmly said, if you look at the entire history of biology, you can realize this point. There are countless spineless people. He, who already had the brain of the Lord, seemed to be the strongest sage of this tribe. He was the other sage of the three-pillar gods. As the two talked, they vaguely felt as if they were two close friends meeting. As you know, there is a screening method to cultivate fungi. He shook the antibiotic bottle in his hand. At first, they may not be obedient, but after screening for a dozen or so generations and optimizing the breed, they will be more or less obedient. They don't even know what kind of creature they are. They think that they are bacteria and we are their masters. Of course, we are also their masters, because we give them perfect food and drink and live in a happy paradise. He shook the bottle in his hand again, and as if stating a fact, he said calmly, only when the virus appears, they will act as antibiotics. Isn't it wonderful for these big meat worms who usually take care of their food and accommodation, to be able to enjoy such a luxurious life? They even want this job and don't dare to lose it, because this is the best treatment we can give them. Bloor smiled and stood up again. Why, you don't believe me? Bloor walked back to the shelf. In our microbiology, they will be the batch of microorganisms that receive the best treatment. Naturally, they will be able to protect their position, because not everyone is qualified to be antibiotics. He pointed to the bottles. Milk yogurt, yeast, honey fermentation. These bottles made one's hair stand on end. To tell you the truth, I'm not only a doctor, but I'm also a food processor. With the chaotic mind, I'm good at microorganism cultivation and fermentation. He took out a bottle marked with honey and opened the lid. Amidst the screams, he smeared a handful of unknown honey with his hand and put it in his mouth. With a sweet look on his face, he said, "It's delicious. Do you want some?" The three-pillar gods fell silent. Countless saints from all over the universe who were watching the live broadcast were indescribably furious. They slaughtered countless living beings. In fact, they had even slaughtered quite a number of planets. However, these saints were all fighting amongst themselves, so they could not help but feel an indescribable fury. He, why? Just now, you slaughtered us and didn't mind seeing them despair. Now, you're angry? Bloor chuckled softly. You should have realized it a long time ago. This is a struggle between races. To us, you are food: pigs, cows, sheep. You should be placed on the dining table, but you don't realize this. When you see pigs at the bottom of the food chain resisting, how do you feel? That's how we feel right now. But it doesn't matter. In the early days, domestic pigs were also domesticated to resist the unruly wild boars. I'm just stating a fact, a history of natural evolution. I'm sure that those of you who are proficient in the theory of evolution can understand these concepts. Bloor put down the bottle and returned to the table with his crutch. He smiled. Let's not waste any more time. Shall we begin our battle? Of course, we'll return to the sand table and fight with our brains. He looked at the three pillar gods, who were still maintaining a faint smile on their faces. The three pillar gods were completely silent. He finally knew what they wanted to compete in. The current scenario was a simulation. He would be the virus in the future, while the other party would be the doctor, using antibiotics to cure his virus outbreak. Every city and village would be equipped with a doctor to treat various diseases. Our test subject for this battle is him. He called over a child who was playing outside the house. My son, you invade him with a virus, and I'll defend him. Is that all right? The three pillar gods were stunned, but sneered. It seems that you're very confident in yourself. You deliberately used your words just now to provoke my great killing intent, and then use your son as the battlefield for us to compete. Good fellow, come on then. Whoosh. The three pillar gods began to attack. Very quickly, they invaded the other party's brain. Bloor, however, was not in a hurry. He still maintained a soft smile. Symptoms will appear in the 7th hour in the future, because our brains are as large as the sun, and as a virus with the size of a human, the speed of reproduction and destruction in the brain is already very fast. After saying that, Bloor closed his eyes and quietly waited for the 7 hours to pass. He really wanted to conduct a perfect simulation. Very quickly, time passed. The face of the child on the table began to redden. Bloor opened his eyes, poured out the bottle, and continued to simulate the experiment. Very quickly, this child showed abnormalities and was sent to my witch doctor's room by his parents. As a doctor, I quickly determined that the cause was a fungal infection in the brain, and I began the treatment. Whoosh. He raised his hand. The antibiotic in the bottle was injected into the child's head. In front of the table, the aura of the three pillar gods sank. Bloor's aura also suddenly became solemn. They had already begun to fight in their brains. Their chaos head was like the center of a supercomputer, using specific quantum waves as a signal to communicate with the virus and vaccine in their bodies. It was like the leaders of two armies attacking each other. The entire room instantly fell silent. In the eyes of the experts on both sides, everything was calm. Not good, this is very dangerous. It's a competition of computing power and wisdom. Carolyn frowned and said, there are 2 points of competition. First, it's a competition of how to dispatch troops, how to attack and defend. Second, it's a test of one's computing power, invading the other party's soldier control signal waves. If the other party's signal can be cut off, their soldiers will be a motley crew, unable to withstand a single blow. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stare. Dickie's expression was already very bad. From this point of view, the other party cultivates the chaos head, and their computing power is much higher than ours. Even if the three pillar gods lead a group of people, they may not be able to win. This was very natural. The advantage of the other party's size was still reflected in this cultivation method. It was comparable to a superquantum computer the size of the sun. How could you compete with them in computing power? These two hackers were not on the same level at all. The situation was extremely anxious and tense. Time was very tight. Although Carolyn, Dickie, and the three pillar gods had developed the general outline of the chaos head cultivation method, the extended cultivation method was currently only formed by the three pillar gods. Time was tight. Both Carolyn and Dickie were helping the three pillar gods complete his cultivation method first. If the three pillar gods were defeated, then their line of super ancient gods would not be able to do anything. The situation is not good. Dizuan also said faintly, looking into the distance. The two of them stood still around the child. The three pillar gods now have the advantage. First enter and set up a trap to destroy the brain. The other party is 7 hours late, obviously at a disadvantage, but the other party's computing power is strong. They may be able to turn the tables. Hearing this, everyone's expression became even worse. No, the three pillar gods are obviously throwing the game. At this time, the giant octopus exclaimed and said, the virus he sent in is obviously at the divine spirit realm. He can send a higher level 9. There is no need to be a divine spirit like the other party. If he had sent a level 9 to fight the other party's divine virus soldiers, they would have already been destroyed. However, next to him, Kuang Tu looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This is not throwing the game, this is a perfect simulation. Because in the future, the virus invasion will definitely be at the divine spirit realm. After all, to infect the entire town, this is the general combat power, and it will take the route of large numbers. Instead, the other party is throwing the game. Their antibiotics can obviously go the elite route. Each of their local witch clinics can cultivate a batch of elite antibiotics and use them all the time. This was indeed the case. The other party also did not have enough time, so they only sent the divine spirit realm antibiotics, otherwise the three pillar gods would have lost a long time ago. This was a simulation. Moreover, even if they cheated now, the future cultivation method still could not beat the other party, so what was the use? Now was a battle for luck, a battle of ideas and martial arts, to find a way to survive, not to deceive oneself. Everyone knew that this simulation was already the most reasonable future battle. Click. The next second, the heads of the three pillar gods suddenly sank, and their whole bodies swayed as if they were about to lose their balance. I've overused my brain. The three pillar gods have lost. At this moment, this despairing thought appeared in everyone's mind. This defeat was too sudden. No one could see the scene of the battle, but they all knew that they must have done their best, and it was extremely dangerous. Your cultivation method is very good. Bloor stood up, leaning on his cane, and looked at the three pillar gods in front of him. Although you lost, your talent is admirable, and it has indeed left a glimmer of hope for the future of your race, because the virus cannot be extinguished. Although your disease will always be at a disadvantage, the virus is just like you, there are too many of them, and we have never been able to eliminate them from the beginning to the end. The three pillar gods did not speak. In fact, he was no longer a pure machine. After evolving to this day, he already had emotions similar to living beings, as well as joy and sorrow. Now, he could vaguely see some of the future. Even if he could make stronger versions of various viruses, the other party could make stronger versions of the same antibiotics. Because both of them used fungi, and the other party's brain was stronger. You will be a stubborn disease. Bloor looked at the sky outside the window and sighed. But isn't this also a test for us? Comfort will destroy us, and your occasional provocation will make us feel threatened. As for viruses, I also believe that they are a kind of fate of the natural universe, a general trend of fate. Just like how you guys in the past also suffered from the virus, and until today, you still can't eliminate it, we will also be another you in the future. You guys still don't understand? It's not such a coincidence, but, this is fate. Bloor's voice was low, heavy, and powerful. He leaned on the cane in his hand, and his voice was like a large bell that shook the hearts of everyone, causing them to reflect. You guys becoming viruses, allowing our civilization to produce the profession of doctors, and perfecting our civilized social system, is actually also a kind of fate. The mind of the three pillar gods shook. He took a few steps back and looked in front of him. Fate, it turns out that our actions have long been one of the general trends of fate. I originally thought that I had reversed the future and created a miraculous martial art for the future, rabid dog, but in fact, it has long been a part of the vast general trend of fate. It can't be changed at all. Our actions, and even our thoughts, have long been destined to destroy karma. It's laughable and pointless struggling, the three pillar gods muttered to themselves. In the distance, the expressions of everyone on the ship darkened. This old man was really good at scheming, Even the incomparably intelligent and resourceful three-pillar gods that had previously played with Cumberos had now been played with by him. The minds of the three-pillar gods are already in turmoil. He has always been messing with the mentality of others, and now he's being messed with by someone stronger? Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, even she was beginning to doubt fate. All of their plans were laughable. Three-pillar gods, the Human Brain Planet project has been declared a failure. The old man, Blor, stood up shakily and bowed to everyone on the ship in a refined and courteous manner. The Lord knows of his plans, but the Lord doesn't care at all. Everyone was silent. They didn't care at all, and even felt that the emergence of viruses and doctors was an inevitability of the times. The three-pillar gods were only helping them make predictions, helping them complete the era. How pitiful was this after knowing the truth? Tell me, who's the next one? You've shown me a wonderful show. Xian sat on a high chair, propping up his chin with one hand. This was a noble and elegant emperor, looking down with great interest, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. Everyone was silent. I'll be the next one. The Tao Lord slowly walked out and spoke softly. You've been secretly observing my martial art. Who's the one targeting my martial art? Xian sat on a high chair and watched this scene quietly. He didn't say anything and was like a quiet and beautiful statue. Who's next? The Tao Lord only stood quietly in front of him, staring at his surroundings. This time, it was the turn of the people on the ship. They began to look solemn and anxious. It was a bad start. The three-pillar gods were so powerful, everyone thought that they had a high chance of defeating the opponent. His miracle martial art, Mad Dog, Human Brain Planet project, using the alien's brain as a new planet and living on it, all failed. As for the Tao Lord, if they could come up with a humanity rescue plan, a miracle martial art to change the end of the world, they all knew that this was an existence from the Mother Stream civilization. Although the Mother Stream civilization was huge and controlled the airspace of the heavens, this existence had always been in seclusion, unknown to the public. It was inevitable that they did not have high hopes. The heavens and the myriad worlds had already begun discussing martial arts, fighting across body sizes. It's still too difficult. It's impossible, a powerful new era saint of the heavens said. Yes, it's unrealistic to rely on this method to defeat the opponent. It's still up to us, the myriad worlds, to think of a way. A powerful heavenly axiom of the universe said coldly. Yes, we're the main camp where all the geniuses are gathered. Countless geniuses from the past and present are gathered here. The universe is incomparably powerful. This is our main battle force. Another heavenly axiom said. We're the universes of this world. Only with similar body sizes can we have a chance to fight. Another heavenly axiom said, even if the rules are perfected in the future, we might be completely rejected, but we still have the ability to fight. Although they said so, they still had great worries in their hearts. If that was the case, why did they have to look for a chance of survival here? Because the chances of victory were not high. One of their powerhouses could defeat a universe, and the 120,000 universes were to fight them. Their rate of reproduction was too fast. In the future, the continents would be filled with people, and any one of them would be the same size as you. The hope of winning was very small. It was almost impossible to fight them head-on. Otherwise, there would not be all sorts of universes saying, Mother Stream Skywalker faction that escaped the universe, Demon God Doomsday Fortress faction that gathered 129,000 universes. These were all ideas of avoiding direct confrontation. At this time, the house was quiet. Xian remained silent. On the contrary, Blor, the old man, stood up again and said politely, everyone, our great lord will naturally not participate. Your opponent will soon be invited by me. Master, everyone hesitated. The fact that they addressed Xian as Lord was probably the intention of the Creator. Although Di Chi and the others now referred to the 10th stage saint as the Lord Realm. The alchemy martial art was called the Hands of the Lord, and the Chaos Skull martial art was called the Brain of the Lord. However, it only possessed a part of the power of the Lord, and it was incomplete. The true master was the legendary 11th rank. Completely mastering the chaos singularity meant mastering all the great Tao laws of the universe. That kind of existence was originally a microscopic concept of the universe. They addressed this man as Lord because they already believed that Xianxia's greatness meant that he was destined to be one of the 9 great universe's 11th order creators. He was one of the greatest existences that controlled the ultimate power of the universe. Ta, ta, ta. Soon, the door was pushed open. A tall and strong man slowly walked in, carrying a man who was as dry and bony as firewood. You are my opponent? The Tao Lord smiled, as if he had noticed something. A hint of anger flashed through the tall man's eyes. He put the skinny man down on a chair and said, "No, not me, he is your opponent." He pointed at the skinny man. Everyone looked over. This skinny man had a haggard expression, his body was soft, without any strong muscles or a strong physique. All the moisture on his body seemed to have been roasted dry, his skin was tightly attached to his bones, like a piece of beef jerky that had been dried for countless years, tough and tough. He seemed even more fragile than the old man who cultivated the chaotic brain. He was like a mage, a fragile person. How could such a person cultivate martial arts? Your body really did cultivate my martial arts concept, quantum expansion? The Tao Lord smiled, so gentle that he seemed to be close to nature. I am the one who broke your plan. My name is Bosch. The skinny man spoke softly, a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes as he said seriously, I will defeat you, then begged the Lord's permission to let you stay by my side. As soon as he said so, Xian, who was sitting high above, was startled, but he revealed an interested smile. What is this? A human falling in love with a fungus? I have many disciples and followers. I don't remember who you are. The Tao Lord Phoenix was stunned, thought seriously for a while, and answered honestly. The other party might have hidden it well, but she never expected this man to fall in love with her. At the same time, there was no need for him to lie to her. Because how could a powerful human deceive a weak ant? There was no need to lie at all. While Kuang Tu and the others were a little surprised, only the players, as well as Carolyn and the others, knew that the Tao Lord's personality was cold and elegant, aloof from worldly affairs, so it was not surprising that the man in front of them liked him. Do you want to defeat me? The Tao Lord was still smiling. Yes, Tao Lord, I, Bosch, am your opponent. I won't hold back at all, and I want to defeat you more than anyone else. This is my respect. I know your martial arts concept, quantum expansion. Bosch slowly stood up and said calmly, I'm not going to hold back at all. Bosch's skinny body slowly stood up and said calmly, the 3 pillar gods, with the Chaos Head's quantum superbrain martial art concept, created a martial art called Rabid Dog. You, with the quantum expansion martial art concept, created a martial art called Celestial Demon Phase. This was very natural. Every martial art route could evolve into countless branches. For example, the Chaos Head route turned the brain into a quantum supercomputer, which could evolve countless kinds of martial arts. I don't know your specific martial art. His voice was very organized. Because I can't really probe your foundation. However, I've also practiced quantum expansion, which evolved my own martial arts, so you can compete with me. So that's how it is? The Tao Lord smiled calmly, use my martial art concept to fight me. No matter what specific martial art I cultivate, you can rely on your body and defeat me? That's a good idea. Xian sat on a high place, holding his chin with one hand and said, any martial art can be learned by us, even the martial arts of the 3 pillar gods. Are you any different? Who knows? The Tao Lord smiled. Bosch stood up, there's no time to lose, let's go to the training field outside and fight for real. Let me see how good your martial art is. He slowly stood up. Soon, everyone left the mud house and came to the other side of the street. It was a huge open space, which was used as a training field. Everyone's expression was solemn, watching the scene in front of them curiously. The previous battle between the 3 pillar gods was a contest of intelligence, but the current showdown was a true battle of martial arts. But the opponent was a super light-year giant. How could the Tao Lord's martial art be able to fight it fair and square? I'll go first. Standing on the ground of the arena, Bosch faintly smiled as his body suddenly swelled up. First form. His withered muscles seemed to inflate, rapidly expanding, becoming tall and sturdy. His body was actually expanding at a rapid pace. Seeing his body instantly grow bigger. Even for the normal people of the universe, he was a huge and tall giant. It's the transformation type. Or is it a martial art of body shape? Everyone secretly guessed the principle of this martial art. Farther away, the giant octopus and the players saw this body rapidly inflate, and murmured, "It can't be wrong, inflate, are you the man who will become the Pirate King Luffy?" Dizun heard this whisper, his body slightly swayed, and he continued to look in front of him. If the average height of the Chaosverse clansman was around 2 meters, then Bosch was already 5 meters tall. Normal members of the chaotic universe were like children in front of him, only reaching his thighs. A super large body. Such a shocking height was truly frightening. What is this? What kind of martial arts concept is quantum expansion? Jinal asked curiously. Quan Tu laughed. Quantum expansion. The concept of this martial art is to treat one's body as countless quantum particles. By reducing one's own density, one's physical structure will expand and blow one's body up. To put it simply, the principle of this martial art is that one's mass does not change. Increase one's body size, decrease one's density, and become a body with loose density. On the side, the players nodded heavily. This was a rubber man, allowing one's body to become loose and inflate. Jinal asked again, however, this is just puffiness. Making one's body bigger will cause one's defense to plummet due to the lower density of one's body. There shouldn't be any benefits, right? Keep watching and you'll know. Quang Tu did not explain and quietly looked at the battlefield in the distance. Whoosh. Bosch's body was still growing rapidly, but his body also looked somewhat illusory. This was caused by the decrease in density. If his body continued to expand, the particles of his body would disperse again, and he would become a super cloud giant. Bosch's expression was very calm. Your quantum expansion is also known as an elemental martial art. Because it expands too much, it looks like an element. It's simply an unimaginably groundbreaking martial art. He slowly bent down and dug up the soil under his feet, taking out a huge sun that had long been buried in the universe below, and held it with one hand. Whoosh. A large amount of golden flames of the sun was sucked into his empty body, filling up his gap. His body was still growing rapidly. I see. The principle of this martial art is also shocking. In the distance, Jinal was shocked. Expanding the density of one's body, turning it into foam, sponge, or even mist, and then stuffing large amounts of energy, light, and elements into it, to fill up one's empty body and increase one's energy level. This martial art was very shocking. This was turning oneself into an elemental creature. However, this external energy was not one's own. This required a huge amount of physical control and a special method to perfectly control it. Absorb the sun? The Tao Lord said, no wonder you were burned so badly. Because you absorbed too much energy, you will truly become an elemental creature, because this is an elemental martial art to begin with. Bosch nodded, this is the martial art I developed based on your quantum expansion, flaming sun body, to expand your energy level. And body size. As he spoke, his body continued to expand rapidly. Obviously, it took time to grow up. Because this was a temporary external energy, it would take a long time to absorb, but it also showed the weakness of this martial art at a glance. Transformation required time. The increase in strength was slow and gradual. At the same time, even if he absorbed the maximum amount of power in his body and strengthened his body to its maximum size, it would still be very difficult for him to maintain it for a long period of time. This was because, in the end, he wasn't himself. However, this martial art of yours has already been wasted. The Tao Lord shook his head and looked at the other's body. How is this possible? Bosch stared blankly. Didn't you learn the core cultivation method? This was impossible. Although I haven't truly learned the core cultivation method, with my talent, I can perfectly deduce it. Just like that old man who learned the cultivation method of the 3 pillar gods. He also didn't learn the core content, but how great was their talent, even if he didn't learn the core secret, he could still decipher and restore it. In his opinion, this was the complete cultivation method without missing anything. The Tao Lord shook his head, this is a miraculous martial art. First, you have to surpass your energy level to fight. Second, you have to prevent others from learning it. If the 3 pillar gods can prevent you from learning it, why can't I? Bosch was startled. this was indeed the case. If it didn't prevent others from learning it, it wouldn't be worthy of being called a miraculous martial art. However, at first, he thought that what prevented others from learning it was her gigantic demon and god phase, and not the quantum expansion martial art concept of a gigantic martial art. Could it be that my quantum expansion was wrong at the beginning? Bosch frowned. No, it's not wrong at all. You are very smart and learned it perfectly, but this is a special martial art. The Tao Lord said. What martial art? Bosch asked. With the supporting hardware, outsiders can't truly learn it completely. The Tao Lord continued, since you've already taken out your martial arts, I'll take out mine too. The celestial and demon forms. Take a look and you'll understand. With that, the Tao Lord's body slowly expanded. Whoosh, in an instant, she seemed to turn into a sandstorm and a cloud of mist. Her body grew countless times. From afar, she looked like a woman formed of mist, but she already looked like an elemental creature. At this time, she had expanded to the size of half the earth. She was so dense that it was almost impossible to see her shape. Even from the perspective of the experts present, she looked like a fine hazy smoke. Divine phase. The Tao Lord, who had turned into a virtual image, raised his arm high, received the power of the stars and injected into my body. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of light sprinkled down from the sky. The light beam shrouded her and rapidly filled her body. This. Bosch was dumbfounded. This works? He raised his head and looked at a huge, ancient, transparent tree umbrella in the sky. In the endless sky, a beam of light was falling down and covering her. You still haven't noticed? The Tao Lord's body was constantly being filled by the energy in the beam of light as he walked over. Your energy comes from the sun and nature. It is incompatible with your own power. When you absorb a large amount of energy, your own body will be completely diluted. Your own energy is 1%, and the external energy will be 99%. Can you perfectly control this energy? No, in fact, it would be good if you can use 10% of this 99%. The remaining energy is almost uncontrollable. It is all the energy level of the hollow phase. And this hollow phase energy will make you bloated and greatly reduce your combat effectiveness. The Tao Lord walked over slowly and looked at the towering Bosch, who was surging with energy. However, he was like a paper tiger, having energy level but unable to use it. She said lightly, it is not that you can't learn this technique. But for you, it is just a self-destructive martial art like the heavenly demon disintegration. You can instantly absorb energy and greatly increase your strength, but the side effects are very serious. But for us, this is normal. Whoosh. The Tao Lord raised his arm high and looked at the beam of light in the sky. He reached out as if he wanted to grab that beam of light. His voice gradually became louder and louder, shaking everyone's heart. For us, this energy is tailor-made according to the attribute of my technique. Through the filter of a bloodline universe, it is injected into our bodies. To us, there is no sense of rejection. Bosch was completely silent. He looked at her and suddenly said, I see. In the words of a technological civilization, are you guys a directional charger? Using the bloodline universe to help you replenish your energy? The Tao Lord smiled, this is the perfect combination of the new era and the old era. I don't believe that you can learn it. As soon as he said this. That's wonderful. The crew members in the distance and even the sages who were watching the live broadcast were instantly inspired and their confidence increased. They listened with fascination as if they were listening to a great sage's sermon. They were intoxicated. This martial art could work. This ability of yours actually has such a method. Bosch shuddered and could not help but fall silent. He pondered carefully, observing the other party's expanding body and his own. It was indeed the same feeling. He was like a foreign object, while the other party was one. As expected? He smiled bitterly and quickly accepted reality. So, the celestial and demon form. You're using the divine form now? Then what is the demon form? The Taoist Lord was stunned. The celestial and demon form does not refer to other forms. The divine form is the descent of the power of the sky, transmitting power from the sky. The demon form is the return of the power of the sky, transmitting power back to the sky. Of course, the demon form can also allow us to escape. For example, like this. Click. The Taoist Lord's entire body slowly floated up, ascending along the huge energy beam. Bosch's expression changed. So that's how it is. Reduce your density and become a light balloon. Not only can you fight, but you can also float up to escape. You can fight or run. In your free time, you can also use the beam to collect power and transmit it to the mother stream universe in the sky to recharge. This was a power bank. Usually, it would charge the sky secretly and receive power during battles. Even he had to admit that this ability was equally powerful and perfect. It could be said to have miraculous functions in all aspects. Not only did it allow low-energy creatures like them to fight against the new humans, it was also extremely flexible and light, allowing them to escape at any time. We call this celestial and demon form the Starry Sky Project. The Taoist Lord said. Starry Sky Project? Bosch hesitated again. The Celestial Clan, the Heavenly Court, and the other forces' martial arts were the chaotic heads, and the Three-Pillar Gods plan was the Human Head Planet Project. And now, the Mother Stream and the other forces' plan was also the Human Savior Project to fight for a chance of survival in the future? The Taoist Lord answered softly, yes, every heavenly body has its own policies, and so do we. In our Mother Stream's Future Salvation Project, everyone cultivates the power of the heavenly star cycle to receive power from the sky. The Taoist Lord said lightly, we want to build countless stars in the sky, contact and rule the mortals underground, and at the same time look down on the people in the universe. Everyone's hearts trembled. All the fungi on the ground cultivated this system. However, the Taoist Lord revealed even more terrifying details of the plan. He pointed at the hazy gray chaotic sky. In the sky, there will be 129,600 stars, 28 constellations, and the sun and moon gods. These resplendent heavens will be arranged according to the size of the universe, and will be used to guide the mortals on the surface and provide them with power. Seth was completely dumbfounded. The two largest heavens would act as the sun and moon in the sky, the strongest remaining heavens would act as the secondary 28 lunar mansions. What audacity! Bosch felt as if the terrifying great old devil had grabbed one of his legs, and his heart began to tremble uncontrollably. This was simply looking down on them, the creatures of the new era. They were already rotten to begin with. They should be crying in despair. It was an extravagant hope for them to live with dignity. But now, not only did he want to live, but he also wanted to continue riding on their heads. They wanted to be the stars in the sky, the old gods beyond the universe, the old dominators of the old days, ruling over the mortals on the ground, who. A gust of wind blew over. Everyone in the square fell silent. Not to mention the new humans, even the saints and heavenly Tao, who were the creatures of the old era, were shocked by their own side's plan. They stood there in a daze. Even Xianxia, who was sitting on a high spot, had a surprised look in his eyes. He said softly, as expected, the variable is still in the heavens and realms. It's impossible for the three-pillar deities to create a miracle with just their martial arts and without the help of external forces, because no matter how they extrapolate, they will always be a part of the general trend, unable to escape. And now, this method borrows the power of the heavens and external objects that don't belong to the era, so there is a chance of survival. Even Xianxia had to admit that he was a little interested. Because this martial art was indeed beginning to pose a serious threat to them. What was the general trend of war in the future of the universe? The general trend of the universe had already been clearly calculated by him. In the future, with the completion of the universe, the heavens and worlds would definitely gradually weaken. First, the chaos sea would repel them, and later on, even standing on the surface of the universe would repel them. Their only choice was to retreat to the ocean, to the land, and finally to the sky beyond the universe. Hovering above the sky, the higher they went, the further they were from the universe, and the smaller the repulsive force. Finally, at a certain height, the universe would no longer repel them, and the combat power of both sides would be equal. But so what if they hid in the sky? The heavens in the sky were like rootless duckweed, without the energy of the earth to absorb and replenish them, they could only drift and be trapped in the sky. They would kill anyone that came down. With such a huge body, how could they not know when they came down? In the end, they would be trapped alive in the sky, turning into countless wreckage. They only needed to retrieve them from the sky. In 2Xian's extrapolation of the future, the other party was already bound to lose, but now, the other party's system allowed the fungus on the ground to borrow the universe in the sky to gain combat power. At the same time, it allowed the bacteria on the ground to collect energy and transmit it to the universe in the sky. 2Xian suddenly spoke and looked at the people below. This method doesn't require the huge universe to come down directly. The bacteria on the ground will be packed and transmitted to the light beam tunnel at one go. It's very fast, and by the time we arrive, the transmission will have already been completed. Exciting. This is simply too exciting, he said heroically. Old humans, as expected of the other universe's old ones, they also have many talented people. 2Xian sat on a chair and finally laughed heartily as if there was no one else around him. He then pressed his temples. You guys are very powerful. This has completely shaken our foundation. The scene fell silent. In the live broadcast, everyone was shocked and excited. Some of the sages couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. How powerful is this? Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. The power of the stars in the sky, the gods living in the sky, we are the sun and moon, the countless stars, providing power to our race on the ground. Ha 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 ha, those arrogant aliens, so what if they are big? In our eyes, they have become mortals again, and we are still high and mighty. They should be grateful to us. This sky is gray and there is nothing outside the universe, we are the stars, the sun, and the moon, lingering in the sky, making the sky beautiful. This is the completion of the laws. We are completing the laws of this universe, they should be grateful to us. Countless sages were overjoyed. They felt that this plan was too terrifying and had never been seen before. Takashi also widened his eyes in shock. He covered his mouth, his face full of shock. This works? This written future plan is too grand. Suji only smiled, his face full of relief. He actually knew about this plan a long time ago. After all, nothing in the universe could hide from him. Even he was surprised that this terrifying plan came from the Mother Stream civilization. In fact, this was to be expected. Rongqing was considered the most powerful among the longevity sages. This was because he could find a large number of talents, and now that they were gathered in the Mother Stream, they had long become the strongest think tank. Countless geniuses of this era deduced, opened up paths, perfected, and finally came up with this terrifying plan. A sky full of stars? At this moment, 2Xian finally spoke. Let me be the one to break your plan. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. 2Xian said, this is indeed perfect. Receiving from the sky and absorbing the energy from the earth is also a surprise, and letting the bacteria on the ground act as the inside, by the time we react, the replenishment has already been completed. Guerrilla warfare, it is difficult for us to do anything to you, however, since you have created a sky full of stars, why can't we build a layer of clouds in the low-altitude region of the universe to form a barrier? As soon as this was said, everyone's smile froze on their faces. We build a sky full of stars, and they build a sky full of clouds in the low-altitude region to block the starlight, forming an endless barrier to defend and resist. The arena was silent. Sparring. Sparring. This was simply a peerlessly exquisite battle between the two sides. Countless people held their breath. This was too exciting. Both sides had endless tricks up their sleeves. Their subversive trump cards and ideologies were competing against each other. It might seem like a battle, but in reality, it was the ancient giants of both sides using this to deduce the future and determine the victor in the vast sand table. The two races were sparring at the top. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle was extremely important. The victorious race would definitely have their morale boosted, and at the same time, they would have a huge advantage in the future. The three-pillar gods of the Buddhist civilization, the Human Head Planet Project. The Tao Lord of the Mother Stream civilization, the Starry Sky Project. These were all ways for their civilization and race to survive in the future universe. They were all formless Noah's arks that gathered endless wisdom, and now, the other party had actually given them a way to break this setup. Clouds? We build stars, and they build clouds? Damn it. Could it be that they are destined to be the main characters of the world, and we have no way to reverse it? break the fate of the universe? We can only be eliminated by humans like the gods of ancient times? But it was also clear that the other party's intelligence, combat power, and physique were much higher than theirs. It was like the difference between humans and monkeys. Speaking of which, this world is so bizarre. We are here to fight, but we never thought that through our constant exchanges and struggles, we would continuously perfect the final mature form of the universe. Yes, we become fungi, and they become doctors. We become stars, and they become clouds. The rules of this universe are constantly being established and perfected. They were silent. This was like fate, and everyone was in awe. But soon, someone objected, thinking that stars were fine, but clouds were not. Someone said directly, "What a joke. They are so huge, and their mass is so heavy. With this tonnage, can they escape gravity and fly?" You should know that the mother stream civilization turned themselves into half-elemental creatures, reducing their mass as much as possible to barely fly and wander in the sky. Naturally, the universe had its own rules. Gravitational force. The gravitational force created by the massive mass of the universe would absorb any matter that tried to escape. It was extremely difficult for those huge humans to escape the surface. Their bacteria, on the other hand, were much simpler. The universe has given them enough power. They are the darlings of the era, but the universe will not allow them to leave. The sky is their forbidden zone. Even Gigi said so. Dizu nodded and looked at the people next to him. What do you think? It is widely known that it is unrealistic to build a cloud layer. If they can successfully establish it, I'm afraid it will be a miraculous martial art that belongs to them. Quan Tu laughed. First of all, with their size, they can't fly up. Secondly, the amount of work is too great. We are the stars in the sky, drifting everywhere, but what about them? The clouds have to protect every corner at all times. This workload is countless times greater than the workload of our stars. Thirdly, even if it's really built, the huge range of the clouds will definitely weaken the defense. If we launch a surprise attack and break through, the other party won't be able to defend at all. It's very likely that it's just for show. Everyone agreed with these words. The clouds looked beautiful, but they were unrealistic. Stars were just specks of light. It was very difficult for clouds to cover the entire sky of the universe. It depends on what Xianxia will do. At this time, Dichi looked into the distance. The other party was obviously not stupid. Since he had proposed it, there must be a way to deal with it. But if he could really overcome these impossible difficulties, wouldn't it mean that this person was so talented that he could easily perfect a miraculous martial art? At this time, Xianxia looked very calm. He stood up from his chair and looked at the sky with his hands, as if he could see the stars in the future. He laughed softly. We don't need too many clouds. We just need to patrol every area. Although this number is still tens of thousands of times more than your stars, we can defend an average of 10,000 clouds for one star. However, we are rich in resources. As the protagonist of the era, we occupy the endless land of the 9 prefectures. How can we not have enough resources? Everyone looked calm and said nothing. He sat on a high place and said lightly, "Sir, why can't we cultivate elemental martial arts? For example, Bosch can expand his size countless times and turn into a giant cloud to patrol at low altitude. This cycle will produce countless clouds. As for energy supply, we build countless heavenly pillars towering on the ground to transmit energy to the clouds at the front line. In the future, when we new humans reach the age, we will have to serve in the military. We will turn into clouds in the sky and go to the front line to fight and kill the enemy. And once you get close to the low altitude, the nearby heavenly pillars will sound alarms and smoke signals will rise. Countless clouds will come to respect and defend against the enemy." He continued to narrate, and a complete and vast general trend appeared in front of him. Everyone had goosebumps. According to Xianxia's narration, it seemed that they could also resist the stars in the sky and absorb energy through the ground. At this time, Quang Tu couldn't help but say, "You new humans cultivate quantum expansion and float in the sky. For your race, it is torture and great damage. In the form of quantum dispersion, floating for hundreds of years as clouds, I'm afraid you are almost crippled, causing unimaginable damage to your body." "So what if my body is damaged?" Xian said indifferently with a faint smile, how can we retreat unscathed when we go to the front line to fight? Does our race lack hot-blooded men who are not afraid of death and national heroes? Even if there are sequelae, we won't care. It is our duty to protect our people. Moreover, we only need to use the military for a period of time to intercept you remnants of the old era, stars, and starve you all to death. We can still afford to pay for such a short period of time. Xian's words made everyone silent. After all, as he said, so what if they paid a great price? We exhausted the power of our entire race to forcibly intercept you, but you can't afford it, in the sky, such a huge universe, in such a harsh environment above the void, without energy supply, can you withstand it? Then, the stars and clouds have been deduced to this point, and we have returned to the beginning. Xian looked at the two people on the training field and said, it is nothing more than a battle between the stowaways and the clouds. He looked at the Tao Lord and Bosch in front of him. The two of you can also start the scene simulation. One will be responsible for the stowaways and the other will act as the clouds. How about it? He pointed to the sky. In this way, your current battle will be in the sky. The surroundings were dead silent. Xian's words were very pertinent. In the end, this battle still evolved into this battle between the two of them. The stowaway celestial and demon avatars fighting against the protective wall of the clouds. This was the key that directly affected the future situation. Let's not talk about idle talk. I will create a heavenly pillar to absorb energy from the clouds for you, Bosch, to fight. Xian's hands fiercely pressed on the ground. Whoosh. A huge and vast totem pillar slowly rose from the ground, piercing the clouds. Everyone was stunned. This level of power was actually able to create a huge pillar of hundreds of light years with a wave of his hand. It was simply not enough to describe it as a miracle. This is alchemy. In the distance, Grandmaster Quantum Four's expression was gloomy as he said, this terrifying man has actually learned our martial arts? Yes, Great Lord. Bosch stood up, his huge body completely turning into countless energy particles. It was obvious that he had used the extreme quantum expansion. He quickly turned into a huge cloud giant and flew along this heavenly pillar to the lower layers hundreds of light years above. So that's how it is? The Tao Lord raised his head and looked at the sky. Usually, I use quantum expansion to turn into a huge cloud and patrol the sky. When it's time to fight, I absorb energy from the heavenly pillar to replenish myself. However, absorbing foreign energy like this and storing it in the body was a technique that harmed the body and the source. Just like the current Bosch, all the water in his body, even his muscles and other tissues had been squeezed dry and torn apart. His entire body was mixed with foreign energy and thrown into a wall-breaking machine to be smashed. Just like what she had said before, he was already crippled. If this continued, he would probably die in a few hundred years. What kind of concept was a few hundred years? He was now a new era rank 9 martial artist, and he cultivated his physique and source. His lifespan was longer than the ancient sages of the laws, at least 100,000 years. This is a little crazy. The Tao Lord's voice was very calm as he slowly stood up. This gigantification technique is really not suitable for you. To us, you're all the same size. There's no difference between a body of a few light years and a body of countless light years. You're using this technique to enlarge your body only because you want its secondary attribute, turning mass into particles of wind that can float. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a beam of light sprinkled down. This is the quantum force of matter. Without distorting the laws, the physique under microscopic particles is terrifying to the extreme. The Tao Lord also slowly rose into the sky, his body rapidly expanding along with the light falling from the sky. Quantum lifeforms. In the bloodline era, this is simply a distant legend. Quantum lifeforms can't develop intelligence, quantum lifeforms can't become demons. But in fact, this is actually a path of cultivation. We've finally embarked on the path of ultimate quantum lifeforms. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk finally, her body finally stabilized, equivalent to the size of a finger of this light-year giant. Her body was currently filled with 999,999% foreign energy, but it was the attribute energy that she had specially mixed, perfectly compatible. The bloodline universe still possessed the supernatural power to distort the laws of the universe. Naturally, she could use this method to absorb foreign energy to form her own body's energy and eliminate the side effects of foreign energy. Such a tiny body was the limit for her, and it was enough. There was no need for him to be of the same size as the opponent. As long as his energy level was enough to destroy the other party, it would be fine. The size of a finger, as long as he hit a vital point, it would be enough to shatter the head. The Tao Lord said softly, in essence, I'm the heavenly Tao of a universe. I'm letting the bloodline universe's huge main body in the sky transfer its power to this body of mine. I'm in charge of fighting. Boom, above the dusky clouds, two huge misty bodies collided with each other. They're fighting. It was as if an unknown giant god from the ancient mythological universe was fighting in the clouds. The people below looked anxious and couldn't take their eyes off it. What a beautiful scenery. It's like the clouds are on fire. Everyone looked up at the sky. They almost couldn't see clearly that it was two figures. It was like clouds colliding and stirring. Perhaps it was because they were too far apart that it gave people a sense of tranquility. It was like the late autumn sky, with clouds and mist stirring with the wind and rolling clouds. In a sense, this is also cultivating our martial arts and then using it to defeat us. On the ground, countless people looked up at the sky. In fact, some players had already started to broadcast the battle from some of the universes in the sky, letting all the forces in the universe see this battle clearly. One of their powers comes from the universe in the sky. It's limited but has no side effects and can be exhausted. The other's power comes from the earth beneath their feet. It's limitless but has a side effect. If they absorb too much, they'll die. Everyone watched the battle intently. Such a battle was already similar to the traditional Tao laws. It was vast and had a celestial phenomenon feel to it. Many sages were excited. So, we can actually be this strong? Ha ha ha, this is the first time we're fighting them head-on. Even though it's a 10th order Tao Lord fighting a 9th order Tao Lord. Everyone was excited and stirred up. They could see that it was already a one-sided battle. The Tao Lord's energy level had already caught up. A 10th order Tao Lord fighting a 9th order Tao Lord was a piece of cake. When one's body size was large enough to crush the other party's brain, the other party could only take a beating and wait for death. As expected, the sky sank. The huge cloud that Bosch had transformed into slowly reformed and fell to the ground, covered in blood. You've lost. The Tao Lord descended slowly, his expression calm. To him, this was nothing to be proud of. His opponent was foreign energy, and his realm was a level higher than his. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you, the Tao Lord said softly. One win, one loss. It's a draw for now. Everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that there was hope. Don't be too optimistic. It's just a path of hope. It hasn't been completely wiped out. At this time, Dichi said, I'm not trying to discourage you. After all, it's a 10th order Tao Lord fighting a 9th order Tao Lord. In the same realm, he'll be at an absolute disadvantage in breaking through the opponent's cloud defense. After all, the other party hadn't appeared yet. There was no way for them to fight fairly. But at the very least, this was a passable path. In the distance, two Xians sat on a chair and watched the battle. He pondered for a long time before speaking again. Are these the two paths you're using to fight for a chance of survival after ascending to the heavens? One is using a virus, and the other is using starfall to sneak in. The players in the distance were silent. Of course, they knew that it was only these two miraculous martial arts. There was nothing else. After all, how could it be so easy to develop? High above, among the few people in charge of filming from the TV station, Xianxia said solemnly, Brothers, has my previous guess been proven? Some players were stunned and didn't understand. Xianxia said, Look, the ancient god spirit bloodline is using the chaos head, fighting the bacteria. Isn't this what I said before? The ancient god spirit bloodline is preparing to fight head-on? The embryonic form has already appeared. Everyone was stunned. That seemed to be the case. Wasn't this fighting head-on? Xianxia said, Look, the moon god Ji bloodline is using the stars in the skies. Isn't that a classic example of the universe's fugitive faction? didn't I predict it perfectly? As soon as he said this, all the players were shocked. Xianxia was really a great prophet. Weren't the two miraculous martial arts that had been developed on both sides of the same path? How could this be a coincidence? Amazing, Xianxia. F***ck. Boss has predicted this before. Some of the people who were broadcasting and carrying small televisions were convinced. However, at this moment, someone asked, then, since the ancient god Spirit bloodline and moon god G bloodline have made their moves, why hasn't the universe garden made a move? That's right, they don't seem to be planning to make a move. They aren't even developing the new era's martial arts. It seems like a bloodline of the universe has come to an end. Indeed, there isn't a single member of their crew on the ship. Obviously, they aren't coming. Many players started discussing and felt that this should be the case. At this moment, Xianxia laughed and said, how can they not come? Based on my guess, they are coming. However, the method is different. It's the method of the evil god. Everyone was stunned. But as the sound of Mount Akina's car fell, a huge figure slowly came from afar. That huge figure made the people of the universe Lightyear and 2Xian, who was sitting on the throne, look like a pitiful baby. Everyone turned their heads to look. This was an indescribably large creature, emitting an evil and indescribable aura, as if it was a harbinger of death. Each of her universes was not big, only the size of a fist. They were considered the smallest miniature universes, but when combined together, to these terrifying new humans, they were the size of a building. This is your third way of dealing with it? 2Xian seemed to have expected this. After all, this is the third way of survival, right? Not leaving the earth and flying into the sky, but still stubbornly entrenched on the earth, using the bloodline universe to build a fortress of survival of the old days. Ta, ta, ta. The clear sound of footsteps seemed to step on everyone's hearts. 2Xian stood up and slowly walked down from the throne, but is this style of toughness really feasible? If you force yourself to stay on the earth, you will be suppressed by the universe. You will not even have a tenth of your strength. If you want to live, your strength must far surpass the experts of our entire era. Their geniuses were already terrifying. And it was already very difficult for the other party to fight at the same level as them, let alone under the suppression of the universe. Fighting them, this would require a strength far surpassing them. Your opponent is me. 2Xian walked down from the throne step by step, saying, right now, you are not suppressed by the universe. If you can't even beat me now, then don't even think about the future. The bloodline of the old days, do you still want to remain on this land? I don't think you can do it. The moment these words were said, it was as if the heavens and earth shook. Moss, at the side, the old man and the other experts all hesitated and could not help but speak. From their point of view, there was no need for their lord to take the risk. The time that belonged to them had not yet arrived. Their lord was only a rank 9, in a week period, there was no need for him to personally take the risk. Suji blinked, thinking, this person doesn't play by the rules, coming down just like that? But thinking about it, it was to be expected. How many geniuses could there be in a tribe of 100,000? Basically, they were at the level of Kuan Bibi Luo. They had no capable subordinates, so they could only do it themselves. How pitiful. Suji smiled faintly. Compared to him, it was a tragic sight. How many talents did he have under him? Even Suji couldn't count them. They didn't need to do anything. They would work hard and get things done in a way that far exceeded expectations. However, he had also developed for a long time. How many years had the other party only had? Of course. You? Medusa looked at 2Xian and smiled calmly. My great success level is 129,600 universes. Right now there are only 10,000 low-level universe organizations, of which there are only 1,000 level 10 sages mature universes, but it's still not something a level 9 punk like you can handle. Only 1,000 or so mature ones. Even Suji felt that this super late-stage Medusa was too miserable. Previously, he had painstakingly cultivated, but before he could succeed, he was eliminated by the times. He hadn't even been able to show off for a while. Now, he had to start from zero again. He had to train extremely painstakingly, and it was still the most miserable number of over 10,000 low-level cosmoses. Among them, there were only over 1,000 perfect matured cosmoses at level 10 energy level. Everything was back to square one. This was also the reason why her current body size was so small. She was only a dozen times larger than this race. When she finished dealing with the 120,000 cosmoses, her body size would truly be incomparably huge. However, Suji felt that she wouldn't be able to finish them. Even when the cosmoses matured and the era of chaos descended, she still wouldn't be able to finish them, because the Grand Tao was already 80% complete. Very soon, it would be completely completed. There was almost no time left. I've nurtured this late stage for so long, but it never had the chance to truly form. Suji's expression turned strange, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. AI, this is also the reason why Medusa has appeared here. She has already realized that her own forces can't deal with everything. She has to show her face here and display enough value so that all the forces in the multiverse can help her deal with the organizations of the multiverse. Only by gathering all the power of the old era could this be done. I won't bully you. I'll just use one finger to fight you. One of Medusa's arms slowly fell off and stood in front of 2Xian. It turned into a woman with long hair that was about the same size as 2Xian. This arm is formed by a rank 9 cosmos. It's the same realm as yours, the same energy level and body size. Both of them had the same body size and realm. Oh? You want to use this arm to fight me? 2Xian was startled. He suddenly said, no, there's no need, use your full strength. After all, it's only 1,000 over rank 10. Your current universe count is not even 1% of the final state. You want to try? Medusa only looked at him calmly. She now had over 1,000 rank 10 organizations. Just this portion of her body size was already comparable to 2Xian. How would he dare to fight her? In the current universe, a large number of rank 10 universes that were countless light years in size could completely wipe out a rank 9 like him. It was just that the other powers didn't intend to do so. After killing one 2Xian, many more would appear. Their numbers would be the same as the humans of the old era, growing like weeds. They might as well take the chance to get rid of him. Suji watched silently. That year, Medusa, Phoenix, the three pillar gods, these existences had unknowingly reached the peak. He felt gratified. Use your full strength. 2Xian raised his head and looked at this beautiful woman who was larger than him. He smiled, I'm not looking for trouble. It's because I've already just broken through to the rank 10 saint. Hong, his aura exploded forth. An earth-shattering aura surged forth. An earth-shattering pressure surged forth. All the crew members were stunned, revealing looks of disbelief. Rank 10. What kind of monster is this? His body is so huge. Even if he's the darling of the new era, absorbing energy and cultivating quickly, it shouldn't be that fast, right? Kakik. 2Xian held his hands behind his back as he walked down. You're all too stupid. The average intelligence of our race is higher than yours. Our geniuses naturally have intelligence and talent that surpasses your limits. Isn't that normal? The intelligence limit of a monkey is the intelligence of a relatively intelligent human. But the intelligence limit of a human is something that a monkey's biological condition cannot reach. 2Xian smiled, otherwise, why would I be called Lord? In your words, my intelligence and talent far surpass the intelligence of the top geniuses in human history. I'm one level higher than the intelligence limit of your race. This sentence instantly stimulated the nerves of all the sages. They had already guessed this before. This race had an average intelligence higher than theirs. The genius of a small district, Kuan Barath, was already extremely terrifying. He was already close to the level of Kwang Tuesday. In the future, when their numbers reached a peak, a town, a city, a dynasty, there might be monsters that surpassed the biological limits of humans, but they didn't expect him to appear so quickly. He had already appeared long ago. Furthermore, he was already at rank 10. His individual combat power might not be any weaker than their bloodline universe. In other words, the evil god universe's strongest individual combat power had already begun to have the possibility of being on par with them. How long had it been? They had already developed to this extent. Unknowingly, they had even begun to pose a threat to their universe. Come, this should be the strongest existence in your universe, right? Tu Xian walked forward step by step. The throne behind him turned into dust, and the heavenly pillar that had just condensed also turned into particles. Behind him, there seemed to be countless quantum breezes. We are the transition between the old and new eras. Now is the true martial Tao, the law of war. He walked forward step by step, approaching the towering Medusa. He sighed and said, "Unfortunately, you're not complete yet. If you were complete, you might be a huge threat." Everyone knew that Tu Xian was right. The evil god universe still used the bloodline system. In a sense, this battle was the true battle between the old and the new. The collision of the two systems. Within the rules, outside the rules of combat. No bloodline against bloodline. Hearing this, Medusa did not seem to mind. She smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, that is indeed the case. Then come. Clean and tidy." Tu Xian slowly walked over. The previous two battles were a battle of wits and courage. There was a fierce competition in their words, probing the other's background and understanding the other party's martial arts. In a sense, it was a discussion. But now, the third battle began without any opening ceremony. Because the two people present knew the other party's background, there was no need to make any unnecessary movements. To be honest, although I have read a lot of ancient information, I have always been fighting with martial arts experts. I have never seen what the laws look like. Tu Xian smiled and instantly turned into a stream of light. Bang, the two of them exchanged blows in an instant, fighting with all their might. Tu Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of him. "Your body should be very weak, right? Even powerful sages can only reach the 8th rank in martial arts and stop cultivating. Is the universe the same? Voila. Have a taste of this move." Medusa kept retreating. With a wave of her hand, countless energy Tao techniques attacked. Matter was distorted, the rules were modified, and the parameters of the universe were bent. At the same time, Medusa kept retreating. She used the sorcerer's attack style. Although the sages of the old era also had a strength-type close combat style, in the words of the players, they were half-sorcerers. They used the power of their bloodline to distort the rules and did not really fight head-on. The other party was a pure strength-type system. It was very terrifying to be closed in by her. "Can you catch up to me?" Medusa laughed. "I can easily distort the speed of light by 100 times. I can even bend space and use teleportation arrays to jump. One jump can cross countless large domains that are hundreds of millions of light years." Gotcha. Medusa's mind shook slightly. She tore space and jumped to the other side. Light? Under the laws of matter in the universe, we are unable to surpass light, bend and tear apart space. However, under the laws of the universe, we are far from being as weak as you think we are, you outdated creature. The corner of Tu Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Crash. In the next second, Tu Xian's speed had already surpassed the speed of light. His body was 3 light years tall, and every step he took covered countless light years. Indeed, the ultimate speed of the universe was the speed of light. Apart from distorting the rules, was there really nothing that could surpass light? That was not the case. Quantum entanglement is the only speed in the universe that surpasses light, distance, and space. When a law of bloodline life form reached rank 9, they would possess the power to distort laws and surpass the upper limit of light speed. Was there no way to surpass the speed of light when one reached the 9th level of martial arts? Naturally, he could do the same. Mastering the mysterious domain of quantum power, they could perform super-fast quantum transmission and travel to distant spaces. Gotcha. Tu Xian's figure instantly descended on another piece of land and caught up with Medusa. But Medusa smiled and continued to dodge. "You want to leave? Is this a test to see how far I can transmit it?" Tu Xian laughed. "Let's go." Medusa strode forward. Their towering bodies leaped from one spot to the next, like 2 huge spots of light drifting around in the air. These two people are too terrifying. In the distance, the 9-headed ancient mother was stunned. "These are the Diablos of our lineage? Little Angel Rock's sister? They have already surpassed the combat power of the traditional dojo sages of the old days, reaching 1,000 times, no. 10,000 times. The 9-headed ancient mother was dumbfounded. She herself was a traditional sage, and she did not expect the scene before her to be so exaggerated. At the same level of power, they had already reached the ultimate Taoist end level of a 10th level sage, mainly because their energy was too huge. Their energy rank reserves were more than 10 million times that of an ordinary sage. An ordinary sage in the ancient times could not even compare to a single strand of their hair. New era. Is this the new era? How can we of the old days stop such a monster? The nine-headed ancient mother was in disbelief. He alone can flatten half of a universe. If not for the new era universe, which has the same size, he would be dead. Gotcha. They leaped madly to a level that could not be seen by the naked eye. Countless worlds and countless mother stream universes were hanging high up in the sky, monitoring this unbelievable battle at all times. Damn it. Xian stopped in his tracks and looked around. Where did he go? That fellow did not choose to fight head-on, and is still testing me. Is he testing my speed? Is this the law? She distorted the traces of her own existence, erasing any quantum causality. This system is a great concealer. Xian looked around, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any trace of the other. Where did he go? Which direction? I have to admit that the law sages can distort the various laws of the universe. It's really annoying. Xian leaped quickly. Whoosh. A dojo suddenly appeared beneath his feet. This was the dojo of a traditional sage. The vast dojo was beneath his feet, and his body was still at the same spot, like a small mushroom rooted to the ground. You, what kind of monster are you? This sage had descended with the heavenly era, and was already a 3-cardinal sage. Gotcha. Xian smashed the small mushroom with his palm, and squeezed out the ordinary sage that was the size of an ant. A trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. A trash with only a combat strength of 7? Xian lowered his head. If my combat strength is 11,121, then you are indeed only 7. From the perspective of a fungus, you are indeed very powerful. After all, ordinary sages only have 1. What are you saying? What are you? What are you trying to do? This ordinary sage's eyes widened as he screamed. He had no idea that this was a chaos creature that only the upper echelons knew about. You are a universe? Bang, Xian ruthlessly clenched his fist, and the other party shattered on the spot. Boring, he crushed the dojo beneath his feet, but in the next second, his expression changed abruptly as a beam of light attacked him from behind. By the time Xian reacted, a force mixed with countless laws slammed into his stomach. It contained countless laws of time, space, earth, light, fire. Countless laws tore through his body at will. His entire body was lifted up by the shockwave, and he flew thousands of light years away. He retreated the length of 7 or 8 solar systems before slowly coming to a stop. Xian only felt his stomach churning as an unimaginable energy tore through him. This kind of power was unprecedented. The recovery of his suppressed injuries made Xian's heart sink uncontrollably. Dao injuries, Xian's pupils suddenly widened, and he instantly understood this concept from the old era. When a law sage attacked, their remnant laws would cover the enemy's body, preventing the enemy's body from healing. This was the main way to kill an undying and indestructible sage who could be reborn from a single drop of blood. He was already prepared, but this opponent's power would cause thousands of kinds of Dao injuries to intertwine together, forming a mysterious poison. This? He stared at the evil god in front of him with a look of disbelief. Were the old era sages all this strong? The speed test is over, and the frontal strength seems to be only SOSO. Medusa slowly walked over and suddenly said, I thought about it, and I really can't fight you with one arm. Then, I will fight you with a pair of legs. What? Xian was stunned. Only using a pair of legs to fight me? Xian took a deep breath, his face full of disbelief. In the distance, Di Qi and the others shook their heads and laughed. I have to admit that the times are changing. Their battle prowess is higher than ours in the same realm because we can only learn 5 types of bloodline cultivation methods, but they can learn all kinds of cultivation methods without any bloodline restriction. However, they could beat sages in the same realm, but the evil god, hee. Back then, the three pillar gods, Carolyn and Dicky, which one of them didn't have heaven-defying bloodlines, which one of them didn't have heaven-defying combat power, even if the three of them joined forces, they would still be crushed by the evil god's one arm. Even if it was the venerable sovereign who joined the battle in the end, it would be very difficult for him to resist the attack with just one arm, and they would only end in a draw. The strongest combat power in history was no joke. This was the ultimate creature of the bloodline system. She didn't have a truly powerful heaven-defying bloodline. She had all kinds of ordinary bloodlines that could be found everywhere, but when combined into a creature, it was already the strongest. More than 129,600 gene positions, everyone cultivated one, she cultivated all, how could she compete? Back then, we couldn't win against one arm, but now the evil god said that one arm can't take down two Xian, and he will use a pair of legs. This shows how strong he is. The three pillar gods laughed, the depression in their hearts eased a little. He found the wrong opponent. Carolyn laughed. In the same realm, let the octopus be his opponent. The octopus is a conventional heaven-defying bloodline life form, the opponent is a compound life form, there is no comparison. At this time, two Xian was already enraged. A pair of legs? You are courting death. Two Xian's expression was completely solemn. In a battle of the same realm as the new protagonist, he couldn't beat a creature that had been eliminated from the old era. This was an indescribable shame for him. Two Xian suddenly stood up, ignoring the heavy Dao injuries in his body, and jumped above Medusa's head. Hot River. This was the Hot River energy. It was known as the most violent and terrifying martial art. It was the pinnacle of pure force, material fission everywhere, as if sitting on a 10 billion planetary engines, fiercely punching down. It's useless, bend. Medusa's cold voice rang out. In an instant, countless bloodline rules gathered to form a composite Dao technique that began to distort and bend the space around them. It was as if he was not using a simple law, but a universe. Her Dao technique contained the profound mysteries of the universe. Hundreds and thousands of laws were arranged and combined to form a kind of law. Main law. Takashi-ji exclaimed from afar. How is this possible? In the next second, two Xian's fist was bent by some kind of power and bypassed Medusa's body. Bang! Medusa lifted his toes and leaped lightly. He made an elegant movement in the air like a gymnast, and his legs kicked out fiercely. Countless streams of energy converged like multicolored rays of light. Like an arrowhead, they fell toward two Xian's abdomen at an even faster speed. Quantum fraction, just as he was about to dodge, his whole body was instantly smashed into the ground. Bang! The next second, Medusa raised his slender legs high and stomped on his head. The quantum of his body shattered, and he was smashed deep into the ground. The incomparably hard and flexible membrane of the universe caved in, forming a huge pit. Two Xian's body had almost turned into a pile of mud. His bones, flesh, blood, and tendons were all a mess. Only the hard white skull that was forcibly preserved in the mud, with a small amount of sticky and wet red neurons that were slowly beating, proved that he still had a last chance of survival. The old witch doctor, Bloor, widened his eyes as he looked at the scene in the giant pit in disbelief. Instant kill? How could it be an instant kill? In the same realm, how could our Wang Tuxing be instantly? King. Bosch looked at two Xian in the giant pit, and his whole body seemed to collapse. His enlarged bloodshot eyes trembled slightly. Two Xian was on the verge of death. Everyone knew what this meant. This meant that the real monster had completely appeared. This huge demon god also had the potential strength of a lord. In the future battle to break through to the 11th rank, it would be a huge obstacle for them. This guy, what the hell is he? At this time, two Xian's voice came. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, another brand new two Xian slowly walked out from the house behind him. This new two Xian came to the pit, slowly picked up the half-head on the ground, and said in a silent voice, "Two Xian, was he killed? I didn't expect to be beaten like this after reaching the 10th rank. Bloor, use your quantum computer to deduce all the combat parameters of the opponent. Immediately tell me what this monster in front of me is." "Yes, Lord." Bloor's forehead was covered in dense sweat. His brain was frantically calculating, recalling and understanding the biological knowledge of the old era, as well as everything he had just seen. He stared at Medusa in front of him, this evil woman who was full of arrogance and gave off a domineering dark aura. A large number of parameters and data frantically crossed his brain. Soon, his huge brain that was comparable to the sun calculated the result. Blur whispered in 2Xian's ear. 2Xian was shocked. So that's how it is? Medusa was still standing quietly, staring at the other party seriously, and smiled. What kind of martial arts is this? Another you? The previous 2Xian did not use his own martial arts at all. He used hot river force, alchemy. Although these martial arts were extremely powerful, they didn't seem to be specialized and the level was not high. It was impossible for the other party to only have this level of combat strength and not create his own martial arts. My martial arts? 2Xian said with a smile, its name is molting. Have you heard of creatures that shed their shells and molt their skin? Those creatures, every time they grow, every time they molt, they shed their skin. Molting? Medusa looked at the recently killed 2Xian, so that's how it is. From the beginning to the end, it was your newly molted skin that was fighting with me? 2Xian shook his head, no, I'm not that strong and easy. The concept of my martial arts is based on one point, the brain of us martial artists is the weak point, the place where our consciousness is stored. For example, snakes on some planets shed their skin. They often shed their outer skin, but for me, I shed my entire skin, skull, and outer body. My brain will open on its own, shed its skull, and run out on its own. Then, it will grow a new body outside of the brain. Right now, you are fighting with the old body that I retired from. He pointed to his skull that was beaten to the point where only half of the skull was left. Look, you've been fighting with him for so long, didn't you notice that his brain is empty? My brain has long run out, this was the skin that he had shed the last time. The reason why he was still conscious and thought that he was 2Xian and did not even notice it was because there were still some neurons attached to his skull that had not completely detached. He could still temporarily retain his sense of self. But even if he doesn't fight, he will slowly become a vegetable in a few years and the remaining brain will be exhausted. Medusa was surprised. This martial art is indeed special. Moreover, this is a martial art that cannot be learned in the old era. Because the old era's creatures have the soul and body as one, every cell is integrated with the soul. Every part of the body is a vital point, how can it be shed? And only in this new system, the soul is still in the brain, integrated into the neurons, so it can be operated like this, shedding the parts outside the brain and growing a new body. This martial art is very powerful, right? Medusa asked, after all, you don't need to be restricted by the conditions of miracle martial arts like us to create our own martial arts. Of course. 2Xian slowly walked over and said, every time you shed your skin, it is an evolution of your biological structure. You should know that although we don't have bloodlines, we are still living creatures, there are also plants. We have trees, birds, insects, fish, tigers, we also have a food chain, and there are also strong and weak creatures. Those with 4 limbs, those with wings, those with soft fascia, those with scales, they naturally have a biological advantage. Medusa nodded. 2Xian was indeed a knowledgeable and talented person. His martial art was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. He most likely observed those universes that constantly evolved their bloodlines to gain enlightenment and created this martial art. With bloodlines, evolution is the right path. And without bloodlines, biological evolution can also increase one's strength. And this martial art is equivalent to human continuous self-evolution. This is an evolutionary martial art, one of the strongest and has infinite possibilities, 2Xian said softly. But it can't be limitless evolution, right? Medusa looked at the half of the shed brain in his hand and laughed. Every time you leave, a bit of the brain will remain on the skull, retaining a bit of consciousness. This isn't as simple as leaving a bit of shit on your butt and not cleaning it properly. If you transform a few more times, every time you leave a bit of brain on your skull, your brain will become smaller and smaller. Wouldn't you eventually become a retard? 2Xian's face instantly sank. Although what the other party said was the truth, it was impossible for him to transform indefinitely, because every time he did so, it would damage his origin. But the insults in his words were too great, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? This was clearly a powerful sacred martial art, yet it was described with such vulgar words. A hint of anger flashed across Xianxia's face, but he smiled. As long as you prepare carefully, you don't need to transform a few times to become the ultimate creature at the top of the food chain. Combined with your own martial arts cultivation, you can be invincible. Xianxia stared at Medusa. Within the same realm, you are simply too strong. This is only 1% of your theoretical ultimate realm. You only have a little more than 1,000 completed 10th order universes, yet you are already so terrifying. You have gathered countless ancient laws and fused them together. It can be said that you have achieved great success in the use of laws. However, your ultimate state is ultimately a theory. Even if you absorb all the accumulated matter in the entire chaos sea, it's impossible for you to reach greater success. Xianxia's voice was cold. This is a perfect state that cannot be achieved. Once you achieve it, everyone will begin to break through to the 11th level and you will die without a doubt. Suji silently agreed and felt that Xianxia's words made sense. It was the same for Medusa. By the time your realm was perfect, the other party would have already broken through to the next realm and killed you instead. But, I don't need to be perfect. I'm very strong now, aren't I? Medusa couldn't deny it. Yes. Xianxia did not deny it. You are an opponent worthy of attention in the new era. Your combat power might be comparable to those weaker longevity saints. Xianxia was naturally prepared and guarded against the other party. The true form of the longevity saint was terrifying. However, they were too small, only the size of a fungus. No matter how heaven-defying his opponent's bloodline was, with his current physique, he should be able to put up a fight and contend against him. It was already very exaggerated that the other party could do this. A longevity saint, a bacterium, could actually fight against him and even have the chance to kill him. According to the classification of the saint's energy levels, an ordinary 2-meter saint's energy level was 1, and his energy level was more than 10 million. Those longevity saints' energy levels were very low. No matter how much they expanded, there was a limit to their size. At most, it was 10,000, with an energy level of 10,000, coupled with their accumulated foundation and heaven-defying bloodline, it was only possible for them to cross the gap of more than 1,000 times and fight against him. Of course, this was only a guess. Those longevity saints had too well. They had never really descended with their true bodies. They had always been smiling and developing their forces everywhere. Xianxia, you look a lot stronger now. You've even integrated some martial arts into your body structure and turned them into your muscle instinct. But are you still a layer of skin? Are you still your original body? Modus pointed at Xianxia. Let me ask you something, do you have a brain? It was as if he was mocking him. Of course I'm my true body. Xianxia sneered. A large number of his particles instantly drifted away, and another version of himself walked out. It was his quantum combat body. A faint voice was heard. You should know that to be able to create my quantum combat body, of course it's my true body. Is there a need to doubt it? Whoosh. The quantum combat body and his true body fused, instantly forming the sacred martial combat body. He retaliated fiercely and instantly appeared in front of Medusa. His fist created a large wave of air. Bang, Medusa was shocked. He suddenly raised his hand to block, but his whole body was instantly sent flying. Sure enough, your strength is different. Medusa rubbed his palms and laughed heartily. You guys are crude primitive human-like creatures of the first generation, equivalent to the gods and demons at the beginning of chaos. Very ancient and primitive. Now, you have actually evolved into a mature physique similar to humans? The corner of Xianxia's mouth raised a trace of a smile. Didn't you say that you only use your legs? Why are you playing tricks? That's what I said to Xianxia just now. For you, I need to maintain some respect. Medusa snorted coldly. Fine, you deserve some serious power from me. I'm too lazy to delay, I'll just kill you directly. Suddenly, Medusa disappeared from her original position. She instantly appeared in the sky. Her expression was cold as a huge purple ball of light appeared in her hand. Countless laws revolved around it as it rapidly grew in size, distorting everything as it ruthlessly smashed towards the ground. Boom, the ground violently shook as a huge hole was torn open. Ravines and mountains appeared. Xian, who was in the center, didn't even have time to react before he was smashed to death. He turned into minced meat on the ground. The people at the side were instantly shocked. This was an unimaginable destructive power. Even the ground of the cosmos membrane had been smashed until it was deformed. This was an unprecedented scene. The size of an energy-grade expert was too huge. The fist of an ant and the fist of a giant were completely different. This fella, does he not have a brain? Medusa shook his head and sneered. He squatted down and carefully looked at the pile of wreckage. This fella, he just said that he was real. He clearly said that Xian had just shed his skin after changing his brain. In fact, he didn't even realize that he had already shed his skin. Good fella, since you said that, why didn't you open your brain to confirm it? It seems that there's too little brain left, causing some cerebral palsy. Medusa used his hand to stir the minced meat and absorbed it into the skin. This was a huge amount of energy wreckage, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. If I were you, I would open my brain every hour to see if my brain has run away. Medusa clapped his hands and said seriously, if I'm already the dreg stuck to my brain, that would be terrible. Voila! Just as Medusa was speaking, the east side of the cosmos began to bulge. A tall and vast Xian walked out once again. Medusa's expression instantly turned serious as he felt an intense bone-piercing threat. He said in a deep voice, Xian 3? It seems like you're the main one, right? End of chapter 1398. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.